That's the level we're going to. And we can't do without that. That's what we're saying, that Africa needs to be better prepared. We can't keep folding our hands and waiting for, let's see what America or China or Japan or England or whoever, India would do. No, we have to play our part. What is our own local technology? How can we improve it? How can we improve on our local technologies and sell the ideas to the world? Not we always on the begging or receiving end. Can we also give out? We have a lot of young people in Nigeria that are well equipped with this on their own. But the school, unfortunately, don't have the proper infrastructures to support them. The environment, that is part of the reasons why ASU is on strike, crying. Government, fund academic research.
Exactly.
This is really, so...
Yeah. I personally think that this should start from when a child is maybe 2, 3, 4, let them start to understand, tech-related solutions. Like, okay, let a child understand, like what applications are, little things in tech. And also, first, we all know that the beginning is actually the use of a computer. So, it's, the truth is that very few schools, the very good schools, are the ones that give the children exposure, to tech developments. But if you see, okay, a basic Nigerian school, you would see that there's a computer room, there's a computer lab, but maybe just it's not functional. They just cover it up. I've actually seen a primary school with a computer lab, but they just covered it up with nice, beautiful clothes, So they said the children come in once in a while, but the thing is that just few schools enjoy that privilege. So I think children should enjoy that exposure to computers. If you have kids, let them teach them a few things, how to use Microsoft Word. They are very smart, and that's what I feel. That's the foundation to.
So I think thinking of this, your Web 3.0, the Nigerians in our midst are thinking we are the pioneers. But I suspect this has to do with years and years of research.
Yes.
For me to be hearing now, some people have been working on it like forever, right? So I would say we'll probably tap into it like we always do, which is we are users, maybe not creators, and later we would adapt, I suppose. I agree that we can, there's hope, but I think at this point we're just going to like tap in and use. Now, I like the fact that you're personalizing the internet, meaning my footprints and my identity will be synced to my usage. What I think that would do, like you say, is eliminate frauds and all those irregularities that are currently fraught in the web space. But I also know that as you're creating, the fraudsters and the evildoers are also
creating,
also adapting. So they are getting better. Just the way you say hunters are now learning to shoot without aiming, the birds are learning to fly without pitching. Exactly. So we're getting there too. So I'm now thinking with this level of transparency in the internet, I'm not afraid of the potential risk that can evolve from it, because now it's so personalized. You remember when this W thing started, the web thing started, we were so happy. You could now reach people via Skype call. There were so many advantages, and now we are fraught with the disadvantages. My worry now is, what are the potential risks of this 3.0 thing?
Let's look at the opportunities first before we look
we saw the opportunities.
So the opportunities are great. So if we look at the opportunities, let's say the Web 3.0 will, we're going to look at the blockchain. And for instance, I think people in Nigeria don't know how lucky they are. Nigeria has the highest amount of cryptos holder in Africa. So there are about 11 million crypto holders in Nigeria. So by Web 3.0 will secure their equity, their investment and everything. And then Web 3 will create more job opportunities in terms of cybercrime. And then we're going to see a lot of e-commerce stores. We're going to help create, like what you're talking about, the underdevelopment opportunity, which we're not looking up to our leaders anymore. We're taking the bull bites on. We're working towards surviving. So Web 3.0 will create those things, but as we go back to it, is Africa ready for Web 3.0 in terms of security?
Those are the risks
she was talking about. So based on that, I feel like we're not ready, but somehow we have to be ready. Because we just come back, the pandemic we just came from is COVID. But I'm telling you, next pandemic will be over the internet.
Yeah, sure. International bug attack.
So international bug attack warfare, you can
controlling systems.
So we're so addicted to the internet at the moment. Tell me how many people can live without their phones or without going on WhatsApp or Facebook? There was a time we had an outrage where Facebook, WhatsApp, Instagram wasn't working. Yeah. They shut down, right? Now tell me, we're going to go there, but like, instead of you staying in your house for 3 weeks, you're not going to go online for 3 weeks.
I will not stay in my house for 3 weeks. You know, we are going to engage the Zoom guests, but shortly, you know, this period, we are talking about building infrastructure on land, but right now, people are thinking of how to build visibility and influence online and gain access to system from their room. You can fight warfare.
True.
So, Raymond, you want to chip in something?
Yeah, I think pretty much everything has already been said, and I quite agree with all that has been said in the room. So, as you pointed out, the internet is going to lead the fourth industrial revolution. And it's no longer a question of choice. Whether you like it or not, the internet has come to stay, and we can see the amount of transformation, the level of disruption that internet has brought to the way we are used to doing things over the years. So definitely it's going to have its low side. And I heard somebody in the room complaining that, okay, how do we cater to the security breaches that are bound to arise from the civilized nature of the internet? Unfortunately, it just has to, we can't avoid that. But I also believe there are also mechanisms within the framework of ICT that could be used to address some of these breaches. And we have seen it well tested in the banking sector. We are all users of ATM cards. We are buying things online. We are using OTPs and all of that. So as much as criminal-minded elements who are also on the internet continue to perhaps sort of encroach on people's personal data, there will also be means within the context of internet to address some of those challenges. And luckily, I should say that Africa has also put its front foot in that regard. Recently, Google set up an office in Ghana. So I believe even the techies are seeing the prospect of the internet and ICT as a whole in the continent. So I believe over the years, we are going to also improve our own local skills and also benefit from the forex that can come from internet and associated technological products. That's my take on the matter.
All right, Raymond, thank you very much.
Raymond will be next after the break.
JACPA, the human capital flight phenomenon in Nigeria, and the growing emergency. The menace of human capital flight in Nigeria is gradually nearing epidemic proportions. Every other day, young Nigerians, both gainfully employed and underemployed, are leaving the country in droves in search of greener pastures. The proverbial grass has become so withered on this part of the globe that its young talents have all become disillusioned. Japa, a Yoruba word which represents running or living away, is a phenomenon of choice today and the singular ideology that unites Nigerians' large yet growing young population. Education is being seen as the best bet to get visas easily abroad, with various countries offering scholarships for master's and undergraduate programs, some of which come with an option for permanent residency. While the health sector has historically been the most hit by this phenomenon, it has now taken a deep root amongst other professionals, lawyers, bankers, engineers, software developers, etc. In the last 2 weeks, at least 3 of my friends jetted out of the country, after becoming so frustrated with life and career here. Just yesterday, a colleague of mine quit his job as a leading law practice and is set to travel to Canada in a matter of days. An economy associated by astronomical unemployment indices, rising poverty, inequality, insecurity, poor per capita income, amongst other socioeconomic challenges, has conduced to a debilitating brain drain with potentially unhealthy consequences for the socioeconomic development of Nigeria. But who cares about this when faced with a decision that borders on survival? That is the question. While human capital flight in Nigeria invariably leads to high foreign remittances back home, the negative consequences for the country far outstrips the perceived benefits. The human capital of any economy in today's knowledge-based global economy is its greatest resource. Therefore, no amount of foreign remittances can compensate for the sheer investment in the human capital of other already advanced economies, such as the United States, Britain, Canada, Australia, and several parts of Europe. The above state of affairs paints the picture of a country in a human capital crisis. Unfortunately, comments credited to a senior minister of the current administration to the effect that her pool of medical professionals can leave the country if they so desire does not betray the mindset of a government conscious of this social anomaly. Yes, to stem the tide of the growing wave of human capital flight in Nigeria, the government must show considerable commitment in investment in the education and health sectors of the economy. Now, we're having this discussion at a time when the university system has been shut down for over 6 months, owing to the industrial action by academics in the sector, certainly leaves much to be desired. Not long ago, Nigeria used to be a net attractor of foreign professionals in her workforce, including students, with the associated economic benefits for the country. If the contrary is the case today, we must pause to ask ourselves what happened. An objective answer to that question might well hold the keys to reversing the ugly trend of human capital flight in the country, now famous for the word Japa.
I don't know what Raymond wants us to do. Do you want us to stay or you want us to go? Because we all want to go. Some of us are here for different reasons. And the Japa thing, people used to frown at it, criticize people that travel. But now, those of us that are staying back are beginning to look like we are not thinking. Because it is predictable out there. You're a truck driver, but you can tell, you can predict safely what you would earn and how you would live with your income and your manner of labor. Here, to a large extent, it doesn't even matter what you do, where you're from, you're exposed to all the risk that is associated with living here. I know you talked about the health sector and also the education sector, but there's also insecurity. And if you check this your Japa trend, it's very, very common or very, very, what's the word now? Linked or very associated. I think the word is associated. Associated with those people who are in the middle class, which is the working class, which is the potential leaders of tomorrow, and almost bourgeois, maybe almost bourgeois. Why are they going? These people are educated. They are working so hard. They are paying taxes, meaning they have rights to certain things in the economy. They have rights to power, rights to security, rights to everything. And they're not getting any of them. And they are working and paying taxes. And that's why you're having a lot of this exflux. There's a word like exflux. People are living. In those days, to Japa, you had to go and do prostitution in Europe. You had to go and do menial jobs all over the world. And then people were living because they had to work very hard to be rich here. So you had to go do drugs or prostitution. Today, you just need to be very educated and you move. And I will tell you something, because a lot of my friends have moved. People are not moving because of themselves anymore. People are living because of their children. People are saying things like, wow, we've done 8 years of this guy, 8 years of this guy. What if a worse-off person or somebody on this same path as the current president takes over again? That's another 8 years. So they are going for their children.
Exactly.
So it's actually a big problem, and it brings me back to what Elijah said at the beginning. The government has to go back. It's not a matter of making things difficult for us to live. You have to go back and solve the problem. It's not something you can fire. What's that? You put on fire.
Smoke.
It's not smoke.
Blowing smoke.
It's actually very, very deep. I consider jackmarine every day because I wonder what I'm doing here. So it's not about me. It's for my children. So I mean, I people can say what I mean. People have their own opinions, but that's my own opinion. Please go ahead.
So I think, Mr. Raymond, listening to what you have just said just made me feel sad and a little bit emotional. The reason why I said this is because I think Africa, we're the one raised in the world that we love our continent. We have strived like our time achieved. A lot of trial and tribulations that have affected us in Africa. Like I'm from Sierra Leone. Like people will not leave Sierra Leone for anything. And then even though we had 10 years of the war, civil, whatever, and then I know my grandmother returned back to Sierra Leone because she loves the country so much. We from America, and then now you saying this, there's a friend, a Nigerian boy I studied with in India. It was like 7 years ago. I was a certified ethical hacker. It's wonderful in Red Hat server. 2 weeks ago, before coming to Nigeria, I told her I'll be coming to Nigeria. He sent me a picture of a Canadian visa. He said, I'm leaving for Canada. I said, where are you going? He said, Nigeria, everything is finished. He said, there's nothing I can do. So, and what our leaders don't understand is our natural resources is not the oil, not the gold, not the diamond. It's human capital. So we look at a country like South Africa. You will never find South Africa that want to leave, because they have an industrialized economy, and secondly, they have government that cares about them. All we ask for in West Africa in general, this Sierra Leone, Ghana, Cameroon, and all over, just show concern. Care about us. Provide, know that one day I'm going to get sick, you have the resources, you have all the money, you can go anywhere you want to go, but make sure that when I get sick, there's a medical facility available. Make sure there's fire in my house, there's an ambulance that's going to come and quench that fire.
Very basic.
We just need that. Leave us with the rest. Leave us with the rest. And then if you can leave us with the rest, and then I feel like we will stay.
Yes. Am I supposed to say something?
Yeah.
Okay, so my concern in all of this Japa issue is actually the fact that our grandparents were Nigerians, our parents are Nigerians, we are Nigerians, our children are going to be mixed, yes, because we're going, and our children's children are going to probably be Americans and Canadians, like fully, you know, so there's a gradual fade out of culture, and there's a gradual fade out of tradition, you know, of our values. And a friend of mine told me that very close to our child's school in Canada, there is a cannabis store. Yes. So you can actually, cannabis is actually like
drugs.
There's nothing bad about it. I know most of us in Nigeria will say, oh, cannabis, oh, God forbid. Oh, okay, yes, yeah, okay, in Nigeria, I'll be like, oh, God forbid, my children must not even cite it. But then in Canada, there's a school, there's a store. So you can actually, as a parent, I could go pick my kid and just grab some, you know, grab some. Yeah, so those are the things that give us concern about Japa. Like my friend was telling me, oh, now, and her daughter was actually asking her, Mommy, my teacher said I'm a girl. Like telling me I'm a girl. So I told her, come tell her she's a girl. She must know that she can never be a boy. Because now in the UK, in the US, yes, yeah, I can actually decide to wake up tomorrow and say, Mommy, I want to be a man. You know, like what's happening to Jeff Bezos' son. He even gave himself a female name. He said his name is Alicia, right? What did he call himself? I can't remember the name. So he came to his father and said, Daddy, you are the owner of Twitter, right? Fine, I want to be a boy. So, you know, those are the concerns about Japa, but God helping us, let's instill the right values in our children now.
Well, the issue of gender, it's a very, very dicey situation. We don't want to go in that. But anyway, the point taken is we have to sit up as governments. We really have to sit up our government because people are leaving the country. We can't affect to have brain drain on the economy. Just imagine the adverse effect it has in Nigeria. So it's a very, very serious problem. We need to consider it seriously.
So I quite agree, and I'm particularly captivated by the thought of sorry, I don't get the name now. That borders on the cultural implications of the potential generation. we have all been fixated by the economic consequences, but that is also an aspect of it that we may not quantify in terms of the consequences. Yeah. So hopefully, as Mr. Elijah said, it must take a turnaround in situation here for this drift to be reversed. Until that is seen, I don't see that movement stopping anytime soon. Juliet is next after this timeout.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
The suspect equally confessed.
Now 500 naira they collect them.
If you no talk, then go beat you.
Now 2,500 they pay.
The breadwinning woman. In Africa today, it is not uncommon for women to be breadwinners in their marriages. Now, a breadwinner is someone who earns the most income. And in some extreme cases, the breadwinner is also someone that is the sole earner. Now, most of the women I work with are sitting on this table. So it is a common occurrence. We are no longer in the 60s or 70s, where it is typical to label women as stay-at-home moms, teachers, nurses, petty traders. These are now old school. If you are a woman sitting on this table, you should be commended. Well done. It is an honor, a privilege to have what people need. It also takes a lot of patience and hard work to be successful in your career or your business. So well done, girl. However, it can be really difficult to be a breadwinner in a relationship as a woman. I know times are changing. Notwithstanding, many women face a lot of challenges in their relationships when they are breadwinners. Issues can range from jealousy, verbal abuse, physical abuse, intimidation, even financial sabotage from hubby. The list is long. Issues like these make women afraid to marry men who earn less than they do, even when there is a lot of prospects in the guy or lots of prospects in the relationship. Many women who are breadwinners are very unhappy. Some feel used and unappreciated. Now, before you throw in the towel, let's try and work out how you can make your relationship work, even when you earn more than your husband. There are 3 things we can consider today that will help you ease the tension at home. Tip 1, do not apologize for making more money. You really shouldn't be uncomfortable. Being uncomfortable is not an attractive trait for women or men. You see, at the end of the day, you are a team. Whatever you do, whatever you achieve or earn will help make the team become better. More money helps. So get your partner involved in the excitement of the progress the extra money will accrue to the team. Now, tip number 2, do not become a dictator or an arrogant partner. Consider how you would like to be treated and accord your husband the same level of respect or more. You see, great relationships are based on mutual respect and trust. The key word here is mutual. So just because you earn more doesn't give you the right to become an evil queen in your relationship. Now, tip number 3, communicate. communicate, communicate. I cannot emphasize that enough. In my opinion, this is the most important tip on this topic. Communication is so key. It's important to talk about how you feel and how the other person feels. It is important to discuss financial goals and make financial decisions together. It is important to be emotionally intelligent. In a relationship, communicate with your partner and not just with your pastor, your family, or your friends. My dear breadwinning ladies, I want you to know that you can build healthy relationships despite your financial status. Just always remember that in marriage, you are part of a team. You are partners in this partnership, and the company, organization, or corporation is called marriage.
Wow.
Who's going to go first?
Well, this issue, I've been in situations where some men will say they don't want their wives or their girl in which their relationship with to have certain level of achievement before them. Let me give you an example. I had of a case where a man was saying he'd like to go for a master's degree first before his wife. And I feel before you get into a relationship with anyone or marriage, you should know that nobody should pose a threat or barrier to your self-actualization and your dream. As a woman, you should have your vision for yourself. Nobody should be an obstacle to that. If somebody is going to be an obstacle to that, then that person is not fit to be your husband or your man. And being more successful as a woman is because of your personal input and your level of intellect and your capacity as a human being, your resources. It has no way or is mutually exclusive from that of your man or your husband. So your husband should learn to live and work with you. Vice versa. The woman should not be intimidated by the man should not be intimidated by the woman. They should work together, synergize.
So they are part of a team.
No
so I agree with you.
competition.
So I like this male perspective. I would like the other male perspective before
I
Shola.
think, based on what you have said, is times have changed. And then I think us men, we just have to accept it now. And it's not an easy thing for men to accept. But this is, we have to accept. And behind every successful man, there's a woman. Understand? So
Behind every successful woman, too, there's a man.
Okay. Behind every successful man, there's a woman. So it shows how powerful women are. I think I will not feel threatened by my wife being successful, because success has nothing to do with the relationship. The relationship has to do with love. And love has to be nurtured every day. So being a man, you're nurturing it. So if you're nurturing that love for that woman to fall in love and love you and learn about your woman every day, and I don't think there'll be any threat in it with the success. And then women, they have their mood swings. So no, when your wife doesn't want to talk to you whether she needs chocolate or airtime, other things like that, I say if you can learn that, and then I think you'll be good. But I'm married, I have a wife, and then she's behind our success. She played tremendous part, and then she worked with me from school days, and then I've known her for 10 years, so she played a huge part in my career today. So and I watch her sit back and let me be this person I am today. So now I said, you know what, it's time for you to be what you want to be. So open playing field, she got the keys to the door, go and be what you want to be. If there is love, she will stay. If there's no love, she will walk away. But I'm not going to be my insecurity, be on her way not to be successful, be what she's supposed to. We all have purpose. Don't allow people to exploit their purpose and be what is supposed to be in this world. I think that's my sense. Fear for
I love it.
our generation.
I love
That's very
it. Thank
thoughtful.
you.
That's working as a team.
I love men. I hope they are not saying this because we're here. But
No.
Shola, please go ahead. What's your
And for the
opinion?
record,
So
I'm
I'm
the
going
only
to be
single
very-
person in the room.
I'm going to be very realistic. So, when a woman is very successful, it's like the man is feeling, we men have that ego. The man is thinking, oh, okay. And, when a woman is climbing that ladder of success, she's going to make sacrifices. There are days she has to be in Kano, she has to be in Kaduna. Like, I saw a publication where they said about 4 female MDs in Nigeria today are
Bank
females.
MDs.
Yes, and I saw an interview with one of them, the spouse of one of them, and he said it's not been easy. The man was just being honest. He said there were days that his wife would just come back from work and say, honey, I'm going to Port Harcourt tomorrow. I'll be there for 2 good weeks. And he says, okay, I'll stay with the kids. It's not easy because that man also has his own plans for the week. But because his wife is traveling and he knows that she's climbing that ladder, He has to take the kids to school. He has to do everything she's been doing, you know. So it's not really easy, to be honest. So it takes a man that is really very supportive, you know, a man that is patient.
Confident in himself.
Yes, a man that is willing to also sacrifice, you know. Because if you look at it, it's the woman that's supposed to be the way we grew up, the way our parents grew up. My mom resigned.
Tradition, yeah.
Yes, my mom resigned a very, very, very sensitive role. If she had continued, my mom would have been one of the, you know, top educationists in Lagos. But because of my dad, she was climbing and she wasn't having time for us. So my dad said, "I'm a banker. You can't be like this," and she had to step back. Wow. So. Yes, she had to make that sacrifice for us.
This was then.
That was then.
It was a mutual decision.
Yes,
so it's
yes. And my mom is not complaining today.
It's a mutual decision.
She has no regrets. In fact, she says that, thank God she did it. But you know how many women would do that today? Because you're like, okay, this money, we need it. This money, we are making it, you know.
Together.
And you also want to see your wife succeed.
Sure.
You know,
Let me just say a little
it's
bit
really...
about my personal stuff. So like when I started my business, so, and then I just got married and then my wife was pregnant. So, you know, being an entrepreneur is not easy, funding your business and everything. So she had to be a stay-at-home mom with my son for like 2 years. And now she's out there doing her own thing. I look after my son. I bath my son in the morning. I drop my son to school.
It's a partnership.
So yeah, so I feel like we just have to play that part. So both of you have to have a mutual understanding. Say, this is where I want to reach. When I got there, it's your turn. You can go wherever you want to go. I think it's all about communication, like you said. It's communication. If you fail to communicate, and I don't think marriage is going to happen. And I've been married for 5 years.
Wow.
So I think like you have to manage
well
that.
done.
I wish you
I've been
enjoyed
in
the
a
good
relationship with
idea.
her for 10 years.
And you happily married.
Yeah, we happily married. I got a well successful business, thanks to God. But she's not working for me. She's like, I don't want to work for you. I want to work for someone else. I'm like, it's fine. Put your resume, get a job.
Communication.
She's working for someone else. Like, my wife is earning less than what some of my employees are earning.
Hopefully she'll become a boss where she is very soon and have her own empire.
I'll be happy for her.
Sure.
So, like, I'm coming to Nigeria and I said, I have to go to Nigeria. But I know my son will be an obstacle. I flew my son to Johannesburg and I left my son somewhere else. I said, look after my son because my wife has to go to work. And I don't want me coming to Nigeria being selfish to her.
Wow.
So, you know what? I'm coming to Nigeria, so you have to stay with the child. No, I'm coming to Nigeria for my personal things. What about her personal things? I think we need to get that kind of understanding. Say, if you die today, who's going to be the next person to your son, to your kids? Is your wife.
Yes.
Not anyone else.
Sure.
I don't trust anyone with my son compared to my wife. And then, if I don't give my wife the opportunity to have that muscles if I die today, and how's she going to look after my child?
That's a good perspective.
Very good one.
Most of our mothers married to an abusive man, any of them who cannot love them because they had to do it because of the kids that maybe their husband passed away and left them with. Now they be like, this man can provide for my child. Unfortunately, they have to do whatever this man wants, whether he's an abuser or not. But my child have to go to school. My late husband passed away, left me uneducated without a job. Now here's this man who is providing shelter. So, would you want your wife to go through that?
No.
So, of course, I think we have to play an open book and be more mature. I said, if there's love and trust, your relationship will work. Talk about the success.
Wow. You have said it all.
Thank you so much. I mean, everybody is right. And all relationships have their dynamics. And I think the start point is to get it right from the very beginning. You have to choose right. Because when you choose the woman from your rib, like we say in the Christendom, I mean, your issues are minimized. However, if you make mistakes in choosing, there is always a way. And it comes with openness. You have to agree and know that you are a team. Cutting off my arm is going to hurt the other part of my body. So communicate and always put the vision of both people in the front burner so that every decision you make should be for the team. Because when you do that, the offspring, the results of that marriage is world-changing.
Exactly.
True.
Then when we come back, Shola is going to be talking about maintaining professional integrity. I think it's going to be interesting. See you after the break.
Maintaining professional integrity. Our ability to maintain professional integrity in the workplace and outside the workplace has a powerful impact on our productivity, performance, and reputation. Behaving with professional integrity requires patience, practice, strength of character, and self-awareness. Following a trending video where a few lawyers at a recently concluded annual conference of the Nigerian Bar Association looted conference materials, it is safe to say that professional integrity is a conscious effort at maintaining decorum in the face of pressure. It is right to state that those who behave with professional integrity generally uphold a moral standard of conduct, both in professional as well as personal endeavors. These standards govern how professionals conduct themselves, their work ethic, and their communication. As a delegate at the recently concluded NBA conference, I must say that the sessions were well organized and overall it was a successful outing. Conclusively, the need to consciously adhere to rules and maintain decorum is a vital tool to achieving professional integrity regardless of the situations that may occur. So what do you guys think about the looting of conference materials by lawyers?
So are we surprised or like?
Yes, what do you guys think? Are you?
We don't agree, but we're not surprised. I am not surprised. Okay. But I mean, we have a lot of the lawyers. We have a lot of lawyers who hold positions of high authority in the country.
Exactly.
We see how they behave. So I don't think it's a lawyer thing. I think it's our cultural thing, our Nigerian thing, if you let me use that word. So where you have situations where there is no penalty for misbehavior, just have money and do as you like to a large extent. I mean, it's subtle, but it's there. People behave as they like. And so that's what I saw there. And I know governors who can behave even worse.
Exactly.
So it's just unfortunate that it happened in a conference with learned colleagues and co. But we're not surprised because it's from the same stock that we also lead in this country. So it's a jungle.
Well, I expected so much from your so-called learned colleagues. Well, let me believe those people that did that are not actually lawyers in character. They only were just some touts that were able to go
to
get
law
an
school.
LLB. Yes. Unfortunately, because the system didn't properly vet them before giving them that certificate. Unfortunately, but if you extrapolate this, those in the National Assembly, the hallowed chamber, are they any better?
They jump fences.
When somebody will carry
they carry chairs
and
they fight.
Are they not, what image are they putting about Nigeria? They should be ashamed of themselves.
The lawyers now for the past
And
6
then you
months
see some
will ask
policemen, like a day I saw one policeman drunk on the road. Well, it's negative. I understand the current Inspector General of Police is doing his best
to build the image,
to build a good image of Nigerian police. But you should watch. So, these things happened before his tenure anyway. This particular incident happened before his current IG's tenure. But you see, this thing has been happening over time.
Yes.
So let's be conscious anywhere we are.
Exactly.
Whether you are educated or uneducated,
respect your
literate
office.
or illiterate, respect yourself.
Exactly.
Respect yourself. That's in local parlance. Just behave well.
And be patient.
Be patient. Even if
because
there's a problem, do it properly. Address your issues properly. You don't have to be unruly. Just to pass a point.
Yeah, like they say on Twitter, violence, no peace.
Violence.
Yes. So violence is not, like they say, peace is not an option, like the way they say on Twitter. But we should always.
Just being rhetorical.
Yes.
Ironical. Sorry.
Yeah,
they're being ironical.
Exactly.
Yeah,
so let's hear your view.
So I think. So
do you have really politicians in
Nigeria? They said everywhere they hold. So meaning like they can't do a moment in that phase where people don't know what they're doing, so they have to do whatever happens in that particular time. But like your topic, integrity, I think integrity is a key word. It's like a smile. It's your presence wherever you go. So if I have to employ someone in my company now, I tell that person, give 1 page about integrity, essay, or ethics. I don't want to see CV because I believe I can impact skills on people. I know what I'm looking for. So I want to know your ethics, your work ethics, and then how your character, how you present yourself. Because as soon as I get you around my circle, you know you're representing me. You're my brand ambassador.
Exactly.
So I think that's one thing. Once you become a politician, you lack that in Africa, and then once you become a lawyer, you lack that because loyalty brands for everything. So if me hearing this for the first time, I'm not surprised. But then don't get me wrong. I came from a legal family where like have members of my family who are lawyers. I've never seen them do none of that. So I'm not talking that saying all lawyers doesn't have integrity or all politicians. but it just depends on the individuals.
Yes,
so those people,
personal.
you were there.
Yes, I was
Did
there.
you misbehave?
And no, I didn't.
Exactly. So that's why I say, when you go any circle, let that person give you a page of ethics or integrity, so you know the people that you are associating yourself with. I think we're just one few bad apples. That's why they tarnish the rest of the legal practitioner in Nigeria, and I believe there are a lot of good people, and then we should still have faith in our people. It was bad. They've seen the video, it's traded online. Probably they'll learn from that, and then we'll move forward. But I think what we need to do if we want to become successful, integrity and ethics come first.
Exactly.
Yeah, very, very important.
They work hand in hand. They're like the same WhatsApp group. If you delete one of the group and everything, if you take one off the group and everything, then everything is the group is not working. So I think we just need to learn from that. And
this kind of attitude is common not only in Nigeria, in most African countries. They are parliamentary, especially. Like there was one that happened, I think, was it last year or last 2 years in African Union? They had this African parliament, and you saw what happened where they were exchanging blues. Yes, from different countries in Africa. Is that not a shame?
Yeah.
So let's respect ourselves.
And then the guy from Mali and Senegal who was trying to be president. Yeah, I remember that. It's common now. It's not only in Africa. It's not only an African thing. It happened in the British Parliament.
Even when Trump was around.
Yeah, in the British
Yes,
Parliament.
exactly.
It
Yes.
But
happened there.
let's
It happened in
respect
Uganda.
ourselves, because-
But the only problem is that if your skin is black, understand that you're already a suspect.
You don't want to say that on national TV. Well, your point taken.
But we know we don't have to say, but it's an actual fact. I think.
As we have learned so far, professional integrity is very important in our daily lives. We should ensure that wherever we are in a workplace, outside the workplace, we should ensure that we maintain high decorum and professional ethics, be good people, be patient, and choose to do the right thing at all times. Thank you so very much.
We thank you for your attention while the program lasted. We hoped our conversations resonated with you. Little drops of water, they say, make a mighty ocean. Don't forget, the advocacy continues on our social media platforms. On Facebook, PlusTvAfrica, #TheAdvocateNG, and Instagram at PlusTvAfrica, #TheAdvocateNG. To catch up with previous broadcasts, go to PlusTvAfrica.com/TheAdvocateNG. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel, PlusTvAfrica. Join us next week, same time on this station. Let's keep advocating for a better society. See you next time.
This is it for upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Bookie November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
Praise God, from whom all blessings flow. Welcome to your favorite program, The Moment of Truth, brought to you by the Citadel Global Community Church, CGCC, formerly known as the Lateran Assembly. Today, all across the world, there are rumblings. Nations are plagued by perplexing situations. Societies are drowning in unprecedented upheavals. Cities are grappling with complex problems. Families are overwhelmed by seemingly insurmountable challenges, while multitudes in the valley of decision and people are in dire need of hope. At the same time, there is a stirring in the hearts of those who know their God and are said to do exploits, those who understand the times and the seasons and know what their nation ought to do, those with a compelling call to respond to the mandate of God in this decade. Brothers and sisters, this decade is a decade like no other. It's a decade of the designated favor of God upon his people. To accurately position ourselves for this current move of God and to be adequately equipped for the call of the hour, we must shape the decade by the word of God, which is why I'm so glad to welcome you to the Moment of Truth, a life-transforming time in the presence of God and under the influence and power of the Holy Spirit, as well as the Word of God. So invite your family, neighbors, and friends as you sit back, relax, and receive the engrafted Word of God, which is able to save your soul. Galatians 3, 13 to 14, and then 26 to 29. It reads, and I quote, Christ has redeemed us from the curse of the law, having become a curse for us, for it is written, cursed is everyone who hangs on a tree. For what purpose? That the blessing of Abraham might come upon the Gentiles in Christ Jesus, that we might receive the promise of the Spirit through faith. Verse 26 to 29. For you are all sons of God through faith in Christ Jesus. Can I hear a loud amen there? Amen. For as many of you as were baptized into Christ have put on Christ. There's neither Jew nor Greek. There's neither slave nor free. There's neither male nor female. For you are all one in Christ Jesus. And if you are Christ's, that suggests you may not be Christ's. And if you are Christ, then you are Abraham's seed and heirs according to the promise. 2 Sundays ago, we thoroughly examined what God had put in place to ensure that in Abraham, all the families of the earth, all without exception, all the families of the earth will be blessed. Please get hold of the MP3. I don't know if it's MP4 now, before it gets to MP5. It's always increasing. Technology can't stand still. So get the tape, whether it's MP3, what do you say it is now? It's now MP4. Okay, what does MP mean? Member of Parliament? What's MP? Do you know what MP is? We all say what we don't know, but it's okay, MP4. So that you can listen and learn the inclusive plan of God for your blessing, if indeed you are Abraham's seed, and therefore heir according to the promise. I will continue today with part 3 of the same message titled, The Nuts and Bolts of Abraham's Generational Wealth. The nuts and bolts of Abraham's generational wealth, part 3. As I shared with you in the past, the progression of Abraham's fabulous wealth began from the time he left his father's house, his family, his own country, to go to a land that God promised him. The Bible says he left with his earthly possessions and the men he had acquired. He didn't leave home with nothing. He left with substance. Okay? Remember, I said to you over and over again, God does not multiply zero. If you are not laying your hands upon anything and you are claiming Abraham's blessing, live like Abraham lived. Before he was called out, he had substance. I'm not saying if you don't have nothing, God will not bless you. I had something when I came to Lagos. A portmanteau, 2 pairs of trousers, 3 shirts, 1 shilling given to me by my mother, and 3 pence given to me by a neighbor. You know his name. Both of them are late now, okay? And I returned 35 years after to give 8-bed house to the man who gave me 3 pence, and I said, this is return on investment. I don't want to go that way anymore. I can't get emotional. Because of all the neighbors who sent me on errands and did everything, only that man thought, this is all I have. Take. That was the capital I had when I came to Lagos, and God blessed it. Now, don't leave home empty. Give me Genesis chapter 12. Before you pack your bag and baggage and head for greener pasture in foreign countries that you have never lived, make sure you have something that God can bless when you get there. Or else, by the time you land there, you will acquire a very notorious degree. It's called BLLB. For lawyers, LLB, BL. For you who are not prepared and you relocate, you not only suffocate, you also acquire BLLB, Botilo Lobo. Now the Lord has said to Abram, get out of your country, from your family, and from your father's house to a land that I will show you. I will make you a great nation. I will bless you and make your name great, and you shall be a blessing. I will bless those who will bless you, and I will curse him who curses you. And in you, how many? Somebody talk to me. And in you, all the families of the earth shall be blessed. This is how the journey began. So Abram departed as the Lord had spoken to him, and Lot went with him, and Abram was 75 years old. When some of you are retiring, he was just about to retire. And Abram was 75 years old when he departed from Haran. Then Abram took Sarai, his wife, and Lot, his brother's sons, and all their possessions that they had gathered, and the people whom they had acquired in Haran, and they departed to go to the land of Canaan. So they came to the land of Canaan. Did they start begging for food when they got there? Talk to me. Locate where you are before you relocate, so that you do not end up suffocating. Be sure God is sending you. If you go on a frolic of your own, you may not even return. Some have gone into drugs, some have gone into crime, and they are now in jail, writing letters home with no fixed address. May that not be your portion. I'm looking for the day, I'm towards the day that we will so rebuild our nation that other nations will be eager to come here. Do you understand me? They will be willing to naturalize. The tallest building in Abuja today, you will see Church Gate on it, is by a man, I think a Syrian, who had lived in Nigeria for 50-something years. My wife and I had lunch in his house when we were in London, and he's built a fantastic thing. He carries a Nigerian passport as well as a Syrian passport. Do you understand this? He's proud to be a Nigerian. He flies around because he prospered here. He came from far. His father brought him here when he was a little boy, and he has prospered in the land. So what is wrong with the owners of the land? From that beginning, Abraham, while staying in the promised land, received an increase in livestock as well as in silver and gold, and kept on increasing until he was blessed in all things and became great. Oh, there was a detour to Egypt because he saw that there was famine in the land, and to sustain his livestock, he had to look for greener pasture. But he didn't ask God. He did not ask God. The first time you see the word Egypt in the Bible was when Abram went there. And he received so much gifts from Egyptian Pharaoh. You know, when you live in an environment where you're not secured, you tell lies or have truths. You swear to false affidavits. Did I not tell you before how I was slapped free of charge in 1980? It was in the UK. I went there and I was working to acquire some money for law school. Hilton Hotel. That night I will never forget. The supervisor called John and said, "You are dragging this. You should do it quickly." It was the first time they will allocate this gigantic washing bowl to me, and I was to wash everything there and scrape the bowl. Look at me. They didn't give it to 3-4 people, and I did my best. At about 4:30, he came and said, "You are delaying us." Ah! Then I remember that my visa says you can't walk. That it was my auntie who got me the number I'm using to walk. That the number NIS is not mine. If I fight, they will find out. If auntie is here today, Mrs. Oh God. No. Mrs. Shofola, if she's in church, she will tell you because she knows her younger sister, quite younger, her father's daughter, who was with me that day, Dr. Odutola, he also was doing buru. She's a Christian. She later became part of the teachers of the children's church when we pioneered the model parish, Dr. Odutola. She came to me and said, "Please, brother, don't fight. God understands everything." I said, "I do too. I can't fight." So I finished, collected my pay for that day, £12 per night. Be laughing. I paid your own fees. You didn't have to labor. Be laughing at me. If I had someone to pay for me, would I be doing that? Be laughing at me. I went home, washed my face, and returned the following day. It was the 12 pounds that I gathered that I used to buy my wig and gown at Eddie's and Ravenscroft, and bought some things, and bought some shirts and some suits for Nigerian law school, and came here and paid my fees. It was free of charge. Then 1985, Morgan Dewira Holdings hired me to represent them, and they lodged me in the same hotel. I called for room service, and the supervisor said, "We have few hands. Sorry, we are running late because 30 minutes, if they will not bring your food, they will not pay for it." I said, "It's getting to 30 minutes of order." He said, "Please, we are running late because we are short-staffed today. I'll bring it myself." Here comes the man who slapped me 5 years before. I said, "John?" He said, "Oh, you saw my lapel pin." I said, "It's not your lapel pin, it's my hair. I was walking here, you slapped me 5 years ago. It turned red, it turned blue." I said, "See what the Lord has done." And I gave £10 tip. That's the way I slapped him back. Bah! Success is the best revenge. You understand me? It's the best revenge. Abraham saw that there was famine in the land. He did not consult or commune with the person who sent him. He headed for Egypt. He got several gifts, but packaged in those gifts was Hagar, a time bomb that was going to tick at a later stage. Stay where God has put you, and if you need to relocate, ask him. Ask him. We are still faced with Mid-Eastern crisis today, Middle East crisis today, because of one that step into a wrong location. But he came out of the place. Give me Genesis 13. Abraham was very rich in what? Livestock. So he has started increasing in silver and in gold. Wow. Give me Genesis 24, verse number 1. Oh, let me read verse 2 of that. Sorry. Genesis 13, verses 1 and 2. I've read verse 1. Let me read verse 2 also. Thank you. Genesis 13, verse 2. Continue. Is that all? Oh, that's verse 2. Okay. Let's go to Genesis 24, verse 1. And he went on his journey. Now, Abraham was old. Genesis 24. Well advanced in age, and the Lord had blessed Abraham. I can't hear you. Now, he had gold before. He had silver before, right? He had livestock before. He had men servant before. He had women servant before. He had all kinds of a great household, yes, but had no child. She was not blessed in all things until Isaac came. And guess what? Because of that covenant, you'll be blessed in all things also. In your own lifetime, you'll be blessed in all things. 34 and 36, it's okay for Abraham to say, I'm blessed in all things. Let's hear from one who was a servant in the house. Verses 34 to 36. So he said, this is Eliezer, I am Abraham's servant. The Lord has blessed my master. How? I can't hear you. Look, he was born in that house. He was not acquiring information from the press. There was no social media at that time. He was born in that house. He was raised in that house. And I want you to pay attention to Eliezer, because you're going to find something unique about what it means to be the blessed of the Lord. The Lord has blessed my master greatly, and he has become great. And he has given him flocks and herds, silver and gold, male and female servants, and camels and donkeys. And Sarah, my master's wife, bore a son to my master when she was old, and to him he has given all that he has. If you recall, some 2 Sundays ago, I also mentioned to you that there are 7 major steps. I call them simple, but they're major. 7 major steps that Abraham took to ensure that his wealth not only increased exponentially, but that the wealth also endured till he could transfer same to the next generation before he breathed his last and was gathered unto his own people. Do you remember I said that to you? Fabulous wealth. Enduring wealth. What are the steps that he took that he transfer that same to the next generation is his? Can you imagine me laboring the way he had labored? And 33 years after, whenever God takes me home, my children are now begging bread. Something is wrong when that happens. Isaac received all. And when they were going to take a bride for Isaac, Eliezer took 10 camels, some of them carrying gold. What happened when Jacob was going to get his own wife that he had to labor for 14 years? Tell your neighbor, oh, Nero. Wait till then. There's nothing as painful as being called an ex-millionaire or ex-billionaire. Do you understand me? There's nothing as, it's better for you not to have at all than to be so rich and then they are talking about you to buy more money. You're not there. They say if you had known him in his life. What was it that Abraham did to ensure that his exponential wealth did not grow, but endured till he could transfer to Isaac while he gave gifts to the sons of the concubines? Remember, I told you there are 7 steps he took. The first one, if you remember, is that he kept strife away from his business, his wealth, his family. Abraham asked Lot and his servants who are generating strife to just go in peace. By now, you know, friends, that great wealth and strife cannot coexist. They cannot. That's why I keep telling you, it's better for me to be cheated than to be the cheat. The moment you try to take advantage of me and it involves money, I say, you can take it all. I'm not stupid. It's because I don't want your strife around me. Because once strife comes in, it will go to the root of my wealth and dry it up. Abraham said to Lot, we are brethren. Then let us not fight. If you want to go east, feel free. If you want to go west, you choose first. Choose whatever you think is fantastic and go. Let me stay with my little, but without strife. Genesis 13, 5-9. Genesis 13, 5-9. Lot also, who went with Abram, had flocks and herds and tents. Come on. Now the land was not able to support them that they might dwell together, for their possessions were so great that they could not dwell together. How does the Bible prescribe that we dwell together? In unity. So if we can't have unity, let's go our separate ways. And there was strife between the herdsmen of Abram's livestock and the herdsmen of Lot's livestock. The Canaanites and the Perizzites then dwelt in the land. So Abraham said to Lot, please let there be no strife between you and me, and between my herdsmen and your herdsmen, for we are brethren. Was there strife between them right now? No, but it will become transferred strife from their workers. It will get to between them, and before you know it, best friends will become sworn enemies. So Abraham said to Lot, please, okay, for we are brethren. Next verse, if you can get to it, is not the whole land before you. Please separate from me. If you take the left, I'll go to the right. If you go to the right, I'll go to... When you are secured in God, you know it doesn't matter how dry your ground is, you can compel it to produce. Well, you know the rest of the story. Lot looked at where the grass was extremely green. I won't go there. Please take note, brothers and sisters, that strife will stunt all forms of growth, whether spiritual or financial. It will stunt it. It will annihilate it completely. It's a plague that should be avoided by everyone who desires to succeed and who desires to be prosperous in all that he does. Why? Strife will kill your reward. 1 Corinthians chapter 3, verse 1-3. 1 Corinthians 3, 1-3. And I, brethren, could not speak to you as to spiritual people, but as to carnal, as to babes in Christ. I fed you with milk and not with solid food, for until now you are not able to receive it, and even now you are still not able. And yet they had all the manifestations of the gifts of spirit in that church. But strife was there at the same time. For you are still carnal, for where there are envy, strife, and divisions among you, are you not carnal and behaving like mere men? Verse 9. For For we are God's fellow workers. You are God's field. You are God's building. According to the grace of God which was given to me as a wise master builder, I have laid the foundation and another builds on it. But let each one take heed how he builds on it. For no other foundation can anyone lay than that which is laid, which is Jesus Christ. Now, if anyone builds on this foundation with gold, silver, precious stones, wood, hay, straw, each one's work will become clear. For the day will declare it, because it will be revealed by what? Fire. And the fire will test what? Each one's work of what sort it is. If your work is done by strife, if your work is done by competitive, jealous spirit, if your work is done by pushing down one, pulling down that so that you become the centerpiece of everything, your work, instead of reward, will be burnt with fire. If anyone's work which you have built on it endures, what will he get? He will receive a reward. If anyone's work is burned, he will suffer loss, but he himself will be saved, yet so as through fire. You see fire burning around. I'm not talking of literal fire. People going through challenges and all kinds of things. You expect them to grow. You expect them to mature. You expect them to prosper, but they are dwindling. They are diminishing every day. Check their heart. There may be strife there. The reward they should get is not being burnt. You must do everything to keep off strife completely. Because at the end, you will suffer a great loss. Now let's quickly today look at the 6 remaining steps. The second step Abraham took. Abraham understood that success in business is not a solo project. Success in business is not a solo project. Therefore, Abraham had what you call business allies, and he trained his homegrown servants and staff as soldiers to protect his wealth. He couldn't protect it all by himself. He had to raise quality staff and train them in order to protect his wealth, and he made others his allies. God did not call those ones. I'm not even sure they were serving the God of this Hebrew. But he knew how to maintain contact without contamination. He knew he was in the world, but not of the world. In every great household, friends, there are many vessels, some to honor and some to dishonor. In every household, in this great house called the CGCC, there are many vessels, some to honor and some to dishonor. When we are under pressure, you will get to know them. When you do something that they are not in agreement with and they have not asked you questions, they'll be tearing you apart in confidential whispers behind your back. And they'll still say, we are brothers. No, we ain't. 2 Timothy chapter 2, verse 15 to 21. Be diligent to present yourself approved to God, a worker who does not need to be ashamed, rightly dividing the word of truth. But shun profane and idle babblings, for they will increase to more ungodliness, and their message will spread like cancer. Hymenaeus and Philetus are of this sort, who have strayed concerning the truth, saying that the resurrection is already past, and they overthrew the faith of some. Nevertheless, what? The solid foundation of God stands, having this seal: the Lord knows those who are his. And let everyone who names the name of Christ depart from iniquity. But in a great house, there are not only vessels of gold and silver, but also of wood and clay, some for honor and some for dishonor. Therefore, if anyone cleanses himself from the latter, it will be a vessel for honor, sanctified and useful for the master, prepared for every good work. I expect the CGC's household and this very home built over 33 years, home and abroad, I expect this house to be made up of 7 distinct vessels. Number 1, seed. Those who are born by the incorruptible seed of the word of God here. That's the first quality type of person that CGCC should be thanking God for and should be praying to God to give to us. Those who are born again by the incorruptible seed of the word of God. We must have that quality people in here. Seed. The seed must translate into son. As many as are led by the Spirit of God, they are the sons of God. The son must be a servant. If anyone is going to be the greatest among you, let him be the servant of all. The servant must be a steward. A steward has no sense of ownership. God owns it. You are a steward to ensure that what is put in your hand multiplies, grows, so that you can be entitled to kingdoms, because nations are our inheritance. From seed to son, from son to servant, from servant to steward, then you must know how to defend what the Father has given to you as a soldier. No man that warreth entangles himself with the affairs of this world, that he may please him who has chosen him to be a soldier. You are not just a seed. You are not just a son. You are not just a servant. You are not just a steward. You must become a soldier of the cross, defending our faith, defending what was handed over to you. Timothy, guard what is given to you. If you're a seed that becomes a son, if you're a son that becomes a servant, if you're a servant that becomes a steward, if you're a steward that becomes a soldier, then you become a saint. They will try to throw all kinds of mud at you, but they will see it will be like water at the back of the dog. It doesn't bother me when people say nasty things about me, as long as it's not true. Somebody asked me a question in the plane yesterday. Pastor, I was a member of your church when it was Lateran before you changed. I'm an Igbo man. Why did you say these things about Igbo? I said, have you listened to the video? He said, no. I said, that's not the way you are trained. Go back and listen to it. But this is my final word. Everything I desire and I've spoken, and everything I've thought towards the Igbo, may God give it back to me sevenfold. And everyone who has risen against me by observing lying vanities without checking the substance, may God reward them sevenfold for what they have done too. It's as simple as that. I'm not going to call press conference. I'm not going to meet people to go and beg nobody. I stand in the authority of God's word. The curse over them had been broken. They will have access to the same throne room as Moses did for Reuben. So I have done. And that was 20 years ago. I prostrated flat in Owerri before all Igbos, asking them to forgive what happened during the Civil War and whatever cause has been pronounced on them. Dele Oshumakinde was with me as I prostrated flat. I expect that every seed in this house become a son, every son becomes a servant, every servant becomes a steward, every steward becomes a soldier, every soldier becomes a saint. That's when we can now begin to shine as stars. Welcome to the Citadel Global Community Church, where stars are born and great futures are created. Welcome to the home of consummate and conscientious nation builders I can't hear you, whose hearts are open to whose plan? To the Holy Spirit and what again? I can't hear you. And in whose lives all things godly are possible because they choose to win. If you don't transit from one to the other and you become a star suddenly and you're a star performer, you soon become a falling star, a wandering star. You have to go through the process. Now let's look at the life of Abraham, the father of faith. Because Abraham had developed his household, had raised soldiers, and he had ensured that he had allies with others who he found on the ground. He became a force to reckon with. He occupied his territory with grace, and no invading army could unsettle his wealth. This is the first recorded war in the entire Bible on planet Earth, Genesis 14. And you will see a man coming after him called Tidal, the king of nations. If he's going to become father of nations, he must conquer this king. And it came to pass in the days of Amraphel, king of Shinar, Arioch, king of Elasah, Kedorlaomer, king of Elam, and Tidal, king of nations. That they made war with Bera, king of Sodom, Basha, king of Gomorrah, Shinab, king of Admah, Shemeba, king of Zeboim, and the king of Bela, that is Zoar. Do you know what they were fighting over? Can I tell you? Resource control. That's the problem you have in Nigeria. Because others are lazy wanting to consume. There's enough blessing in every man's ground, in every geopolitical zone. We do not have to depend on one belongs to another. We can develop our own, and there'll be healthy competitive jealousy. My dream, my vision for Nigeria is to raise 6 Dubais in the geopolitical zone of Nigeria, that you don't have to worry where you are, because there's enough in your ground. It's a lazy man that hunts that cannot roast. All this joined together in the valley of Siddim, that is the Salt Sea. 12 years they served Kedorlaomer, and in 13th year they rebelled. In the 14th year, Kedorlaomer and the kings that were with him came and attacked the Rephaim in Asheroth, Kenem and Zuzim in Ham, the Emin in Shavek, Kiriathim, and the Horites in their mountain of Seir, as far as El Paran, which is by the wilderness. What are they trying to fight over? Then they turned back and came to An-Mishpat, that is Kadesh, and attacked all the country of the Amalekites and also the Amorites who dwelt in Hazazon Tamar. And the king of Sodom, and the king of Gomorrah, the king of Admah, the king of Zeboim, and the king of Bela, that is Zoar, went out and joined together where? In battle in the valley of Siddim against Kedorlaomer, king of Elam, Tidal, king of nations, Amraphel, king of Shinar, and Arioch, king of Elasah, 4 kings against 5. Now the valley of Siddim was full of asphalt pits. This is the trouble. This is resource control. And the kings of Sodom and Gomorrah fled. Some fell there, and the remainder fled to the mountains. Then they took all the goods of where? Sodom and Gomorrah. That was where your brother chose when he lifted up his eyes. He saw it was like the garden of God. Like. Then they took all the goods of Sodom and Gomorrah and all their provisions and went their way. They also took Lot. He raised no soldiers. He raised no sons. He raised no stewards. He raised no servant. He became a wandering star. He was a righteous man. His soul was vexed daily, but he didn't raise others. You know, someone said, what is going to happen? If you step out now, what will happen? It will be greater. When Jesus stepped out, he said, greater work than I do, you will do. It will be greater, it will be better, because more hands will be able to do what I've been trying to do in the name of the Lord Jesus Christ. The impact will be phenomenal. They will see and say, you are CGCC, take a seat. They also took Lot, Abraham's brother's son, who dwelt in Sodom, and his goods, and departed. The one who had escaped came and told Abraham the word. The word Hebrew is from the word Eba, is the one on migration. You understand me? You have turned it to, Hebrew, a people, and a language. It's one on migration. Okay. The one who had escaped came and told Abraham the Hebrew, for he dwelt by the terebinth trees of Mamre the Amorite, brother of Eshcol and brother of Anah. These were allies with Abraham. Ask yourself, who are your allies? Mr. Pastor that wants to shepherd the entire nation, where are your allies in the north? Where are your allies in the east? Where are your allies in the west? Where are your allies in the south? Now, when Abraham heard that his brother was taken captive, he armed his 318 trained servants who were born in his own house and went in pursuit. They were born in his house, they were trained, they were armed. Now, when Abraham heard that his brother was taken captive, he armed his 318 trains. Would you fight for Lot if you are Abraham? A man that looked at what was better and left you with what was dry, would you fight? He armed his 318 trained servants who were born in his own house and went in pursuit as far as Dan. He divided his forces against them by night, and he and his servants attacked them and pursued them as far as Hobah, which is north of Damascus. So he brought back all the goods. How many? He brought back all the goods and also brought back his brother Lot and his good, as well as the women and the people. Wow. Now, please, there were how many kings? 4 kings against 5. And the 5 descended on the 4. And they fled and were scattered, and they were held captive and taken away. And Abraham, representing the holy nation, pursued the 5 that conquered others and defeated them. That's why if you have sanctified common sense, the moment you become born again, you are no longer Yoruba, you are no longer Hausa, you are no longer Igbo, you are no longer Shekiri. You are now a holy nation. He has redeemed us out of every tribe and tongue and nation and people, so that we can then disciple the nation and make all men equal before God to receive blessings that belong to all. Do you understand this? Yes, sir. This is why this cannot be a Yoruba church. It cannot be an Igbo church. Pastor Ike, Christian Ike, you have been with me for how long? 33 years. Have you seen any resentment in me towards you? You are Igbo. How are they, all the Igbos here? Rise, if you are Igbo, because I've seen the letters they wrote. They said you must all leave this place quickly. If you are Igbo, stand to your feet. If you are Igbo, look, if I go to battle, are you following me to battle? Have I been a blessing to you? Have I discriminated against you? I don't need to show off. I don't need to show off. Ah, well done. Uh-huh. Oh, I'm trying to greet them. Where is? Not Kedu. No. No. Oh. Igbakweno. Uh-huh. Igbakweno. Igbakweno. You are sent for to go redeem others who are yet to know. He will not know. Go know. Nigeria yìí tí gbogbo wa ní. Kó má gbọ́dọ̀ bàjẹ́. Torí kò síbòmíràn tí a lè lọ. Àjò lè dàbí ilé. Ẹ jẹ́ ká sowọ́pọ̀ ká fìmọ̀ ṣọ̀kan. Gbé kémi gbé. Those who discriminate against others based on their gender and tribe are enemies of God and enemies of righteousness. Because he created mankind in his image and after his likeness. You must respect others, even if you have different opinions. If they simply had asked, why did you say this? I would have explained. Step number 3. Apart from having allies, I'm looking at time. Apart from having allies and training his own people in his own house. Do you know it was not the day the war broke out that he brought the gun and put in their hand? They were trained. They know where the trigger of the gun is. You are going to find out why they won that war as we progress. Because it's one little segment. Abraham and 318 soldiers against Tidal, king of nations, and 5 other powerful nations. The race is not to the swift. The battle is not to the strong. Let's go. Step 3. The third step taken by Abraham is a must for all those operating in the 7 mountains of culture. To do otherwise is to open your treasure house to the devourer, to steal and to destroy. In this third step, God in his mercies sent Melchizedek, the king of Salem, Abraham's way, in order to bring the God factor into the life and business of Abraham. Abraham seized the opportunity by giving tithes of all to Melchizedek and a 24/7 divine insurance for the protection of his wealth was established. You would think Abraham was so powerful and he had 318 soldiers trained and armed. That was why he won. No. God had spoken to him, or God will subsequently speak to him, that when you are in that war, I was your sheet. Abram, fear not, I am your shield, an exceedingly great reward. But before he received the revelation, here comes Melchizedek. And he appeared to Abram and gave him bread and wine. And Abram gave him tithes of all. Did Melchizedek demand for tithes? He was already king. He did not need the tithes of Abram to be king. He was already king. God was coming to make ethical adjustments in the life of Abram. This was the announcement. Blessed be Abram of God, possessor of heaven and the earth, and blessed be God who has given your enemies to your hand. It's not you and your 318 soldiers. It's God Almighty who gave you the victory. When he heard that, he received communion from Melchizedek, and he gave him tithes of all without any demand. Genesis 14, 18 to 20. The Melchizedek, king of Salem, brought out bread and wine. He was the priest of God Most High. And he blessed him and said, Blessed be Abram of God Most High, possessor of heaven and earth, and blessed be God Most High, who has delivered your enemies into your hand. When he heard that, he said, I won't let you go. I'm going to anchor this. I'm going to put it. I'm going to ensure that it's mine forever. Bam! Yeah, the tithes of all. Now, if you had read in Genesis 14, the king of Sodom came to him and said, take all the goods and give me men who will start afresh. And he said, I will not take anything that belongs to you, lest you say you have made Abraham rich. So where did Abraham get tithes of all that he paid? Because the book of Hebrews says it was tithes of what he received from that war. Now, he only did not take from the king of Sodom. He took from the remaining kings. Do you understand me? Because he had no business with them. Let's read. Genesis 14, 18 to 20. We have read that. Hebrews chapter 6, 13 to 20. Hebrews 6, 13 to 20. When God made a promise to Abram, because he could swear by no one greater, he swore by himself, saying, surely blessing I will bless you, and multiplying I will multiply you. And so after he had patiently endured, he obtained the promise. For men indeed swear by the greater, and an oath for confirmation is for them an end of all dispute. Thus God, determining to show more abundantly to the heirs of promise the immutability. Do you understand me? You know what that means? You cannot mute God. He has spoken. You can't stop. There's no remote control in your hand to mute God. The immutability of his counsel, confirmed it by an oath, that by two immutable things in which it is impossible for God to lie, we might have strong consolation who have fled for refuge to lay hold of the hope set before us. This hope we have as what? As an anchor for our soul in troubled times, in the midst of storm, when challenges arise. This hope we have as an anchor of the soul, both sure and steadfast, and which enters where? The presence behind the veil, where the forerunner. Who is your forerunner? Jesus Christ. Forerunner of Jesus, John the Baptist. Forerunner of the church, Jesus Christ. Where the forerunner has entered for us, even Jesus, having become high priest forever, according to the order of Melchizedek. Chapter 7. He wants to explain Melchizedek. For this Melchizedek, king of Salem, priest of the Most High God, who met Abraham returning from the slaughter of the kings and blessed him, to whom also Abraham gave a 10th part of all, first being translated king of righteousness, and then also king of Salem, meaning king of peace, without father, without mother, without genealogy, having neither beginning of days nor end of life, but made like the Son of God, remains a priest continually. Now consider how great this man was, to whom even the patriarch Abraham gave a 10th of what? Of the spoils. A 10th of the spoils. A 10th of the spoils. I pray you have great spoils. It is when you have spoils that you are so eager, so joyful to give unto God. Now when you, I didn't want to say when you are broke, busted, and disgusted. tithe will become so heavy. Anybody that says it, you want to stone them. But when God gives you great spoils from 4 nations, all at the same time, pattern with a tenth of it will be joy. That will be your portion. And indeed, those who are the sons of Levi, who receive the priesthood, have a commandment to receive tithes from the people according to the law. That is, from their brethren, though they have come from the loins of Abraham. But he whose genealogy is not derived from them received tithes from Abraham and blessed him who had the promises. Now, beyond all contradiction, the lesser is blessed by the better. Who is lesser in this equation? Abraham. Who is better in this equation? Melchizedek. So what is the connection for you and I? We are not under the law. How do we now respond as Abraham responded? Chapter 8 of the book of Hebrews. Hebrews chapter 8. Now this is the main point. KJV says this is the summary of all we've been saying. This is the main point of the things we are saying. We have such a high priest who is seated where? At the right hand of the throne of the majesty in the heavens. A minister of the sanctuary and of the true tabernacle which the Lord erected and not man. For every high priest is appointed to offer both gifts and sacrifice. Therefore, it is necessary that this capital O, this one also have something to offer. Who is going to put in his hand what to offer to God? Those he died for, those he paid the price for. That's the essence of your coming to honor God with your substance. Not because the church is broke, God is broke, and God can't do anything. No, the one who paid the heavy price must have something to offer before God. For if he were here on earth, he would not be a priest, since there are priests who offer the gifts according to the law. Oh, who serve the copy and shadow of the heavenly things, as Moses was divinely instructed when he was about to make the tabernacle. For he said, see that you make all things according to the pattern shown you on the mountain. So what was shown on the mountain already exists in the spirit realm. If you go into the book of Revelation, you see, and the temple of God was open, and the ark of the Lord was found in his temple, and there were earthquakes and thunders and thunderstorm. But now he, Jesus, has obtained a more excellent ministry, inasmuch as he's also a mediator of a better covenant, which was established on better promises. Nothing can change the covenant we have with Jesus. He's given us the Holy Spirit to be with us, to guide us. Do not become stingy towards God in your operations, in your daily business. Ask God to bless you in such a way that you will generously give to those you like, to those you don't like, to those who hate you, because you have the spirit of a giver. Simple. Now, what is the connection I'm trying to make here? When Abraham paid that tithe, he acquired a long life, a lifelong comprehensive insurance against his substance, so that the devourer cannot come near him. Malachi chapter number 3, verse 8. Malachi 3:8. Malachi chapter 3 is before Hebrews 6. If you are going back to your note. Will a man rob God? Hello. Can you answer this? Will a man rob God? Yet you have robbed me. But you say, in what way have we robbed you? In tithes and offerings. You are cursed with a curse, for you have robbed me, even this whole nation. Bring all the tithes into the storehouse, that there may be food in my house, and try me now in this, says the Lord of hosts, if I will not open for you the windows of heaven and pour out for you such blessing that there will be no room enough to receive it. Do you want to be in such a situation in your life when you are giving things out because there's no space? What an amazing time we just had in the presence of God. I hope you are richly blessed. My heartfelt desire is that you may light up your word with the illumination you have just received. May the immeasurable grace of God empower you to act on what you've heard and to walk in the revealed counsel of God. Always remember that it takes a transformed life to transform a family, a society, or a nation. So let God do his work in you so that he can do his work through you. And as you proceed on this journey of destiny, remember that our ultimate destination is God. I pray that God's footprint will become your pathway and that your path will be as a shining light that shines brighter and brighter to a perfect day. This message will continue next week by God's grace. Until then, remain sandwiched between the peace of God and the God of peace. Have an amazing week. Bye for now. Shalom.
Increase the reach of your events or business services. To advertise on Plus TV Africa, please call 0906 000 5719 or 0909 040 8408 or send an email to marketing@PlusTvAfrica.com. Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
Today on the Justice Court, the plaintiff, Zumret Katden, is suing for the sum of 360,000 naira, being the fund she gave to Benga Deremi to invest on her behalf.
All right. Court in session. Honorable Judge Fumi Asaolu presiding. Please be seated. Your Honor, this case is between Numeret Cadet and Olubenga Adiremi. Party is sworn in.
Thank you, Aki.
You're welcome.
Cadet, you are the plaintiff here.
Yes.
And you are suing Benga Adiremi. Benga Adiremi.
Yes, Your Honor.
So, can you narrate to me what happened?
Okay, before 2021, I didn't know about Mr. Benga here. As at January 2021, I was discussing with a colleague of mine that I needed to do an investment with the funds I had left over from the festive period so that it will be sufficient for me to pay my rent, and also my mom has some health challenges that will need funds second quarter of the year according to the medical doctor. So I needed an investment that I would get funds raised from that. 2 weeks later, he told me about an investment Mr. Benga is doing with his organization. So I decided to see him, which I called Mr. Benga. We discussed on phone. He told me about it. And he was even eager to tell me more because I was...
What's the investment about?
It's a trading investment.
Forex?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Is it Forex?
Yeah, Forex.
It's Forex.
And because then I thought it was Bitcoin. Just told me crypto trading. I told him about what the business is. I want to know if it's registered, if it has any form of legal look fish to it and everything. So he was like, he has a company name, but it was not registered. And the point I was raising was valid. So if we could meet, he would love that. So we had a meeting. We discussed a lot about that. I was telling him that if only he can get the company license. So I told him about that. So he was like, okay. I was like, even if people are paying for the investment and they pay into an official account, it makes it more reasonable and people will even want to do business with you. He saw reasons with a lot of things I said. And then the first funds I sent to him was, I think, 200,000. But we had not decided on the duration that we do the investment for. So the fund was still hanging. So when he sent me the MOU to sign, he had already signed it. I took a good look at it. I manage documents for where I work, so I have an idea of how official documents should look like. So I pointed out some errors to him that I felt the MOU needed to have a better look. The placement of their logo was just scattered. So I laid the complaints to him and he looked at it and he said, okay. He now did a review of the document and sent it to me, which I signed. All this while, I never knew about any other company he was working with. I was dealing with him directly. In fact, I was so confident about it because he told me that he's going to do it himself. He got trained last 2020. He got trained for I think about 3 months. And it was even his fiancée then that had paid for the training. So he was already good in it and all that. So I was so confident that he was the one going to run the trading. So even if there's going to be issue, he can discuss it with me ahead of time because he also explained the volatile nature of the trading to me. And I was so confident because even all the while, if there were any issues, anything, he always related to me. So at the end of the day, I told him, okay, I'll do the 200,000 around for 6 months. Then I gave him another 100,000 that I'll do for 3 months. That one was going to be for my rent. Then the 200,000 was going to be for my mom's health. And then he now said, okay, then he drafted out the MOU for both and sent to me. Then I think towards the end of the month, all this was in February. But because we met, I think, second week of February after my colleague had told me about him. So at the end of February, I had 65,000 naira. I called him one day. I said, Benga, I have one careless 65,000 naira, but I think I'll need it by the end of March. How about I put it in the investment? Even if it's going to add only 5,000 naira, I don't mind. I was like, wow, you just like how to make your money grow every time. I'm like, well, lying in the bank wouldn't help me. So I sent 65,000 naira on. And after a month, I got 78,000 naira returned to me. That even gave me much more confidence that he was doing the trading himself because he was always telling me that he was checking online for it, to monitor it and everything. So in fact, I was more than confident in doing business with him. So as at, I think May, I got a call from him that because as at March, I knew when the Bitcoin went down, I think from 50 to about 35,000. I knew about. So when he called me, I wasn't even surprised. But I was even thinking, okay, what can we do to salvage this situation? Maybe to make the interest rates different or better. He now told me that, okay, that they want to reduce. I can ask anybody that is into Bitcoin investment or cryptocurrency investment that they are reducing their interest rates. So they're not going to pay us the initial interest rate. I was like, well, I'm not investing with you now. We invested with you before this happened. He was like, okay, he can work around it. For us that initially invested, especially because of his friend, who is my colleague, they've gone a long way. He's like his brother. So since we invested through him, and for the fact that we invested before that crash, he'll find you working around to ensure that we maintain the same figures that we're expecting at the end of the duration. Meanwhile, these investments, you don't get the ROI monthly. It's calculated till the end of the investment, and you get both your capital and the ROI. So I was like, okay, Ringa, remember, Mom's health and my rent, so we need to actually ensure that it's something that is workable. Are you sure you can do that? He said, okay, no problem. And then in June, the story totally changed. He called me one day and was sounding down. I was like, what happened? He said, that the mother company has issues. I said, I don't understand what you mean by mother company has issues. He said, and that they did, I know that Bitcoin went down. I said, yes, I know that. And they did a lot of wrong investments, and now it has crashed and our monies are affected. I'm like, Benga, you are not doing the trading yourself? He said, no, that he wasn't doing it. So I said, but you didn't even tell me about this. You didn't tell me you're giving my money to anybody. You told me you were going to do it yourself. If there was any issue, you would call me even before it happened, so that even if it means we have to withdraw our money, we withdraw, just so I will be safe, and you knew the criticality of the funds I need. He now said, and see, at this point, doesn't even know what he can do, because the company is giving him excuses, and he doesn't even know if we want to hold him, we should hold him. He doesn't know what to do. That if I want to come to his house, I can come and carry whatever I see in the house and go with it. I'm like, Binga, this is not what we discussed or what we agreed on. But however, just try and manage other people. Me, I have a relationship with you and I understand where you're coming from. So let's just see how it goes if you get better. Because you're telling me that they were saying 1 month to pick up. I'm like, okay, no problem. Even if it's August or in fact, September is fine by me. I had given him till September. Then all of a sudden, in August, I saw pictures of his wedding. He got married. I was shocked. Because in February when we met, he told me his fiancé paid. So I was even teasing him that, when will you marry this young lady that has invested so much in you just for you to be a better person? And he was like, he was looking at March or April, but things are not looking stable for him at that point in time. So maybe later in the year or next year. I'm like, okay, whenever. Now I've shown my Ashwebi and I'm waiting. So when I saw his wedding pictures in August, I was extremely upset, because this is somebody that said he didn't have money and our monies were gone. All of a sudden, it's not parlor wedding. It was a very massive wedding to my own understanding, for someone that did not have funds as at February to marry, and then you lost people's investments and you're having such a wedding. I was so upset. I just called my colleague to tell you, do you know that when guys got married? He said, he saw him posting something about wedding on WhatsApp, but he wasn't sure if he was going to get married or it was for somebody else. I just sent him the pictures of the wedding. See, Benga has gotten married. Then I said, how would you be owing people and then you just get married? In fact, for the fact that we have a relationship, even if it's just to tell us, because we've almost gone beyond doing only business. And I think I tried to reach him. He was not picking. He was not responding. Finally, when he responded, he now tried to say that the wedding is not as I'm looking at it, because it was almost like everybody picked what they wanted to pay for in the wedding and they paid for. So it wasn't solely his own responsibility and everything. I'm like, but Benga, you're marrying a human being. You have to take care of her. You have to put her in a place. So that means you have funds to do all that. At least, even if it is just to reduce our money to a reasonable extent, it will even calm our nerves. He was just pleading. I said, okay, Benga, I'm in a critical fix, because at that point in time, I was diagnosed with fibroid. My mom's health condition had deteriorated. Her heart was seriously failing. I had not paid my rent. I was out of it. It was a very critical time in my life. I now looked for 50,000 naira. I gave it to him, because I was just being considerate, because he told me that the wedding was not organized by him. He didn't have the money and all that. And I really needed money for my mom's health. There was nothing I could do. My mom's bill was almost 400K. My fibroid surgery was going to take nothing less than that same amount. And my rent was 200,000. So I now called Binga. He told me that he was trying to recover people's money. So now he was trading himself. And what he does is he will create the wallet for you. You'll be able to see how he trades every day and you get your interest. In fact, if you want to withdraw yourself. If you want to top up, you top up yourself. So I was now confident. I said, okay, Benga, how much can I be making every week on this platform so that at least I can, even if it's not my mom's health, I can save. He now said that, okay, I might be getting 5% every week, but it might even be more. So he's just saying 5 because that's the barest minimum I will get in a week. I said, okay, I'm not giving 50,000 naira, so at least the money would grow to a reasonable extent. I can do part payment for my mom's health. And then I think the first 3 weeks, it was okay. In fact, I think the first 5 weeks, it was okay. And then all of a sudden, the thing was not moving again. Like, what's going on? He was said that he placed one trade with plenty people's money. I don't know whether we're now collectively, I don't know how he explained it because I didn't understand. Like, Benga, this is supposed to be my own. You know what's on ground. I have critical issues on ground. He just kept giving excuses. I had to remove that money, even as little as it was then, pay for part payment of my mom's health and all that. At that point in time, I had no option. I had to look for a loan from rent money, which I used to settle my mom's health. It was still not sufficient because my rent was pending. Now, because rent money will not give you money if you collect, your rent money will not give you more than what your salary can accommodate. So I collected what I used to pay my mom's health in challenge. Then my landlord, my caretaker was now on my neck. I had to look for another means. So I had to apply to my bank and my bank gave me loan. So I paid for my rent and then I had to transfer myself back to Plateau State to have my surgery done. That was at the end of last year. All these processes, Benga was in the know. I told him every time. In fact, for everything I did, I told him, Benga, I had to collect loan from rent money now to actually pay for my mom's health. He said, that I should not worry. Every time I asked him for, okay, what's the plan? What are we going to do? He will not tell me that I should not worry. There's nothing God cannot do. Every time he keeps telling me there's nothing God cannot do. And I'm like, Benga, I know that there's nothing God cannot do, but I didn't give God my money. I gave you my money and you told me in fact, the assurance he gave me was more than 1,000%. And I'm like, Benga, this is not what we agreed on. Okay, please. Now, all I want is, what's the plan for you to pay me? At least so I'll be able to pay back the loans and then be able to be okay. He now said that there's nothing God cannot do. It was from my colleague I now heard. He was saying that we should give him a healthy 1 year. He didn't even tell me that because he knew what I was going through. And if he had told me 1 year, maybe I would have fled up because he knew I was going through a lot. He said healthy 1 year. I just laughed at my colleague. I said healthy 1 year. Okay. When I now asked him, I heard that you are saying healthy 1 year. He said that because things will not stabilize till maybe after a year, but there's nothing God cannot do. I said, Benga, there's nothing God cannot do is not helping me. Meanwhile, I had already applied to Justice Corps because I saw the program on YouTube and I had applied and I was just hoping that I was going to get called. All I want is the duration for how you're going to refund my money. I'm currently soaked in debt for rent money and my bank loan. And even as I speak to you at the moment, my rent is already due. And I have not even paid this year's own. And I hate owing.
So, Benga, what's your response to all this? What happened from there?
Thank you very much. 2020, I met a young man through my junior sister, so he told me about this investment of a thing. And I tried. My wife also tried. Then she was a fiancée then, so we tried then. So he gave me money due to he was the president of the one fellowship in their school, FUNAP to say. So it was like my junior sister was like, but I trust this guy, this. I said, well, are you sure? If I have to question my junior sister, do you know this stuff? He said, but I know the mother, I know the father, I know everything. The mom's works with this, the father works with an NPC. So those assurances he gave me, my junior sister now. I said, no problem. So we tried first with something. That was around August, after the lockdown, during that time. So we gave him the money to just for a year, at least around 200 plus. Let's see what can come out of it. So around December, I don't have any work then. So I went to meet this guy in person. I said, wow, can I partner with you? I want to learn this stuff. Then he said he's going to teach me. And he gave me a teacher then to start teaching me. But I was foolish because the young man I was teaching me was just 4 months in the game. So on the long run, so I told him, can I partner with you? Can we just start something? He said, no problem, Mr. Benga, just create your brand. So meanwhile, I was this very, very assured about his Christian life, all those stuff, which I was watching that. When I went to his office, I know a little about him, my junior sister, the way, So this January period, December period, we met. They had a get together in the office, Purple Gold. So a lot of partners came in. So and a pastor came in to talk that day, which gave us assurance that this. If I have to call the pastor, I said, "Are you sure?" Because my name, I work under a bishop. I told him a lot of things. He said, "Mr. Benga, this." January, I started. So that was when January, yes, that was when she said I've not yet registered yet. So she was giving me a lot of ideas to do this, which was fantastic. If I have to bring him, I have to tell her, I would like you to just, work with us because, with your level of experience, this. So January, I collected some fund, not only a fund, from some people, close friends. In fact, the friends that introduced me to happens to be a friend we worked together in Mama Cass that knows my humble beginning. So he asked me, Benga, I said, Francis, you know me very well. If I will do some certain things, not at this stage that I've worked on myself. When I was a driver, I didn't steal. When guys were doing a lot of things in the company, you should know me very well. So Francis was like, I trust Benga. So that was when Francis brought in Ella. Then I told Ella, truly, I was learning. I was not trading. I was learning. So I was following the market. Around February, March, I tried a little capital to see the level of my experience so far. When I discovered this thing is just beyond a month. So when I started meeting a lot of experts in the game, they told me, for you to know this thing is going to take you 2 to 3 years, which I accepted my fate. I said, no problem. April, when the Purple Gold company, well, I was expecting a lot of my own money, I invested with them. Wow, you guys should pay us off. There was nothing. I'm this kind of person, I don't know how to deceive myself. So I have to just send the memo to everybody, all the partners that partner with me. There's an issue, this. And I went to the guy's company to meet him. What's the solution about? In fact, it was around 1 a.m. in the night. The hotel they kept me, I was like, what's the solution to this problem? Mr. Benga, we're working on some certain things. We'll do this. We're going for 100 million naira loan. I said, okay. I can say God just saved me because the money I had with him was not much. It was just so unfortunate that people the little was at least around, let me say, 2.7 to 3 million. The elder brother, which happens to be the CEO, came to Lagos. So I told Dami, can we just invite this young man to come around to my place? So he came to Lekki. So I said, let's invite him. In fact, I was posting a lot of things which everybody was following. So I called the young guy. The guy came. Wow, I lodged him in Nero Hotel. The following day, he came to my house. So I opened the system to, at least you call yourself the CEO. I've been struggling with this thing. At least narrate some things to me. If you truly know this thing, teach me what you guys are doing. But when I discovered he could not even do anything, I had to come to my journalist. I said, I didn't know we're in problem. We're in trouble. I said, if a CEO of a company cannot just analyze the market, say, Mr. Benga, you just have to come to the office. Then I was suspicious because his movement was not comfortable in the house. Mr. Benga, you need to come and sell a strategic analyst. Why? He said, because I just gave the money, I was not going there again after the December stuff. So during that process, I went down to the office. When I met the analyst, when the analyst was talking, went to the screen, this. So I look at their talk. It was not showing professionals. So when I go back to Lagos, I told my sister, I said, Dami, we have a lot of issues because these guys have caused us a lot of problems. Then Dami said, no problem. What am I going to do? I was working, I teach music. So some schools I work with in Lekki, I have to just tell them I will be stopping because I need my time to go and learn this thing very, very well. So I stopped about 2 to 3 schools. If I was like saying, I need you to work full time, I said, if you're going to give me an official car with a house, I won't collect the job.
The plaintiff, Zuhumret Katden, invested 360,000 naira in Benga's forex trading business with the expectation of return on investment. But unfortunately, Benga claims the parent company trading on his behalf plunged into financial crisis. Captain did not find this funny, especially when Benga went ahead to have an elaborate wedding immediately after he claimed to have lost people's money invested in his forex trading business. Captain has lots of financial obligations unattended. She's in court to recover her capital. Benga claims he is committed to paying back people's money invested in his business. George Fumi wades into this matter.
How much are you owing now?
I'm owing at 360.
360,000 naira. How do you intend to pay her?
That was what I told her.
I'll work out an arrangement of payment by installment every month. That is it. That's the best you can have. The other way is
You know, I withdraw from my jobs.
Don't waste my time. She's right in front of you. Work out an arrangement with her. If you can't, then let me out. You've admitted you are owing 360,000.
Yes, ma.
You have to pay the 360,000 naira.
Yes, ma.
Your Honor, the 360 was what I invested. So we have an MOU agreement.
It's the 360 you are getting back. I explain to you.
Okay.
First of all, you know, with Nigerian law, you are not permitted to take money from people to invest in Forex. You can only use your own money. So what you've done is illegal, first of all. It's just that she decided to bring the matter to the court as a civil matter. So you need to understand the implication of what you have done. Now, for you, you do not have the money lender's license to loan money and obtain interest on it. Do you have? That's why you cannot take interest as well. But the money you have given him, you are entitled to collect your 360,000 naira back. Do you understand? So face her now and work out something. Otherwise, I'll give my judgment and we call on the next case.
Okay, what I'm going to do is probably I'll be paying you 13,000 every month, please.
That's too small because my rent is already overdue.
Tell him how much you want, then you start from there. Be reasonable too. You know his financial position right now.
Yes.
So
if you can start with 50, then maybe 30 going forward. Because I need to complete my rent for this year, which is already expired last month.
I won't deceive you. I don't have 50. Because what I'm earning presently is not even up to 50. Because I only have one school I'm teaching. Then school, I'm a music teacher as a part-time job. They might come in this coming session, being we don't need your service again. So that's why I said 10, because if I'm going to do anything, I can still manage to rally around to start paying you 10,000 every month.
I just need something a bit big for at least this month. Then going forward, whether 10 or 20, I don't mind. But at least this month, I need something tangible so that I can top up for my rent. That's just what
this month, schools is on holiday, so there's no work for part-time teachers. So I'm just sitting there, I'm just studying. Then I told you I left about 3 jobs when I was in Lekki, all in the name of just going to learn this stuff. Then I told you earlier, Bitcoin is going to drop down. When it drops, I'm going to keep everything for everybody so I can sell to everybody once within a year. So let me just start with 10, please.
Work out something, because it wasn't until when the investment got stuck that you made her to realize that there's a mother company. She never knew about a mother company. She believed she was investing with you.
I mentioned it, but she was...
You told her?
I mentioned
Okay,
it.
she said she
didn't tell me. He even said he was going to train me.
If I have up to that, I will give her.
You've passed beyond this.
Yeah. Yes.
Agree. I don't have time for all this. So either you agree or I don't know.
10,000 is too small, Ringa.
I won't deceive you. That's what I can afford to start paying.
After the break, Judge Fumi rules.
This is my judgment. Judgment for the plaintiff for the sum of 360,000 naira. The defendant is to pay the 360,000 naira within 24 hours. Judgment for the plaintiff.
All rise.
Have you been cheated or have a dispute and want justice? Don't take laws into your hands. Log on to www.thejusticecourt.com and submit your case.
do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
The suspect equally confessed.
Na 500 naira they collect am.
If you no talk, then go beat you.
Na 2,500 they pay.
Nigeria's Niger Delta region, from where the black gold fuels Africa's largest economy, where the lines between wealth and poverty has never been thinner. Conflicts, poverty, insecurity, and environmental challenges daily confront the region. How can the Niger Delta story be changed for the better?
Join Mamude Akuga at 9 p.m. every Friday evening on PlusTvAfrica as he probes deep in search of solutions.
Inside the Niger Delta with Mamude Akuga, the authentic voice of Nigeria's oil-rich region.
"60 Minutes with Angela" starts right now.
Right, so there are many opportunities presented to Nigeria just for being the largest economy in the continent that contributes 17% to global population numbers, but less than 5% to global GDP, that's gross domestic product. Now, our non-oil sector contributes just over 92% to GDP, whilst typically contributing less than 15% to our foreign exchange earnings. Yes, I'm talking business. And those are the words from my guest today on 60 Minutes with Angela. With over 30 years professional experience in banking, she was a former senior risk analyst with the Bank of England and then was headhunted by the former governor of Nigeria's central bank, Sanusi Lamido Sanusi, and appointed as his special advisor on risk management. And thereafter, became the pioneer director of risk management in 2009 at the Central Bank of Nigeria. She's also the director of the board of Fountain Holdings Limited, that's the investment arm of the Ekiti state government here in Nigeria. An author, her book, Inspiring a Generation. We'll also be talking about that. Well, Folakemi Fatugbe, a double entrepreneur, a pioneer director of risk management at Nigeria's Central Bank, joins me on the program today. So prior to your joining the central bank in 2009, I'm trying to, chart the journey or your journey to where you are today. What caught my attention was that there was no risk management department in the Central Bank of Nigeria at that time. Were you surprised?
No, I wasn't surprised actually, because the central bank operates in a developing country, and even the most developed economies and countries like the UK, the USA, risk management only really came into its own after there was a crisis. And at that time, because I remember when I started out in risk management, you wouldn't even find chief risk officers. Risk management reported into finance. So you would not find a chief risk officer in an institution, and even where you did, such a person reported into the director of finance. It was when we came up with Basel II that there was a serious push, and even Basel I, which are regulatory rules, which made it gave banks and the financial sector that sort of incentive to actually start pushing, and it's a capital incentive largely, to get their acts together, control the risks that they face by having a strong risk team. So I came in from the UK, and in the UK too, risk management had only started coming into its own maybe 5-10 years earlier. So Nigeria would, like in many African or developing economies, would lag what happens in the West. So I wasn't surprised, but the thinking was already there. They had done some work and had already concluded that a centralized risk function was needed. But the fact that there was not a centralized risk function does not actually mean that risks were not managed. They were just managed in silos. But what a risk team does, a centralized risk team, is to bring all the risks together so that there's that uniform understanding and have a holistic 360 degrees view of risk and the impact that they could have on an organization or an area of business should that risk actually materialize.
Okay, so that brings me to the next question. What is risk management anyway? I mean, I'm thinking logically, it means managing risk that may happen.
Absolutely.
And it could happen in any sphere of life. But why is it necessary to incorporate risk into, say, banking or even at the central bank?
Yes, I guess it's important for many reasons. And to just keep the language simple, risk management is about the management of threats to an entity, a country's, a family's existence. What are the threats that would stop an entity, an individual, an organization from achieving its objectives and to be financially viable? So it's more advanced in the financial sector, but now we're seeing it broaden. We've actually even seen that since the COVID pandemic, that some countries are actually even thinking of having chief risk officers, because the management of COVID was a threat that materialized. And I'll give you another example actually before I go into the COVID details. There were two, and I'll talk about two earthquakes that occurred in the year 2010. It occurred, both countries had earthquakes. One was Haiti, and then the other one was Chile. Now, in Haiti, when it happened in January, and their earthquake was about 7.7 on the scale, the Richter scale, yes. But they lost over 250,000 people in that shock earthquake. A few months later, not even a few months, I think it was on 27th of February actually, Chile also had an earthquake. Theirs was actually much more powerful. It was so powerful, it was actually deemed to be the 5th most powerful earthquake in the world.
In history?
Yes, in history. And it was actually meant to have actually affected the axis of the earth. And it was meant to also have shortened the day slightly because of that movement of the earth's axis. But in that earthquake, they said about only 500 people died. And that was because a few decades earlier, Chile had seen a very strong, powerful earthquake, which was the worst in the world. And because of that, the people were had been trained, they had imbibed a risk culture of disaster management. Disaster management is one of the areas of risk management. So people knew what to do in the event of an earthquake. Even the buildings, the way they built their buildings, incorporated the learnings from the first earthquake. So when it happened, they were ready. It's like when the pandemic happened at the central bank, we were also ready because we'd already done a lot of work in business continuity and disaster management. So we knew how many people we needed in the building to manage operations, to keep it running. We knew in which teams we needed them. We knew also how we could assist our people in working remotely. So at the time it happened and we knew we needed to shut down, we knew we could continue to provide our essential and critical services to the Nigerian economy and people.
So risk exists in all spheres of life. I mean, you've said that much now. So give me an idea of what would happen if there was no risk management at the central bank.
I guess we've passed that stage, but for example, we can look at what happened with the COVID crisis that I just mentioned, the COVID pandemic. If we hadn't done all that work to actually know which were the mandate critical areas where we needed people to actually man operations, and if we hadn't made sure that they were all equipped and other, maybe not so essential staff, but some other key staff were able to key in and do their work, it would have been, there'd have been a bit of confusion. But we were able to go in as a team to our board of governors and say, advise them that, look, we need so many people to man our critical operations. these are the people, they sit within these departments, and this is how we can do it. So we were able to continue our operations. If we weren't able to continue our operations, it would have, number one, the two most important things that give confidence in an economy are your security and your economic management team.
Yeah.
So imagine if the central bank was not able to continue its operations. It doesn't give a confidence to the economy. We wouldn't have been able to do our job and set a good example to the industry as a whole.
Yes.
So, and it could have had an impact on our currency as well. So the fact that we were able to do what we did seamlessly is, it's due to the fact that the bank as a whole was able to manage that particular risk, which is to the credit of all the staff of the bank, because we all worked as one.
Yes. Earlier on you talked about how this idea of risk management is kind of new, even in developed countries. Yet you are the CEO of the Risking Lab. Yes. So that tells me that risk, as I said earlier, cuts across all spheres. So why would you advise them to consider risk management in their business?
The way I practice risk management, the way I advocate it, is risk management is about managing your opportunities, the risk to your opportunities.
Yes.
So to be in business, you're out there to achieve a business objective, an economic objective. And in the path to achieving that economic objective will be fraught with risks and threats. So to be able to manage those threats and mitigate the risks that may affect your ability to actually achieve your business objectives, you need to manage the risk. If you don't manage them, a business can be taken out financially, taken out in terms of its processes, taken out in terms of the key individuals. Businesses are not in business in silos or they're in business to achieve an objective, be it economic, be it social objective, but the objectives that they are out there to achieve, and they must maximize their ability to achieve those objectives. So this is where risk management comes in. And it comes in both the private sector and the public sector. And one of the reasons why I established the Risking Lab is because when I look at the terrain in Nigeria, you alluded to it earlier. Nigeria is an economy that's always been dependent on oil. The quote of mine that you mentioned earlier, you quoted what I said on
the many opportunities presented.
Yes, there are many opportunities presented, but at the end of the day, the economy is very dependent on oil. We have a huge youth population, and we need to generate more jobs. And to generate more jobs, we need businesses to be able to scale up, to be successful in managing their risks, and therefore achieving their objectives and their access and ability to leverage the opportunities that are present in the economy and in the globe. I think one of the things that have come out of the COVID pandemic and the management of it is that the world has gone increasingly digital, and as a result, we've also seen that supply chains there's been a shift in supply chains. So it means for example, it means that I can produce something in Nigeria and I can have access to markets that I may not have had access to without having either very deep pockets or an extensive foreign network. Now I can reach out to entities, global companies, and I can supply into them without having huge pockets, hugely deep pockets, or knowing people. And also what we're seeing as well out of the pandemic is that there's an increase in remote working, which in itself can assist us in generating foreign exchange in Nigeria, because what could happen and what we're seeing is that people can work in Nigeria, be situated in Nigeria, and actually generate income from jobs working remotely with companies overseas.
Yes.
And that's happening right now.
Right now. All right. So you've also been described to me as a risk and opportunity management banker turned entrepreneur. So, opportunity management, what is that? I'm trying to get a sense of what opportunity management will be. I was reading, researching you. Someone said it's like Ivory Coast, which is the highest exporter of cocoa in the world, the 33% of the cocoa they export, but has 0 chocolate factories. And Nigeria is the 4th largest exporter of cocoa, and we also, don't have chocolate factories. So logically, I suppose it means managing one's opportunity properly. Am I right?
Yes. It means that whatever opportunities there are, any business typically, one of the things we were taught in business school and just in management is to do a SWOT analysis. And that's an analysis of an organization's strengths, weaknesses, the opportunities that present themselves, and the threats to those opportunities. And businesses are in business, whether they're social entrepreneurs or real economy entrepreneurs, profit maximizers, is to achieve something. And the way we manage opportunities is something that I believe we can do much more with. You see, I always say that Nigeria has no business being the poverty capital of the world.
Yes.
Nigeria has a huge youth population. I was reading a few, I think last year, about there's a competition that Jack Ma, the Alibaba entrepreneur, the billionaire, he does a competition, a global competition for entrepreneurs. And this one, I think, was Africa focused. And of the 50 finalists, 12 of them were Nigerians. So what I see is that Nigeria has a huge population of young people. Nigeria is also huge on ideas. Nigeria is huge on grit. The climate is not the easiest climate to operate within, but there are opportunities. Which Nigerian exports are doing the best? I love to travel, and when I travel, I always engage people where I go. First of all, people were talking about our movies, our films. You go anywhere in Africa, anywhere in the world, people talk to you about Nollywood. And I was like, really? So we're really doing this quite well. First of all was our films, then it was our music.
Yes.
And I mean, we've seen it. We're winning Grammys now. We're breaking records. There are people, that I'm sure we would never have international music stars that we would never have dreamed of are literally lining up to do collaborations with our people. We've seen it with Wizkid, with Burna Boy, Davido. The other day I was seeing Davido on stage with Usher. These are big things, and it's no longer unequal partnerships. Our people are being sought out. So we've had, so first of all we had film, then we had music. Now we can leverage what's happening in those two spaces by following it with our fashion and also our invisibles, i.e. our other talent. Our talent in coding, our talent in IT, our talents in finance. So we can leverage all that and take us out of this rut of being the poverty capital of the world. So I'm not one that believes in lamenting and lamenting, because lamenting just depresses you and it doesn't take you forward and it doesn't create jobs. So regardless of the harshness of our environment, I believe that there are things that can be done. And it's because I think there are opportunities to have impact and to create jobs.
Join us again after the break. So I know that you will be at London Africa Fashion Week. Is that your first catwalk ever?
Well, we did one in about a year or two ago, but that one we just did just to showcase our name.
Yes.
And you know, people wanted to buy pieces, but because I hadn't left the central bank, we were not.
You
doing
didn't want to be seen to be doing business.
Yes, not even be seen, but I just didn't want anything. I wanted everything to be clean.
Did you have formal training in fashion?
No, I'm able to draw, I'm able to conceptualize. I can see something and I can be like, oh, you know, like my book, I have a drawing book.
Yes.
And you can see how I draw something and then explain it to a tailor.
Yes.
And make sure that he gets it right. So I haven't had any training. But
So
from
you actually
school,
draw the design?
Oh, I do. I can't sew, I can't cut, but what I can do is I can draw, and I know which fabrics, I know how to.
And you have the eye for the detail.
Oh yes, I have a very strong eye for detail. That's one thing that cuts across my business risk side and the fashion side. And people think, oh, you know, you can't be left-brained and right-brained. I am. You know, I'm strong on risk management, analytics, and all of that.
But you're strong on fashion as well.
Yes, I'm fashion. I've written a book. I'm also into photography. It's another passion. So, yeah, and so it's about being comfortable in yourself and wanting to die empty.
Yes.
Having all the gifts that have been given to one
and harnessing all
to
the
harness
gifts.
everything
Yes.
to the benefit of my generation and the generations coming after me.
So someone said to me, you were a role model, and I agree. So I want you to speak now with parents who are raising girls. What advice would you give parents watching us now, especially Nigerian parents?
I think one of the first things is that girls shouldn't put themselves under unnecessary pressure. They should be confident in their own skin, whether they're dark, whether they're tall, whether they're light, whether they're fat, whether they're skinny. It really doesn't matter. I think it's to be confident in your own skin. That's one thing that's very important.
Yes.
Number two is to actually be very focused. Be very focused. Do well in school. Do the best that you can be at school. Because
school is important.
School is important. You know, my daughter is very keen on fashion. She's quite talented as well. She's a strong creative, but she's studying economics at the moment.
Wow.
And why she's studying economics is because the reality of life is that we women, we go to where our husbands are. That's one. But even also quite importantly, for every career, anything you do, and risk management teaches that.
Yes.
For every plan A, have a plan B and a plan C. I think that's very important. So in the event that for whatever reason, fashion doesn't work out, she can fall back on her degree in economics and work in a World Bank or in a central bank or in another bank or United Nations.
Yes.
So just give yourself options in life. I think that's very important. And number three is that there's no path in life. You can do anything, you know, anything that you want to do. And whichever decision you make today,
yes.
I think a lot of people put themselves under pressure and believe that, oh, if I don't make the right decision today, it could be the end of my life, that it's over. It's not over. You know, you can study chemistry in school. I studied communication arts. I started out studying geophysics, and I did it at preliminary level because my father wanted me to do sciences.
Yes.
My father was a quantity surveyor, and he felt that the best thing for his first child to do was to be an architect.
Yes.
You know, but my head, I'm good at mathematics, but I was crap at calculus. So anywhere I saw calculus, I failed it.
Yes.
Because my logical brain didn't understand the logic. I never got the logic of calculus. So the point I'm making is, so I started out doing that. I changed to communication arts.
Which is like the opposite end.
Total opposites. Because I just went somewhere where they would take me in so I could just finish my degree.
Yes.
I did that. And I went back. And my mother even told me then that, oh, don't mind my father, don't worry. At the end of the day, the architect, the engineer, they all go and kneel down and beg the bank manager for money. Because I decided I was going to go into banking.
Yes.
And when I went into banking, it was public relations because I did communication arts. And I made up my mind, no, I don't want to be put in any pigeonhole. I want to have as broad a career as possible. So I went to do an MBA in finance and international business in Cardiff. So my point, back to the point, is that, look, whatever path you are on, you still have choices to choose what you want to do and who you want to be in life. Another thing that I think is very important is that parents shouldn't, put their children under too much pressure. When they fail, everybody fails. Barack Obama failed to become a state rep.
Yes.
In Chicago.
In Chicago, yes.
But you know what he did? He failed forward. He went back, dusted himself up, and became president. So in life, there will be many disappointments. And we need to be able to manage failure and to move forward.
That's critical. Manage failure.
Yes, manage failure. Because there are all these things, they don't teach us these at school.
They don't.
And through our journey through life, you may have difficulties with your children, difficulties with your husband, difficult bosses, but we must be able to move forward, to fail forward, to be able to manage these difficult situations. And it's that resilience that we also need to teach our children. And then the last thing I would say to parents with girls is that they must learn to dress the way they want to be addressed. If you go into a formal setting, you can't go into a bank and be wearing clothes that expose cleavage.
Yes.
It doesn't add up.
Skimpy
it
clothes.
Doesn't work. Skimpy clothes. There's a time and place for everything. So the way you present yourself is so important. And then finally is prepare. Whatever you do, I remember I would have meetings, and sometimes you'll be in a meeting. And being a woman, it happens. People, and if you're fashionable, if you're, people may think, oh, you're an egghead.
Yes.
And some people may want to even, as a woman, show you up.
Yes.
The best answer is always your deliverables. Let your deliverables speak for you. And that's what I've always said, and what I've always said to all my female staff. And for your deliverables to speak for you, attention to detail, a culture of excellence, and a culture of preparation. I will go into meetings prepared. There's no question, from the most obscure points that you throw at me, I'll be able to answer it.
Yes.
So it's about preparation, and confidence.
Do you find, though, that today's generation of children, or today's generation, don't prepare enough? I find a lot of rambling. People thinking they'll get by without really putting in the hard slog that things need. Is that your experience too? Now that you're an entrepreneur, you're dealing with employees and different kinds of people in your day-to-day life and your work. How do you deal with that? How are you coping with that? Is this something that is a challenge for
yes,
you?
It's a big challenge, I have to say. Most people that you come across in the job market today, and when people criticize governments and they say this about governments, and but what are you doing in your own space?
Yes.
And what I find is that yes, there isn't a culture of excellence. People will give you things, pieces of work that are totally below par, totally not presentable, and it's clear that they've not put effort into it. The work ethic in Nigeria is not what it needs to be to take us out of poverty.
Yes.
I remember my boss then would say, he told someone, he didn't tell me, that I'm one person that I can give him a piece of work do a report and he will not need to read it.
Yes.
He can present it.
Without reading.
Without reading, knowing that I would have done an excellent job. And what I say to people, and I say to my own children, because I have a 23-year-old and a 20-year-old,
Yes.
don't bring your boss problems, bring solutions.
Yes.
Risk management typically is about highlighting the risks, highlighting the threats, highlighting the problems.
But
so some people say
providing the solution.
No, typically it's not. That's not been the culture.
Right.
It's about building the frameworks that would allow you to identify the risk, manage the risk, control the risk. But how about the other side? Because with every risk, there's an opportunity.
Yes.
So that's why the way I practice risk management, I will not present a risk without presenting a recommendation concerning an opportunity. Minimize the risk, maximize the opportunity. So that's why I've always spoken about, even on my LinkedIn profile, for years it said risk and opportunity management professional. It was only recently at a risk conference, that they hired somebody from overseas, from Japan or somewhere, and he was talking about opportunity management. And I'm like, oh, really?
It's a thing
That's
now.
Nice. It's a thing now.
Yes.
But sometimes a prophet is not appreciated in his homeland.
Yes.
We like to hear these from foreigners.
Yes.
Before we take them seriously.
Join us again after the break. Right, welcome back. Now, in this risk management, you speak of three major benefits for companies or people that incorporate it into their business. You talk about improved business performance, stronger financial sector, and tangible contributions to economic development or growth. So talk us through those three.
Why risk management is important and how it can result in improved business performance is that it helps to an organization to understand its risk, the risk that it faces. And in understanding the risk, you therefore try your best to identify the risks that you face. You then try to manage them and try to control them. The ones that could have a negative impact on one's business. So in doing that, you're able to maximize and leverage opportunities. And when I say maximize opportunities, that means to derive the most benefit from the opportunities that you
In
choose.
other words, problems will happen.
Yes.
But when you're giving lemons, you make lemonade, is what you're saying.
Exactly. And you're able to make the lemonade to a good quality and a good quantity, economically viable quantity.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, and the second one was stronger financial sector and tangible contribution to economic growth.
Yeah, a stronger financial sector is the same, really. It's the same as the first. Because if your institutions, your financial sector is strong and resilient, risk management helps in resilience. It helps build resilience because it basically all the gaps to performance, all the potential lapses in performance via which would occur by either weaknesses in your controls or weaknesses in your strategy. All those would have been considered under your risk management framework. And, so in doing that and making sure that all the players within the financial sector manage their risks properly, it strengthens the sector. A strong financial sector is very important to the economy of any country because they help to lend money, they support business, they employ labor as well, and so it's in our national interest to have a strong financial sector. So that's how risk management helps build a strong financial sector. In terms of an economy, it's literally the same thing. Risk management, like I said, I mentioned the two countries, Chile and Haiti. So it's what we see or what we saw from that was that Chile was able to preserve the lives of protect the lives and assets of its citizens. So when a country gets its risk management right, and it's also, you build a risk culture, because it's also about building a risk culture. Chile had a risk culture, Haiti did not have a risk culture. So, and it's important for a country like Nigeria, because we all know, even within companies, that resources are not ad infinitum. There's a limit to the resources available. We've seen that in Nigeria, and that's why the government has had to borrow so much money. And borrowing comes at a cost. There was some analysis that I saw the other week that showed that our interest payments on our liabilities, on our borrowings, is seriously biting into the revenue that the government generates. That's available to pay for infrastructure, pay civil servant salaries, pay for health infrastructure, etc. So it's very important. Risk management helps to maximize whatever resources that you have, to maximize their economic value by preventing loss. That's essentially
key. Preventing loss. And so that means that we can apply to every facet of our lives. If you're running a business today, rather than wait till the problems come and you panic, if you can think of the risks that come with your business, then you can prepare towards handling all those problems when they arise.
Yes, absolutely. Because also, sometimes in our journey through life or through business, you may set out to do A and B, but something may just come up, either when you do your pest analysis, either via the politics, via the economics, via science, via technology, that can just take you out of business if your business is not nimble. Like for me, so I've started with the Risking Lab and my clothing brand, Oyato. But I also see that, Oyato is high-end, it's been well received. We're also going to be at the Africa Fashion Week London, and we're closing the catwalk. But I've also seen, given the devaluation or the depreciation that we've seen in the Naira, I've advised people that we also need to improve our foreign income generation. So I'm looking at ways, and that's the third business that I'm going to do, or the third facet of Oyato, is to come up with something that will also generate foreign earnings whilst creating jobs here, because I'm very, very particular about job creation in Nigeria.
Is that a throwback from your days in the CBN?
No, it's what actually brought me to Nigeria. Because I've always been passionate about Nigeria. I've been passionate about the economy. I've been passionate about politics. I've always been told that I should go into politics because I've been studying politics and, been a very keen political observer for many, many decades now. But I'm not interested in being a politician. I've always taken the view that not all of us can affect or impact our generation via politics, but we can use the technical skills that we have, the education that we have for the common good of our people. That's the stance I have taken. So that's why I'm in business in Nigeria, and I haven't gone back to the UK.
To the UK. All right, so thank God you've talked about politics now. You're proudly Yoruba, proudly Ekiti State. You are a director of Fountain Holdings Limited, the investment arm of Ekiti State government. I was surprised. I didn't know that state governments actually invest as an entity until I saw that. So what does Fountain do, for instance? Look for business for Ekiti State? Is that what it does?
What it is, essentially, Ekiti has a number of assets. And what we seek to do is to maximize those assets, to maximize the returns from those assets to the benefit of the good people of Ekiti State. So that has been what we have done during this tenure, but that is not to say that we will not also seek alternative uses for the assets that we have, for example, and we have a number of assets. We have assets in, there's Ekiti House in Abuja, which is in a prime location. We have property in Lagos. We have property in Ekiti. We have factories in Ekiti. We have Ire Bricks. There's Ikogosi Warm Springs, which is a tourist destination. So we have quite a few things. But the whole idea is to maximize their commercial return, which will be of benefit to the IGR, the internally generated revenue of Ekiti State. And then obviously, we as resources allow, we would like to be more opportunistic as well and actually seek other assets or other means of generating income that would be to the benefit of our people.
And you speak so well like a politician, you know. I'm surprised you don't, you're not considering a career in politics. Senator Fatugbe or Governor Fatugbe sounds about right, you know.
Yeah, there was a standing joke here, and a neighbor of mine actually said, "Oh, why don't you run for governor in your state?" I said, "Well, if you can get more than 5 people, if you can count my supporters on more than your 2 hands, then come back to me." No, I'm not interested. I will always remain a keen political observer because I have an interest in seeing good governance and seeing people that can come into political office that are sincere and that will actually impact positively the lives of our people.
Would you consider political appointment though? You know, now you've left Central Bank, you're still a director with Ekiti State. Federal appointment, you know, Minister for Finance, for instance, CBN Governor. Why not?
Right now, I'm really focused on my entrepreneurial things. I was once speaking to a governor who was saying, "Oh, would you not want to join a cabinet or do something?" And when I presented the Risky Lab to him, he agreed with me that actually, if you start the Risky Lab and you do it properly, you would have major socio-economic impact. So for me, it's about impact. It is what will allow me have impact? What would allow me empty myself for the benefit of...
To have the greatest
impact on my people, and my people are Nigerians, on our economy. You don't know how upset I am by the fact that Nigeria is the poverty capital of the world. We have no business being there. We have been gifted as a people, we've been gifted as a country. You know, we need to change that narrative.
And you're an author. I've just seen your book, Inspiring a Generation, and that photograph on the book looks to me like former President of the United States, Barack Obama, and his wife, Michelle. Why the choice of the Obamas on your book?
Because I wrote it at a time in my life when I was going through 1 or 2 issues, and I needed inspiration. And I'm someone that's very big on inspiration and on making sure that one doesn't stay in a hole, you know, that whatever challenge we have, I'm big on turning lemons into lemonade. So I was going through that challenge and I realized I needed inspiration, and I read a lot, and like I said, I'm a keen political observer. So I was observing I was in the UK at the time, and I was observing what was happening across the pond, as we call it. And I saw, and I started following Barack Obama, what he was doing, and I was so inspired. And you know, I followed him so closely. In the end, I was so inspired to the point that I decided to write a book about it, because I was actually fascinated by the way he ran his campaign,
and he emerged.
He came as a rank outsider that was totally ignored, and he was ignored, you know, underestimated, and I found underestimation to be a very, very powerful weapon.
It can be very positive when you're underrated all the time.
I love it.
Yes.
I love underestimation.
Yes.
So he was underestimated, and you know, he didn't have the money to run the campaign, but you know, he was the first one that started this whole like crowdfunding thing, and before they knew it, he had amassed more money than had been seen in any other presidential campaign.
Yes.
And you know, and by the time they noticed him, it was too late to stop him.
Yes. That book is available, sold everywhere?
Yes, it's not sold everywhere because I decided to just sort of keep it not widely circulated at the time because I was a central bank and obviously very, very busy.
Yes.
But I know people have used it for training, training boards, training their staff. I've gone to places where I've delivered speeches on it.
Yes.
It's essentially a leadership book, a leadership motivational book woven around the political campaigns of President Barack Obama.
Right. Okay, so you've talked about Oyato, that's the fashion bit, because preparing for this, I thought from finance to fashion, the only thing they both have in common is the letter F. But I assume that your passion for fashion would have taken a back seat all the years that you were in banking, the Bank of England, the Central Bank of Nigeria, and possibly now that you're retired, I hate to use the word retired because you look so young.
I was going to say that. I'm not, I always reject that title of retired.
Yes.
I came to the end of my tenure. I'm not retired.
Because when you talk about retirement, you expect to see a really old person, but you're vibrant and all that. So, was it difficult subsuming this fashion passion while you were at the CBN, or did you embrace it, attending meetings, you know, in high fashion, you know, sort of giving fillip to that thing in you?
Yeah. By Nigerian public sector rules state that you cannot do anything else apart from farming and your public sector role.
Yes.
Which honestly I have serious question marks about because I feel we can increase the productivity of our GDP and GDP per capita if we were to be a bit more liberal in its application, as long as there's no conflict of interest.
Yes.
So yes, when I was at CBN, I did, but what I didn't do Oyato. I just, you know, I thought about it. I was towards the end. I started designing. I designed. A friend of mine reminded me, but don't you remember when we were in uni that used to design our ball gowns?
Yeah.
I had actually forgotten about that. But one of the things I did was I gave myself creative expression. And what I did, Ankara in the public sector is a thing that you only do on Friday.
Right.
And that's when people come in their beautiful outfits and you think you're attending a political meeting of sorts because of the way. And our traditional attire is actually very beautiful.
Yes.
But what I then decided to do is when I started making clothes, I had this view that, you know, what's stopping Ankara from coming into the boardroom?
Yes.
You know, that why not? So I would make Ankara dress suits and make a point of wearing them to meetings. And, you know, it's a way of expression, but it also shows the versatility of Ankara, and some of these are traditional fabrics.
Yes.
And, you know, no one ever said, oh, why are you wearing this? Or,
it's not professional.
Because I think sometimes we need to use not only our vocal voices, but we can use our physical voices to express and show that, look, we can do this, to showcase opportunities. And I'm actually looking forward to the day that it will be announced, because I know there was some movement about it when I was at CBN, to say that we can use traditional fabrics to make corporate wear. Because, and I'll show you some pictures later.
Yes.
You know, they were always, and I'd wear them internationally. I remember when we had Fountain Holdings, we went into one of our farms and we went to one of our dams with the state governor Even my swearing in at Fountain Holdings, I wore an Ankara dress suit.
Yes.
You know, why not? So yes, I sort of suppressed it in terms of not doing anything commercial, but I did wear my clothes.
Yes. Yeah. So I couldn't let you go without talking about the story of how you landed at the CBN. There are many stories out there about how you were headhunted. So you have to tell us, you know, how, you know, all the companies you worked with in England, you ended up at the Bank of England, and then suddenly you're at the central bank.
Okay, it's quite, yes, I've heard all sorts of stories, even from my cousins, you know, it's quite interesting. But what happened was, I was in the UK, I was working, and I was also working as an entrepreneur. I was doing this multi-million-pound house. But we came home from my father's funeral, and my young son was the last person on the stage. And I realized that, and they love Nigeria. So I realized that keeping them in England, that these my children actually love Nigeria.
Yes.
We had a fantastic lifestyle in the UK, big house, beautiful area, and everything. And I thought, maybe we should consider coming back to Nigeria.
Yes.
And some of my friends that had relocated. One of them is a Gambian, had come to be a partner at Deloitte.
Yes.
And he had also said to me, you know, your skills are needed in Nigeria. And so I kept on getting that message. And so I said one day, I said to him, this is my friend, Alpha. He's the Gambian guy that was at Deloitte. I said to him, okay, I'll consider it. What's available? So he sent me to jobs immediately. And then I spoke to another Egmo. I'd helped him set up Phillips Consulting in the UK at that time. And so I sent him my CV. I said, oh, Egmont, look, I'm fully sure, Egmont Phillips, yes. And I said to him, oh, I think I'm going to consider coming back to Nigeria. So he sent out my CV and got great responses very quickly.
Yes.
And then he said to me, oh, but would you consider Nigeria, the Central Bank of Nigeria? And I'm like, no, that's a really old and fuddy-duddy institution. That was my attitude, because it was civil service or public sector, and I wanted, you know, something a bit more fast-paced, a bit more. And he said, oh, no, don't look at it like that. The new central bank, there's a new governor, and he's quite good, you know. And he said, oh, he's done an interview for the Financial Times. Read it. So I read it. And I'm like, because you remember what I said about using my skills for the development, and his emphasis on central banking was not about inflation management, but it was about development. So that caught me, that really caught my attention.
Yes.
So I'm like, okay. Then a friend of mine came to visit me in the UK as well. Not visit me, but he came to my house. OZ Giwamu, he died a few months ago, very sad.
Yes.
And so I told him, he said, but why would you want to give up this lifestyle and go back to Nigeria? I said, I think it's time. So I said, okay, here's his number, reach out to him. And that's how I sent him a message and introduced myself. And he said, okay, whenever you're in Nigeria, come see me. I'd gone to see Mrs. Bola Adeshola, who's a good Egbo of mine, and she just called him up, said, oh, there's a lady that wants to see you. She's my good Egbo. So she just called him up. So next day I was on a flight to Abuja, saw him, had a great conversation, and it was in the heat of the global financial crisis. I took a book on the global financial crisis to him, loved the book, so had an interview. At the end of it, I said, okay, before we seal this, which football team do you support? And he said Arsenal.
And that was it.
That was it.
It's been wonderful speaking with you for an hour. You know, you really educated us about risk management and everything. It's been interesting. I think the person that recommended me to speak with you was right. You are a role model.
Thank you. Thank you.
And thank you for spending an hour with me today.
No, it's been my pleasure. It's been quite enjoyable.
Thank you thank you for watching. I'm Angela Ajetumobi.
Reading is an essential habit and a culture that must be developed. Nigerians are generally believed to have a poor reading culture. The role of government in promoting reading and equipping reading spaces and libraries in Nigeria cannot be underestimated. But first, we must look at the development of reading habits from the home and the role parents play in encouraging their children.
My parents, my mom used to be a teacher, so reading was obviously part of a curriculum. And then my father used to be a professor and is an author. So I started reading very, very early, and I started reading books that were higher than my age grade. I was reading African Writer series from age 7, age 8, and reading encyclopedias by that time. So obviously my parents had a huge part and encouraged that in me.
In the Nigerian book market, there's a high influx of foreign authors writing for children, but very few Nigerian authors telling relatable, homegrown Nigerian stories.
If you start out reading stories even to your baby, even before they're 1, and then as they get older, buy appropriate materials that are colorful, with easy to read words, and read with them. I think that helps.
Adedotun Enyade, a co-founder of Robin Heights, a leading bookstore in Nigeria, has tips for Nigerian authors and how they can improve on their work and get into the hearts of readers.
The story has to be good, right? If you're writing, whatever you're writing, if you're writing fiction, if you're writing non-fiction, it has to be really, really compelling, one. Next thing would be in terms of the packaging, right? People have gone past the era where you just take your books with just about any printer to print for you. I think, publishers, self-published authors as well, they need to invest in ensuring that the quality of the book, the final output is one that would, stack up with any book, published, elsewhere in the world. So that's really important. Then I think, what would be the most important tip for me to them would be just, they need to invest in marketing.
The book business, like any other business, is challenging.
If you ask anyone who's running the business in Nigeria, they will tell you capital, of course, right? Book selling is also, as with any other business, is also quite capital intensive. Getting to pay your rent, getting to actually buy the books and stock up your shelves when you have them. Hiring good people requires decent amount of capital. So I would say it's getting the startup funds to set up something, and then if you're looking to do it at scale like we're hoping to do, then it also requires you raising funding, which isn't readily available in commercial banks, right? I don't think a bank would say they want to give you a loan to set up a bookstore. They probably will be skeptical about the number of people who read. So for us, I think it's just I would say capital is at the top of the totem pole.
It is commendable that certain individuals and organizations are making concerted efforts to revive the reading culture in the country. The government should also redesign the school curriculum to incorporate more reading activities in primary and secondary schools.
On Plus TV News now, Queen Elizabeth II's coffin arrives at Edinburgh Palace. US declares Nigerian wanted. Suspect faces 621 years in prison. South Africa mine dam wall collapses, kills 1, injures 40. Good evening. I am Maureen Minong-Wezigwe, and this is the news now. An unspecified number of police operatives have been reportedly killed at Enugu community in Njikoka local government area, Anambra State, as unidentified gunmen attacked the convoy of Senator Ifeanyi Ubah. Eyewitnesses say the gunman opened fire on the convoy and police operatives in the convoy responded. The gunman may allegedly have been after the senator, but there is no evidence to prove this. The spokesperson of the State Police Command, DSP Tochukwu Ikenga, confirmed that there was an attack on men of the command at Enugu, but insisted that the casualty figure remained unknown. The Federal Bureau of Investigation, the FBI, has declared a Nigerian-based fraudster, Chidozie Collins Obasi, wanted for defrauding the New York government of more than $30 million. According to a statement from the U.S. Attorney's Office, the United States Attorney Jacqueline C. Ramiro announced that 29-year-old Chidozie Collins Obasi was charged by indictment with 1 count of conspiracy to commit mail and wire fraud, 6 counts of mail fraud, and 16 counts of wire fraud. All this stemmed from a complicated, evolving fraud scheme that initially targeted Americans through a spam email campaign offering illegitimate work from home jobs. And then during the COVID-19 pandemic, shifted to targeting U.S. hospitals and medical systems by offering non-existent ventilators for sale beginning in March 2020. Justice M. Soli of Edo State High Court, sitting in Benin City, has convicted and sentenced the duo of Nnamdi Sio Joseph Duru and Israel Oluwaseun Ayomoni to 8 years imprisonment for internet-related fraud. Duru and Ayomoni were convicted after pleading guilty to 1 count separate charge, bordering on retention of proceeds of criminal conduct and possession of documents containing false pretense upon their arraignment by the Benin Zonal Command of the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, the EFCC. Based on their pleas, Prosecution Counsel K.Y. Bello prayed the court to convict and sentence them accordingly. However, counsel to the defendants, Pascal Bome and Osaro Uyi, prayed the court to temper justice with mercy as the defendants had shown remorse for their actions. Justice Isoli convicted the sentenced Duru to 5 years imprisonment with an option of fine of 500,000 naira, while Ayomoni bagged 3 years imprisonment or a fine of 200,000 naira. A Brazilian returnee and father of 2, Okolie Paulinus Nwabwezi, has been arrested at Nnamdi Azikiwe International Airport, Abuja, by operatives of the National Drug Law Enforcement Agency, the NDLEA, for importing 92 wraps of cocaine, which he ingested and eventually excreted after days under observation in the agency's facility. The 53-year-old trafficker, who hails from Umaku village, Agu local government area of Enugu State, was arrested on Friday, 2nd of September, upon his arrival on Qatar Airline flight en route Brazil-Doha, Abuja. He claimed to have left Nigeria to Mozambique in 2004 and finally relocated to Brazil in 2017, where he obtained a residence permit before deciding to import the illicit substance for a $4,000 fee. Chairman, Chief Executive of the NDLEA, retired Brigadier General Mohammed Buba Marwa, in his reaction to the arrests and seizures, commended the officers and men in Kano, Kogi, Edo, Ondo, and Gombe commands for their resilience. Police operatives attached to the IGP Special Task Force on Petroleum and Illegal Bunkering have successfully busted an illegal petroleum refining operation in Edo State. This followed the interception of intelligence on activities of an alleged illicit petroleum products refining syndicate operating adjacent to Agbo Junction, Benin City, Edo State. Force Public Relations Officer Muyiwa Adejobi in a statement said 3 empty trucks, 31 immobile surface tanks, 7 of which were loaded with unspecified quantity of petroleum products, were discovered by the police. 2 suspects, Chinedu Nyanabo and Sunday Ayagbasun, were arrested during the raid, which revealed the site was also used as a dump site of petroleum products. The federal government has disclosed that huge crude oil theft in the country is causing a substantial loss in production and revenue, just as security personnel have been alleged to be part of the problem. And in Rivers State, where the situation seems to be worse, the Rivers State Command of the Nigeria Security and Civil Defense Corps says it will continue to levy war against oil theft and economic sabotage by elements who are bent on undermining the economic growth of the country. Details in this report.
The commandant of the NSCDC Rivers State Command, Michael Oga, said this when he paraded 3 suspects arrested with 1 large wooden boat and 2 vehicles laden with illegal refined petroleum products. He informed that the NSCDC Rivers State Command's Marine and Land Patrol team arrested the suspects and impounded the said items following the dissolution and reconstitution of the anti-vandal units of the Corps across the Federation. He relayed that the suspects loaded the illegally refined petroleum products in cellophane bags and concealed them in sack bags.
Because of information and intelligence gathering, that's why we were able to apprehend this very boat. You can see the way the thing is sealed under. Probably nobody will know. About 24,000 liters. Okay. Those who are involved should stop. They should repent. They should change their business. Or they should relocate to where it's going to be safer for them. But as far as Rivers is concerned, no place is safe for them to hide.
Commandant Oga, while issuing a stern warning to those milking the economy of the nation through oil theft and illegal bunkering activities, urged them to relocate from Rivers State, declaring that as the new sheriff in town, he will not compromise nor leave any stone unturned in dealing with them. He also charged the newly constituted state anti-vandal team to scale up their game in the war against crude oil theft and pipeline vandalism.
Anybody who is involved in conniving with the bunkers by involving into extortion will never be tolerated. I shall ensure that anybody who is involved in criminality or to connive with criminals to connive and encourage bunkers, the long arm of the law shall catch with you.
The Rivers State NSCDC boss affirmed that the suspects will have their time in court, appealing to the public to provide the command with credible and actionable intelligence that will enable the command clamp down on oil thieves in the state.
Unknown gunmen have attacked the Kunga community close to Yelwanzangam in Plateau State, injuring 2 people in the process. It was learned that the gunmen attacked the community located along the Bochi Road in Jos Metropolis around 12 a.m. in the early hours of Sunday. Plateau State Police DSP Alfred Alabo, who confirmed the incident, said officers of the Nigerian Police Force prevented the gunmen from kidnapping residents, adding that calm has been restored to the area. Operatives of the Kaduna State Police Command have rescued 3 kidnapped victims in 2 different locations and recovered arms, ammunition, vehicle and a motorcycle. Spokesperson of the Police Command DSP Mohammed Jalige in a statement said firearms and ammunition as well as operational vehicles and motorcycles were also recovered by the command's operatives. The accomplished feats were against the backdrop of a complaint received on 4th of September 2022 that one Yusufu Abdullahi Abubakar of Dorayi village in Kano State has been kidnapped on same date at Barde village in Ikara local government area of Kaduna State, and the abductors were demanding for the sum of 50 million naira ransom. Anambra State Police Command has arrested 6 suspects for attacking security operatives on duty during the aborted New Yam celebration. The command on Sunday said that the suspects were led by one Ngokoye, adding that they have been transferred to the State Criminal Investigations Department for further questioning. A statement in Oka by the State Police Public Relations Officer Ikenga Tochukwu said the situation was being monitored, adding that further development will be communicated soon. On Saturday, there was tension in the capital city following the invasion of security operatives at the residence of the High Chief, who had been parading himself as a traditional ruler. But during the planned celebration of New Yam Festival, the state government of Governor Chukwuma Soludo ordered security operatives to seal the area. The race for the 2023 presidency is looking more like a tripartite sprint among unequal parties. In that race, the PDP's advantage should ordinarily have been defined by 2 factors: age and a minus sign. It is the oldest of the 3 major contenders, yet the PDP has in recent times fatally injured itself through endless crisis, internal wrangling and ridiculous lawsuits. The party does not seem to be in a hurry to get up and run towards the elections, but instead, the PDP seems to have chosen a permanent wrestling match on the stunted egos of its leading lights over the possibility of victory in the imminent general elections. Details in this report.
Rivers State Governor Nyesom Wike has mocked the ousted national chairman of the People's Democratic Party, PDP, Uche Secondus, who was said to have danced when the National Executive Council, NEC, of the party posted a vote of non-confidence on Senator Iyorchia Ayu, the embattled PDP national chairman. Governor Wike said the decision by NEC will not dissuade him and others from insisting that the prevailing structural imbalance within the party must be addressed.
Rivers State is paramount to me first, before any other person or any other group. They said as one man, they call Secondus. They said he was dancing, celebrating, but NEC gave their person vote of confidence. He forgets history. Ask him. The same NEC, through Ali Babangida, who moved the motion for vote of confidence, supported by the same person, they gave him vote of confidence. What happened? He left office.
Governor Wike commended the campees for their courage to rejoin their political family, because it is true that there is no other political party that can win the election in Rivers State except the PDP.
This year's election is not for big men. It's not for big men. It's not for those who will not come home and mobilize for their party. They're only interested in being politicians away. I have changed the strategy. I have changed the strategy of this election. No more big man. I am going for those who matter in their geography.
I'm standing on behalf of all the campees from Southeast Senatorial districts who were sometime in APC to say that none of us were invited to come. None of us were invited to the camp. On our own will and evolution, we came to you and you received us. Thank you very much, sir. And thank you, party chairman, for also accepting to receive us, because we've not been fair to you. We went on a regrettable, unsuccessful political expedition. We've retraced our steps and have found our ways back home.
Well, as the 2023 general elections gather momentum, Nigerians have been charged to look for competent and quality leaders that will focus and reposition the country from a consuming to a producing nation for growth and development. The aim of the Youth Sensitization Awareness Program is to reawaken the political consciousness of Nigerians to change the narrative by voting for credible leaders. They say bad governance has put the nation into a big mess that needs a good leadership to rescue the country from collapsing. Plus TV correspondent Habila Durofai's report is presented from our studio.
Few months to Nigeria's general elections, candidates and political parties are up to the game of changing the political narratives to give citizenry the good dividend of democracy come 2023. Speaking at the Obidati Youth Awareness Sensitization Program in Banawa, Kaduna State, the Labour Party governorship candidate Honorable Jonathan Ashake says the coming of Peter Obi is a divine arrangement that brings people across the country with good leadership quality to reposition Nigeria and the political affairs for development.
Coming of Peter Obi has become a divine window of opportunity for Nigerians across the country, across the regions, across ethnicities, across religions, come up with leaders that will reposition this country for the greatness which God created us for. We are endowed in this country with so much resources, both natural and human. But leadership has made it impossible that these resources will transform this country into a country that is productive. We have become a consuming nation instead of producing and even exporting. So a nation cannot survive like that. If anybody who is looking at the situation today, it's all obvious that the nation is collapsing. And men and women of character, men and women of vision, men and women that are committed and patriotic to the cause of the Nigerian state must come forward and give leadership to this country.
He added that every responsible government must be able to provide security, protect lives and properties of its citizens, while lamenting the high level of insecurity in the state and the nation at large, leading to food insecurity, with numbers of out-of-school children stressing that it will affect the younger generation if not addressed now.
Once a government and leadership can provide security and provide welfare for the citizens, I'm telling you the rest will follow. We don't have security now. People cannot go to farms. That means there is food insecurity. Children cannot go to school. That tells a lot in the future of Nigeria. People cannot even go to their worship places. People cannot stay in their homes. So the whole thing that the nation is collapsing. So we need focused leadership to reposition this country.
Since the return of democracy, it is the first time Nigerians set aside religious and cultural differences to look for political leaders that will change the political narratives of the country to dividends of democracy to the citizens.
Members of the All Progressive Congress, the APC, in Bayelsa State have been advised to take the Bola Asiwaju Tinubu presidential race seriously, as it will determine the fate of the next governorship election in the state. This came at the inauguration of the 105 ward coordinators of the Ruben Initiative for Good Leadership and Accountability. Our correspondent Jesse Ese completes this report.
Bayelsa is among the South states controlled by the PDP, and this inauguration is meant to strengthen the APC's grip at the grassroots in order to change the narratives in the forthcoming polls. While plans are on to reclaim the state, members of this initiative advise their followers and those contesting elections to understand that Tinubu's fate is tied to theirs.
Election of all our brothers there is tied to that victory. So therefore we must take it very, very personal and have a task upon ourselves.
The ward coordinator have been obeyed today. Their duty is to unseat those people, to bring in the desired leadership that Bayelsa State need, meaning we must work assiduously to upturn whatever they are doing.
As you're going to your ward, we are going to appoint all unit coordinators. This mission is a mission that I can never go back on it till our people get to see, get to assembly, get to see it, get to rest. I don't want to hear that thing, this candidate not did, this person not they do well. He doesn't pick all my brother, my sister. See, we are talking about APC as a party. What you're doing is for the party. All our candidates are sellable candidates.
Some stakeholders are confident that the party has all it takes to win elections.
APC has brought competition politically to Bayelsa. We have won Bayelsa state government before. Under every other thing, they said it's miracle. They took power back from us. So, like you can see, our supporters are not worried. We are trying to put back energy together so that come 2023, we win elections for them again.
We want to say that Bayelsans should key into this project. This is the project that will take us to the promised land.
Pastor Ruben Initiative is in charge, APC is in charge, and come 2023, victory is sure for all the senates, assembly, reps, and also the presidency.
With this step taken by members of the APC, perhaps the party may be able to beat its records from previous elections. Jesse Ese for Plus TV News.
Senior Advocate of Nigeria, Femi Falana, has faulted the nomination of 14 persons for confirmation as resident electoral commissioners for the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC. In a statement today, Falana said President Muhammadu Buhari failed to comply with the provisions of the Constitution in nominating the 14 persons. According to him, the president had previously consulted the Council of State to appoint the chairman and members of INEC in compliance with the provisions of Section 154, subsection 3 of the Constitution. The nominations have since generated controversy, as some of the nominees have been accused of being members of the president's party, the All Progressives Congress. Some groups, including civil society organizations, have also condemned the nominations, saying they have amounted to discrimination against women. Socio-Economic Rights and Accountability Project SERAP and 5 university students have filed a lawsuit against President Muhammadu Buhari, asking the court to declare unlawful the refusal by the federal government to meet ASU's demands, which has occasioned the prolonged strike action and violated the students' right to quality education. Joined in the suit as defendants are the Minister of Labour, Employment and Productivity, Chris Ngige, and the Attorney General of the Federation and Minister of Justice, Abubakar Malami, SAN. The suit followed the apparent lack of commitment by the federal government to implement the agreement with the Academic Staff Union of Universities, ASU, and to end the over 7-month-old industrial action by the union, and the threat by the government to implement its no work, no pay policy. In the suit filed last week at the National Industrial Court, Abuja, SERAP and the students are seeking an order directing President Buhari and Mr. Ngige to immediately implement all the agreements with ASU in order to end the strike action and violation of the students' right to quality education. According to SERAP and the students, disruption of classes undermines both the quality and duration of students' education. This situation has aggravated existing disparities in access to university education in the country, further marginalizing economically disadvantaged parents and students. Doctors under the aegis of the Nigerian Association of Resident Doctors will meet next Wednesday to decide whether or not to go on strike. The meeting, according to them, President of NARD, Dr. Godiya Ishaya, follows the slow pace of implementation of the demands by the federal government. Chief among the demands are improved welfare for health workers, including upward review of salaries, payment of new hazard allowance, payment of salary arrears in some states, and payment of a newly reviewed medical residency training fund, among others. The resident doctors on July 30, 2022, gave a 2-week ultimatum to the federal government to implement its agreements or risk indefinite strike. But on August 21, 2022, extended the ultimatum by another 2 weeks, which elapsed on September 5, 2022. The Nigeria Center for Disease Control, the NCDC, has reported 21 more cases of monkeypox in the country within the past 7 days. The NCDC announced today on its website that the disease could be spread by close contact and exposure to an infected person's respiratory droplets, skin lesions, or bodily fluids. The agency also reported that Nigeria recorded 6 monkeypox-related deaths between January and August, and that 6 states in the country had recorded 1 death each from the disease. It listed the 6 states where monkeypox deaths occurred as Delta, Lagos, Ondo, Akwa Ibom, Taraba, and Kogi. The prices of food and other commodities keep skyrocketing daily, touching on the cost of living in Nigeria. Feel the pulse of the people on Street Views.
You expect seriously, we can't even explain, because in my place of work, the place I would normally pay 500, go and come back. That was 2014, 2015. Now I pay 1,200, go and come back. So every day, a month, the transport is just like more than 30,000 just for transport, which I was spending like, I was always calculating 8,000 or 10,000 naira for my transport every month. But now the transport fare is moving from 10,000 to 30,000 every month for the 26 days I always work. So it affects seriously, I can't even explain. It affects badly. So some of those money, we normally use it maybe as you are coming back, you buy things for your children at home, but now in order to, we can't save. We can't save.
We just have to like keep on going with it now. We just hope it gets better. So how we are coping is work harder, and that's just what we can do.
I'm into food business, so I know it's affecting a lot, particularly trying to get customers. When you give them prices of stuff that we do, they complain that it's too expensive. But due to the constant increase in sales, in pricing, it's really affecting the business. So we hope the government will look into that. The price is way too expensive. Take for example, a bag of flour last year was going for about 10,000, but now it's going for like 22,000, 23,000, depending on where you get it.
When you look at the rate at which prices of commodities are going up, is very, very high. In fact, average Nigerians are finding it very difficult to cope. And we want government to do something as soon as possible before things get out of hand.
I think it has really affected it adversely, because things are quite costly now, and the things that we used to get for a particular price has actually gone up. So we need to improvise and, like they say, cut our clothes according to our size, right? But we dey try, we dey manage. Like, okay, when I was coming now, I had a small issue with my car, and I had to get, I think the person that I wanted to help me fix it said I should get, what is it called? Jowl, ordinary jowl. Then we used to get it for like 1, 2 or thereabout. But when I bought now, it's 2.5. Now. You get, so everything, food, rent, everything.
That one is, I don't even know what to say. It's been God. You know, buy something today, by the time you get to the market, it has tripled the price. So it's being consistent with the price. It's not as if it's going down, it's going up. So there are some things you really want to eat, but you cannot afford it. So you just leave it out there and eat the basic things. So it has affected my daughter. Like, my daughter likes berries a lot. And berries that I used to buy for 1,000, now it's 3,000. I can't afford to always buy berries for her. So it's affected in every, I don't even know what to say about it. Cost of living, water now, we used to buy 600, now it's 750. Maybe by the time you go next month, it could be 800 or so. It's affected a lot of things. So you now start considering, should I not drink clean water? Should I just drink from the bowl? It has affected a lot of things. So your health now is at risk because your meals are no longer balanced diet. So you have to weigh options. What will you eat and what you will not eat? That's affected a lot of things.
Still ahead, Tunisia death toll from migrant shipwreck rises to 11. Details when we return.
Life can be fun and rewarding, but it also comes with some risk. As in business, you win some, you lose some. And that's why you need to be wise in the choices you make. It's like placing a bet. Again, you need to be wise. Wise in choosing an innovative platform with the highest market options and highest odds ever. That's why Winners Golden Bet, the leader in online, in-shop, virtual, and live sports betting, gives you enhanced platforms that offer you the best chances of winning. For betting on live soccer matches, live dog races, and virtual games. Winners Golden Bet is your best bet. Instant payment of winnings guaranteed. Play online or in any of our numerous shops nearest to you.
Hey guys, be wise. Play on Winners Golden Bet.
Winners Golden Bet, the wise choice.
Welcome back. Still watching news now on Plus TV Africa. A mine dam wall collapse in South Africa's Free State province has swept away houses and cars, killing one person and injuring another 40. The disaster occurred in the mining town of Jagafontein at around 0600 local time on Sunday, forcing officials to evacuate scores of residents to nearby farms. One person was declared dead after their body was recovered, while 40 people, including one pregnant woman and 4 individuals with fractured limbs, have been taken to hospitals for treatment. The government said in a statement that search and rescue efforts are continuing at the dormant diamond mine. The death toll from a migrant shipwreck off Tunisia last week has risen to 11, most of them Tunisians, as they tried to cross the Mediterranean to Italy. Rescue officials say 5 more bodies were recovered on Saturday night by Coast Guard and Navy units as part of a search operation for migrants who went missing in the wake of a shipwreck off Cheba, Mahdia on September 6th. The Coast Guard rescued 14 migrants who had been on the overcrowded boat which sank off Cheba town in Mahdia region. 12 others still missing as nearly 37 had been on board. Ethiopians range in their new year today with little to celebrate amid renewed conflict in the north, crippling drought and stubbornly high inflation. At the livestock market in the capital Addis Ababa, traders and visitors alike bemoaned the various crises confronting Africa's second most populous nation. Fighting broke out last month between Prime Minister Abiy Ahmed's forces and the Tigray People's Liberation Front, shattering a 5-month truce that had raised hopes of a peaceful resolution to the nearly 2-year war. The UN's emergency response, OCHA, earlier this month described the humanitarian situation in Ethiopia as dire, with 20 million people nationwide in need of assistance because of conflict, as well as climatic shocks such as prolonged drought and seasonal floods. With a population of 115 million, Ethiopia has been one of the world's fastest growing economies over the past 15 years, according to the World Bank. But like many, has been hardly hit by the COVID pandemic and the fallout from the war in Ukraine, as well as its own domestic woes. Mali's interim president wants a mutually beneficial solution to end a diplomatic row over 46 Ivorian soldiers detained in Mali, noting that Ivory Coast has given asylum to political figures wanted by his junta. The Ivorian soldiers were detained at Mali's international airport in the capital Bamako on July 10th. Mali's junta said they had flown in without permission and were seen as mercenaries. Ivory Coast, which has repeatedly requested their release, says the soldiers had been deployed as part of a security and logistics support contract signed with the UN peacekeeping mission in Mali. Goita's junta came to power in a coup 2 years ago, ousting former President Ibrahim Boubacar Keïta, whose son Karim is in Ivory Coast, along with former government ministers Tiaman Hubar Golbali and Igor Diarra. The coffin conveying Queen Elizabeth II has arrived at Holyrood's Palace in Edinburgh, the monarch's official Scottish residence, completing the first leg of her somber final journey. Details in this report.
Crowds lined the roadside on Sunday to pay tribute to their late monarch, in the first of a series of solemn events leading up to Queen Elizabeth's funeral. An oak coffin covered with the Royal Standard of Scotland and topped by a wreath of flowers was placed in a hearse by 6 gamekeepers at Balmoral Castle, where she died 3 days earlier. For the next few hours, the cortege slowly made its way through small towns and villages to Edinburgh.
I think it will be very emotional for everyone saying goodbye. You don't know how you're going to feel when you see it. But it was important for us just to be here.
It was a sentiment shared by her son and successor on Saturday as Charles was officially proclaimed king.
I know how deeply you, the entire nation, and I think I may say the whole world, sympathise with me in the irreparable loss we've all suffered.
The new sovereign and Queen Consort Camilla have been much in evidence in the past few days, meeting some of the thousands of mourners at Buckingham Palace. As have his 2 sons, William and Harry, and partners, apparently overcoming their recent estrangements, to greet and console people outside Windsor Castle on Saturday.
Well, thank you so much for being here. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
In Edinburgh on Sunday evening and across Britain, the royal family and the public were beginning a long and emotional week of preparation and veneration. After lying in rest at St Giles Cathedral in the Scottish capital, the Queen's coffin was due to be flown to London on Tuesday. She will lie in state for 4 days at Westminster Hall, where many more thousands of mourners are expected to pay their respects, before an elaborate state funeral set for Monday, 19th of September.
Churchgoers across England today offered up prayers of remembrance for Queen Elizabeth, whilst welcoming in King Charles as a new Supreme Governor of the Church of England. For the first time in over 70 years, God Save the King was sung by congregations following the accession of King Charles III as the country's new monarch. 75-year-old retiree Hazel Babel said she was impressed by King Charles's speech following the death of his mother.
I think he'll make a very good king. I think he was absolutely wonderful yesterday with all that old ceremony. Oh, it was wonderful. But I think you could almost feel the country relaxing. He was so good. He delivered what he had to say so well. And you could feel this sense of it's going to be all right.
Antigua and Barbuda will vote on whether to become a republic following the death of Queen Elizabeth II. The country's Prime Minister, Gaston Brown, said a referendum could take place within 3 years, but emphasized that the move was not an act of hostility. He made the comments after confirming Charles III as king and head of state of the Caribbean nation. Mr. Brown said he intended to introduce the referendum if re-elected next year. U.S. President Joe Biden invoked the memory of America's united response to the September 11, 2001 attacks by al-Qaeda and vowed to never give up in the face of terrorist threats in a solemn commemoration on Sunday at the Pentagon.
I remember a message sent to the American people from Queen Elizabeth. It was on September 11. Her ambassador read a prayer of service at St. Thomas Church in New York where she poignantly reminded us, quote, "Grief is the price we pay for love. Grief is the price we pay for love." Many of us experienced that grief, and you've all experienced it. So many heroes were made here. So many of your loved ones were those heroes. Began almost immediately with civilians and service members leaping to action as the walls collapsed and the roof began to crumble. They raced into the breach between the 4th and 5th corridors. We'll never forget. We'll never give up. I hope we'll remember that in the midst of these dark days, we dug deep, we cared for each other, and we came together. You know, we regained the light by reaching out to one another and finding something all too rare, a true sense of national unity.
Americans remembered 9/11 on Sunday with readings of victims' names, volunteer work, and other tributes 21 years after the deadliest terror attack on U.S. soil. A tolling bell and a moment of silence began the commemoration at Ground Zero in New York, where the World Trade Center's Twin Towers were destroyed by the hijacked plane attacks of September 11, 2001. Victims' relatives and dignitaries also convened at the two other attack sites, the Pentagon and a field in Pennsylvania. Other communities around the country are marking the day with candlelight vigils, interfaith services, and other commemorations. Some Americans are joining in volunteer projects on a day that is federally recognized as both Patriot Day and a national day of service and remembrance.
He worked at Cantor Fitzgerald on the 101st floor. That's actually how we met. He was my boss. I didn't work there at the time, no. So I also knew a lot of the coworkers that I had worked there. I knew as well that had passed away. He was the best person ever, best dad, best father, best husband, you know, hardworking, loved to bowl, just like an awesome, that's why I go every year and I hold up his picture, even for people that never knew him, just to know him and remember his face, and because he was a life, you know, that was.
It's a sad day, you know, we all know we're exactly where we were when, you know, we saw the second plane more often than not hit the building and going, you know, what the heck's going on here now? And, you know, when I got here September 22nd, I couldn't believe what I was seeing. I mean, the news would show you some pictures, but, you know, when I got a ride down there that night, it was like, hey, we're not in Kansas anymore, Toto. You know, it was really a sad story.
It's kind of helps give maybe a little bit closure for me, and it's honor to my brother and to the other people who died on that day to be able to read their names out loud and to remember them.
The Al-Qaeda terrorist network on Sunday released a book written by a senior member, including a detailed timeline leading up to the attacks on several U.S. airliners on September 11, 2001, which left nearly 3,000 people dead in 3 locations. Marking the 21st anniversary of the attacks, the book was written by Abu Muhammad al-Masri, a senior Al-Qaeda member who was reportedly killed in Iran in 2020. In the nearly 250-page volume, al-Masri said that Al-Qaeda had been preparing for an attack targeting U.S. interests since it set foot in Afghanistan in 1996, with the goal of dragging the U.S. into a long-term war of attrition. The initial idea came up when an Egyptian pilot suggested flying a civilian plane carrying thousands of gallons of flammable materials into an important and symbolic American building. According to the book shared online by Al-Qaeda's media arm, As-Shahab, Al-Qaeda leader Asman al-Zawahiri was killed in Afghanistan in a targeted U.S. airstrike more than a month ago. Pakistan's former Prime Minister Imran Khan, whose extended pre-arrest bail on terrorism charges over a speech is due to expire, is expected to appear in court on Monday, September 12. Police filed charges against the former cricket star and national team captain over what they said was a threat when he spoke about police torture of an aide who faces sedition charges for inciting mutiny in the military. The former premier maintained after the hearing he had said nothing wrong in the speech. In his speech, Khan said he would not spare the Islamabad police chief and a female judge who remanded his aide to custody, adding he would take legal action against them. Political tensions in Pakistan remain high as Khan rallies support for elections that are not due until October next year. Up next, cryptocurrency in Nigeria leads as global Bitcoin trade hits $3 trillion. That's in business news after this short break.
Nigeria's Niger Delta region, from where the black gold fuels Africa's largest economy, where the lines between wealth and poverty has never been thinner. Conflicts, poverty, insecurity, and environmental challenges daily confront the region. How can the Niger Delta story be changed for the better?
Join Mamude Akuga at 9 p.m. every Friday evening on PlusTvAfrica as he probes deep in search of solutions.
Inside the Niger Delta with Mamude Akuga, the authentic voice of Nigeria's oil-rich region.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
The suspect equally confessed.
A 500 naira they collect them. You no talk, then go beat you. Now 2,500 they pay.
Here's some business news. Despite economic losses from cryptocurrency trade and caution by financial experts, global trade in the Bitcoin industry has hit $3 trillion, coming at a time that Nigeria has been ranked as the leading country in Bitcoin adoption in Africa, followed by Togo, Cameroon, Cote d'Ivoire, Senegal, Kenya, and South Africa. The convener of Bitcoin Africa Conference, Farida Naburema, said in the past 5 years, the industry has been the fastest on the planet and has surpassed card transactions. She mentioned that the African continent has the fastest adoption rates in the world, and at this rate, the continent may surpass America, Europe, or even Asia. She noted that the Made in African Bitcoin Conference, scheduled to hold in Accra, Ghana between December 3rd to 5th, would attract about 800 people across the globe to speak about new innovations in the sector. Speaking on Bitcoin investment, she urged Nigerians to be careful, saying one cannot recoup investment in cryptocurrency immediately. The Central Bank of Nigeria injected $7.6 billion into the economy to stabilize the value of the naira in 5 months. This was obtained in the banking regulator's monthly economic reports and foreign exchange market developments. According to the reports, the CBN intervened in the markets with $1.65 billion, $1.39 billion, and $1.82 billion in January, February, and March, while the interventions were $1.56 billion and $1.18 billion in April and May, respectively. The CBN maintained the official rate of the naira to the dollar at 427.76 naira, the I&E Forex window on its website. While at the parallel market, the naira was bought and sold for 690 naira and 700 naira on Thursday. The CBN Governor Godwin Emefiele earlier in the year announced it would stop the sale of foreign exchange to deposit money banks by the end of 2022. It had earlier stopped forex allocation. It had earlier stopped forex allocation to the Bureau de Change operators in 2021. Determined to boost maritime security, the Nigerian Maritime Administration and Safety Agency has signed a memorandum of understanding with the Nigerian Immigration Service on seafarers' traveling document, amongst others. A statement by the Assistant Director of Public Relations, Nimasa Osage Edward, said that the move would also deepen the existing interagency collaboration between the two agencies. According to the statement, the two agencies have agreed to provide a framework for a working relationship. Nimasa also said the two agencies signed the agreement when the Comptroller General NIS, Mr. Issa Jere, led some senior staff members of the agency on a courtesy visit to the management of Nimasa. The President African Development Bank Group, Dr. Akinwumi Adesina, has said that Africa lacks the resources to tackle climate change as the continent receives only 3% of global climate financing. This was contained in a statement by the bank's Abuja office. It was also disclosed that the bank plans to provide $12.5 billion to support the Africa Adaptation Acceleration Program. The African Adaptation Acceleration Program, which is supported by African heads of states, was established to mobilize more resources for climate change to advance the objectives of the African Adaptation Initiative. Both the AFDB and the Global Center on Adaptation are mobilizing $25 billion for this program over 5 years to accelerate and scale climate adaptation action across the continent. Did you know that the transactions worth 33.2 trillion naira were performed electronically in August through the NIBSS instant payment platform NIP, bringing the total value of e-payment dues in the last 8 months to 238.7 trillion naira. This is according to the data released by the Nigerian Interbank Settlement System NIBSS, which also shows that the August 2022 record came as an all-time high e-payment value recorded in a month since the deployment of the platform, compared to 29.3 trillion naira recorded in July. This shows a 13.3% growth. Year on year, the e-payment value increased by 50% compared to 22.1 trillion naira recorded in August last year. The surge in electronic transactions shows that more Nigerians are embracing the cashless policy of the Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN. According to NIBSS, the value of e-payment recorded was a reflection of the increase in the volume of dues within the month. The NIP volume rose to 488 million in August, showing a 10.6% increase over 405 million recorded in July. That's it on Business News. I am Ifeanyi Elumexiem.
The best in sports is next.
Yeah, welcome to Sport News. Nigeria has won the Under-19 Boys African National Volleyball Championship that ended today in Morocco. The defending champions successfully defended that trophy when they defeated Egypt 3-0. Nigeria and Egypt will represent Africa at the Junior World Cup Championship taking place next year. Yet away from volleyball, we go straight to the CAF Champions League, where Nigerian Premier League side Rivers United commenced the 2022-2023 CAF Champions League competition on a good note. The Port Harcourt-based team defeated Liberia's champion Watanga FC 3-0 in the first leg of the preliminary round of the CAF Champions League that ended today. We expect that the second leg is scheduled for next weekend at the Samuel Kenyon Doe Stadium in Monrovia. Yes, in Lagos, today at the Mobalaji Bank Anthony Stadium, Kwara United defeated AS Douane 3-0 at the Mobalaji Bank Anthony Stadium in Lagos. It was a good start for the Harmony Boys and the CAF Confederation Cup engagement as they defeated the Ninja Republic side 3-0 in the first leg of the preliminary round of the game. And Wasiu Jimoh, who scored the brace, had this to say about the wonderful outing.
I have a personal target, and I don't think my personal target comes first. The most important thing is the team personal target. We want to be in the continent group stage, and eventually, I know definitely with the performance we have today, we should be able to up it up in Niger and be in the continent group stage by the special grace of God.
That's Wasiu Jimoh, who scored the brace. And the main news, again, thank you for watching Sport News tonight.
All right, thank you for that, Muda. And then we'll take another break. We'll be right back. Thank you.
Increase the reach of your events or business services. To advertise on Plus TV Africa, please call 0906 000 5719 or 0909 040 8408 or send an email to marketing@plusttvafrica.com. Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
It is engagement we need to have.
Those who suffer miscarriages are never taken into account.
Members of the National Assembly are also influence peddlers.
You are sitting on Nigerians' money.
From the barbing, I pay my rent. From the barbing, I send my children to school.
A consultative engagement.
No any tangible notification before they ban us.
It's one thing for people to be at your back and the heat of the moment, and another thing for them to still be with you when push comes to shove.
I will do everything to take Lagos out of the national grid.
Well, welcome back. Well, Plus TV has just obtained the video of the attack on Senator Ifeanyi Ubah's convoy at Enugu community in Njikoka local government area of Anambra State. Viewer discretion is advised at this point. We'll bring you more details as they emerge. Well, that's the news now. For more stories, please follow us on our Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. And do subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa and Plus TV Africa Lifestyle. You can also view us from Limex on www.limex.tv and Glow TV apps anywhere in the world. I am Maureen Menong-Ezigwe. Many thanks for watching.
welcome to Plus Events, your #1 diary show that brings the best and biggest events to your screen. I am Antonia Oshili, and on today's show, we have 3 exciting events that you will very much enjoy. On our first event, Corona School Bagada wrapped up with their 2021-2022 academic session with a graduation ceremony, which was nothing short of a display of excellence, brilliance, gratitude, and the hope for a brighter future, with a focus on this year's ceremony theme being Moving Higher, Making Your Mark. The highlight of the event was the presentation of awards to outstanding students. The event concluded with a mix of pleasure, gratitude, and emotions as the graduating students said their final goodbyes to other students and the school administration. PlusTvAfrica was there to cover the event.
It's always a great feeling for parents to see the growth of their children from one stage of their educational journey to another. That was exactly the case for the parents and guardians who came to witness the graduation of their children and wards during the 2021-2022 Class 6 graduation ceremony of Corona School Bagada, Lagos. The occasion started gathering momentum as parents, guardians, guests, and the management, as well as the students of the school, started arriving. As they get comfortable, the ceremony kicks off with the procession of the young graduates, beautifully adorned in the colors of the day. The national anthem was then recited by all. The national anthem was then followed by the recital of the school's anthem. The school choir took it up from there with a warm musical welcome address. It's an annual event the management and staff of the school look forward to. The head of school was proud of the outgoing Class 6 students of 2021-2022. She commended them for being hardworking while achieving milestones with the hope of making their marks as they continue their pursuit of academic excellence.
Some of these children have spent 8 years, some 6, and others less. In these years, they have worked hard, played hard, and today they are moving on to the next stage of their lives. We have nurtured these children and seen them develop and go through each stage, achieving the different milestones. Our theme for this year's graduation is Moving Higher, Make Your Mark. We know that these wonderful children will certainly make their marks wherever they find themselves, because Corona School Bagada has prepared them for the future. We have given them a solid foundation to equip them with future-ready skills they need to excel. To our parents, proud parents, you are here today. You have been very, very supportive. We want to say a very big thank you for believing in us and entrusting these children in our care for us to nurture. And we know that you will share their success stories with us. To our lovely children who are graduating today, we want you to be good ambassadors of this great institution. You have been given the skills, knowledge, and everything necessary for you to succeed. So go out there and make your mark.
Proud parents, guardians, and teachers also watched their children as they entertained them. And this special one by those that were celebrated. Coincidentally, one of the
to contest against the established leadership because they will not even
won't
allow
let
us.
us, yeah.
You know the reason why they are saying that? When we say that, we are saying that we don't have something better to offer than what they are offering.
Okay.
That's what that means. If you say, oh no, they won't allow us. Because it's all about value creation. But if I, as a youth, says, you know what, I don't care whether it is XYZ who has been there for the past 50 years, I don't care. I have a better idea. And I go from one corner to the other and I'm, you know, selling my ideas.
Yeah.
And people say, oh, wow, that makes sense. I think this one is better than what we have.
Yes.
I will get there. So I think what I need to say is that our listeners should know that age has nothing to do with leadership. Age has nothing to do with wisdom. What you need is courage. And if you have that courage, you will continue. And let me tell you, I always say that for those of us who feel that we are better than the rest, and that's why we are not in politics, okay? Some people say, no, politics is dead. So if you say politics is dead, you don't want to be in it. What you are saying is that those people you are condemning will be the one that will continue to rule it.
Yeah.
So if you have good value, system, you feel that you can solve the problems of this country, it could even be sewage. Okay, you know what? I'm going to Lagos State House of Assembly, I'm going to contest. And my interest is just how we can deal with the sewage situation in Lagos. And this is my formula.
You know what? You know what you just did, Doctor? You just answered what would have been my last question.
Oh, really?
I was going to ask you. Okay, so who or what is going to harmonize this collaboration? Get this kind of collaboration in place for the old and the young to work together.
Because after this conversation, I have seen that leadership is not only about who is at the top. There's leadership at different levels. And you need to be equipped. But I'm asking in this environment, maybe are there places where you can learn to be a leader, or are leaders born or made? But John's question,
but that
we use that to
answered,
wrap.
Please, in 15 seconds.
Yes.
Because we have to wrap up now.
So you've confused me now. Because you have taken
John's question.
What's John's question now?
Okay.
John's question is who or what? Yeah, who or what will be able to harmonize all of this? I mean, it's like, where do we look? Where do we look for proper guidance?
For you to be harmonized, again, I say that there has to be a proper awakening of the people. There are no two ways to it. There must be a proper awakening of the people to say, what kind of society do we want? We are talking about age. Okay, we have been clamoring now for women representations and all of that, either in politics or in the boardroom. Okay, let's talk about politics. Don't forget that a little bit, maybe about 51% of our populations are women. So how come women have not been elected?
Now,
who is stopping them?
In 5 seconds.
So in 5 seconds, for us to harmonize this, again, let there be that consciousness to say, this is the kind of people, this is the kind of leader that we want. This is the problem we want to solve. This is who can help us to solve that problem. And it doesn't matter
the age. In totality,
it's all about people.
It's about the people.
It's the people. It's the people. It's the people that will exactly.
So Helen, consciously, let's wrap up this program.
Okay, consciously. I guess our job is done. As far as this topic is concerned, we generously would like to say thank you, sir, for your time. I have thoroughly enjoyed today. And I have a lot more questions to ask, but we will save that for another day.
Another time, yes.
Yes.
Well, I'll just end by asking Dr. Iyoda, please, can I be your friend?
Oh yeah, you are my friend already. I like you guys.
So thank you so much for that. Thank you so much.
All right, so this is how far we can go on this segment, but there's more on the show. It's Today with John and Helen, and we'll just take a quick break at this end and allow the next segment to roll in.
Yeah.
What would that be, John?
The next segment. Should I keep it a secret?
Are we going to keep fitting?
We'll go fit.
Okay.
We'll do the fitness.
So let's do that.
Okay.
Hello everyone and welcome to another fitness section with us at Alpha Fitness Studios. My name is Dolly Phillips and this is Elvis Echo, and we're going to be taking you through a HIIT workout today. So today we're going to work for 20 seconds and rest for 10 seconds. I have my timer here with us. So before we start, let's start with a quick warm-up. Everybody hands up, deep breath in. Shoulder rolls back, hands on the shoulders, rotate. 1. Opposite direction. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Let's reach over. 1. 3, 2, and 1. Now let's roll downwards. Release those hamstrings. 2. Very good. Nice and slow. 3. Good job. 4 and 5. Knees up. Let's go touch those knees. Wake those abs up. 1 and 2 and very good. 3 and 4 and 5. Hip circles. We're rotating. 5 to the left. Let's go. 5. Reverse direction. Let's go. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Shake it out, shake it out. Are you ready for this workout, Elvis? We're ready. Okay, so I have my timer here. We're going to start the timer. The very first workout is your flutter kicks. So once you hear the whistle, we start. Once you hear the next whistle, you stop to rest. Are you ready? Let's go. If you can't kick this out like this, just kick out like this for me. Yes? We have levels. Come on, let's go. 2 and 1 and rest it. Okay, the next workout, high knees. So we're going to jog on the spot with our knees coming up high. Are you ready? In 3, 2, 1, let's go. If you can't, this is enough for me. Just make sure you continue moving. 4, 3, 2, and 1. Rest it. That was good, huh? Next one, squat, leg over. Take those legs as high as possible. Are you ready? Let's go. And 1. Wow, do you feel that one? Now we're going down to the floor. Hands down, send your legs back. Let's go, Elvis. Mountain climbers. Let's go. Push it. If you can't do this, you can just stay in plank or stay in all fours and pick up your knees. And rest it. We're still on the floor. We're going to do a plank on the elbows. Okay, Elvis and I are going to turn to the side so you can see what we're doing. Elbows down and out. Don't collapse your back. No. Lift it up. Tuck in your pelvis and breathe. We have 10 seconds left. Woo! You can feel this one, huh? Make sure your elbows are directly under your shoulders and keep your face looking forward. Don't look down, look forward. Helps to straighten out your back. How are we doing? We have 3 seconds left. 2 and 1. Good job. Stretch it out. And now we're going to go into a sprint. Are you ready? In 3, 2, 1. Let's go. Sprint. Come on, go, 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 go. Faster. 2, 1, and relax. Impossible. Anyway, so let's stretch it out now. We've come to the end of this one. And out. Good job. In and out. In and out. One more. And out. Shoulder rolls back. Shoulder rolls. Good. 3 more. 2 and 1. Rotate forward. 2, 3, 4, and 5. Let's stretch those quads. Hold on to something if you need to. If you don't need to, find your balance. Stretch those quads. Quads are these muscles here in the front of your thighs. Very good. You need to work these muscles. As we get older, they're the first set of muscles to give way. So always make sure you work your muscle, your quads. All right? Good job. And down. Let's stretch our back. Slide down those thighs. All the way down. Fingertips on the floor. Straight legs. Stretch out your lower lumbar region. Very good. Oh, this feels so good. It stretches the back of the legs as well, the hamstrings. Bend your knees and slowly roll up. Ah, yes. Deep breath in. Open those legs all the way down and up. All the way down one more time. And out. One more. And out. Awesome. Elbow, elbow, elbow. Thanks for joining us today. We hope to see you very soon. Have a wonderful day. Bye-bye.
Welcome back. And this is the closing segment of the show. Today with John and Helen.
Yeah, so John, the business of public speaking, as they say, does age play any role in it? Are the younger ones better at it or the older ones?
Well, I would say that it doesn't really matter. It's what you have brought to the table that matters. The way you handle it, the way, your knowledge base, your presentation style and all of that. So it doesn't really matter because you have horses for courses. You have different speakers for different audiences, So no, age would not be a factor.
At all?
Yes.
All right.
So you want my nugget for today?
Go ahead.
And my nugget for today is quite an interesting one. It's a general nugget, that deals with how you present yourself, how you are, how you sound,
Okay.
And it is this. It is not enough to be good. You also need to sound good, or it's no good. It's not enough to be good. You also need to sound good, or it's no good. So we go up there, we believe that our looks or our knowledge base, wisdom, and all of that, communicates the message to the audience. That's not enough. You need to sound good. You need to be able to deliver in a clear, concise, and understandable manner for your message to be communicated to your audience. So let's take delivery for granted. Delivery is a very important aspect in public speaking. And like I always say, public speaking is not only when you go up on stage. Even in the boardroom, you're speaking to your public. Even at home, within the family, you're communicating with your family. So public speaking goes with you everywhere. So make sure that you don't just look good, you sound good as well. Otherwise, it's no good.
Okay. All right, so for you to look good and sound good and be the part, it means that you have to prepare.
Oh, you have to prepare,
of
course.
Get educated.
Of course, you have to prepare. You don't ride a bicycle.
You have to get information.
You don't get to know how to ride a bicycle without, practicing.
True.
And then get your content in place.
Especially because we're dealing with the language that is not ours originally.
It doesn't even really matter. In whatever language, the content is there, right? The important thing now is for clarity and for being concise. Speak clearly and concisely. It doesn't matter to me if you sound like the Queen of England. I'd rather you even sound like a Hausa man, Yoruba or Igbo man. As long as when you communicate, you are understood and you are heard.
You carry your audience along.
So
Okido.
that will be it for this week.
Yes.
And I must say that it's been a thoroughly fulfilling session on today's program.
You can say that again. Yes. And I hope that you have found this show as interesting and as fulfilling as we have. It's our pleasure, it's our job, it's our duty that we do this, especially for the family and the society. And one thing I've taken away today is that us who are the public, the followers, the power is in our hands.
That's right.
And so at this point in time, the power is in our hands, all right, to make our nation a better place. And so I'm asking, have you gotten your PVC? Is it ready for you to take that decision and use that franchise? Do you have yours ready?
I think so.
You think so, John? I will kill you. I have mine.
I do.
All right, so let's meet again same time next week on the show today with John and Helen on Plus TV Africa. But don't forget that if you missed out on this outing today, we have an opportunity for you to watch again later tonight. 10:30 is the time and 9:30 tomorrow morning. Thank you and have a lovely weekend.
Goodbye.
times when we see celebrities either on social media, television, or in person, we assume they have it all together, but we forget that they're also human. Well, here are some of the low points of some of your favorite celebrities.
Story. Once upon a time, there was a very young, agile, vivacious, spunky, unconventional Pikin. You have all come to know and love as Brother Derele, Shewere, Dewere, and all of the above. But you see, getting to this very point in time has been a story of hurdles. I have crossed so many hurdles. I've broken down ceilings. I've crashed barriers. I've scaled mountains, figuratively speaking. Because you know what? For every single door that was shut on my face, you know what? I found another door. For every time I was put in a box, I jumped right out of that box. I am still in an industry where I have to constantly prove myself. Not the fact that I have to prove myself to myself, but I have to prove myself every time how resilient I can be and how much of an identity and strong force that I must be. So you know what? This is my celebrity story. My story is like $1 million question rolled into one.
My story for today, which hopefully will inspire you, is that when I was 17, my mom died. And at the time, my mom was the only one that had been encouraging me as far as acting was concerned. My dad was not for it at all. And on her deathbed, she told my father, let this girl do what she wants to do. Unfortunately, he was still against it. And I went to theatre school, much to his disdain. But the thing is, even though I went through a lot of stuff because he refused to sponsor me because I was doing what he didn't want me to do, I endeavored, I worked, I had many jobs. I used to do all kinds of stuff. I used to braid hair. There's a lot of stuff I do people don't know about just to make ends meet. Some days it would be between transport and food and all kinds of things. But I endeavored, I worked hard, I stuck to what I wanted to do, and finally I am here. And as far as I'm concerned, I've only just begun. But I am here, and I'm going to keep on pushing on until that Oscar sits on top of my table. So, no matter what it is that you want to do, so far it's a good thing. Don't let anyone discourage you. There will always be a way around it if you just put your head down and put in the work.
What's up, everybody? They call me Road Boy. Now, let me share a brief and a small story for you guys, okay? I used to be a young boy who never had this experience of having parents coming to pick you in school or taking you to school. Those kind of things that if you wake up in the morning as early as 6, you dress up everything by 6:30, it will take you like 1 hour, 20 minutes to get to my school. I never had that experience of waiting for a driver to come and pick me in school. That kind of lifestyle whereby even your parents will prepare breakfast for you or lunch for you to take in school. It was all about survivors, okay? But today, I want to tell you guys something. Maybe my parents took it that way for me because they never had, but I promised myself when I was young, if I ever made money, my children are not going to go through that. I'll provide everything for my kids, transportation, security, whatever, okay? So let me tell you, so whatever you're going through in life today, make sure you keep your head up because whatever you're experiencing, it will give you that power, that strength, not to allow your kids to go through that. Road Boy says so. Bless her.
Before Jennifer's Diary, I would go for, to be honest, I did not think I was going to be an actor. I just thought I was going to sing. How I got into acting, one particular day, I went to church for rehearsals, choir rehearsal, and then I got there early. My friend called that she had written my name in some audition. I was like, audition, ads free, me? I know they do. So she was like, come through, they're waiting. So because rehearsals had not started and the place wasn't so far from where I was, so I was like, okay, I'll just go and see what's up. Thereafter, I started going for auditions. Some people will say really nasty stuff to you. Instead of them to just say, no, go. They will yab you. They will make you not believe in yourself. You just feel like giving up. So I just chilled. And then one particular time, I got a BC, 1,000 Days of Blackberry. My friend sent me an audition BC. It was for Jennifer's Diary. So I said, guy, I know they go. All these things, they don't already get people where they want to put there. So I'm not going to go. So I was like, go, 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 go. My mom told me to go. My dad told me to go, the amazing man, and my friend. So I didn't even know what to wear. So I was discouraged, like, nah, I'm not going to go. But my friend, thankfully, she works for Genevieve at the time. By the way, I love. I cannot explain the love I have for Genevieve. The place was crowded and I don't like crowd. So I went to hide in the restroom as always. That's what I always do. So I was there till like 8 p.m. For real. I called my mom. Mom, I'm leaving. She said, no. So I stayed there. 9 p.m. I auditioned. In my head, I was like, there's no way they won't have found people they need. A couple of weeks after, they called me for the second audition. We did the third audition. We did the final reading. We're quite a number of people reading for Toyosi. At the end of the day, as God would have it, I got the role for Jennifer's Diary to play Toyosi. I did not have any idea that the character was going to have so much continuity. I don't even know. I didn't know that I was going to be in several seasons. So, yeah, and that's how I found myself in Jennifer's Diary series.
Impeachment threat against Buhari real, says National Assembly PDP caucus. And Ebonyi PDP battles self-inflicted crisis as 2023 polls becomes threatened. This is Plus Politics. I am Mary Anna Cohn. Expectedly, mixed reactions from Nigerians, especially senators and other stakeholders, have trailed the lawmakers' threat to impeach the president, even as senators are sharply divided over the matter. It could be recalled that some senators last Wednesday stormed out of plenary in protest against Senate President Ahmed Lawan's failure to make public their resolution from a closed-door meeting where they had resolved to issue a 6-week ultimatum, after which they will use the impeachment notice against the president over insecurity. Attempts to raise the motion to that effect on the Senate floor by the minority leader, Senator Philip Aududa, was turned down by the Senate President Ahmed Lawan earlier, now which compelled some of these senators to stage a walkout. But the Deputy Senate President, Ovio Moagege, while faulting the impeachment option, stated that communication mechanism between the National Assembly and the presidency had not been fully explored and exhausted. Well, joining us to discuss this is Biodun Shomi. Thank you very much, Mr. Shomi, for joining us. Mr. Shomi, thank you so much for joining us. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Great. Let's take our minds back to what happened last week and the impeachment threat, apparently, from especially PDP members on the floor of the National Assembly, who are optimistic that other members of the National Assembly will be in support of this move. My first question, obviously, is, has there ever been this sort of move in the National Assembly in the history of Nigeria that was followed through to the latter for an impeachment process or protocol to even take, root? Has this ever happened? And why now? If it has never happened, why do we think it will even ever, be attempted?
Yes, we have had impeachment moves at state levels drawn to conclusion, unlike at national level. At the national level, we have only had one such impeachment move. That was when Obasanjo was in power in his first term, and some senators believed to be working for the vice president at that time, made moves to actually remove him or deprive him of his second care. But that was not followed through. Unlike the state's one, the first one in the state was the case of Balada Musa, who was removed, impeached as the governor of Kaduna State. Then you had Ladoja's case too. Ladoja was removed in Oyo State, and then Peter Obi also removed. So at the state level, we've had 3 impeachments, drawn to the conclusion following the procedures. At the federal level, we've had only 1 such move, but it never materialized.
Now, the Benue State governor had been lauded for, supporting the impeachment call by members of the National Assembly on Mr. President. In fact, young people had said that this might waken Mr. President from his slumber. And many would ask if Mr. President really is asleep, or are his hands tied in terms of this dealing with the issue of terrorism. Now, might I remind you that this is one of the things that Mr. President had campaigned on in 2015, promising that he was going to deal with insecurity. And looking at insecurity then and now, it was not at this level, even though many would argue that there were bombings in Abuja, there were students that were kidnapped, etc., etc. But here we are, and members of the National Assembly, be it the opposition, are saying, well, we want to make sure that Mr. President does something in 6 weeks, and if after 6 weeks expires, this is what we want to do. But do they have the numbers? This is another question.
Well, what is very clear is that those who are threatening the unity of this country today, creating so much insecurity of lives and property, threatening the capital city, threatening Buhari himself, are in bed with our Mr. President. They are in bed with him. There's no, what I mean is that Mr. President is guilty of complicity, mute indifference, or outright support for whatever is going on in the country. It is increasingly becoming difficult for anybody to think that there is no consent coming from Mr. President. Don't forget that even when the brigade of guards were attacked, Mr. President left this country to go and lecture, give a speech on security in Liberia, ignoring the fact that the speech and action should have taken place here. So it is increasingly becoming more difficult. We are beginning to believe, more and more people are beginning to believe, that a script is being acted to truncate the electoral process going on in our country.
Can I ask?
And this, in my view, will be fiercely resisted.
Can I ask, I mean, because what you just said seems to be, there's a lot of speculation I sense in that statement that you've made, that Mr. President might be complicit. Yes. He has somewhat, not necessarily given off the body language that we expect a president to give off at a time like this. But could it be because the president himself has kept mute on these issues for so long, hence the speculation? Because I'm wondering to myself, why would a president, a man who waited for so long to be president of this country, why he would keep quiet and watch innocent Nigerians being kidnapped, being tortured, being killed, even men of the guard that he used to be part of, which are our soldiers, our very gallant soldiers, killed at will? I'm guessing, why would a president sit back and watch all of these things happen? Going back to the speculation that you made.
Yeah, well, one thing which is very clear is the agenda being pushed by the Buhari's administration. Nobody is oblivious of the fact that Mr. President went to Mali and told people, it was reported, that Nigeria is home for the Fulanis, that all Fulanis, in West Africa are one. And so, therefore, they do not respect boundaries. We all knew how the borders were thrown open clearly, and not only that, we knew all the efforts being made to ensure that they occupy parts of Nigeria. That started from Ruga, up till Cattle Colony, up to the recent move in the National Assembly to create, for the federal government to annex all the waters on the land in order to create settlements, including the banks, to create settlements,
I think that
Fulani's cattle. Nobody can deny it. It's all coming together now. And people are beginning to wonder, at times I wonder when people talk about the issue of Christianity or Muslim, Christian ticket. Is that the issue facing us currently or the issue of security? This is a country where Mr. President is being threatened with kidnapping. The governor of Kaduna State is being threatened with kidnapping. And we've seen them into Abuja. Schools have been closed down, and people are talking about Muslim, as if this terrorist trying to destroy our country even cares about anybody's religion. We have come to a state where the primary function of government, which is security of lives and property, is no longer being guaranteed. So within that context, one can understand the position of the National Assembly, who hitherto have been very, very compliant, been useful agents for the Buhari administration to now turn around and abandon their duty post, threatening impeachment, when in reality they are actually afraid of staying in Abuja for fear of being kidnapped. For Mr. President to be threatened with kidnapping, and then the way they move into Kuje Correctional Center with impunity, it's baffling. It is baffling. There is no other way to explain government complacency other than to describe it, or government inaction or poor action, as an attitude of passivity, of mute indifference, or sometimes of cold complicity. We have gone through this several times. We are told Tucano will do the job. We've bought the Tucanos. Nothing has happened. We are moving from frying pan to fire. Buhari inherited insecurity in the Northeast. That insecurity spread to Northwest. From Northwest is coming to the center of power. At what stage would Nigerians be concerned about what is being done to our country and how our country is being led by Mr. President?
Let me go to the political aspect of this. I know that the NNPP presidential candidate, Senator Rabiu Kwankwaso, has spoken on this issue of impeachment. I'd like to quote him directly. He did say that he warned the National Assembly on this issue, and he said that, I'd like to quote him, "I do not know the facts that they have," talking about the members of the National Assembly, "but as their former colleague, I want them to tread softly, and they should not be in a hurry to rock the boat." What exactly did you think he meant? Because this has all kinds of political undertones, and they're subject to all kinds of interpretation. What would yours be?
Yes, in my own interpretation, Kwankwaso is saying that there's an electoral process which certainly would lead to the termination of the lifespan of the Buhari regime. And therefore, there is no need to rock the boat by impeaching him now, which could create another crisis, political crisis in the country. That's basically what Kwankwaso is referring to. It's referring to the electoral process. Apart from that, I don't even think they have the numbers currently to impeach Mr. President. As it stands today, I don't think they have the numbers, Mr. President. There are so many of the actors with their stooges in National Assembly who, in any case, will frustrate it. I cannot see people like Obi, like Atiku, like Tinubu, and others who are hoping to have an opportunity, to become the president of the country through the ballots, will now support a move that will create a political crisis in the country. I don't think they will be able to do that now. But what I foresee is that what could actually lead to real impeachment is when a state of emergency is created in the country, when Aso Rock is attacked in a way that the legislators will not reasonably sit in the National Assembly again, and there's a serious risk of security breakdown in the seat of Abuja, which is the seat of power, then that probably may end up leading to impeachment. But I don't think the current threat will lead to impeachment.
Does he have to get to that? Because, you know, it's one thing to say, well, maybe because it's heating hard or it's hitting close to home now, and that's why members of the National Assembly seem to be acting. Dumebi Kachiku, who is the presidential candidate for the ADC, had called what happened on the floor of the National Assembly self-serving. He's looking at the political undertone of this. He's saying that, look, these men are doing this because it now affects them. What about when it was hitting other people? But I'm still asking my first question. Why do we have to wait for things to get so bad for us to finally declare a state of emergency? And when we talk about states of emergency, let's not forget that that means that all political or electoral powers, one way or the other, will be jettisoned. And we're talking about a military takeover of sorts, you know, when we ask for a state of emergency, if we are looking at it in its entirety.
No, not necessarily. It doesn't have to be to military taking over power. The state of emergency can be declared by any governor or the president where there are serious breaches, you know, to the security of lives and property. And if, in their view, in line with our constitution, the Nigerian police force cannot manage it, then they are likely going to invite the military in. And that will be under a state of emergency. Otherwise, the military has no role in policing in a democracy. So, and that is the situation where, as many people think that these guys are no longer bluffing, these terrorists are no longer bluffing, we have seen the incapacity or our security forces unable to contain them. If this tendency and this trend continues, the most likelihood is that if there's an attack on, a serious attack on Asura, then that will create a serious state of emergency in our country. And if that should that happen, that may also affect the political process going on, the electoral process going on in the country. And should that happen, that may galvanize all the politicians in the country to say, we need to find a solution to this problem. Mr. President, maybe you are the problem. Maybe you need to step aside. So that will be a formal resolution one way or the other. And I think that is when impeachment is likely. Currently, I don't think this National Assembly can impeach the president. They are too compliant, but I reject the that they've not been complaining about threats to the lives of other people. They have been complaining about it. It means that nothing happened, and they didn't take any step to ensure that, you know, something that's the difference in the situation beyond the talk show. So because of that, you can condemn them for that. Now, the chicken has come home to roost. They have now realized that they could also be victims of what many Nigerians, thousands of Nigerians have been victims of. So, I don't necessarily believe that this impeachment threat will come to fruition. I think it's just a warning, and eventually we may or may not get to that point. It depends on how far the terrorists can create chaos in the country.
We keep talking about solutions here. We keep saying that, oh, well, solutions have to be provided. I have sat through 2 years of speaking with different security operatives, security experts, and they have come up with very doable ideas and solutions that can help the insecurity in the country. But then there's always a recurrent, you know, statement about the political will on the path of Mr. President. But let's not just put the president here on the chopping board. Of course, the government that we have, it's a three-tier government. We have, of course, the executive, we have the legislature, we have the judiciary. And in terms of issues like this, the judiciary might not necessarily be called upon to be part of this, but the legislature and the executive have a serious role to play. And you did mention that there's been a lot more of talk shopping than getting or pushing the hand of the president. So could it be, again, that maybe because the legislature has not been taken seriously by the executive, or maybe the legislature has made itself not as serious to be taken serious by Mr. President, hence the talk shopping? Again, I'm asking, how do we get that political will out of Mr. President, who keeps traveling out for every time there's some hit or insecurity or kidnapping, and even the body language does not seemingly be that of a person who's interested in what's happening? Where do you fish out the political will from that kind of person?
Yeah, in relation to political will, I doubt whether we can get that out of Mr. President. He has already told the whole country that he's tired, he wants to go. The question is, should he be pushed or be allowed to walk in line with the electoral timetable? The problem of political will has something to do with his own personal relationship with the people creating the problems in the country. Nobody can deny the fact that we know where these people are. The government cannot deny knowing where the terrorists are. We allow this thing to fester, up to this point. I remember clearly, Nasser El-Rufai, in his first time, did tell the whole country that he even paid to these terrorists outside the country, who are crowding and who are plundering the resources of this country and killing our people. He openly admitted to that, so he knew where they are. We also know that the former president also had a meeting with the view to reconcile, the terrorists, with the Nigerian state. But again, they met somewhere. We knew that Tony also had meetings with them in the past, and we know that his publicity secretary of Sheikh Gumi and also Gumi himself have been meeting and brokering peace with these people. They are fully involved in negotiations. So we cannot deny knowing where they are. That's one. Number two, when you look at the issue of the list of sponsors of terrorism, UAE, United Arab Emirates, came out with the list. We were told that we have over 400 names of 400 people who are sponsors of terrorism, by the Attorney General of the Federation, Malami, but they could not do anything since courts were on strike at that point. Courts were not sitting at that point in time. Now courts resumed, nothing happened. Courts have been sitting, 100 terrorists or sponsors of terrorism have not been arraigned in court. So there's absolutely lack of political will stemming from an attitude of passivity, mute indifference, and cold complacency. These are the facts as they stand today, in my view.
Finally, before I let you go, Mr. Showmi, what is the fate of the average Nigerian? I'll tell you where I'm going with this. Recently, the Honorable Minister of Information, Mr. Lai Mohammed, has come out to say that they will be meting out sanctions to Daily Trust, of course, and the BBC, which is the British Broadcasting Media House, who put out a documentary. I'm sure that you've seen that documentary. It's out in the public space, talking to these so-called terrorists, mostly those who have laid down their weapons. Also getting down to the crux of the matter, the story under this, what is causing the terrorism that we have in the country. Now, if outsiders, like you mentioned, the UAE, in all their, they were very generous to us to give us a list of people who they call sponsors of these terrorists in our country. That's the UAE. Of course, the Brits have also come up with a documentary telling us what is at the root of the problem and why we're facing what we're facing today. And of course, Daily Trust has brought up their own side of the story, but our government is saying that these people will be sanctioned for going to the bottom of this matter and trying to make sense of it all. Where does that leave the average Nigerian? If others, outsiders, are very interested in what we're dealing with, what we're suffering from, most interested than the people who call themselves our government, what does the future hold for us?
Yeah, it all shows, look, when I had, I actually watched the video, and when I had the response of the Minister for Information, I laughed my head off. I laughed and said, why are they irritated? They've been rattled by the disclosure made by that terror, who was honored with a chieftaincy title, by the emir of his in Nasrallah, in Zamfara. Now, we all know these things. Government know these things. They failed to act. They failed to do anything about it. The man in question, that terrorist in question, was declared wanted by the Nigerian police force. And right in the nose of the Nigerian state, the same terrorist was being honored with the chieftaincy title. That is what like Muhammad be addressing. How come they missed the arrest of that man before he was given, that chieftaincy title? He should stop complaining about, BBC, who in any case only came to interrogate the man to try and find out, what happened, how did he manage to get to where he has found himself as an honorable person while a terrorist, and at the same time trying to help the Nigerian state with thorough investigation so that we understand what the problem is, why they are fighting, and what they have not been able to resolve. Is that what Mr. Lai Mohammed is complaining about? I feel sorry for this country and for the leadership of our country.
Well, I want to say thank you. Biodun Shomi is a political analyst. Thank you for being part of the conversation. We're hoping that something positive comes out of this. We appreciate you for being here. All right. Well, thank you all for staying with us. We'll take a short break now. When we return, we'll be discussing the battles within the PDP in Ebonyi State. Stay with us. It's still Plus Politics now. The leadership tussle that ensued and incessant issuings of press statements on directives and counter-directives from the National Working Committee of the PDP in Ebonyi, court rulings and counter-directives rulings have deeply thrown the party in the state into a litany of crisis, thus reducing to nothingness a hitherto vibrant party which once enjoyed the goodwill of Ebonyi people. Now, as a consequence, the party currently has what is described as Ogba Group, the Anya Chuks Group in the state, a situation that political pundits might jeopardize the chances of the party winning the elections in the state come 2023. Now, on Monday, May 2nd, 2022, Onu took over the leadership of the PDP, having received the backing of the national leadership of the party. Miffed by his sudden sack, Okori proceeded to the appeal court of Abuja to sought for a stay of pending the determination of the substantive suit. Now, on May 31, fast forward, the National Working Committee of the PDP recognized Okori as its authentic chairman in Ebonyi State. Well, joining us to discuss this and break it down is Charles Otu. He is a political analyst and is joining us from Ebonyi. Thank you so much, Mr. Otu, for joining us.
Thank you so much for having me.
Yes, it's very interesting to see the turn of events within the PDP in Ebonyi State. I mean, it's very unusual to see the tussle that we're seeing today. And the national of the party seems to be in the middle of this. It reminds me of something that I've seen before. And now, also, I see that in the midst of this is two former governors, a sitting governor, and of course, Iyorchia Ayu, which is the national leader of the party. What exactly, paint a picture to us about what's really happening right now.
Thank you very much. The crisis is, like you must have heard in the news, self-inflicted. Self-inflicted, I would say, because the party, after the defection of the on November 19th, 2020, a lot of persons felt, they have left in body, but the soul and spirit of the party is intact. But the events that played out shortly showed me a mood of desperate They were not only desperate to grab power, they were not ready to trade a bargain or pedal or giving anything another. The party can survive and beat a party select with the 2023 election. Now, it all started like the issues in court now are recent development. On the 16th of October 2021, the party held its state congress. And going from the first week of October, when we started the World Congress, that was the old of the crisis. And those of us who were monitoring events in the city, who were also physically available in some of the congresses, particularly the state congress, we could see people who were in a hurry to destroy the best, people who were out find personal survivors. Of course, you know that when the man left the PDP, the party that were in contention was about membership. And the former Senate President, Senator Empire, quickly moved in and was recognized as leader of the party in the state. The PDP carried on till that Congress time. A lot of those who felt that, okay, Senator Empire as the party should have brought a leader from within the select members of the party in the state. But of course, he himself and the other stakeholders prepared Mr. Toshiko Kori, who had all along been based in Abuja. So this did not go down well with those who had been supporting simply and openly Mr. Salah, who was the publicity of the party on the interim basis before the Congress. Mr. Omo had done quite impressively.
Mr. Otto, I think we're having a little problem with your audio. We're going to fix that. We'll take just a quick break and fix that, and then we'll come back because we're losing some of the important things that you're telling us. We'll be right back after this break. It's still Plus Politics. We're still speaking with a political analyst in Ebonyi State, Charles Otu. Mr. Otu, before that break, we were still talking about the situation that, of course, threw up Okorie and, of course, Onu. Now, I'm sure that you are aware that Okorie is demanding a 2 billion naira. He's saying that this has to be paid for libel. He's demanding this from Onu. Saying that they have to pay for damages. Again, how feasible is this? And like I said at the beginning, the national of the party seems to be in the middle of this war. There are counter-accusations, statements are being issued back and forth. Why can't the party solve this problem? I know that the PDP keeps saying constituting committees to address issues, but have these issues been addressed in its entirety, and how would this affect the elections come 2023?
Thank you very much. You were very right when you pointed out that the party's national leadership has been at the middle of this. Now, it was the indecision, like I was trying to point out, of the national leadership of the party to stamp its authority, especially when the Court of Appeal, the Federal High Court sacked Okorie, that made it difficult for the party to make progress quickly. Now, when Okorie was sacked, there was supposed to be an appeal that should be filed immediately. Well, without diving into the merits, we were meant to understand that that was not immediately done. Now, what that meant was that at the end of when the processes were offered, the party had issued directives and counter directives. It had said in a press statement by the public secretary of the party at the national level that the Congress, the state primaries we hold on the 28th and 29th. Midway to that, the same party issued a counter directive and said, look, that it has been postponed. And having, communicated INEC and all of that, the Anyishuk's faction, Ifeanyichukwu, popularly known as Anyishuk, went ahead to hold that primaries. The other faction stayed away from it because they felt that the counter announcement of the party will prevail, and they fixed the 4th and 5th of June for their own faction.
Now,
and in all of this, you see a party's national leadership that was not decisive. It did appear from what we have gathered that the national leadership of the party were taking, they were divided. Some were siding Anyishuk, the other was siding Ogba. And at the end of the day, the crisis of who takes over the party's ticket as the national candidate of the party, of the presidential candidate of the party, did not help matters. We learned authoritatively that while Atiku was backing Anyishuk, the other group, that is Ogba group, were backed by Wike. That further polarized the party at the national level.
Interesting. Now,
and that is what has continued to play out.
Now, the court at some point had declared the rescheduled Ebonyi primaries as invalid. So, as it stands, there's yet to be someone who the party can point to as its candidate getting set for the 2020 elections. And I did ask, I think, a couple of times, what does the future portend for the Ebonyi State PDP? Whether the national deals with this issue or not, is there an end in sight? And does this, one way or the other, might this cost them the ticket come 2023 if it's not being dealt with?
Okay, a quick one, correction for that matter is that the party did submit, based on the Federal High Court ruling, the name of Ifeanyichukwu as the candidate of the PDP. So it is not vacant, it is not in contention. For now, until a superior court speaks otherwise, Ifeanyichukwu is the authentic candidate of the PDP. Now, that is on one hand. And then you look at the issue of the Court of Appeal decision that asked that the matter, the court verdict that declared Anyishuk the authentic flag bearer of the party, having been shortlisted by INEC, that it should be retried and revisited. One, the Court of Appeal made two significant decisions. First was that it should be retried. Secondly, that the Federal High Court, the Chief Justice of the Federal High Court, should reassign the matter for retrial to a different judge. So now, when you look at this, you see them going back to the drawing board. The implication is that the party is battling to beat time and may not beat time because everything about substitution of candidates, windows for new fresh primaries will be closing within this middle of August. Now, this is August 1. The party just have about 2 weeks or thereabout to sort itself out. Now, the Anyishuk, that is Ifeanyi, has proceeded to the Supreme Court to appeal the Court of Appeal decision, asking for a retrial of the decision of the earlier decision of the Federal High Court in Abakaliki. Now, before the Supreme Court will sit on the matter to decide whether to uphold the prayers of Anyishuk or to throw them back again to give back into the Court of Appeal earlier ruling that the matter should be retried, the whole window for substitution would have been foreclosed.
Does this mean that we're going to see,
if it continues the way it is going, the party may not have a candidate for the 2023 elections?
Exactly, because I was going to say, we know that, in the midst of all of this, we see, a crisscrossing, an exodus of sorts. Might that also happen because of this imbroglio? Do we see people leaving the PDP if they do not get a fair hearing on this matter going forward?
Of course, people have started leaving the party already. Yeah, of course, from my intelligence, some of the party supporters have already started leaving the party. Why do I say so? I say so because if you had read in the news recently, you would have seen some of them decamping to other parties, some to APC, some to ABGA, some to other parties in the state. Now, what this means is that some of them who feel they may not have the patience to go through the litigation hall from the lower court again to Court of Appeal to the Supreme Court, some of them feel that the best thing they can do is to find a candidate in another party to support. And some have started moving already. That is already on course. What you should take away from this, Marianne, is that a party may have a Zamfara and Rivers scenario that played out in the APC in 2019. And the two candidates that are contending for this governorship ticket seem very desperate to ensure that the party gets to that level. So that is the truth. And that is the fact about what is going on in Ebonyi.
Well, I want to say thank you. Charles Otu is a political analyst and he joined us from Ebonyi State. Thank you so much for being part of the conversation. We'll keep our eyes on this story as it develops.
Thank you.
All right. Well, it's time for my take. Before we wrap up the show tonight, I'd like to give you my take. Here's my take. It's interesting that in 2022, we're still talking about solutions to the problem of terrorism. Yes, terrorism is not something that you can beat in one day. Terrorism is not a fight that we can fight in one day because it is not a usual warfare. It's a guerrilla warfare. So I'm wondering, last year, the UAE helped us by getting the people who decided to fund terrorism. They helped us out to give us the list of those people. What happened to the list? Also, recently, the BBC has come up with a documentary going into the nooks and the crannies of this country to find out what is at the bottom of the terrorism that has been taking the lives of innocent Nigerians, ripping mothers from their children, killings and torturings, and of course, even Nigerians who have no money, crowdfunding to get their loved ones out from the kidnappers' den. But our government has decided that they will fight the BBC, that they will fight Daily Trust. These are journalists who have come from outside the country, talking about the BBC, to help us get to the bottom of our problem. So I ask Nigerians, help me. Why is it that outsiders are most interested and place more value on human lives than the governments that we have in place? Of course, Mr. President has told us that he's done his best, but my question is your best good enough, Mr. President? Again, I ask the government of the day, why are we still thinking like we do not know what to do to deal with the issue of insecurity? Is the president's hands tied? What is happening to our security officials? We said we needed Tucano jets. The Tucano jets are here. What are we doing with it? How long will we keep losing innocent lives of Nigerians for a government who really, really wanted to govern us? Mr. President, you tried so many times to be president of this country, and finally, you were given the opportunity. Is this what you wanted for us at the beginning? Is this what you want to leave at the end as a legacy? I'm wondering, how long will we stay in this place, wondering, gnashing our teeth, and hoping that somebody will come save us? I'm guessing that our leaders should be our savior. Okay, people are saying we want to impeach Mr. President, and some others are saying, oh, well, it's political. Where does the life of the average Nigerian come in? I'd like to say Kadaria Ahmed put out a statement, a very long one, talking about the fact that the Nigerian media is glorifying, terrorism. But how do we make sure that we get to the solutions of our problems if we cannot tell the story behind the problem of terrorism? So I leave it to you, Nigerians. Think, act wisely. Elections are around the corner. If you are campaigning for somebody, find out where that person stands on this issue of insecurity. Maybe that might inform who you vote for. I am Mary Arnicle. This is my take.
In Nigeria, it is believed in many quarters that no matter the amount of wealth one amasses, a degree from a university supersedes everything. We'll be looking at 5 of your favorite celebrities who went back to school after gaining fame. Davido. Davido returned to Babcock University to bag a degree in music. Davido graduated in 2015. He attempted to take part in the mandatory National Youth Service Corps program, but that dream was cut short controversially. DJ Cuppy. Prior to joining the entertainment industry, DJ Cuppy already had a degree in business and economics from King's College in London. In 2015, she went back to the prestigious New York University where she bagged a master's degree in music business. In 2021, Cuppy gained admission to the prestigious University of Oxford to pursue a master's degree in African Studies. Rema's overnight rise to prominence as a teenager came with a lot of questions in 2022. The music star announced that he was going to further his education. According to him, he gained admission to the University of Lagos to pursue a degree in creative arts. He added that his mother's insistence led to his return to school. Odunlade Adekola. In 2018, the frisky actor graduated with a degree in business administration from the University of Lagos. In an interview, the actor debunks the claims that he was an absentee student during his time in the institution. Kanayo O Kanayo. The movie veteran's acting prowess earned him a reputation many only wish to attain in the future. Despite being a movie icon and a National Honor awardee, the movie star surprised many when he announced in 2019 that he had graduated with a law degree from the University of Abuja.
Hello, this is Plus Reports. It's where we bring you some of the stories and events that made the news recently. In case you missed out on some of these stories, don't worry, we've got you covered on this edition. Welcome, I am Uime Elijah. The leadership and members of the Nigerian Labour Congress, NLC, has issued a 2-week ultimatum to the federal government to resolve the protracted conflict with the nation's university workers and reopen the schools. Chairperson of the Lagos State Chapter of the Nigerian Labour Congress, NLC, Fumi Sisi, issued the ultimatum during a protest to the government house in Alausa, Ikeja, in solidarity with the Academic Staff Union of University, ASU. Plus TV correspondent Love Ikuku Oyedoku witnessed it all and brought it back. The report.
The protest kicked off around 7:30 a.m. at Ikeja on the bridge, with thousands of members of the union and its affiliates participating. They walked from under the bridge in Ikeja to Government Secretariat at Alausa, where they met a barricade at the entrance.
Please come out with this case. Lagos State government of the people, by the people and for the people.
They finally gained entrance after much persuasion and peaceful entreaties.
A government that cares about university education cannot be imposing a corrupt, fraudulent, obsolete, and exploitative IPPIS on the university system. We call for immediate abolition of this and the adoption of UTAS in the university system because it takes care of our peculiarity, university autonomy, and it will not continue the present system where people who are working behind and getting benefit from IPPIs continue to get our own money.
Chairperson of the Lagos State Chapter of the Nigerian Labour Congress, NLC, Fumi Sisi, warned that the action could take a new turn if the government fails to conclude all negotiations and agreement with ASU.
For more than 5 months now, they have been engaging with the government, and government has not been able to resolve the issues. So if government has just come out to come and tell us that within the space of 2 weeks they will be able to wrap up and conclude, we know that government is just paying a lip service.
The protest afforded human rights lawyer Femi Falana another opportunity to take a swipe on the Buhari administration.
The president is tired. He has said that he's anxious to go back to Katsina. We ask him to rush back home and leave Nigeria in peace. The president is tired. Boko Haram boys are taking over Abuja. Yesterday there was another attack. In fact, they were going to attack the law school. They killed about 3 soldiers yesterday. We are telling the government that enough is enough. Enough of killings of our people. Enough of strikes in our tertiary institutions.
The protesters were received by the Special Advisor to the Lagos State Governor on Sustainable Development Goals and Investment, Mrs. Sholakwe Hammond, on behalf of Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu. From Lagos, Lavikuku Uyedoku, Plus TV News.
The 2-day national protest organized by the Nigerian Labour Congress in solidarity with the Academic Staff Union of Universities and other tertiary institution unions has recorded a massive turnout in Kaduna. Students from various tertiary institutions across the state and 46 other unions have also joined the protest to compel the federal government to resolve lingering issues of the strike to reopen universities for academic activities to save the future of Nigerian students and the nation's educational system. Plus TV correspondent Habila Darufal filed this report as presented from our studios.
The protesters converged at NLC Secretariat in Kaduna State and then proceeded to the State House of Assembly to tender their letter for the consideration of the plight of students and lecturers, carrying placards with various inscriptions and chanting solidarity songs. Speaking after tendering the letter at the House, NLC Chairman Kaduna State, Comrade Ayuba Magaji, said that no country develops without a good education system and that the nonchalance of leaders towards education is affecting students.
This honorable protest, or rally rather, is we are pressing home the demand of our place, 4 of them in the public university, in particular ASU, NASU, SANU, and NAD. The demand is simple. They wanted to see the standard of education, particularly that of the university, is upgraded and is enhanced through the provision of good working conditions for the staffs, through the provision of standard infrastructure for lecturing, for student hostels, and for even staff quarters.
Responding, the representative of the State Assembly, who is the Deputy Speaker, Honorable Isaac Alta, said that the House will do everything possible to ensure that their demands are met, and also assured them of the Speaker's readiness to meet with the government and other relevant stakeholders to the strike actions.
As the chairman of the Northern State Assembly's speakers, he is already in Abuja trying to wade into this very matter on a very sincere note.
Also, the chairman of the Senior Staff Association of Nigerian Universities, ABU Zaria, Comrade Muhammadu Yunusa, expressed his displeasure over the lingering strike.
Well, election is coming quite all right, and the electorate, that is the people that are going to vote, should understand that these people, most of them that are coming out to contest, their children are not in this university, in these tertiary institutions. Most of them, their children are outside. So I am appealing to our people that in the next coming election, they should ensure that they elect people that are credible, people that have the concern of the masses in their minds.
Some of the lecturers say they won't resume until their demands are met.
The insensitivity of the government towards its non-respect of agreement duly signed, honorably signed by the government. Now they are making it an issue as if they were coerced into signing that agreement. It is rather unfortunate.
Strike have really affected us. We are getting to 6 months at home. And this 6 months at home, a lot of us are doing nothing. And look at the situation of the country. Look at what is happening. Insecurity here and there. Conflict here and there, insurgency here and there, terrorism here and there. The son, the daughter of the poor man is not even being able to give any opportunity. Let me tell you who are the bandits. It is the student, the people that are on ground, the people that are at home. They use them and change their mentality to become the bandits. And now you push out from the school, out from the institution. What do you want us to become?
The Nigerian Labour Congress insists it will embark on another 3-day warning strike immediately after the protest, in solidarity with the striking lecturers, until the government meets their demands.
Some supporters of the All Progressive Congress, APC, across the South-South geopolitical zone have called on Nigerians to put issues of religion raised against the APC presidential candidate Bola Ahmed Tinubu and his running mate aside. They want Nigerians to look for the best brains to manage the affairs of the country, insisting that religion or ethnic background does not guarantee electoral victory or the delivery of good governance. Our correspondent, J.C. Ese, has details.
This group is meeting to put its house in order ahead of the 2023 presidential campaigns, and top on the agenda is how to market the APC candidate, Bola Tinubu. The geopolitical zone is mostly controlled by the PDP, and the group admits that there is a lot of work to be done, especially as some leaders of the APC have disconnected from their followers. While such persons are asked to reconcile with their constituents in the overall interest of the party, the group's leadership advises Nigerians to put aside politics of religion.
We are looking beyond the religious matter. What we are looking at is how we can win elections, which I know God will stand on our side to win election. So everything is perfectly well. We are set for the inauguration and we are set to win election. Last time I visited Akwa Ibom State, I received members from PDP to APC. Even in this state, we have those that have met me, and they are willing, ready to join us to work and deliver Ahmed Bola Tinubu.
Members of the initiative believe that age comes with experience and that Tinubu is the best bet for the job.
All these ones they are saying Tinubu is more experienced with age. So we need those who are well experienced like him, with age, political experience, who led local Lagos economy to be the highest economy in Africa.
He has told us there that he's going to carry the women along. And hearing this, a lot of women, without even forcing them, they are the ones that are ready and willing with their PVCs to vote her leader.
The various state coordinators of the initiative promised to take the Asiwaju Bola Tinubu message to the hinterlands.
We are working on with this Pastor Ruben initiative. We are going to make sure we go to the grassroots to make sure we deliver our candidates.
Tinubu is going to be our president 2023. Delta State is a state of APC as I speak, because PDP, they are already gone in Delta State. So if APC is going to rule, it's going to be all over.
It's very important. We don't have any other person. We don't have also an option to deliver Asiwaju Ahmed. We in Akwa Ibom State, we are highly in support of him.
One thing is major for this group. The APC must win at all levels in the 2023 elections. Jesse Ese, Plus TV News.
It's time for a short break now. We will be right back with more stories. Welcome back and thanks for staying with us. We move on to security matters. Following the release of a viral video by terrorists showing the victims of the Kaduna-Abuja bound train being flogged by their captors, protesters have stormed the Kaduna State House of Assembly demanding that the government rescue the remaining 43 victims whose lives have been threatened. Plus TV News correspondent Habila Darufal filed in this report as presented from our studios.
The protesters held various placards chanting songs from the Lugard Hall in Kaduna before proceeding to the State Assembly, barricading the road to the gate. Some of the families of the victims expressed their displeasure at the inability of the government to protect the lives and properties of the citizens. They expressed their disappointment at the manner in which the government is handling the situation and that despite huge resources it claims it has invested in security, Nigerians still cannot sleep with their eyes closed.
Here to register our protest, our plea to the government of the nation, and in particular President General Muhammad Buhari and our Governor Malam Nasir El-Rufai. Our loved ones have been in captivity for the past 120 days, and nothing has been heard in terms of their release. Though we've had other things skeletally been done behind, but unfortunately it's not yielding the desired result. And it's obvious. And it's obvious from the videos released about 2 days ago what the captives, the kidnappers have said. They said they don't want the government to come and discuss with them, that the government has failed them, that we as individuals should come and rescue our loved ones. How do we go to rescue our loved ones when our government have failed us? How do we go into where we don't know to go and rescue our loved ones? That's why we are out today to call on the government to do the needful.
They also called on the federal government to redouble its efforts at rescuing the remaining victims unhurt.
I'm calling on behalf of the people in the bush forest. For the past 121 days now, they have been beaten up in the bush. Please, we are calling on the government of Nigeria to please help us to bring them out peacefully, because this one that they are doing to them is not proper. The beat they are beating them as if they are beating goats is not proper. They should please, if their family is there, they could have no one to do now. But since we know that they don't have family there, they should please help us to bring out our loved ones.
These family members are hopeful that their cry will spur the government into action so that those who are still in captivity, including an 85-year-old grandmother, will be delivered soon.
Mental health is just like any other illness, and as such, the society must stop the stigmatization against sufferers of this disease. This was the submission of elite psychiatrist Dr. Kafayat Ogunshola while fielding questions from the newsmen at the 2022 annual general meeting of the Medical and Dental Consultants Association of Nigeria, Ebute Meta Chapter, Lagos State. PlusTV News correspondent Love Ikuku Oyedokun has details in this report.
Mental health is one of the diseases dreaded by society. It affects the cognitive, behavioral, and emotional well-being of a sufferer. Conditions such as stress, depression, and anxiety can all affect mental health and disrupt a person's routine. The situation usually worsened as a result of societal stigma attached to such conditions. Sufferers get withdrawn and are willing to speak out about their condition or even contemplate suicide. These medical professionals are worried about the increasing cases of the disease.
Doing life itself is filled with a lot of stressors. It could be ill health, it could be life events that one did not see coming. The loss of a loved one, the loss of a job, financial troubles. It could even be the society itself, the economic problems and the challenges in Nigeria is also a major stressor for many of us. So yes, whilst all of this is going, one has to pay attention to the self-care, because if you're here, if you do the list, I did a A to Z of self-care, which includes things like affirming yourself, the ability to breathe, understanding what are the things within your control, focusing on the things that are within your control.
Another issue on the chest of these medical professionals is that of brain drain. They lamented the exodus of Nigerian doctors to other countries for greener pastures.
Globally, but more in this country with respect to the brain drain that we're experiencing presently, we decided to give the team thriving as a professional in the current environment. We know that there has been issue of exodus of doctors, health workers generally, consultants especially in recent time. So we are deciding to look at this, or we decided to look at this matter. Those of us that are here, is it that we are just staying for staying sake, or is there anything that we need to do in order to make sure that we are not left behind?
They called on the federal government to do something urgent to make the environment conducive as well as address their welfare.
When you operate an environment you are operating in, for instance, you are not sure of light, you are, as a surgeon, you have to consider the electricity, consider this in fixing your surgery date. It's not the best. So these are part of the factors that, if addressed, will reduce what we have in terms of the exodus of professionals, doctors in particular.
The theme of the 2022 AGM is Thriving as Professionals in the Current Environment. From Lagos, Love Ikuku Oyedoku, Plus TV News.
The Lagos State Domestic and Sexual Violence Agency, in collaboration with Alimosho Local Government, Idimu and Ikotun Local Council Development Areas, have organized a program to sensitize the people on the dangers of silence in the face of sexual and gender-based violence. The sensitization program took place in Alimosho Local Government. Our correspondent Paul George reports.
Gathered in the hall are mostly women and a few men adorned in T-shirts with the inscription, "It's on us." They've all come out to listen and get more information on different forms of sexual violence.
This is like the first phase of our project at the local government, but we are coming back to also train the WAPA people and also the CDCs and CDA chairmen. Recently, I can say vividly that on an average, we get a case of nothing less than 10 survivors who walk to the office and also who report via the virtual referral platform.
The facilitator, Bose Ironse, says gone are the days when women will keep quiet in the face of threats to life. She speaks alongside others.
The community people need to understand. They need knowledge, they need information to understand what is going on. They need effective reporting pathways for them to be able to know what to do when they are affected in one form or the other. Some people want justice. There are some people they don't really want they just want anything. It's their choice. But when it comes to children, parents don't have a choice than to report that case, so that the government can take it over.
The purpose of this gathering is to enlighten our men, our women on child abuse and sexual violence. We have some people that have lost their life, they've lost their dignity, they don't have anybody to report to, they don't know what to do, they are ashamed. That's why we come out to enlighten people, to give them confidence of speaking out whenever they experience any difficulty, any abuse, any violence, so that the government can come to their aid.
The first thing is to sensitize the citizenry that they should see something, say something, and do something immediately. We should also include the law enforcement agencies by sensitizing them that once this happens, they don't need to body shame the victim, because sometimes we've had argument that because women are walking naked, that's why they're being raped. But what about the case of a 3-year-old or a 1-year-old? Were they walking naked?
To nip domestic violence in the bud, those affected are encouraged to speak up at the sight of a threat. Paul George, Plus TV News.
It is not a good time for fish farmers in Ijebu-Ode, Ogun State, southwest Nigeria, as they are currently faced with flooding occasioned by the torrential rainfall that has continued to wreak havoc on their business. The report.
Over 200 farmers whose ponds are located at Ikongbagoro of Ijebu-Ode in Odogbolu local government area have continued to suffer the disaster caused by flooding. Rather than being a blessing, the rainfall to them is a curse on their investments.
Pond at the back there, and this one, and this one in front here. There's no fish inside again. Everything wiped away.
Fish of over 1 year.
Fish of over 1 year. Everything wiped away. Everything wiped away. No fish again. We don't know where we're going to start the business again. We want you to help us. Please help us.
I'm standing here over
75,000 kilograms of fishes was swept away from my farm, and I have a lot of workers, everybody, and I got loan from different sources also. As I'm standing here right now, I'm only standing by the grace of God, and no government, when we graduated from school, no government provided job for us. We are hustler.
About 5 clusters exist in the settlement, which include Ifeoluwa, Ashejere, Progressive, Joye and Kajola. Catfish worth millions of naira have been lost as a result of lack of basic infrastructure like good road network and proper drainage system to channel the floodwaters.
Again, precisely on the 8th of July 2022, this year, we experienced another flood disaster of unimaginable magnitude after the terrestrial rainfall that lasted for several hours non-stop, resulting in huge losses involving more than 5 fish farms cluster, with hundreds of farmers suffering heavy losses in Ifeoluwa, Progressive, Ashejere, Kajola, and Joye.
All they want is the government's responsiveness to their plight.
Several complaints, officials of the NEMA, National Emergency Management Agency, and SEMA, Ogun State Emergency Management Agency, approached us for information gathering the losses we incur occasioned by the flood, with assurance to recompense farmers to at least mitigate and ameliorate the losses suffered by farmers. Till date, nothing has heard from both agency and collecting our data regarding what we lost.
Mainly because the road is bad, the drainage system is too narrow to accommodate the water, and again our stream, the Yemule stream, that stream is long overdue for dredging. So we are appealing to the state government, to the federal government, to assist us in dredging that stream so that the waterways can be widened and the depth can also be increased.
All efforts to get the authorities to comment on possible plans to remedy the challenges did not yield results. The farmers are demanding the dredging of Yemule River, immediate reconstruction of Ikongba Road, and self-loans with low interest rate to ameliorate the effects of the damage on their businesses.
And that's all on this edition of Plus Report. But before we go, let's remind you to please follow us at PlusTvAfrica on Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. Also, do subscribe to our YouTube channel at PlusTvAfrica and PlusTvAfrica Lifestyle. I am Uime Elijah. Thanks for watching.
In the real estate industry, design and techniques are the defining factors and foundation of achieving the best construct. Whether in the real estate, oil and gas, or any kind of engineering, many industries utilize 3D modeling for a range of products. Now, using 3D designs enables customers and clients to have a full idea and concept of the proposed 3D structure from start to finish. This is extremely useful for envisioning the final product during pitches or to other stakeholders. On the show today, we will be focusing on the real estate sector with specific emphasis on 3D modeling. Welcome to Business Insight on Plus TV Africa. I am Justin Akadonye. Welcome back. Three-dimension modeling is a science and art of creating real-life impression and presentation of development proposal. It is a way of mimicking the interpretation of brain-eye combination of human beings. It can be done as physical paper model or as a computer model. Joining us on the show today is Benedict Ebe, architect, 3D interior designer, and he's with AfriBeni Works Nigeria Limited. Many thanks for joining us on Business Insight on Plus TV Africa.
Oh, hi. Pleased to meet you, Justin.
All right, let's talk about this 3D modeling design. A whole lot has been said, but to break it down to people watching, what is it really about?
Okay, what we take to site and when we start construction is 2D, what we have on paper. But 3D really exposes you to some things look great in our minds, colors, patterns, and then we end up constructing them in real life. And you find out, not so great, actually. And then what 3D models do for us is, we can change the colors, re-render, you can change the colors, the patterns, whatever you want to do. You can see it in 3D models before you take it to real life. So it's less expensive. You don't have to, the opportunity cost, all those costs, you avoid all of them. So you don't have to break things and you do it on the system before you even go any further. So that's what it has done. It's very futuristic and it's very helpful, trust me.
You talked about futuristic, meaning that is it like a novel idea as it has been practiced for quite a while now?
Oh, funny enough, it has been around for a while. It has been around for a while, but in Nigeria, we've slowly been adopting it. Actually, I know back in architecture school, it's been there. 3D modeling has been there in architecture school, but it wasn't something that was thought in depth. It wasn't taught rather in depth in architecture school. You find out there was so much focus on 2D modelings and sketches because it takes us a little back. But when you check the competition out there, you find out that 3D models have been around since early 2000s. It has been there. That's what they even take it to the next level abroad, where it's not just about visuals now. You can check building credibility. You can calculate the lumens of light that a smart building is supposed to use, so you don't waste so much energy. You can test it on models. You can test lights. You can test its ventilation system. Sometimes we just guess, oh, this place should use 1.5 horsepower AC, should use 2 horsepower, 1 horsepower. But we can test that with 3D models over there. The power you're consuming, so many other things. They do the position of the building. You can use relative to sunlight. Okay, this particular area, using Google Map, you can check, okay, this is the amount of sunlight hitting a particular building at a particular point in time, how much heat the building is generating, and then you can know how much power, how much air conditioning, how much light, stack effects, a couple of things that you can calculate with 3D modeling. That's what has been happening out there. But we're currently adopting now the visual parts of it, and I know we're growing towards that level. And I know in the near future, we'll definitely get to that level.
All right. It has a whole lot of potentials and it looks very, very wonderful.
Yeah.
But in terms of cost, let's talk about cost-benefit analysis right now.
Yeah.
In terms of costing, is it something that is readily available, something that's readily affordable for, architects who might just be starting up?
Okay, it is readily available for architects who... These days, it's there's quality. There's a 3D model, and then there's something we call rendering. Rendering is where we take, you model something, you model a space. I could model this space like this studio where we're in now. We could change a couple of things in the model. But rendering now makes it realistic. So it goes from that cartoon-looking thing, and then you start to edit the materials. Okay, how do walls react? You check this is cement. It doesn't reflect. You take away the reflectivity. You put the grooves in wood. All of these things. So that is when it gets to rendering. That is where it gets heavy, where you need a system that can handle it at the point in time. So for a country like us, I feel 3D modeling is something during the model stages. you use it to gather funding. You can use it to gather funding, grow as an architect practicing in the industry. You use it to gather funding, but like my father used to say, a workman cannot be better than his tools. So as you gather funding, you invest in your business, and then you can get some of those systems that improve your rendering subsequently as it goes, because those are the parts that need something expensive. And then people render, you can render 720p picture quality, 1080p, 3K, 4K, all the way to 8K. So it depends on the kind of render engine or computer systems that you have. But you can make money at every level. You don't have to get to the point where you're rendering 4K. It's a ladder. You can render at 720p for some projects. It will come off good. You can use it, a couple of bungalows, a couple of some interior spaces, like a bedroom. Somebody's asking for a living room, a kitchen. You can do that. But you want to do a whole project, a full project. You want to do like a mall or something. You want to do like a commercial space. Then you know that you have to have grown and earn money from doing a living room, doing this, gather money, and then you get the render engine that can do those kind of commercial projects that you're probably hunting for.
Okay, let's talk about the industry really, because a lot of times people believe that architecture as it is some brain tasking, brainstorming kind of field of study, from the university and all of that. Because before now, we were told that you have to be very patient, you have to be very artistic to be an architect. I haven't spent 6 years. But then again, how do you see the industry in Nigeria in terms of, how things are done internationally? Are we really doing things the right way?
Okay, we are doing things the right way. Actually, architecture, I won't lie, is very tasking. And I'm not saying this because I'm an architect. And it takes a lot of patience. I remember in my third year, when I was doing my IT, I was going to stop architecture for one reason.
You're going to stop?
Yes, I was going to stop for one reason. I was doing my IT, I was going to stop for one reason.
Oh, wow.
It's a very weird reason. Okay, I was working in an office, and that office, they were vetting ShopRite designs. Those times they were designed in South Africa, but when it comes into a new country, it has to be acclimatized. The design has to be acclimatized into the rules, to suit the rules that guide our building sector here in Nigeria. So I had a senior architect. His name is Wale at the time. He was working there at the firm, and he was responsible for designing the car park. When people just come and then you see a car park, you're like,
I didn't know they need to even design.
You have to design a car park, because if you're looking at, this particular building is going to have like 1,000 people going in and out at a particular point in time, you now think to yourself, okay, it should have how many people can be in a car? Maybe 4 or 5 people in a car, meaning 1,000 divided by 5. It means you should have a car park that can take 200 cars. You understand? Yes.
Oh, wow.
So when you have to manipulate that space to suit 200 cars. If not, you would not get approval, or something close to 200 cars. You understand? So there's your turning radius. People don't. There's a lot of calculations. There's a turning radius. That you must have a 9 to 10 meter space for a sedan.
Okay, now you're speaking a whole lot of technical things.
It's like that. So what made me to? I found out that he had this designated space that he had to do so amount of parking, and he was working on that for about 2 months. He'll do the parking, the turning radius, then they'll submit it and say, no, you know what, he didn't meet the requirements. Some of the things are wrong. You have to provide for people who can't walk and all of that. You have to create a different kind of car park. All of those things. And I now thought to myself, I'll wake up, get to work 8 or 9 o'clock, and I'm working on a car park from then till 5 p.m. every day for 2 months. Some people can run mad. You need a kind of mental psyche, to be able to. Monotony can kill you in architecture. Some projects, they can give you a project and say, that project, you can be working on the same project for 6 months. All you know is you wake up in the morning, you're going to the office to do this particular thing. You are seeing the same thing for 6 months.
Oh, wow.
So if you don't have the patience, if you don't have the mental psyche to say, okay, this is what I want to do, all you do is sleep, eat, you wake up, you're thinking about your design, you can get very out of touch. So I thought to myself, well, is this what I want to do? Car park for 2 months, you know? So I was thinking, I was very discouraged, but you know, I can be stubborn too. I just say, you know what, I'm doing this and I'm here.
All right.
So that is so the question
is,
yes.
How are we doing in Nigeria vis-a-vis in comparison to global
Okay, I think
standards?
we have been doing really nicely. I don't know, for some reason, a lot of architects, the names are skipping my head right now. I can name a lot of architectural firms that have been doing really good. Even in the international, they are getting awards in the international world, in West Africa, in Africa, and even abroad generally. You know, we've been doing well. I feel like we've gone past. We had a phase of not being appreciated. You know, everybody just feels, oh, I want a 2-bedroom. We can get Babahu to just cut here. What is there?
That's the thing. You know, the Nigerians, the average Nigerians, does the average Nigerian patronize an architect to draw designs for their structures here?
Yeah. Yes. Now
have we gotten to that level?
Yes, we have. Yes, we have. When like the island, you know, that's why a lot of people are having that urban shift to the island and parts of the mainland. You know, Ikeja, Magodo, Bagada, a lot of those places, they are really moving into the appreciation of architects. People don't know that, oh, it's one thing to just cut spaces. It's another thing to know that, oh, your bedrooms should face the east where the sun rises, because when the sun rises, heat is supposed to enter your bedroom to drive you away from bed, while your living room should be cool because it is facing towards the west.
Oh, wow.
You understand?
That's new to me.
Yeah, so during sunset, it has rotated towards the west, and your living room is getting hot, but your bedroom is cooling.
Okay. Oh, wow.
Do you understand? So there are a lot of things that come into architecture. It is not just cutting out spaces. You understand? There are a lot of, so people are starting to realize that. And then the increase in value of land. People now know that I can't just call somebody to cut spaces. When you get to Ikoyi and see that some places are 600,000 per square meter, you can't go and throw a lobby of 5 or 6 meters in a lobby. You realize that, oh, you have done a 30 square meter lobby at 600,000 per square meter. Oh, yeah. How much have you used in the lobby? So that has really pushed people to start to appreciate architects and what we're doing with the space, what we're doing. They need someone who understands space programming, then interior design, anthropometrics, the human form in relation to his environment, you know, some of these things. That has really pushed it. So architecture is really improving in Nigeria. It is.
What more do you really think the government can do in terms of maybe creating a level playing ground, or in terms of, all that is needed to make the industry move forward? What more can be done?
Can be done by the government. Okay, there was something I raised, which is the reason why the course has become so bastardized is because it takes a lot to become an architect in Nigeria. People don't know, but it takes longer than being a medical doctor. It does take. It's 4 years BSc, 2 years compulsory masters, and then you serve.
Isn't that a good thing? You come out from school, you already have a master's degree.
But you're not exactly earning. Okay, in the society where we're in, do you have children? Do you visualize them not earning after 4 years of school?
Not at all.
You understand? So in the field of architecture, you're not really regarded as anything if you don't have your master's. They can. You might even be paid like an IT student.
Is it even possible to be an architect without being without having a master's degree?
Yes, to an extent. Yeah, okay. That's where I'm coming to, because what is being practiced in America and Canada is, when I finish in 400 level, I'm an architect to a particular kind of level, in the sense that you have approval and accreditation to. I can design a bungalow. I can design maybe a 1 or 2 story building. You understand? Something that falls into a category of maybe a project shouldn't be more than $1 million or let's just say you can't handle more than a $500,000 project or $200,000 project. I'm an architect to that level. But I can't compete for projects that are up to $2 million, because people who now have an MSc are those who are qualified. Mm-hmm. You understand? The governing body would not allow me, who has a BSc, to fight for those projects. And those projects that are $200,000, $500,000, people in MSc level cannot fight for those projects. You know, so everybody can make money at different levels. And then you're a big firm, you've been practicing for like 10, 20 years, you can fight for the governmental project, what's going into billions. But what is happening here is you find the people with the big firms still struggling for the bungalows and the 1 bedrooms and all that, with the people who are down here. So these people have no chance. They now all have to have a paradigm shift into the big firms. You understand? That's the frustration that is going on. So they should find a way to sectionalize this thing the way they've done it abroad. Of course, I can even at 300 level or at 400 level, I can handle a project all the way. Yes, there'll be some supervision and all that, but I can't handle a project. You understand? So they should give them a chance to earn money and not be subjected to, if I want to gather experience at a firm, I should. But if I want to practice, I can practice to a level. Yes.
Okay, let's talk about, for startups now, because on this show we're trying to give advice, a useful insight for people who may want to get into particular industries now. Yeah. I've done with my architectural studies in school, and I'm thinking I want to be on my own. I don't want to start with maybe one of the big names. I just want to see what I can do in my own little sphere. What advice would you really give to someone who wants to be an entrepreneur in architecture with all of the technologies, the 3D designs and the modeling and the rendering you're talking about? What should he be looking at?
Okay, where 3D design has also given an opportunity for employment was where I did my IT initially. I realized that we could be done with a design, but the company we were contracting 3Ds to were not even an architecture firm. Yeah, they were just graphic designers.
Oh, wow.
3D graphics and all that, and they were eating a lot of money. That was what was happening. So I would really implore that you improve on your 3D design, improve on it. You can work in those firms to gather experience, because sometimes your designs cannot be better than what you've seen. You know, there are hardly any new ideas. Even what we call new ideas are modified old ideas. Mm-hmm. So if there are no old ideas to modify, you understand? So I'd advise, take 1 year, 2 years, work with these firms, go look around, see a couple of places. You know, it will really enforce what you're doing. Then always check what is going on in the outside world, so you don't become a local champion. Then when you improve on your 3D modeling, also don't expect that they'll start to pay you the big bucks all of a sudden. Put your works out there, get to work for people, get referrals. If you keep doing more work than you are paid for, at some point you start getting paid more than the work that you are doing.
Okay, but on the general terms,
yes,
a professional career in architecture, is it rewarding? Is it worth the while financially?
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. If you are patient, you have to be patient. Especially, it's not just knowing, I'm a professional. This is what entails professionally. You should, as an architect, you should be adaptable, and you should know where you are at. This is Nigeria.
Okay.
Come on, you're not some other place, and all that. We're still growing in our respect for professionals, and it doesn't just deal with architects, lawyers, you see, engineers, and so many. As a lawyer, is it every person you meet as you do an agreement for that would pay you 5 or 10%? They negotiate a lot of these things.
Course.
So, and if you're going to be staunch and not say you're not open-minded to all of these things, so at a point that would happen. You have to grow, you have to pay your dues, but you know what? Always have a plan. This is where I want to be in 2 to 3 years and work towards the plan.
All right.
Yeah.
All right, thank you so much, Benedict, for sharing this useful insight and all of the thought on architecture, 3D modeling, rendering, and all of that on the show. Do appreciate your time.
Thank you. It's wonderful being here.
All right. It's still Business Insight on Plus TV Africa. We've been speaking with Benedict Ebe, architect and 3D interior designer. He is with Afri-Beni Works Nigeria Limited. Now, as we round off, the essence of collaboration and knowledge sharing to educate and empower Africans on trends and possibilities of the future of work and businesses has been brought to the fore. That this was the focus at the inauguration of the Knowledge Digest Africa Conference, aimed at building the continent's largest one-stop digital knowledge bank. Take a look.
Digest Africa, Africa's one-stop digital knowledge banking platform.
It has often been said that most businesses die not necessarily from lack of funds, but as a result of dearth of fresh ideas, new technologies, and facts to ensure productivity. It is against this backdrop that this digital knowledge bank has been put together. In her keynote address, Commissioner for Education in Lagos State, Folashade Adefisayo, emphasizes the place of collaboration. The founder of the Digest, Samson Olatunde, who speaks about his passion for the past 15 years, says the country must leverage emerging digital technology to produce employees of labor for the 21st century.
Look at the synergy that you can get from you using online platforms. How many people can you teach in a class? 30, 40, 50. How many people can you teach online? Millions. So I think that because there's a masterclass component of it, and there's also the fact that there's a market component of it. How many people enter a bookshop to buy a book? But how many people go online to buy a book? So I think it's a great initiative, and I hope many people will tap into it.
We believe that many people are struggling with the implementation because they probably expect knowledge from a developed country. And then many things are structured in a developed country, unlike our country that is developing and other African countries. So we felt, why can't we look for business leaders, executive career professionals who have been there for over a decade, right? They've gone through a lot in their country, in the industry, so they'll be able to share experiences and help many people connect more to navigate in terms of maybe they want to start their business, they want to sustain their business, they want to scale up their business, or most importantly, they want to build a system around their business, which is saving them stress, time, energy, and money. System saves you stress, time, energy, and money. And the whole idea of Knowledge Digest Africa is going to be a collaboration with other young tech guys, people in different industry from educational sector.
You want to be the consultant, so yes, how do you think everybody will consult for?
Other speakers share their thoughts on the need for a digital bank, including the immediate past president of the Chartered Institute of Bankers of Nigeria, who gives useful insight on the need to create transgenerational wealth.
Most businesses that would die within the first 2, 3, 4 years. And if you are able to sustain a business beyond 10 years, then it makes sense that you try as much as possible that business outlives you.
Ecosystem thinking means I'm not the sole provider of a solution, okay? I get in touch with people who have like minds, people who can actually augment whatever product that I'm developing such that it moves from being a product into a solution. That way, first you can reduce your cost of delivery because other people are imputing to the cost of delivery. 2, you can have a faster route to market that way because a lot of people are bringing in expertise that you don't have on your own alone.
The information on the platform shows commitment towards providing digital learning in line with the digital policy of the federal government. And that's the size of the show for this week. I am Justin Akadonye. See you again next time. Bye for now.
It's World Breastfeeding Week. We'll look at the significance and aim of this global observance spearheaded by the World Alliance for Breastfeeding Action, the World Health Organization, and UNICEF, amongst others. Will privatizing Nigeria's public hospitals be the solution to the issues in its health system? The Nigerian Medical Association says so. Its national president joins us this morning on Breakfast to talk about this. And of course, we have in-depth analysis on the headlines contained in today's national dailies in Off the Press. A very good morning to you. It's a brand new edition of The Breakfast. A beautiful Tuesday morning. We're reaching you live from our studios on Victoria Island, Lagos. My name is Kofi Bartels. Let's dive straight into the action right here on the program, where I look at the top trending stories that we have for you. We have three in particular. As we've been monitoring the conversations on the social space, the first one up, Bello Yabo praying for the abduction of President Muhammadu Buhari, Governor of Kaduna State El Rufai, as well as the presidential aide Garba Shehu. Who is Bello Yabo? I mean, the name has been going around with lots of responses and reactions to this. He happens to be an Islamic cleric. Of course, he's a Sokoto-based Islamic cleric, and he prayed for the abduction of President Buhari, like we said earlier. Now, if you remember, some terrorists had kidnapped the passengers on the Kaduna-bound train, released a video last week showing them meting out corporal punishment on victims and also threatening to kidnap the president of Nigeria, the governor of Kaduna State, whom you're seeing on your screen as well. They also threatened to kidnap some of the Nigerian lawmakers if they did not comply with the terrorists' demands. And of course, in response to this video, presidential spokesman Garba Shehu had said that the terrorist activity using propaganda and the use of violence to force governments to accept or submit to political demands is not new all over the world. You know, that is what he said. But the cleric was responding to the statement by Garba Shehu, who is seen there in a picture with the president. He flagged the presidential spokesman for describing this terrorist video, as propaganda. He now went on to accuse Garba Shehu of being insensitive to the plight of the captives, by releasing such a statement, and went on to pray that Garba Shehu himself will fall into the hands of the kidnappers. So this is the point he's coming from. He thinks that Garba Shehu, through his statement, or by his statement in reaction to the terrorist threat to kidnap the president, is being insensitive to the plight of the captives. Now, he said, quote, this is what the cleric Yabo said, quote, "I pray they kidnap you, Garba Shehu, and demonstrate as propaganda." These are his words. All right. So, but he appealed to terrorists to release the innocent victims in captivity, but went on to wish the terrorists success in their threats to kidnap those they threatened. This is quite bizarre. It's a bit ironical. Now, these were his words. Quote, "We're praying for you, kidnappers. May God grant you success in carrying out your threats to kidnap those people. But please release the innocent people in captivity. If this were the kind of people you've been abducting all this while, we wouldn't have bothered ourselves We would instead pray and bless you because they have become a disaster to us. This is what the cleric whom you've seen on your screen said. He said, these are people who promised heaven and earth, and now they have the opportunity but became incompetent. Take them to the bush and flog them instead of humiliating innocent citizens who are striving to make ends meet. The cleric goes on to say, and please make good your threats, and we will support you with our prayers. He's visibly angry there. He was a staunch supporter of the president before he became a cleric, and this is sort of mirroring the sentiments and the views, the reactions, seen in different parts of the North, even from the bandits who are saying they wish they can lay their hands on the president. It shows that, the long-held view that northern Nigeria is just supporting everything that the administration is doing is not really true. If you're looking at the price of gas or fuel, it's the same in the north as it is in the south. You're looking at the inflation in the economy, it's the same in the south as it is in the north. If you're looking at the falling naira, it's the same in the north as it is in the south. If you look at insecurity, it's more affecting more the north than the south. That's why you're having a lot of refugees on the streets of Lagos from the northern part of the country. These are the issues. And if you watch your videos, interviews, documentaries flying around, you see the people up north are really going through hell. And they are angry with the current administration. All right? In this matter, there's no brother here. They are angry. If you remember, it was a surprise to some when Northern Elders Forum came out a year or two ago to criticize the president. So it's clear that it's gone beyond the issue of my brother, or my brother, as some will say. It's no longer a time of my brother. This time, people are saying, you know what, we want to talk to the issues. If it's affecting us, then it doesn't matter who is there. We would criticize and we'll speak out. So it's I think it's a sarcastic one from the gentleman cleric, who is saying, go ahead and kidnap those who made life difficult for us. Let go those who are struggling to make ends meet. They're not the problem. We'll help you. We'll pray for you. We'll support you. We want to see you flog these people, is what he's saying. And of course, this seems to be, from the responses I've seen, by some people, especially in social space, a popular view, because the average man on the street in this country feels the government is his or her problem. They feel that the president is the one responsible for all their problems in their life. So, this view will fly. But especially on a serious note, though, with the state of affairs, people wouldn't complain if anybody in government, no matter what office it is kidnapped. They'll say, yeah, at least you have a taste of medicine. Look at Ekweremadu with his ordeals in the UK. A number of persons online were happy and said, well, he deserves it because he's in government in a way. So people feel that those in government should have a taste of what the citizens are going through. So no surprises that he's received some support for his view. All right, let's move on. The next one, of course, when it came out that ASU was having a meeting, let's call it a marathon meeting, we kept watching to see what statement was put out by the organization, especially on their social media accounts, which have become one of the means and mediums through which they communicate to the public. And indeed, they came out to announce, this is the National Executive Council of the Academic Staff Union of Universities, Nigeria's Universities Lecturers Union, that a 4-week extension to the ongoing strike will commence. They're commencing a 4-week extension to the ongoing strike in public universities. Now, they made a statement, shared it on social media, but it was a statement, released by the union, which read in part, quote, following the extensive deliberations and taking into cognizance government's past failures to abide by its own timelines in addressing issues raised in the 2020 FG and ASU MOU, or MOA rather, that's Memorandum of Action, NEC resolved that the strike be rolled over for 4 weeks to give government more time to satisfactorily resolve all outstanding issues. That's a very nice way of saying we continue that strike. So that's that. The rollover strike, they say, is with effect from 12:01 a.m. That's yesterday, August 1. So this is where we are as far as the strike is concerned. And of course, we're not just now grappling with the strike itself. We're also having to think about a national industrial action by the Nigeria Labour Congress. And if care is not taken, the Trade Union Congress, who is saying that they will embark on a strike, a 3-day strike. This is not a protest. The one that happened last week was a protest. The one that is coming next is a strike. They will down tools in the entire country for 3 days if the federal government does not give ASU what they want. So ASU is simply saying, I think it's a diplomatic way of putting things, that they want to give the federal government more time. I mean, they could have easily given the government more time, by going back to the classroom. I mean, you still give them time, but they're simply saying we are not going to resume until you give us what we want. So it's the suffering of Nigerian students continues. I think the private universities will be smiling to the bank. Of course, the foreign university will be smiling to the bank. The Naira will keep struggling because you have to get these monies, US dollars to pay for, and pounds to pay for those who want to go to school abroad. A lot of people now, for them, the only option for their children is to fly them out of the country to school. Just fly them anywhere. Or you get a private university admission for your child. But what happens to the indigent children, the ones who can't afford, to go to private universities? Parents can't take them to private institutions. What happens to them? Many of these people in authority today, in positions of power in the country, benefited from one scholarship or the other, which were quite common in their day. This time you have to pay, even to go to a public institution. All right, but to even attend that public institution is a problem because of the inconsistencies, and it's a sad one. The president of Nigeria had made a statement when he went to his country home for the Salah holidays to, say he understands what the parents are going through. He tried to paint a picture of what parents and teachers students are going through. Somehow even speaking for them, but you begin to wonder if you're speaking for them. You're the one who has the solution. So what are you saying? But another question, the Minister of Labor and Productivity, Senator Dr. Chris Ngige, last week again came out to say the federal government is broke and cannot afford to pay ASU the nearly 1 trillion naira they are demanding. Should ASU take a step back? Should ASU look at a way of giving the federal government some alternatives? You can't have everything sometimes in negotiations. You look for a way to find a compromise, or will ASU stick its ground and say give us nearly 1 trillion naira, and then we will go back to the classroom. The federal government is broke, is what they're saying. They cannot afford this money. Interestingly, the president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria had told the Minister of Education to take over the negotiations with the union. And of course, this was led or spearheaded by the Minister of Labor and Employment. All this while it hasn't yielded any result. Let's see what happens in the next 4 weeks if ASU will go back to the classroom if this situation can be resolved. That's the size of a top trending segment right here on The Breakfast. We'll be back, and when we return, we'll look at what the newspapers are saying today. Please stay with us. Welcome back. It's still The Breakfast on Plus TV Africa. We have interesting headlines on the front pages of the national dailies, and it's time to dive straight into them. Of course, our guest usually on Tuesdays is Chris Kende-Wandu, the Executive Director of the African Governance and Leadership Initiative, and he'll be joining us in a matter of seconds or minutes. All right, so let's get straight into the first newspaper. The first one, of course, we have the Leadership newspaper, and interesting headlines. Paper going, giving its leading headline to coverage of the INEC voter registration. And of course, this is an interesting one with a kicker PVC registration deadline. As INEC registers 2.8 million in 1 month, pressure mounts for extension. That's coming in the leadership. As INEC registers 2.8 million in 1 month, pressure mounts for extension. The riders to that. Commission insists on deadline, says law allows it. CSOs urge electoral body to review position, says millions will be disenfranchised. 80% of new registrants are youth. Institute. Okay, you can read some more to know which institute that is referring to. But of course, is this going to continue ad infinitum, like Festus Okoye would normally say? Is there no end in sight? You know, when will it be enough? When will it be enough? When can INEC now focus on preparing for the election? You know, when do these CSOs want INEC to stop? I don't know if they've given a date, but the truth is that INEC cannot continue, you know, indefinitely. It just can't. All right, let's go on to more headlines from the leadership. At the top of that front page, again, ASU extends strike by 4 weeks. Varsity students kick. And the picture there of the ASU national president. Varsity students kicking. Will it change anything? Chris Kennewandu will tell us what he thinks when he is with us. Bandits kill 7, abduct 15 Plateau. Kaduna, really sad one. Bandits kill 7, abduct 15 Plateau, Kaduna states. Really sad one there. Battle over NDDC board appointment rages. Pandev slams politicians. Battle over NDDC board appointment rages. Pandev slams politician. The paper says that the Pan-Niger Delta Forum has blamed top politicians' wrong attitude over the years for the lackluster impact of the Niger Delta Development Commission to the region, as some politicians or political gladiators in the ruling party, the All Progressives Congress, the paper says, from the South-South zone are still battling to influence the appointment of their cronies into the board of the commission. That's what the paper is saying. You can read more on that on page 7 of the leadership. More from the paper. UBA names Alabua as new GMD, appoints DMD EDs. The bank is taking some picture space on several papers, and I think their money is working for them. Of course, they are on TV. All right. Naseni partners Czech Republic to develop agriculture. Commonwealth Games. Yusuf picks Nigeria's 4th medal. It's medal galore for Nigeria at the Commonwealth Games. The country, doing quite well, but we need more. We need more. We need more. And of course, the women are leading the way as far as the medal haul is concerned. That should really give us some food for thought in this part of the world. Final one from the leadership. PDP Board of Trustees meets on Atiku, Wike, others tomorrow. Let's see if they can have any result as far as Wike is concerned. Quite interesting. Over to the Nation. With the leading headline on the front page of the Nation this morning, Northwest, Southwest lead on voter registration. Northwest, Southwest lead in voter registration. Of course, yesterday we did some analysis of this, and it was said that the North was lagging behind the South in total registrations. But when it comes to the individual states, the individual geopolitical zones, if you want to call it that, though that is not in the Constitution of Nigeria, you have these two leading. I think for the Southwest, Lagos; for the Northwest, Kano. All right. More from the Nation newspaper this morning. Explains surge in crime. Minister challenges security agencies. Explains surge in crime. Minister challenges security agencies. And you can see a picture of Issa Pantami, Minister of Communications and the Digital Economy. All right. More from the Nation. Kaduna residents flee as gunmen abduct over 50. My oh my, Kaduna State again. Police beef up security in Oyo, Ondo, Ekiti. PDP, BOT to mediate in Atiku Wike face off. All right. Intrigues as Amici Akpabio Silva battle for control of NDDC. Don't come home until Kanu is released. IPOB tells Abuja-based Southeast politicians. So even the Einaya Bible can't go home after all he has done. I mean, standing surety for the man. Well, we'll talk some more about that with our guest. Knocks for federal government ASU over extension of strike. Interesting one. More from the paper. Rumpus over planned conduct of a council poll in Osun. OPEC SecGen Al Gaiz resumes. Some headlines on the front page of The Nation. Over to The Punch, and a quite colorful front page has these headlines. The leading one there, planned attacks. Police strategize, NSCDC warns as terrorists infiltrate South. And I don't know, maybe the NSCDC should have I added to its name, the I there standing for intelligence, because the NSCDC seems to be the one giving the intelligence reports, the security reports these days. I'd like to know what the secret is, the secret formula to this new and interesting development, or let's call it new improved NSCDC. Let's go again. Planned attacks, police strategize, NSCDC warns as terrorists infiltrate South. And with the following writers, Lagos CP, area tactical commanders hold emergency meeting, call for vigilance. FRSC declares a war on unregistered motorcycles. Arewa youth demand NSA's sacking. All right, and 7,222 killed, 3,823 abducted in 7 months. Omotekun advises residents. For the FRSC, declaring war on unregistered motorcycles. I do not know if they would also find their way to the savannah parts of Abuja, you know, the mountainous areas and the bushy areas, the forests of Kaduna, to also speak to the bandits and challenge them over the unregistered motorcycles as well. You know, because sometimes you wonder if the aim is to fight, to also add their voice, or let's put it in a local way, put their mouth into this, you know, banditry and terrorism talk, FRSC. I mean, what good does it do if you were just talking about the unregistered bikes in Lagos, you know, in Port Harcourt and other parts of the country? The problem is banditry. So if you want to do it, you have to do it well. So are they going to go to the bushes of Zambiza, Kaduna, and other places to also, you know, do their job? Well, I just hope that, you know, the average man on the street will not be victimized because of this. Just hope that nobody will be victimized because of this. More from The Punch. FG plans 712 billion naira mortgage to fund 100,000 houses. You know, this is on page 21. Sometimes when you see these amounts these days and you see FG side by side, hundreds of billions, you have to skip a beat because, of course, we know that, like Ngige said, the federal government is broke. Let's go on. Northwest, Southwest lead as INEC registers 96.2 million. Of course, we're all waiting for the official figures to drop, and the papers now have that material, that content, let's call it that, and they're making good material from that with the analysis and reports of the figures coming from INEC. The riders to that, Lagos, Kano, Kaduna, Rivers, Katsina, top 31 other states. Youth make up 71% of new voters. Women outnumber men. Women outnumber men as far as the voting, the newly registered voters are concerned. Quite interesting. Very interesting indeed. More from The Punch. Wike, PDP, BOT meets Wednesday, plans peace panel. All right. I hope the man will be around for them when they want to visit him, you know, because, of course, he's been traveling a lot these days. More from The Punch. After 168 days strike, ASU issues a 4-week extension. A 4-week extension. Buhari lacks ability to tackle insecurity Katsina NNPP chairman. Health workers fault non-payment of new hazard allowance. Pantami rejects new tax on calls data. Pantami rejects new tax on calls data. Interesting. We didn't increase petrol price. Marketers did. Federal government. We didn't increase petrol price. Marketers did. Federal government. Like one of the popular guys on the social media said, Lord have mercy upon us. Let's go on to another one. Lagos residents lynch mentally ill, alleged invasion of property. That's a sad one there. Legal tussle may threaten multi-billion-dollar Eco Atlantic City project. All right, really unfortunate if that actually proves true. Having looked at the headlines on the front page of the Punch, let's move on to the next one. Daily Trust, who seem to be doing some good work in recent time. You know, Daily Trust have been doing some good work in recent time, and they're going different. They're going different today, which is quite impressive, if you ask me. Dollar remittance, presidency wades into CBN NNPC feud. I mean, I think it's about time someone wrote about that, and the paper has yet again, set itself apart. Dollar remittance, presidency wades into CBN NNPC feud. We remitted over $2 billion to our account with Apex Bank. It's all fun. It was in the papers yesterday. How CBN augmented NNPC's $1.6 billion remittance, so $1.6 billion remittance for oil imports. All right. So the new story is that the presidency is wading into this. So is this President Buhari or is this the presidency at large? Well, the paper says that the presidency has waded into the controversy raging between the Central Bank of Nigeria and the Nigerian National Petroleum Corporation Limited. All right, so it was Company Limited. Over the dwindling fortune of the Naira. Daily Trust gathered from reliable sources yesterday. The CBN on Friday, the paper writes, blamed the non-remittance of dollars to foreign reserves by the NNPC as a reason for the plunge in the Naira at the official and parallel markets. Of course, that was also captured in newspaper review previously. The Daily Trust says at the time of the allegation, the Naira traded for 700 to the dollar, and at the parallel market at 415.96 to the dollar at the official market. But in what could be seen as contradicting the CBN claim, a document from the NNPC on Sunday showed that the company remitted a total of $2.7 billion to its account with the CBN from January to June this year. Financial experts in some Nigerians, the paper writes, were taken aback at the counterclaims by the federal government institutions, with some of them describing the development as an embarrassment to the country. All right, the paper continues, although the spokesman for the CBN, Mr. Sita Onwa-Nibosi, was not immediately available for comments. No surprises there. Some top officials of the Apex Bank said the presidency had waded into the matter. All right, let's hope that the CBN will come back to tell us, the continuation, explain what they meant by saying that the NNPC had not been remitting dollar proceeds into their CBN account. All right. More from Daily Trust. Again, air fares spike as Abuja-Kano flight costs 135,000 naira. Again, I say, Lord have mercy upon us. 135,000 naira. It'll be curious to know, I'm curious to know if the trains are still working, because the trains are working. For some routes in the north, it could be easier to take the trains. I know that in the southwest, we have the routes working. CVR, Lagos Kano Delta lead as fresh registration hits 12.3 million. CVR, Lagos Kano Delta lead as fresh registration hits 12.3 million. 4 traders killed, 14 travelers abducted in Taraba. Some very sad news there. ASU strike ASO extends strike by another 1 month. And LNG Train 7 reaches 26% construction, MD says. Gambari flags off Naseni's Agric Institute and School Acquisition Center in Nasarawa. Gambari flags off Naseni's Agric Institute Scale Acquisition Center in Nasarawa. And the final one, Pantami kicks against new tax on calls and data. Interesting one that we should analyze when our guest is comfortably seated. All right, these are some of the headlines coming on the front page of the Daily Trust newspaper. I would take a very short break now, and when we come back, we'll do some more reading, look at some of the details of these particular, some of the stories on the front pages of these papers. Please stay with us, and we will be right back. Welcome back. Time to look at the details of the stories and take analysis from them. I'm glad to say we have joining us Chris Kende Wando, who is Executive Director of the African Governance and Leadership Initiative. Mr. Wando, good morning to you. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much for having me.
All right, fantastic.
This is Lagos.
This is Lagos. You're welcome. You were meant to be with us stuck in traffic here. It's quite understandable. But hoping you will still come so we can see you right here in the studio. But the feud between the NNPC and CBN has been, nothing short of embarrassing. Now we're hearing that the presidency is wading into this whole feud regarding dollar remittances. That's the big one on the front page of the Daily Trust. If you recall, the CBN governor and former presidential aspirant of the All Progressives Congress, Gordon Emefiele, had said that the reason the Naira is performing poorly is because CBN had failed to remit its dollar proceeds into the account, only for the CBN to come up and show, documents indicating they've been sending in money for 6 months now. So what are your thoughts on this move by the presidency?
Well, to me, I wouldn't know whether I would say it's coming too late or it's coming early. But for the federal government to have allowed this to affect for such a long time is very embarrassing. That the NNPC is not remitting dollars into the CBN account is, to me, is very embarrassing. But this is not new. You've known that the NNPC, the now moribund NNPC, as it were, over the years have been so consistent in his approach to remitting funds to the federation account. And there have been so many instances where ministers of finance, CBN governors, and so many others have complained. Even the governors of the various states have vehemently complained about this. And to also understand that for several years, the account of the NNPC was not audited. That in itself is enough to show you the kind of rot within the NNPC and the Ministry of Petroleum Resources. For it to take a call by the central bank to call out to the NNPC for the federal government to wade into this problem, to me is laughable. But on the other side, and the other leg for me, is the allegation that is one of the reasons why the Naira is jumping, galloping to where we are. As of last week, about 710 Naira is taken for a dollar. To me, it's neither here nor there for me, because it's obvious that the NNPC, the CBN, and the governor of Central Bank have lost all initiative to be able to checkmate this downward trend and a high rise in Naira compared to dollar. Don't forget, it's this same CBN that came up to say that the problem we had was Aboki effect. If you remember vividly, that the CBN said this some time ago, and that saying that web page should be brought down, and that happened. At a point again, the CBN started blaming the Bureau de Charge companies, BDCs, that they were reason for this. Now they are shifting the blame to NNPC. I don't really know what is going on, but it's quite unfortunate that we are having serious economic issues, especially when it relates to this. A few days ago, the Emirates issued a statement that they're going to reduce the number of flights coming to Nigeria from 11 to 7 because they cannot remit over $85 million ticket sales that were made in Nigeria to their country. That is how bad the situation is.
And this, of course, is going to be really, really bad for investment in Nigeria, and of course for you have foreign direct investment, and for the economy as a whole. In a time when we're trying to see how we can fix the economy itself is also now destroying the economy. I mean, it's really scary, and the signals, like you've said, you know, it's going to send signals to the entire investment and business world that their money will be trapped in Nigeria.
It is, because let me tell you, a lot of industries are dying. Companies that rely on certain equipment or whatever in terms of possession cannot even. So many companies are completely closing down. Most of them have the money, but they can't get the dollar to buy. They can't. And that is the problem we're having. We've said this time and time again, when we start having the issue of this importation of petroleum products and the rest of them, and we say that if we get to a point where we cannot even do it. Let me give you a classical example. As of last week, what is it called now? The SS crude account. The Minister of Finance told us that SS crude account has been depleted to just $300,000. $300,000. When this government came into place in 2015, it was about $2 billion. $2 billion. When Obasanjo was leaving, it was close to $20 billion. Now you are talking just less than $1 million, about a quarter or a third of $1 million. That is what we have in our SS2 accounts. That means that even the state practically have nothing to share again, because there are so many companies that have more than 300,000. When you're talking of a country having less than 300,000 is a SS2 account, that shows you the level and the problem we are in currently. Our students that are schooling abroad parents are finding it difficult to send money to them to pay their school fees. Those that have transactions to do are finding. In fact, if you have gotten so bad, there are some banks, even your card, you cannot be able to transfer or make any purchase up to $50 with your card. That is how bad it is. If you are traveling now and you go to the bank to get dollars, you will be on the queue, you'll be asked to apply online, and it will take you about 3-4 weeks. Even because you will not get it, you will have traveled before they even find something for you. So that is how terrible and how bad the situation is.
And indeed, and one of my banks, I think a week or two ago, sent me a flash message to say that they've suspended, withdrawals, dollar withdrawals, or foreign use of a Naira ATM card, Naira debit card.
Kofi, let me just tell you this. I am a practical example. Yeah. Just about 2 weeks ago, I qualified as a chartered arbitrator in UK. I qualified as a chartered arbitrator. I was asked to pay my membership fee in pounds. It's just about everything is about 75 pounds. Kofi, do you know that all my cards that I have, I couldn't transfer that money. I couldn't transfer that money just for 75 pounds to pay for my membership. I have to call somebody in UK to make the payment for me. That is how terrible it is. Mere 75 pounds, I cannot make a transfer to pay for my professional fee.
It's sad. It's sad. And of course, it means that there will be an economic slowdown. I've been thinking about this, Chris, and I recall, if you recall too as well, that the protests in Sri Lanka, were hastened by the fact that people could not find the US dollar in the country. They ran out of dollars, ran out of foreign currency.
It's true. It is.
In Sri Lanka.
We are even talking about we are talking about dollar now. The way we are going, I can tell you that people will start protesting even for bread. Bread prices have brought out several governments in most countries. The prices of bread, average bread, has risen to about 1,000 naira a loaf. I'm sure you're aware of that, Kofi.
That's sliced bread.
That is the issue. Yes.
Not agege bread, though.
No agege, no, which one agege? I said that. I know you like agege bread and they are going. I know that very well.
You know,
but
yes.
I'm talking of average bread. That is a stable food in Nigeria. But see, the price of tuber of yam has moved close to 3,000 naira, just a tuber, one tuber. That is locally produced. So when people are still talking about what you say, oh, it's people that transact in national, even locally, people are finding it much more difficult to even eat now. Even the plant check out how much a pint of this is. You cannot say, they go market, so you might not even know some of these things.
Don't be too sure. Don't be too sure. All right. Let's move on. Whilst we're looking at the CBN and NNPCS trying to agree on who is telling the truth and who is not, ASU held a meeting on Sunday and, of course, came out with a decision by the NEC to extend their strike by a further 4 weeks, starting a minute after midnight yesterday, Monday. 4-week strike. And they say they want to give the federal government time to consider negotiating and implementing the agreement that ASU has and all that. You think this 4 weeks would lead to something different from what we've been seeing for the last few months since February 2022?
So when we spoke about this about 2 weeks ago, I told you that I don't want to be a prophet of doom. But I told you accurately that the 2-week ultimatum given by the president for the Minister of Education to sort out the issue with ASU will not come. It will not come to a conclusive to a conclusion, because I know that 2-week ultimatum is not possible. If you're not able to solve a problem for years, how come that you'll be able to do that within 2 weeks? How did that 2 weeks last? It definitely must have lasted. We have not heard from the Minister of Education, we've not heard from the presidency, we've not heard from anybody on the directive given by the president. If the president gave a 2-week ultimatum, and after 2 weeks, and he was supposed to give an extension, he will come out to tell Nigerians, okay, this is the report I've gotten from the minister, this is where we are, can we still give them another few weeks to be able to do? Nobody is talking until ASU came out and said that they are giving another 4-week extension, 1 month. But don't forget that also this government in the past have also raised similar committees. There was one headed by the chief of staff to the president, Professor Gambari himself. And they were given a certain ultimatum to be able to get this sorted. Nothing happened to that report. The report didn't come out. The presidency kept quiet on it. Professor Gambari on his own didn't come out to tell us how far they went with the negotiation and the rest of them. Now, ASU have given an extra form. These students have practically lost about going to 2 sessions, because the last time they lost about 9 months, close to a year. Now, this started about February and thereabout, when that means another 6 months have been lost. And everybody's behaving is still not happening. Why these students continue to stay at home and their future being mortgaged? Also, this also is affecting them, because most of the students that participated in JAM, I think they are about, maybe I want to think about it, I think they are about 2 sets now, cannot gain admission into the university. So what is happening? Nobody is saying anything. Nobody is negotiating with ASU. ASU seems to be on his own. The government said they will find a solution to it, and practically just as they have pushed forward every other negotiation, as they have to do with oil subsidy and so. I will tell you for free that this government will continue to push this narrative until next year, and that is where we are heading to. Because this government have barely how many months? About 8 months or thereabouts. We have about about 6 months to the election in February. And after election, the government is practically on its way out. So, but the fact remains that those in charge are not doing anything about it. But on a daily basis, you see on social media, we have ministers, we have governors, we have legislators, our senators, House of Rep members, and even members of the state houses go abroad, go to the convocation of their children and post these things online.
All right, very, very sad one indeed, Chris Kendiwando. I would have wanted us to stick with the Daily Trust, but we have limited time, so let's move on to the Punch. The big one there, the Punch is devoting its banner headline to coverage of the planned attacks. You know, the NSCDC warning as terrorists infiltrate South. The paper says the police is strategizing. What are your thoughts on this? We told the Lagos Commissioner of Police area and tactical commanders held an emergency meeting and have called for vigilance. FRC is declaring war on unregistered motorcycles. You know, RAY youth are demanding the NSA's sacking. So what are your thoughts on the ongoing situation with these NSCDC frequent security reports in recent times?
They always give reports. NSCDC will give reports. DSS also came out with their own report. Police also a few days ago issued statements, especially within the report in Lagos. And we have personally, I'm tired of all these reports. What I want to see is concrete actions. What I want to see is we doing the needful. Just a few days ago, just about within the last 24 hours or 48 hours, a family of 6 were killed in Jos. Okay? A family of 6 were eliminated in Jos. People just went to their home and killed them. I learned that additional 2 were also killed, making it a total of 8. Jos used to be one of the safest cities in Nigeria. In fact, it has always been, when we are growing up, we have always had that nostalgic feeling to go to Jos because of the story we are hearing about Jos. Oh, if you can't go to London, you can't go to America, just go to Jos. It's the same weather and the rest of them. Jos used to be one of the most peaceful cities in Nigeria. But now, what do we have? Now, there have been instances where we are getting reports that Boko Haram have taken over practically all the forests within the southwest. The leader of OPC came out 2 days ago to give a damning report on that. And there have been consistent reports coming in from the various agencies of government that something that may happen within the southwest. 2 days ago also, a leader of Boko Haram was arrested in Abeokuta in Ogun State, where he disguised as a security man and was using that opportunity to gather intelligence. So we are in real deep problem. What we thought was just limited to northeast, northwest, and north central has not moved down to every part of the country and is about to take foot in the southwest. What I can only say is that let us be as vigilant as we can be. The security agencies will always continue to assure us that things are being done, but on a daily basis they continue raising this security alert. You saw what happened in Abuja a few days ago, where about 8 soldiers were killed in Buhari area of Abuja, which is in the heart of Abuja. Kuje prison was attacked and prisoners were allowed to go. Most notorious leaders of Boko Haram made their way out of this cell. None have been arrested so far. So that is the problem we are having, and we continue to get all this security. The security report for me, it should make people to panic. I personally would just advise the security agencies to just do their work without necessarily raising the tension and trying to raise some kind of hypertension among the people, because the more you give this report, then there's a possibility that people will start getting afraid and also manner of things will just continue to happen. So I would rather say, let them do their due diligence. That's what is called serious intel. Let them do their intelligence gathering and make sure that these people are arrested and this issue of attack are nipped in the bud before it happens. You saw what happened in Owo. Here they move into a church and kill several people, and just less than a week or 2 after, they attack the same Owo again.
All right. Chris Kendo, we'll have to leave it at that. And your interesting analysis, I mean, the headlines don't give too much chair, but you've done justice to each and every one that we've raised for you to comment on so far. I want to thank you so much for your time.
Thank you very much for having me. Do have a nice day ahead.
All right, all right. All right, that's the Off the Press segment on the breakfast right here on Plus TV Africa. We'll be back to talk breastfeeding. Quite interesting to look at such a topic on a beautiful day. It's World Breastfeeding Week. Stay with us. And the UNICEF World Breastfeeding Week 2022 is being observed from Monday, the 1st of August to Sunday, the 7th of August. Oluwatosin Adepoju is a public health physician based in Lagos, and she joins us live Zoom to discuss this further, looking at the significance of the week-long international observance. Good morning to you, and thank you for joining us.
Good morning. Thank you for having me.
All right. What exactly are the aims of the World Breastfeeding Week?
Okay, thank you. So the World Breastfeeding Week is actually set up. The objective of it is to inform everybody so we understand the importance of breast milk as the first milk to give to children. So we are here to inform people about their role in strengthening breastfeeding, and also to anchor that breastfeeding, breast milk actually with good nutrition to give children, and also to engage organization, individual, the community to support breastfeeding.
All right, fantastic. And so this is quite important you're saying this should be the first thing that the child takes. I mean, this message of breastfeeding has been on for as long as I can recollect. Do you think that parents, families, the society is accepting, imbibing, and practicing this message, that's being shared over the past decades?
Sorry, come again.
So are mothers really accepting this practice and carrying it out? Are they adhering to the messages that have been shared over the past decades on breastfeeding?
Okay, so mothers are actually willing to carry out breastfeeding, but they need the support of the community. They need a community that is breastfeeding friendly. The mother is interested in breastfeeding her baby, but if she has to go to work and there is nowhere to breastfeed her baby, then she won't breastfeed her baby. So apart from just being willing as a mother, the mothers also need the community, people everywhere to support breastfeeding.
All right. So it seems that from what you're saying that it's not been totally accepted by some mothers. Is this a case that there's some women, some mothers out there who do not breastfeed their babies?
Okay, so like I said earlier, a lot of mothers are willing to breastfeed their baby. However, what limits them is the environment where they find themselves. The environment where they find themselves limits them. Imagine if the father does not support breastfeeding. The woman is limited even if she wants to breastfeed her baby. Imagine if she wants to take her child to her workplace, but there is no room where she can go to breastfeed her child. Then she's limited. So like I said earlier, we need the support of the community, of people. Imagine a woman in the public place bring out her breast to breastfeed her baby. Some people just look at her and just feel like, oh, madam, what are you doing in public? So we need a lot of people to accept it. So women are willing to breastfeed their babies. However, they need a supporting community to do that.
Okay. How can the community support women? Is it you've talked about sometimes bringing it out and the perception of people around. In what ways can the community support women who are breastfeeding to make it easier for them to do this?
Okay, thank you. So the support comes first when the woman is pregnant. During antenatal care, women are supposed to be taught at their health centers where they register for the antenatal care. They are supposed to be taught how to breastfeed their babies and the importance of breastfeeding. Also, during labor and delivery, they are supposed to also encourage them to also breastfeed their baby. And eventually, when they deliver the baby, they are supposed to surround them with people, with friends, with fathers. So it starts with the husband of the woman to support breastfeeding. It starts with the friends and family to encourage her to put her baby to breast. Then even at workplaces, it is important that organizations begin to have breastfeeding rooms for breastfeeding mothers so that they can bring their baby to work, keep their baby in the crèche, and when it is time to breastfeed their baby, there is a room to go to breastfeed their baby. And we also need to educate the community so everybody understands that breastfeeding is normal. So we don't see it as something strange when women breastfeed their baby in public.
All right. Are there some women who feel they wouldn't want to breastfeed, apart from not because of society, lack of societal support, but maybe as a personal decision, they may not want to breastfeed. If that's the case, why do they take such decisions?
Okay, so for women that choose not to breastfeed, the problem actually begins with lack of being aware of the importance of breastfeeding. Because if something is important, you will definitely. For a lot of women, they feel that when they breastfeed their baby, maybe their breast will sag, or maybe they think, formula feeds are actually better. And they think formula feeds and breast milk are the same thing. So if you think formula feeds will give you what your breast milk will give your baby. You may choose to go for formula milk. But when women understand, when they are educated, every woman will choose to breastfeed their baby. But it's lack of awareness, lack of knowledge of the importance of breast milk.
So let's talk about that now. What are the benefits of this thing called breast milk?
Okay. So the benefits of breast milk. So we have benefits to the baby, and we also have benefits to the mother. So benefits to the baby include this. Breast milk contains the appropriate nutrients that the baby needs for the first months of life. It contains the appropriate nutrients in the right proportion that the baby needs to grow and develop well. We recommend breast milk for the first 6 months of life because it contains what the baby needs in the right quantity and for the baby to grow properly. And secondly, breast milk contains substances inside it that helps to build the baby's immune system. So it helps the baby to fight infection. So when mothers properly breastfeed their baby, they are sure that their baby is able to fight infection. Another benefit of breastfeeding is this. Studies have shown that breastfed babies, especially exclusive breastfeeding for the first 6 months, actually make those babies perform better at school. And also breastfed baby, later in life, they have less risk of developing obesity and diabetes. That is for the baby. And now for the mother. Mothers that breastfeed, it has been shown that it helps to reduce their risk of having ovarian cancer and breast cancer. And also it allows for bonding between mother and baby. So these are the benefits of breast milk.
All right. I mean, some people, I know people who, their parents gave birth to them when they were, past menopause. I mean, the breasts had been taken off by the ones that came before them. Maybe they are third in their family, for instance. By the time the last born came, the thing was gone, and the mama was maybe 40, 42, 43, and there was nothing there in there again, and they gave them probably, some of these baby food, but it turned out great.
Okay.
Yeah,
So
they were successful. They went to school. They were smart. They passed their exams and everything.
the thing is this, just to emphasize on what you just said. When a woman gives birth, it's natural. There are some things that are produced in the body that call the hormones. The moment a woman gives birth, she will naturally produce breast milk. So irrespective of the number of children she has had in the past, irrespective of her age, the process follows. It's a cascade. The moment a woman delivers, her breast production starts. So irrespective of the number of past delivery, breast milk will always come.
Now that is totally amazing. That's totally amazing. So you've talked about breastfeeding the child. Especially, it's important. You said in the first 6 months of the child's life. First 6 months. So is this as a public health physician, with your experience and training, is this meant to be just the breast milk? I think they call exclusive, or is this okay if it's done in conjunction with other baby food?
Okay, thank you. For the first 6 months of life, the World Health Organization recommends that we should only give babies breast milk, only breast milk, no water, no breast milk substitute, nothing else. The breast milk is enough, and that's what we call exclusive. If a woman is giving her baby breast milk and water, she's not doing it. If the woman is giving her baby breast milk and something else, she will not be exclusive. So for the first 6 months of life, all the baby requires is the breast milk. And it is only if a woman gives just the breast milk for the first 6 months of life, we say she's practicing exclusive breastfeeding.
Okay. All right. And after those 6 months, what happens? Is the child taking off the breast milk, or is it continued?
Okay, so breast milk is recommended only for the first 6 months of life, after which the mother can introduce complementary feed, but still continue breastfeeding the baby up to 2 years. That is what is recommended. So breast milk only for the first 6 months. After 6 months, she continues to give the baby breast milk up to 2 years in addition to complementary feed. So she gets other meals that she can give her baby in addition to breast milk. So breast milk does not stop by the end of 6 months. Breastfeeding continues up to 2 years. And why is that important to say this? It is important to continue breastfeeding for babies up to 2 years because studies have shown that by 2 years of age, 80% of the brain is already developed. So what the baby gets in the first 2 years of life is very, very important. So breast milk for the first 6 months of life, and after 6 months, she continues with the breast milk, she continues to breastfeed her baby and also add complementary feed to her baby diet.
Interesting. Are there, you talked about, it's an interesting fact of nature that once a woman gives birth, the milk begins to be produced and she can feed her child. But are there, it's a natural process, but are there things, foods, fruits, whatever, some sort of diets or nutrition that can be taken by women to enhance the quality and the production, a quantity of their breast milk?
The best way to help milk production from the breast is to breastfeed because it's when the more the mother breastfeeds, the more the milk is being produced. So we've had cases of women complaining that their breast milk is not enough for their child, or they feel that the breast is not really coming out, so they don't even give milk. But the truth is this: for milk to be produced, the baby must continue to suck. So as much as baby suck, what the baby suck out is milk. So the way to make the breast to produce more milk is to continue to give the baby breast milk. Another thing women can do is to take a lot of water. We encourage women to take a lot of water, take a lot of pap. But more importantly is to breastfeed the baby. If the woman complain, oh, my baby is not getting enough breast milk, continue to breastfeed. The more you breastfeed, the more the milk is being produced. So the sucking of the baby helps stimulate the brain to help produce more breast milk.
All right. Let's look at some myths surrounding this issue of breastfeeding. Some people believe it's painful.
Okay, breastfeeding is not painful. Breastfeeding becomes painful when the woman not putting the baby to breast in the right way. So if the baby is not being put to breast in the right way, then the woman can start having pain. But if she put the baby to breast in the right way, so that's why I said that people from the antenatal care, mothers have to be trained, women are to be taught how to properly breastfeed their baby. So if she breastfeeds her baby in the proper way, then she will not have pain. Breastfeeding is not painful.
All right. Some people say, for some mothers, the first few days of breastfeeding, they'll know whether it's meant for them, or not. So if you get it, you can do it well in the first 2 or 3 days, then it means that it's meant for you. And if you can't get it maybe in the first 2 days or 3 days, it means probably it's not meant for you to do. What do you say to that?
Well, breastfeeding is for everyone. So it is important that mothers get it right, and they need the support of the matrons, the birth attendants around them to teach them. It's women giving birth for the first time. The first time mothers are usually have issues with and they think, oh, the baby is not taking it and not doing it the right way, so they give up. No.
All right.
Rather, they should be taught well to breastfeed. Breastfeeding is for all mothers because it contains the right nutrients for food.
Okay. Some women are shy. They feel that breastfeeding in front of people is a rude thing to do. Oh, don't do it in front of the public. It's rude. Is not respectful. That people shouldn't see the mother breastfeeding the child. It's not a nice thing to do in the public space. So they don't breastfeed when in public.
No, that was why I said earlier that we education to the community so that we see breastfeeding as normal. And something normal can be done anywhere. And everybody can support the mother to breastfeed their baby. So education to the community, to organization is needed so that mothers can be accepted to breastfeed their baby anywhere. It should not be something to be shameful about that we are feeding baby. No. So education is needed to the community. So we see it as a norm, as a normal thing to do.
All right. But some people experience. Can you hear me, madam?
Yes,
okay. So some people get. You talked about this issue of pain before, but I want us to go back there because some people get sores, they get wound. When they breastfeed. I've even seen the cases where the baby will bite the mother's nipple. So these are two things. So what do you say to that? Why do they get sores or they get some sort of bruise, when they breastfeed the child frequently? Sometimes they say, oh, it's paining me, I'll stop for now, I won't do it. Let me rest for a day or two. They can't continue because of that pain. Then also number two, why do some children bite their mother's nipple?
Okay. So in the first 6 months, most babies, they don't have teeth, so they cannot bite the mother's breast. But as they grow older, that probably happens. So, and also, when mother complain of pain in the breast, it is because they are not putting the baby's mouth in the breast the right way. So there is a way to do it. If you don't do it the right way, you may have sores, you may have cracks on your around breast. So it's important that they know how to do it the right way. If a mother does it the right way, she will not have pain. And even if she has pain, it is not enough reason to stop breastfeeding her baby. She can breastfeed the baby on the other breast that is not painful and still continue to breastfeed on the painful breast. So usually, children, babies, they don't bite their mother, except as they grow older. But even as they grow older, it might just be children just trying to play with their parents, actually. But really, most babies don't really do that. The reason for having sore and cracks most of the time is because the mother is not putting the baby to breast the right way. And not because the baby is biting.
What is the right way? I know it may be a bit difficult for you to demonstrate because you don't have a dummy baby there, but what is the right way to put a baby, for a mother to put a baby to breast?
Okay. So the right way to put breast is, the woman breast have the part we call the nipple. And also after the nipple, we have a part we call the areola. I don't know any other name to call it. That is what we call it. So we have the pointed part, which is the nipple, then the other part, which is the areola. It is expected that when you put your baby to breast, that your baby's mouth surround the areola. For some mothers, the only part getting to the baby's mouth is just the nipple. But no, the baby has to also stuck around the areola. So you have to ensure that the breast properly enters the baby mouth, so that by the time the baby is sucking, the baby has the nipple and the areola part of the breast in his or her mouth.
Interesting, interesting. So that is the area surrounding the nipple, if I'm not mistaken, this areola.
Yes, yes.
All right.
Area surrounding the nipple.
Okay. You talked about, you said breastfeeding, it needs to be exclusive for the first 6 months. Then it can be supplementary, with complementary baby food being given to the baby from 6 months up to 2 years. Some people feel that if you give a child breast milk for till he's 2 years old, you're going to spoil the child. You're going to spoil the child. And it's not a way to raise a child. Maybe after a while, before 2 years, you have to stop, because if you continue that long, some people say the child may start rejecting solid food.
Okay, so it's important that as mothers, when they are about to introduce complement, they introduce it the right way and don't stop breastfeeding the baby. That babies, the child be a spoiled child if you breastfeed up to 2 years is not true. Not true. The reason why we encourage breastfeeding up to 2 years is so that because of the brain development, because the breast milk contains what the baby needs. But it's no longer enough to sustain the baby energy-wise. So we say, okay, stop other things. So the problem comes not with breastfeeding the baby, but mothers not even knowing how to have complementary feed to what their baby takes. So that's why most of the time the children, they reject other food and all they want is breast milk. But if the mothers are taught, even at about 6 months, how to properly introduce, local foods, other meals to what they are doing, they need to go a long way to help babies. So they won't have not willing to feed breastfeeding.
But one of the things that makes some mothers, breastfeeding mothers, not want to breastfeed, maybe at a particular time, is because they have not cleaned, washed the nipples, and then they would say they need to wash it before they breastfeed the child, and so they stay back from breastfeeding the child until they can find a way to wash the nipples. Is it necessary to wash the nipples, the breast, before you breastfeed your baby?
No.
Okay, not at all. I mean, if you're a mother, you've been moving around and you're sweaty and everything, wouldn't it be advisable to wash it, before you give the child
a problem
easy?
Wash, but it's not a criteria that you must wash your nipple before you breastfeed your nipple.
All right, it's quite interesting.
So nothing should stop you. Nothing should stop mothers from breastfeeding.
Okay. All right. So how many times a day should a child be breastfed? Because I'm sure that mothers need to rest at some point, from the stress of the day and all of this. So how many times is it recommended? Is it every time the baby cries, you just put something in the mouth, or you have a set number of times that the baby should be breastfed in a day?
At demand.
Wow.
Especially in the first 6, at demand, yes. At demand. So as the baby demands for the breast milk, mothers should breastfeed their baby. And that's why they need the community to support them, to assist them, so it's easy for them to do.
Okay. We also told some people, say, you know what, it's if you don't get you don't breastfeed your newborn child immediately, you won't be able to do it. So as the child pops up, the first hour after birth, you need to push your breast into the baby's mouth. Is that true?
It is recommended that within the first hour of life, babies should put the breast.
Okay.
We encourage them. Yes.
Okay, so if you don't do that within the first hour, maybe the mother is weak or she's been attended to in the hospital or something, does it mean that she won't be able to breastfeed the child again?
No. Like I said, that is what we recommend. That is what the World Health Organization recommends. But a lot of situations can arise. A woman that just had a cesarean section I was put to sleep to deliver a baby, may not be able to breastfeed a baby. But the moment the mother is awake, then the mother should put the baby to breast.
What about mothers who are taking medication? You know, maybe they are sick. Does this affect the breastfeeding?
Okay. It depends on the medication. Not all medication are contraindicated. Some are and some are not. So if the mother is taking any medication, she needs to discuss that with her doctor so that they can tell her if, oh, madam, despite taking this medication, you can still breastfeed your baby. And if she can't, then she should look for alternatives.
Okay. Finally, very shortly, please. How do you wean a baby of, you know, breast feeding, especially for those who've gone 2 years on this? How do you wean them? Very quickly, please.
Okay. So, you know, we start breastfeeding at birth, exclusive for 6 months. And like I said earlier, you just give breast milk on demand, at demand. But as the child grows older, the child will take less of breast milk. So that way, you're already weaning the child. You're adding complementary feed. You probably won't be giving the child breast milk at demand. So this moment the child demand for food, you give something else. So that way the number.
All right. Seems Oluwatosin Adepoju has been lost. Oluwatosin, if you're there, can you hear me? If not, we'd like to call it a day at this point, and thank you very much for your time. She is a public health physician based in Lagos. As we celebrate World Breastfeeding Week, I think one of the takeaways is that she said breast milk is good for the mother and also good for the baby. I didn't hear her say it's good for the father. So how about the men are listening to me this morning? It's for the mother and for the baby. All right, thank you very much. Oh, you're there. Thank you very much. That was just on the lighter note. Thank you very much for your time, Oluwatosin Adepoju. All right, and happy breastfeeding week. All right. So all the men in the studio here who've been looking and laughing and swanning, even in the control room, you have to understand. It's for the mother and for the baby. We'll be right back up next to talk about privatization of public hospitals in Nigeria. The national president of the Nigerian Medical Association is our guest.
Hello and thank you for joining us on this episode of One on One. Today we're focusing on women in tech. Now, despite conversations about gender diversity in tech, women are still underrepresented and underpaid in the industry. My guest today is Anu Gopal, and she's the host of the Agile Africa Alliance, a virtual community of 2,000 plus Africa Agile practitioners, and has mentored hundreds of Africans in diaspora to a 6-figures salary. Now, Anu is the first Black African certified Agile coach. She also launched the Women in Agile chapters for both Nigeria and Dallas-Fort, USA. By trade, she works as an organizational coach for leadership teams at places like Nike, AT&T, Toyota, Capital One, TD Bank, and the UK government. Thank you so much, Anu, for joining us today.
Thank you, Fumi, for having me.
Thank you. Okay, so let's get straight to it. Tell us, how did you get into tech?
Wow, that's an interesting story. So, initially, I wanted to study petroleum engineering.
Okay.
But my older brother filled my JAM form because I did my first degree in University of Ibadan.
Okay.
And he actually put computer science. And I passed my JAM, I passed my WAHEC, and I found myself as a computer science student at University of Ibadan. And 4, 5, 6 years with all those strikes in Nigerian University, I graduated with BSc Computer Science, and I fell in love with tech. Okay. And that is how the journey started. And I didn't regret it because that's where the passion for women development, especially youth development in the tech space, stemmed from.
All right. We were talking earlier behind the scenes. I would like you to tell us some of your challenges has been, like, reading your bio as the first Black woman. Has it been being a woman in tech?
It's been challenging, frustrating, especially not just breaking into the tech industry, but when you look at the organization workplace, the cultural bias for women in tech, it's really, really frustrating. even in developed countries, you will only find few women, and mostly they're Indian women in tech, because they dominate the tech industry. So, the pay gap is also, when it comes to the gender between male and female, the women are not really treated well. Even getting promoted is another issue. I had a similar problem in an organization that I don't want to mention.
Okay.
I was to be the chief of Agile in that organization, and the next thing is a white male became the chief of Agile. And it was so frustrating that I had to leave that company, because as a woman in tech, you have to fight for yourself. You have to fight for your worth. You have to work 5-10 times harder than men in tech.
Okay, so is this responsible? Because this leads to my next question, where he says that according to the National Science Foundation, there's a consistent trend that has been dubbed a leaky pipeline, where it's difficult to retain women in STEM jobs once they have graduated with a STEM degree. Do you think this is responsible? What's responsible for that?
Well, when you're working in a male-dominated industry, what do you expect? In male-dominated industry, it's really, really difficult for women to find their footing. And also with all these cultural bias and gender bias and, pay gap, promotion and challenges that women are facing in technology, most women doesn't want to even, step into that opportunity as well. Like, they would prefer to do something that, prefer to be in an industry that they have more women than going into an industry that is male-dominated. And it's also frustrating. There's that misconception that women doesn't belong in tech. It's male industry. And that's what people like us are fighting against. Because where you have women, women are the most hardworking, motivated. We take passion into the workplace.
Yeah.
And any organization that wants to be productive, profitable, that gender balance has to be in space. So I don't blame some women. I have a lot of friends that have actually, left. They've left the tech industry because of this gender bias.
So what do we do? How do we get more women to be in tech then? What do we need to do?
We have more male advocates, especially men in leadership positions, fighting for us women, just helping that gender balance to be in place. Providing sponsorship, mentorship opportunities for women. When you walk into a boardroom, we need to have, even if it's 30% women and 70% men. I've been in boardroom meetings that I'm the only black woman and I'm the only woman. And a woman from Africa, what do you expect? So we need more male advocates, not just women advocates. And also, we also need our women, especially our female youths, to believe that they belong in this industry, because technology is the future of the world. It's even our present right now. There's nothing we can do without technology.
That's so true.
We live, we breathe it. Everybody have a mobile phone, right? And it's built by technology. So we need to have that confidence, that believing in ourselves that we can do it.
Okay. All right, let's take a quick break. We'll take a quick break and I'll still be here with Anu. Stay with us. Thank you for staying with us. This is still one-on-one, and I have Anu Gopal with me, and we're talking about women in tech. Now, so you were talking earlier on about all of us having mobile phones and all of that. Now, the thing is, there's a lot of notion where many people feel like tech is a young people thing, 18, 21, maybe 30 max. And a lot of women, older, are like restraining themselves from wanting to get into tech, for example. So I, for example, I'm interested in tech. I'm just fascinated by, by the whole thing and the conversations and all of that. And I really think I want to break into it. But sometimes they're like, for me, it's not mama like you, they're looking for that kind of place. So I would like you to clear that notion. Can older people still get into tech if they want to?
Why not? Tech is for everyone. Even if you're 80-year-old, you can decide to develop passion in tech and study, tech, have a tech career. I'm one of those 40 plus. I love tech. I'm passionate about tech, and that's not going to change because tech has revolutionized global economy, like the entire world. it's interconnected because of technology. Right? Gone are the days that we need to send letter, we need to, all those, traditional ways of communicating with each other. Everything is powered by tech. So tech is for everyone, and you're invited to come for the next
Shirley, trust
Girls
me,
in Tech.
Shirley, trust me, I'm going to join in. So my next question is about the fact that I think with every industry in Nigeria, a lot of people do things in silos, and many of the things, even in the tech industry in Nigeria, people are working, separately and differently. There has been no coming together, so to speak, and also like a one voice from like the Ministry of Digital Economy, for example. What can we begin to do to change that, to have like a lot of government backing? Because if you look at USA, for example, the government gives a lot of support to their to their tech companies, even when they are right or they are wrong, and they just give like a lot of support. How do we begin to get to that level in Nigeria where the government can give people like you support?
Well, interesting question. There are so many grants in developed countries. The way they are powering technology, helping large corporations and even small organizations, to be profitable and to be able to sustain their economy, because everything is powered by technology. I think the biggest challenge we have in Nigeria is trust. If I have a business idea and I share it with you, you can run with my idea. Although we have system in place like patents and stuff like that, but it's not robust enough to protect my vision and your vision, especially when you're sharing it with friends and family. But the challenge is until we change our mindset, it's a mindset thing, and we begin to work collaboratively instead of working in silos. Silo will not take us anywhere, and that's one of the biggest challenges that we have in Nigeria. When you look at why these countries are thriving, it's because of collaboration between the government, between the corporations, SMEs, and individuals, doing so many things to develop the economy. For the Ministry of Data Economy, right, they need to understand, what does the citizens need? What do we really need to do to build a data economy for our country? What could make us to be a country that can innovate faster than any other continent in the world? They need to start reaching out to individuals and organizations, both small and big organizations, and come together to discuss what do we need to do to revolutionize our country, our economy. Because the best talent and the best resources in the world is in Nigeria, is in Africa. It's that collaboration and communication and cooperation and working together that is missing.
Okay, so interesting answer that you've given. But let's talk about the fact that the Nigerian tech space is still growing, but we see that in the ecosystem of the tech space, we have more of foreign venture capitalists giving funds than local investors. Some of my friends that are in tech, I think about 2 weeks ago, they were just complaining about how, well, the thing is, once they get like funding from an international investor, then all the local guys now come up. And I'm like, what happened to the local guys in the first place? Why are the local investors not championing, the causes of these tech guys, and we wait for venture capitalists from, outside to come in?
Well, the wealthiest people in Africa are in Nigeria.
Just that you say that.
Yes, and even when you're looking at the first 50 wealthy people in the world, we have in Nigeria among us. But we're in a VUCA world, right? I want to put myself in their shoe as well, and I will put myself in the shoe of the startup founders. We're in a VUCA world. The world is very volatile, uncertain, complex, and ambiguous. Right? And I've realized that even with the programs I'm doing, right, it's mostly self-funded.
Okay.
When you go to organizations, corporate organizations for sponsorship, they're like, what's in it for us? Why do we need to support you? Maybe because of lack of trust. So because of the uncertainty and the volatile, startup ecosystem.
But that's what business is about, really. Because the truth is, many of these organizations go ahead and still put money in projects that are not necessarily tech.
Exactly.
And then they get to lose money. So isn't that what business is about? Taking some form of risk at the end of the day.
So one thing I've also realized is that Africans have low appetite for risk.
True.
And also, if I invest in you, what's the confidence level to show that that startup is going to be successful and I'm going to get my money back? And I'm also going to get the profits and, the stake that have been promised. And if Nigerian rich people can see the opportunity, and if they can see the talents of the Nigerian youth especially, our country will be better than this. Why do you think foreign investors are popping millions of funds into Nigeria? They saw opportunity. Nigeria, especially Africa, in the next 10 years is going to be a continent that can innovate faster than any other continent in the world. They've seen the potential. They've seen the big money. They've seen opportunity for investment in Africa. In 2018, we had about 87% foreign investors investing in African startups. And local is about 12-point-something%. But what happened in 2019? The number increased to 95%.
Oh, wow.
And the number of local investors reduced to, became 5%, which was 8% gaps. So if these African rich men can see the opportunities that these foreign investors are seeing, we don't need them. We have the wealth in Nigeria.
I think everyone answered my next question, where I was about to ask you about the potential. What do you see about the potential in the Nigerian tech space?
Oh, there are so many potentials. And we've seen the results. We've seen CUDA, we've seen Paystack, we've seen Flutterwave, and we've seen so many. Do you know that in 2019, we had about 400 startups in Africa, and Nigeria, of course, our country always have the highest in everything. But in the year of COVID, it rose to 646 startups. So that additional 200 plus startups were founded in Africa. Even in the year of COVID, that foreign organizations were shutting down. Because the youth saw different opportunities during the year of COVID and even beyond the year of COVID that we can use to transform our continent. So the number of startups will continue to increase. But I just wish that Africans can believe to trust each other, and also local investors can believe in these youths and start pumping the right investments to create a sustainable, profitable business that will not just benefit the founders and the stakeholders, will benefit the economy and also provide job opportunities for the youths.
Interesting. Okay, we'll take another break. We'll be right back. Thank you for staying with us. And if you had been following us from the beginning, we're talking about tech space and women in the tech space and the challenges they have, currently going through. I still have Anu Gopal with me. So Anu, tell me about this experience. You recently trained over 30 girls. What was that about?
100 girls.
Over 100 girls. Oh, I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. This is the third edition. So what we do is to close the gender gap in technology, which is the ratio of 75% male and 25% female. And African and African American ratio is 3%. And when you look at the percentage of African women in tech, it's less than 1%. Not to talk of Nigeria as an example. So our goal is to bridge that gender gap and provide education, training, mentorship, career opportunities, and also entrepreneurship to our African youths, especially Nigerian female youths. So we had a 3 weeks boot camp, and these beautiful ladies, talented ladies with no prior experience in technology, because our criteria is we are looking for girls that are passionate. You don't need to study computer science or computer engineering, but so far you have passion in technology. We had about thousands girls between the age of 18 to 25 that applied, and we chose the best 100 out of them. And they went through a 3 weeks boot camp where they learned machine learning, data science, artificial intelligence, web development, UI, UX, and also they did a 2 days training to learn the agile methods. So agile is the #1 innovation method in Silicon Valley, and the secret sauce of Facebook, all those silicon companies. So, and at the end of the 3 weeks boot camp, they did a 2 days hackathon to use everything that they've learned over the last 2 weeks plus to develop data, social, economic solutions for Nigeria, for Lagos.
Fantastic. I was there and I saw some of the innovative things that they came up with. Okay, so let's talk about infrastructure. And I like that you've mentioned Facebook. And my question stems from the fact that every time there's a glitch, maybe on Instagram, on Facebook, and everybody goes, and I'm like, okay, when will we begin to build our own Nigerian Facebook? And but look, our internet structure here is not even, what are we going to do about that? Because the tech space needs to work vis-a-vis with the infrastructure right in place with that. What do we need to do, or how do we need to go about that?
Well, our infrastructure has improved compared to a few years ago, but it's still very poor. And there's no way you can build a digital economy without infrastructure, right? You are calling someone that is next beside you and it's telling you that the phone is switched off. But the phone is actually on. Oh, yeah. So we need the government and also private organizations to help build our infrastructure. Why do you think foreign investors are going to Ghana? Why are they going to Rwanda? Why not Nigeria? Not just the infrastructure, our bureaucracy is like crazy. You have to go through maybe 100 steps before you can even start a company, invest in Nigeria, which is really, really ridiculous. When I was in Toyota, I was so excited talking to the CEO. Oh, you come to Nigeria because Toyota is in India. Toyota is in China, different countries. Right? And I said, oh, Nigeria, don't worry. But with all the bureaucracy and so many challenges that we have in our governance, they went to Ghana, which is really, really painful. So we need to invest a lot in the infrastructure to benefit the citizens, not to benefit the government or few percentage of the citizens.
True, very true. Okay, so let's wrap this up with giving a word of advice or encouragement to is two-pronged. So one, for someone who is not in tech and watching you right now and is considering going into that, and then also for someone who's already in tech and probably going through like a lot of challenges. What advice will you have for both of them?
Oh, for those that want to go into tech, the opportunities are there. You can start by learning online. There's Coursera, there's Simplify, there's Udemy. Start from there and discover your passion, because there are so many skills in tech. What am I excited about? What makes me leap out for joy when I wake up in the morning? Is it data marketing because it's still part of tech? Is it any of these cutting edge technology skills that we are training our girls for the Girls in Tech Bootcamp? Find your passion, find your calling. Tech is not just meant for men. Tech is meant for every man and woman created on this earth. People like us, we struggle. I call myself small but mighty, and a lot of people call me that. You can't shake me, right? You have to try very hard, because this industry belongs to me as well. And I'm going to fight hard and to stay in this industry. So believe in yourself, believe in your dream, be confident, be bold. Anyone can achieve, become whoever they want to become in life. That's what our Nigerian girls need to do. Be bold, be confident. Believe that you can do it. And for those that are in tech, yes, it's frustrating, it's difficult. Do not quit, do not leave. Stay there. People like us, I was telling you during the break, I was told by some white crazy guy, go back to your village in Nigeria. What are you doing? You are taking our job. This leadership position belongs to us. No, it doesn't belong to you. It belongs to anyone that has the talent to sit on that seat.
All right, thank you so much, Anu. That's really an encouraging word, even for me that is not even in the tech space. And of course, I'm going to have this conversation with you afterward about going into the tech space.
Thanks for having me.
Thank you very much for joining us on One on One today. I hope you have learned a thing or two, and I have been encouraged. I personally have really been encouraged by Anu and the fantastic things she's doing in the tech space. We look forward to hearing more from her. Until another episode of One on One, I remain Fumi Unwajefe. Thank you for joining us today.
Welcome to another episode of Ladies Talking Business. On this show, we break down the concept of business to its simplest form. I am Moremi Akonho. Our guest today is a 26-year-old shoemaker. She is the founder of Care Designs, a shoemaking company she founded 5 years ago in Kano, Nigeria. She is a graduate of biology at Kano State University of Science and Technology. Our guest is Khairat Ibrahim. Hello, Khairat. Yes, I can hear you. How are you?
Fine.
Thanks for joining us on the show today. So very quickly, let's go straight into our discussion. Why did you go into shoemaking?
Actually, before I went into shoemaking, I love anything that do with handwork. So I started sewing before shoemaking. I started shoemaking 5 years ago because I was into bag making, and for a person to buy bags, it has to go with shoemaking. And also, I love anything that do with handwork.
Okay.
So I was into sewing, photography, and so many stuff. But shoemaking caught my attention because I think it is my passion.
Okay, you said it caught your attention. Was it because you thought you could make more money from shoemaking?
Oh, it started like a passion.
Okay, for fashion. Okay. So what reactions did you get from people, especially your family, your friends, and people from the north about being a female shoemaker?
My family supported me. They are still supporting me. But people from our side are still surprised. They used to ask, are you really the one making those shoes? I will be like, yes, because they believe that shoemaking is just for male gender, not for female gender. Though it's male dominated work.
Yeah.
So maybe that's what female can make shoes actually. Because up till now I normally get questions like, are you really the one making those shoes? So they are still confused. Let me say surprised.
Interesting. So, Khairat, have you been able to build a team of people, or do you hand make these shoes yourself?
Recently, I have like 4, not like workers. I have 1 worker with 3 that are learning work with me.
Oh, okay. Okay, so let's talk about your journey through entrepreneurship. Okay, so it started while you were in school. How has it been? So how did the whole journey start? And basically, how is it till now?
Actually, it started while I was a kid. I used to make some stuff, like tiger nuts. I used to take tiger nuts to the school, despite the strictness and everything. So I have this passion for anything that I will sell and get money. So it started when I was a kid. So as time goes on, I finished my secondary school, then went to the university. Still, I used to sell some stuff, what do you call this, okrika?
Yeah.
Then down to yes, and Ankara and laces. So after I finished my university, I then went and learned how to sew these sheets, do beds and stuff like that with bags. So I was doing those stuff. Then photography caught my attention. So then I went for photography, then some things out of it. So as time goes on, then just shoemaking just got all the attention. 5 years back. I started shoemaking. I just went to a place. I paid, it's in our market actually. I paid certain amount of money. I started learning female shoes. From there, it was like not challenging for me. Then I went to learn male shoes. And from there, I went to Abuja and I learned some things again.
Okay, so between female shoes and male shoes, which would you say is more lucrative in your business?
Male shoes.
Male shoes.
It's more challenging. I even love male shoes personally.
Why is that?
It's more challenging.
Okay.
Because there are so many designs that used to come to my head whenever I see leather for male shoes.
Okay. So back to what you were saying earlier, it's obvious you're very handy. You started with tailoring and then photography, and now you're making shoes. So what would you say is the benefit of being handy? I mean, learning those skills that are not necessarily sitting in the classroom and learning about education. So what's the benefit of being handy, learning basic skills or skills like that can help you?
Actually, it's really helped me because even before I finished my university, I've never thought of, okay, let me just look for a job, let me work or something like that. What came to my mind was, okay, how can I learn this and this so that I can make money out of it, even if I won't make money at that time, but the passion also. So I think it really helped me.
Okay. So you spoke about passion. Passion for you is being handy, making stuff, being crafty. That's your passion.
Yes.
Amazing. More business conversations coming up with our guest right after the break. Thanks for staying with us. You are watching Ladies Talking Business on PlusTvAfrica with our guest, Khairat Ibrahim, founder of Care Designs. So Khairat, what impact has the current state of the Nigerian economy had on your business?
I want to answer this question because it has been really tough because of the inflation.
Mm-hmm.
So people, like most of my customers, couldn't buy some shoes, many shoes from me because of the inflation and the rise of prices. Because so for example now, the shoes that we normally make at certain amount, let's say for 7,000.
Yeah.
So let's make it for 7,000. And the customers that used to buy shoes from us at that rate are not like happy about that. So it's really I don't know what to say. It's really,
so has it reduced the number of customers that would normally buy from you?
It's really reduced seriously.
But how do you get your materials? Do you import them or do you source locally?
Both.
Okay.
I normally source locally, but I do import some materials from, especially through certain apps.
Okay.
Look, I normally come from our market and I buy maybe from Abuja, Lagos, Kaduna, and so on.
Okay, Khairat, you've been in business for 5 years. Tell me about some of the lessons you have learned in business. Like some things you just knew that if I wasn't doing this, I wouldn't have learned this. Can you give us some examples?
At first, when I started my business, it was just like a passion to me, not for making money. So I don't record anytime start doing sales or anything. So at time goes on, people normally ask me, okay, how much do you make in a month? I'll just be looking at them like, I don't know. So first, that part, it really helped me. Like, as time goes on, I know that okay, you have to record certain things. You have to record all your things because you might get investment from an investor or investing company. They might want to invest, but if you don't have that record of your things or anything that you do, buying and selling, it won't be pleasing, and they might not see you as someone that is serious about her business. And also, I took my business before as just something that I can just wake up now, do it, go back to sleep. That's all. So as time goes on, I think I started learning that okay, you can make certain things, you can have ideas and sell that idea to your customers. So I really learned that. And also, I was kind of lazy. That's why I am handy. I was lazy when reading about business because I thought business is just about making the work I do, making shoes, maybe sewing, that's all. So I was lazy when it comes to reading about business, going to summits and also and connecting, networking with people.
Interesting, Kairat. So you've told us about some of the lessons you've learned from running your business. How about you tell us about some of the challenges you faced, especially as a female entrepreneur in the North?
I'm still facing, actually.
What?
I'm still facing challenges because now some people don't buy products from you. They don't buy your products that they think that okay, you are not the one making them.
Okay.
Because I'm a female, feel like you're not the one making them, or they will buy them because I'm a female, not because the shoes are good.
Okay.
So I think the challenge and also lack of materials, certain machines and engines because it's a small business. And also, the big challenge is interacting with those people, my colleagues, male colleagues in the market. So whenever I go to the market, they will be like, okay, what are you even doing? You're making something like tangible or something good, and people are giving you this attention or something. That was a challenge to me. But apart from that, machines and certain materials, I think I don't have any challenge.
Okay. Well, I know that most entrepreneurs usually complain about having staffing challenge. Have you ever had to deal with maybe not having the right staff or your staff members misbehaving?
I do have much staff. I have one staff, then I have two people as teachers. So I do make shoes by my hand, me and that staff, so I don't have problem. I'm doing answering all my customers.
Okay, just out of curiosity, if you had to choose a big name in Nigeria to make a shoe for, maybe male or female, who would you want to make a pair of shoes for? I said if you had to choose in Nigeria that, okay, choose one big name that you'd like to make a pair of shoes for, who would you like that to be?
Dangote.
Huh?
Aliko Dangote.
Ah. Interesting. Well, keep the hope alive. It may come through someday.
Thank you.
Okay. We will go on a short break now. Please stay with us. I'm still here with Kairat Ibrahim, founder of Care Designs. Hi, Kairat.
Hi.
So where did the Care Designs name come from?
From my name.
Okay.
Kairat. Designs.
Oh, okay. All right. So how do you get inspiration for your shoe designs?
And I feel from God because whenever I sleep, I normally sleep halfway because ideas keeps running in my mind. So I think from God. And also some customers normally bring their designs for me to make.
Oh, interesting. So which would you prefer? Because I know some people may find it hard actually making a customer's model that they want. They would rather make what they have in their head. But for you, which one comes easier?
Both.
Both. You're very creative. Well done. Okay, so what is your advice for other young entrepreneurs running a business in Nigeria today? What words do you have for them?
Okay, I think they don't have, okay, you said for young.
Well, young and general entrepreneurs, especially female.
Procrastination should not be part of their business because it's really just business and laziness.
Okay.
Also, you have to step outside the box, network with people, meet new people, and seek advice from people that are in the game for long.
Okay. So what keeps you going as Kairat? What keeps you going? Because I'm sure there are times that you wake up in the morning and you're like, you know what, I'm not doing anything today, or I quit. But what keeps you going?
My mom.
Your mom?
It's her words of encouragement, because there are many times that I will just wait. I will cry. I'm tired. When will I be where I want to be? But her words of encouragement, like, no, don't give up. You have time, you can make it. So things like her words of encouragement is the one that is keeping me going.
Interesting. So very quickly, what are your dreams for your brand? So do you think that in another 3 to 5, 6, 7 years you will drop it and maybe pick something else, or do you actually intend to see it through completely?
I can't drop shoemaking. I think maybe I'll broaden I want to broaden the brand.
Okay.
So that I can more things, like more creative things, like crocheting and so on. But shoemaking, I don't think shoemaking.
So would you say that you have gotten to that peak in the shoemaking world that you can do almost anything when it comes to shoemaking? Or do you keep advancing in terms of learning to get better? Or how does it work for you?
No, I keep advancing. I don't think you reach a peak, because wherever that you reach, there are people that have reached that place before you. So I think I would like to advance, meet more people that are in the game before me.
Okay, so how have you been able to, you're far away in Kano, but what strategies have you put in place to project your brand to the whole of Nigeria?
Okay. Normally through social media, you place an order and your order will be sent in like 4 to 5 days, depending on what you ordered.
Amazing, Kyra. Thank you so much for joining us on the show today, and we wish you all the very best. Thanks for watching this episode of Ladies Talking Business. Do join us this same time next week for another episode. And don't forget to follow us on PlusTvAfrica Lifestyle on YouTube to catch up with our programs. I am Morimi Akonwo. Bye for now.
times when we see celebrities either on social media, television, or in person, we assume they have it all together, but we forget that they're also human. Well, here are some of the low points of some of your favorite celebrities.
So coming into Lagos and having to do like 5 jobs, at a time, just my life has always been a balancing act, Time was when I was in this town. Funny you mention it. This entire area, I hip hop around this area. I start from NTA and begin to work my way gradually. End up here at Peck Theatre, and then at the Onikon Museum, and then at Racecourse. Story for another day.
All right, so growing up, I wouldn't say I was born with a silver spoon, but I was okay. Dad had everything going on for us. And I lost him when I was 16. So at that point in my life, I had to start making decisions for myself, which was a bit difficult. And that was when I actually decided to become a DJ. When my dad was alive, he didn't want me to do entertainment. So I had to shape myself, take that decision. I remember leaving my house for 2 years at some point because I was chasing my dream. And all that basically has molded me into the man I am today.
I remember while I was in school, I would never imagine I would be the person today. I even, at some point, never had money to go to school. So what I would do, I would walk all the way to the bus stop and hope that when I get in the bus, I'll see a student like me that can pay for me before I get to Lasso Gate. But for real, life is like that, and we just take all these things and mold them into what makes us stronger. You mold all the struggle into dumbbell, and they make yourself stronger. That's it. So for me, I can share a lot of experience with you that would make you drop your jaw and you'd be like, you went through all this.
I personally, I never saw the 4 walls of a university. But I found myself now being able to inspire and speak to a lot of audiences. And it's all about self-improvement. Having that drive to, I want to be better than who I am. I want to move. I want to be a positive change. I want to impact positively on the people. It is just one making that honest decision to push themselves rather than looking for the shortest cut by doing all sorts of, hanky-panky nonsense. We can. Only you can.
I've been so broke that I had to walk from Maryland to Ilukweju because I didn't have 15-hour transport money for bus. So yeah, I've been through that. And I didn't want to call anybody. This was something that I was like, I got to go through this on my own because I decided to get into the entertainment industry and chase after my dreams. Left my job. I was tired of calling family, parents, my father, my mother, my guardians to say, yo, I'm broke, I was like, you know what, let's rough it, and I did. But here I am today.
One of my worst experience then was when I premiered on radio, the first 2 weeks was hell because people was calling the radio station to some said they should arrest me, some said they should sack me, some said they should they don't like my voice. They just feel say I be worried, but are they rude, Then not be now we be like say comedian go come. Then a few comedians they. So when you go strange land and I no go a day, then when you go that kind of area we be like say the only comedians where they know that and Ikemowo or Sophia Sin and you got they speak pidgin and say comedian that time if you hear person you go be like say you dey rude and those Igbo people they not they take a likely at all. So the first 2 weeks for my radio career they say me they sack me. First 3 weeks sef. So me and my friends what we they do? People go call the radio station, say me they sack me, we can go buy card, 90 card. So when those people they call, my friends will go try to call the radio station, say, Mona leave am now our best presenter. But the funny thing is our calls not they go through. If we try call the radio station where they work, we know if they get the radio station. But the other people they call.
And the village people.
Yes, my village people, your blog the lie.
A few years ago, 2012 I think or 2013, I was on a music competition. I was in a music competition and one of the judges said to me, I still know him, I'm not going to call him out. So he said that he doesn't feel like singing is something I should ever think of.
How did that make you feel?
I didn't feel bad because I'm precious.
Hello, this is the Greater Lagos Vision and I'm your host, Love Ikuku Oyedokun. The fourth edition of the Babajide Sanwo-Olu and Kadri Obafemi Hamzat Health Mission International Bosco has taken place. This edition of the Bosco Health Care Mission International was carried out in conjunction with the relaunch of the Jigi Bola initiative. The Babajide Sanwo-Olu-led administration has continued to lead the frontiers in delivering good health care in the diagnosis for hearing impairments and the provision of hearing aids. In the fourth edition, Bosco Health Mission Initiative made enough provision to carry out routine screening exercise on the residents across the 20 local government areas and the 37 LCDAs of the state. And this is the Greater Lagos Vision. Welcome once again. I'm Love Ikuku Oyedokun. This episode features Bosco HMI 4th edition, 250,000 Lagosians to benefit from free healthcare intervention. Lagos State Government unveils Smart ID card. Lagos Sanwo-Olu commissions digital modular school. Details of these and many more when we return. Please stay with us. About 250,000 residents of Lagos have been targeted for free medical treatment through the Jigi Bola Healthcare Initiative. Speaking at the flag-off of the 4th edition of Bosco Free Medical Outreach, tagged Jigi Bola relaunched Phase 2, Governor Sanwo-Olu maintains that his administration is more concerned about the health of the people and would ensure quality health care is delivered. The relaunch of the Jigi Bola initiative is in conjunction with the Babajide Sanwo-Olu and Kadri Obafemi Hamzat Health Mission International, Bosco. The Jigi Bola Health Mission was launched during the administration of Asiwaju Bola Tinubu as a free sight and hearing aid program of the Lagos State Government in 2001. The program, targeted to reach over 250,000 Lagosians, had no fewer than 961 volunteers providing medical services for the outreach.
In this fourth edition, this mission has made enough provision to carry out routine screening exercises on the residents across the 20 local government areas and 37 LCDA of the state. And if you listen attentively to what the conveyor was saying, Mrs. Nike Osai, she actually mentioned the fact that this will be taking place in different areas of the state, which she mentioned: Shomolu, Amuwo Odofin, Etiosa, Ibejuleki, Koshofe, Mushin, Surulere, and so on and so forth.
Governor Sanwo-Olu is represented here. He discloses that through Bosco Health Mission International, his administration has continued to lead the frontiers in delivering good healthcare services for the citizens.
This administration has also taken the bolder step by broadening the scope of this health mission to include other health provisions beyond the provision of visual and hearing aids to cater for the need of Lagosians whose health need do not fall within visual and hearing impairment alone. And we must not apologize or be apologetic for the growing number of cases, but we must take deliberate actions in reducing the statistics of hearing disabilities and lack of good vision.
Similarly, the wife of the governor, Dr. Ibijoke Sawunlu, believes the program has contributed a great deal in achieving unparalleled impact in preventing major health risks among residents of the state.
To urge the good people, especially those suffering from visual impairment, to take advantage of the initiative to improve their health. This is because a large number of cases of visual impairment could have been prevented if they were detected and treated effectively.
She also commends volunteers and partners who have decided to work with the state government to ensure the success of the initiative. As part of measures at providing a reliable database in the state, the Lagos State Residents Registration Agency, LASRA, has launched the upgraded Lagos State Resident Identity Card, LAG Smart ID Card. The relaunch, according to the governor, Babajide Sanwo-Olu, took place simultaneously across the 5 divisions as the state targets to produce 10 million cards before the end of the year. This is a venue of the relaunch to unveil the LAG Smart ID Card at the Police College, Ikeja. It was filled to capacity with people from all walks of life thronging the venue to witness the event. The arrival of Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu got the place electrified as he acknowledged greetings from the people. The governor told the gatherings that the event took place simultaneously across the 5 divisions in order to meet up with its projected target to produce 10 million cars before the end of the year.
I want to use this to call on all of us, let us acquire this Lagos resident card. And it will help us enjoy the many, many benefits on offer and will enable us more thoroughly and effectively plan and budget for the delivery of the dividends of democracy against the backdrop of our ever-growing population. I'm certainly proud to note that the smart card benefiting the leading megacity in Africa, Lagos State.
Tubosu Alake is a special advisor to the governor, Innovation and Technology. He described the launch as a landmark to catalyze the Lagos economy through technology.
This new identity paradigm in Lagos, tagged LASRA 2.0, that is what we have called it, adopts industry-leading technology with world-class partners to deliver a comprehensive and elastic identity system that is future-proof and highly secure.
General Manager of LASRA, Ibilola Kasimu, highlighted the unique features of the new Lagos Residents Card.
This new card is a multi-purpose smart card with 28 applets that make the provision of 28 services possible to card holders. The new card is therefore a multi-application smart card that offers registered residents access to services ranging from serving as a means of personal security and identity verification at points of accessing various government services, validation of your residency status, and also financial inclusiveness by providing every resident with the ability to perform cashless transactions.
She told the gathering that card holders can also use it as a means of payment for services across multiple vendors, including buses, ferries, supermarkets, and cash withdrawals from banks' automated teller machines. Kasimu appealed to residents in the state who have not registered to do so by visiting the agency's website www.lagosresidents.gov.ng. Lagos State Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu has opened the newly built containerized modular classroom block in Wetland Junior Grammar School, Agege. He described the digitalized modular school as the future of public schools in Lagos, Nigeria, and Africa in general. This is the Wetland Junior Grammar School in Agege. The school was carved out of the existing Wetland Grammar School and officially took off on 6 January 2003. The formal commissioning brought so much excitement to the students, parents and teachers as Governor Sanwo-Olu made his way through the crowd. The governor in his keynote address told the gathering that his goal was to build schools of the future, public schools that are driven by cutting-edge technology. He described the modular school as a milestone on the journey towards ensuring that no child is left behind in Lagos State.
This is the future of public school in Lagos. This is the future of public school in Nigeria. We believe this should be the future of public school in Africa. In terms of some numbers, our administration so far, we've constructed over 800 new classroom blocks in public school system, while we're completing rehabilitation of about 200 primary schools and secondary schools, all within the next couple of weeks. We've also added about 180,000 units of furniture that have been supplied across all the 6 educational districts in the state.
Commissioner for Education Folashade Adefisayo thanked Sanwo-Olu for keeping his promise of increasing the ministry's yearly budgetary allocation. She described the Wetland Modular building as one for ages.
This building is unique, but it's unique again because for me as an educationist, I love nice buildings. I want the children to be in nice buildings. But for me, it's always about the teaching and learning. What is going on inside the school? And in this school, in each classroom, we have a smart whiteboard. We have tablets for the children. The teachers clock in using biometrics. And what this is going to do is that we are moving our children into the 21st century.
Chairman of the Special Committee of Rehabilitation of Public Schools, Hakeem Smith, noted that a new intermodal containerized building would encourage hybrid learning. He said pupils can learn remotely because of the type of technology deployed in the school.
In 10 years from now, the kids from Wetland are the ones who will digitize your civil service. It will be native to them. It will be native to them. It will be what they are used to doing from day one already. They would be the corporate leaders tomorrow who are going to be solving with critical thinking skills that they would learn in this classroom, solving problems for Lagos State. They would be the inventors in 2 years from now, from the technology they have here.
When you bring traditional learning into modern day technology, you have them at your fingertip. They are interested, they come alive. And then this solution, this technology sitting in this classroom allows them to interact with the teacher. There's room for critical thinking. There's room for creativity. So it's not just the teacher talking and writing. Now they are actively involved. You can see that all of the pupils have a PC. Everything going on the screen is replicated on their PC. So they get to interact and collaborate.
The containerized modular school building comprises 9 regular classrooms, 3 laboratories, and 4 staff rooms, all solar-powered. As a government entrusted with oversight and leadership of the public service, my administration will continue to give priority attention to all your needs, especially those that will improve your job satisfaction and your ability and capacity to meet the expectations of Lagosians. This reassurance came from Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu at the 2022 Public Service Week celebration. It was an auspicious occasion organized to recognize Lagos State public servants who have been adjudged outstanding in various ministries, agencies and parastatals statewide. The grand finale was part of activities lined up to commemorate the 2022 Public Service Week. The stakes were high, so also expectations of these civil servants, all anticipating to win. The arrival of Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu set the tone for the moment. The governor stepped to the podium, reassuring that the workers' welfare was topmost in his agenda.
As a government that is entrusted with oversight and the leadership of the public service, we will continue to give priority attention to all of your needs, especially those that will improve the quality of your job and give you a higher level of job satisfaction and increase your ability and capacity to meet the very, very high expectations of Lagosians.
Earlier, the head of service, Muri Okwonla, highlighted the selection process for recipients of award.
A total number of 334 nominations were received from MDAs, local governments and LCDAs for year 2020-2021. Out of this nomination, a total of 190 officers were finally recommended to receive the Outstanding Officers Award in line with the aforementioned.
And the moment finally came. 10 car keys were presented to the lucky winners drawn from both senior and junior categories. Mojisola Oyeleke won a business class return ticket to Dubai.
With the support of Air Peace Nigeria, you are flying business class to Dubai.
I'm very grateful. I'm not expecting it, but I'm very grateful. I thank my God that He's do wonder for me. I don't know that God will answer me this way.
Bola Agbabiaka, on behalf of other awardees, thanked Governor Sanwo-Olu for counting them worthy of such an honor. He said the award will spur them to more service. Lagos State Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu has unveiled and handed over 48 units of Greater Lagos LBIC apartments in Ogba Ijayi Pen Cinema of Agege. The project, according to Sanwo-Olu, is a testament to his administration's commitment to providing affordable housing for Lagosians. The Greater Lagos LBIC apartments comprise 2 3-bedroom flats and 4 units of the 4-bedroom maisonette. It is a joint venture arrangement involving Lagos Building Investment Company, PLC, and RPDC Limited. Governor Sanwo-Olu, in fulfillment of his administration's promise, handed over keys to 14 families that were displaced as a result of the construction of the Agege Pen Cinema with no payment or charges.
For us, this is not only about the affordability of the housing, but also it's not only about the availability, but it's also about the affordability. We're concerned about ensuring that not only are the houses reasonably priced, but that they are also creative in financing mechanism that gives people the capacity and the convenience to pay based on their future earning and incomes. And so it is our quest to provide decent yet affordable accommodation to the people of the state. We have in close partnership with the private sector. Today, in just about 3 years, we've handed over almost 4,000 housing units across the state.
Sanwo-Olu disclosed that since inception of his administration, it has commissioned not less than 15 affordable and decent housing projects and delivered more than 3,526 housing units across the state, noting that the ongoing land reform was his commitment to addressing the challenge of housing deficits in Lagos State. He said the Greater Lagos LBIC apartments are an example of what is possible in this regard.
We've given a lot of land to some of our big developers to also help them so that we can monitor and they can help us also ensure that we can activate housing needs to a lot of our citizens. Indeed, our view has always been that the most efficient way to address the housing challenge we face as a megacity is for government to enable and empower the private sector to also deploy adequate capital in this area. It is true meaning of public-private partnership, each player bringing its strengths to bear to deliver a sustainable project that benefits the people and the state. And you see the Greater Lagos LBRC apartment is an example of that testament. And so it is my pleasure to announce and to be able to hand over to the 14 families that were displayed because of the construction of our very iconic Agege Pen Cinema Bridge. We now have accommodated all of them under this scheme, and that their flats will be allocated to them here today at no cost at all. And so I would like to use this medium to appeal to all of our housing agencies, all of them, most of them are here, to continue to engage robustly with the private sector as well as other stakeholders to jointly address the housing deficit in our mega city of Lagos State. Our expectation is that within a couple of months, LBIC, which is one of their primary roles, and I've charged them again, and I'm sure maybe next month or the month after, they should be handing over about 320 units in Amu Odofi. They should be completing about 360 units in Obele Oniwala in Surulere. They should be completing another 64 units at Olaleye in Iponri. They should, at an advanced stage of 132 units at the Ikeja. And they also at very advanced stage with shopping malls they have at Lekki and Ikeja. I think LBRC deserves a round of applause. I'm sure if I should roll out the one for LSDPC, they also have a lot that I'm aware of. They have houses that are built in Ilupeju, in Victoria Island, in Surulere, in Ogba. That's for LSDPC. And for Ministry of Housing, we're waiting for you. I know you are the bigger boys there. You have in Bagada, you have in Ikorodu, you have in Epe. So let's just wrap it up. Let's have all of those houses off the shelf, Mr. Commissioner. Okay?
In his address, the Managing Director, Lagos Building Investment Company, Oluwatobiloba Lawal, said Governor Sanwo-Olu's commitment in ensuring that the housing deficit in Lagos State is reduced and affordable to Lagosians is commendable.
The highlight of this event is the magnanimity of our dear Mr. Governor to reallocate and hand over keys to families that were displaced as a result of the construction of Agege Pen Cinema Bridge. These flats are to be given free with no cost. This is another expression of this administration on common compassion and strong determination to meet yearnings and aspirations of the good people of Lagos State. It is important to note that the project to be commissioned was achieved as a result of collaboration with RPDC Limited, which is a construction company. The scheme comprises of 48 units of 2- and 3-bedroom flats. Also, 4 units of 4-bedroom maisonette. May I seize this opportunity to thank the management of RPDC Limited for a job well done.
Speaking on behalf of the 14 families who were allocated apartments in the Greater Lagos LBIC apartments, Mrs. Esther Ogumbajo recalled that about 5 years ago, their flats were demolished for the Pen Cinema Bridge.
When His Excellency Babajide Sanwo-Olu emerged as the Executive Governor of Lagos State, we continued the protests and the fights with the government. But because His Excellency has a listening ears, he called us to a roundtable talk. He promised to build another flat for us, although we did not believe him. But we are here today to collect the keys to our apartment. Today, our joy has no measure. By the special grace of God, COP 2023, we promise you the vote of everyone in this community. This is a clear evidence His Excellency will deliver his manifesto. We wish you success in the forthcoming election in 2023.
She commended Governor Sanwo-Olu for fulfilling his promise to compensate them, promising that the residents will vote en masse to re-elect the governor during the next governorship election. That's all we have for you in this episode of the Greater Lagos Vision on Plus TV Africa. I'm Love Ikuku Oyedoku. Bye for now.
It is your show, Not Your 9 to 5, where we tell incredible stories of individuals who've left their primary disciplines and ventured into something else, which is not necessarily your regular 9 to 5. Today we are telling the story of Olubusola Mada, who left the walls of banking industry to become a maker and producer of apparels, customized apparels at that. Listen to our story in a bit. My name is Olubusola Mada. I studied accounting in school and, well, I was a banker for 7.5 years. All through my banking career, I was also doing my business by the side. Not until last year, July 26th precisely. That was my last day being a banker, and here's what I do now. I make clothes, I make children's clothes, I make urban apparel, t-shirts, hoodies, joggers. This is my world. Whatever it is, if it is creativity, fun, happiness, you come here. I left my banking career and I've been doing this full time. My experience, well, there's been ups and downs. It's been fun and it's been challenging, especially because this is the first time in my life that I have to totally concentrate and do a customer-facing job. While I was in the banking industry, I worked at the head office all through my banking career, and I never really had to interact so much with customers. But now, I have to take customers' orders, I have to arrange customers' orders, send them down, it comes back to me, sort them, dispatch, get customers' feedback. So right now, I am like the old face of the business, which is very new to me. So it's been a learning phase. I'm still learning, and I'm open to more learning because, well, to keep this place running, we have to face customers. We have to do this. So, well, as much as possible, we try to reduce our costs so that our prices are not too high for our customers. So our packaging materials are actually produced by us. So we just go ahead and, so we bought a lot of papers and we do it by ourselves. So we just go ahead and use gums. So we just go ahead and use gums to like glue them together. So we have t-shirts here. So I don't know if I've told you, we do all these things. Okay, so this one is for a customer. They are yet to pick it up. So we do t-shirts and all these things for families as well. So we do children, we do adults, we do all sexes. So this is for dad. It says I'm dad, I don't care. So the other ones, so for the mom, we decided to jazz it up a bit with glitters, and mom says that I make the rules and dad says that I don't care. So we like to put a lot of creativity and sarcasm in producing our designs. So, well, I told you also that we do children's clothes as well. We have various types of outfits for children. So these are shorts with a little suspenders in front. So we have very cute outfits for children. We still have them. And we also do things with Ankara as well. We are Nigerians, we are. The challenges is really come from the fact that you have to keep the place running. You have to make sure that you have jobs to do. You have to make sure that the cost is really low so that you can have enough to plow back into the business and at the same time pay salary. You have to make sure that you're managing your customers and you have as much visibility as possible on social media, you know. And you have to manage everybody. You have to manage the people who are working with you. You have to manage customers. You have to manage the vendors that you're working with. For instance, your dispatch guys. Any mistake can spoil everything, and at the end of the day, customer is not happy. When customer is not happy, you don't make money. So it's a small box that comprises so many things, and at times you feel dragged, like so many things. But it's really interesting, actually. It's really interesting. I won't call it challenging. I'll say it's really, really interesting. I won't say that my life as a banker is better than this, or that this is better than that. I would just say that at different points in our lifetime, we are wired to do different things. So back then, I was already doing this as a side also. And as at that time, at the 24th of the month, I know that something is coming into my pocket. But right now, I always know that the 24th of the month, we need to pay salary. The company needs to pay salary. So even if we don't even have it at that time, I have to look for every means, get jobs, chat friends, and so that at least we can have something to pay at that time of the month. So it's a totally different lifestyle. At the point in my career, I felt that I had done it all, as in I had given my all to the banking system. And I felt that if I stayed there longer, there's really nothing so much of me, and I'm missing out on the next level of my life. So I thought, okay, how about, this is something I've been doing for a while, how about I give it a try? I've learned so much in the banking industry, and I've learned so much from my mentors, I've learned so much from school. So why don't I put all the learnings together and then create something out of it? So these kind of things give me, as it makes me happy. So for instance, customers have been asking for another pattern on their reversible masks, and they said they wanted something that goes round. That goes round the neck. This is the first sample we'll be doing. We just cut this right here while you're here, and this is what we have come up with. We'll keep practicing until we get it right. So this is the first one, and let me show you. We are not there yet. Okay, so we're almost close. We're almost close. By the time we do the third, fourth, and the fifth one, I'm sure it will be perfect. So this is why I said I want to do this full time, because it makes me happy. What excites me most about the business is the creative part of it. The fact that you piece different things together and it comes to a whole. It's really fun, it's invigorating, and the best part of it is when you now see the results. So that's why most of the time I like to print, because you just put different pieces together and a beautiful picture jumps at you. So it's really exciting, actually, it is.
I've been working with McMadden since 2014. I love this job, and I believe in future I want to have a fashion home just like this.
My 9-to-5 job. I won't say for certain that I will not go back to my 9-to-5 job because I don't know which circumstances I will find myself in the next 6 months or 2 years or 3 years. But if you asked me now, will I go back to my 9-to-5 job? Like now, the way I feel now, I will tell you for certain, no. At least not at this point in my life. It's not an option at this point in my life. Hey, this is not your regular 9-to-5, but this is my life. It's my life. And my name is Olubusola Mada.
And in this episode, we are meeting with Juliet Aigbe. Juliet Aigbe has been in the IT world for 3 years and even with experience in oil and gas as a liaison officer between the company and oil producing communities. And she left all of this to begin what she is passionate about, which is confectionaries and baking. And today we are at her premises to have a conversation.
Okay, I would say I moved from 9 to 5 because I didn't essentially leave IT.
Right.
It's always a part of life, especially now that we're in this COVID era, those things really come to bear. So I never really left IT. I just kind of had a paradigm shift in how I was going to express my individuality. So I've always been the kind of person that has independent thoughts and opinion. And so that drove me to discovering myself and in becoming more self-aware about my proclivities, my passion, what drives me. I think I found a fuller expression in sugar crafting, and that's why I'm here. Sometimes I feel like it's a curse because there's this illusion that, oh, you want to be your own boss and then you want to, make things happen. I think the beauty or the blessing there is just being able to create. I think essentially that's the high points of entrepreneurship for me, creating something from nothing, evolving and putting substance to a dream, So that for me is, I'll say, the blessing. But in terms of being in it, it's so good that I probably didn't even see how the journey is going to be. Because if I did, I probably would just remain my 9 to 5, which was more a cushier environment than here, which feels like a jungle, So you just have to know your onions and know what you're doing. And another thing, why I transitioned into sugar crafting is, we checked the global dream index. The survey was carried out to see people who really fulfill their dreams. 50% of women don't pursue what they're really passionate about. Maybe you're told to go and study medicine or study, or I think there was a particular place I watched where they said, oh, it's supposed to be 3 things: either a doctor, a lawyer, or an engineer, or a disgrace to the family. Like anything outside of those 3, it's like a disgrace. I actually went through that. You mean after all the education, you worked in, I can't call the company. You're going to start doing cakes? What's the point? It's sending you to school because our parents had this artisanal thinking that if you're an artisan, you're a second-tier kind of person, and everything. Or if it's a blue-collar kind of work, it's not really that prestigious like a white-collar job. I think that's a colonial construct because they come, tell you what to do, but there's no full expression. If you check even industrialized nations, you see people who actually make a difference are those who invent things, who create things, who solve problems. And I think the entrepreneur has that streak in him or her that says, I want to solve a problem. And that's what drives you. And that's why when you have all the challenges, you don't say, oh, I wish I'm back in my 9 to 5. I never regret making this transition. I don't work 9 to 5. I work crazier hours. I work 6 to 6. As in 24/7. You're thinking, even when you're dreaming the next task, So it's always like being driven by passion, being driven by a problem that needs to get solved. And that's why I say, I won't trade this for anything else. Even if I move on from cake making, Because right now we don't just do cakes, we also do cake mixes, and then we train people. And I think I have the reformer streak in me where I'm looking at what is happening in the food sector right now. There's a lot of carcinogenic additives that are used to enhance production processes just to increase yield and profitability, and they're very harmful and injurious to people's health. So I am taking that as my own advocacy project. You know what, we can actually have baked goods in this sector, in the industry, without falsifying them with additives that are harmful to the body, especially now during this COVID-19 era where people are dying of underlying health issues. I'm looking critically at what kind of baked goods can they eat where they don't have to worry about their health or worry about side effects. And that's why our products in the market right now solve those problems. Talking about challenges, one of the things that we encounter in running our business is power supply, and that's our generator there. Without it, we really can't make this work. And so it's one of the big headaches we have in this sector. We're hoping that things will improve drastically and then we can, make more progress in Nigeria. So we're going to go inside right now. However, no mask, no entry. Another challenge, we all go through challenges in life and in the business as well. Another challenge that we have is ease of doing business. A lot of times you don't get the right kind of information. Then government policies also keep changing. There was a time when tariff on wheat importation was escalated, and it became like 20% increase on that tariff. That really affected the cost of production in terms of raw materials and access to materials. So that's the unstable economic environment is a challenge as well. And then manpower. Sometimes you don't want to go through what they call high key man risk. You want to be able to break down your operational processes to be able to accommodate this high key man risk factor. So what we've just done is to overcome that challenge is to put in place a turnkey model that breaks up a particular task into, or let me say, demystify the process. So if for example, I have a decorator or a baker, we just break up the tasks assigned so that we know who does what, and that way it's easy to scale up. And so one of the things we're also able to do to overcome this challenge is we have our cake mixes where we don't need power supply to produce it. The new normal is to bake at home, because during the lockdown, a lot of people could not really go out to order cakes or see what they want. So either they shop online and like, let me just pick up a skill of baking. Now I have time on my hands. Most of the excuse people give is, oh, I don't have time to bake. I can't use my oven. I'm sure 80% of ovens in Nigeria are not even utilized. So with the cake mix, you're able to actually go down from your gas cooker to the oven space and use it. So it's been a very interesting journey, expanding our product offering from just decorated cakes. And we have two types of decorated cakes. We have the made to stock, the ones that you come and pick on the shelf, and then we have the made to measure or the made to order, the ones that are signature or specialty for special occasions. And I'm moving from that, or expanding further into cake mixes where you don't have to be a professional baker to bake your cake. What we've done is we've packaged the premix in a way that you just open the pack, pour into your bowl, add the wet ingredients like your eggs and vegetable oil and water, and then stir, pour into your baking pan. It goes straight into your oven that you hardly used, and then in less than 30 minutes, a cake comes out. And there's an emotional high you get from being able to bake your own cake, that, oh, finally I can bake a cake by myself. And even kids can be fully engaged also using the cake mixes, because they build confidence, saying that, oh, I baked that cake. Did you see that chocolate cake? I baked it. It's almost like you want to impress your loved ones about, how you can bake a cake. So for me, that's emotional high that you get, from baking with the cake mix. It's something that is so unique that you don't get from even buying a decorated cake. You can say, oh, my cake is pretty, but when you bake it yourself, happiness is happiness comes to you because you created something with your hands. And so that's how you become happy, when you create things with your hands and you can see it. And people are like, oh, wow, this is really nice. This looks really good. And it tastes fantastic too. I'm like, oh, that's my cake. So it's like trying to bring the general public to demystify the entire process of baking. And that's why we have amazing cake mixes. I call them the breakthrough cake mixes because it's very easy to use. You know, you just mix it and then you bake it. It's as simple as that. And me being like a reformer, why I came into this sector is I want to be able to look at why do we use things like aspartame, ACK to sweeten baked goods. I'm like, no, we can do without those kind of sweeteners and bring in nutritive sweeteners instead of those non-nutritive and actually carcinogenic sweeteners. So I am here just trying to reform that industry, doing my bits to reform as much as I can and then pass the baton to the next person and for them to also go the full distance in ensuring that we don't play part of the bad food politics that's going on globally around the world just because we want to scale a business. So other challenges are, there's a lot, you know. Then the delivery, sometimes the roads are bad and then you can't go too far or you have to pay premium to get your goods to their desired destinations. Sometimes when we even ship our products out of Lagos to other parts of Nigeria, it can take as long as 2 weeks to move those goods from Lagos to a place like Abuja. And then when you have a shelf life of your products for like 3 months and it's already spending 1/3 of the time in transit, so you just have 2 months to play with. It just puts you under a lot of pressure. And so for us, we've just looked at all these issues as growing pains, you know, and those are some of the challenges that we encounter running the business.
My name is Femi Olawale. I'm a decorator, and we are so structured and has a procedure. That's what makes us to be more efficient in every of our products. Sometimes it's somehow tough, while sometimes it's easy because we have to give our customers exactly what they really want. So for these, we go a very long way to satisfy our customer in all our efforts. Sometimes, you know, most of our customers, you know, to talk to us rudely based on saying that we are doing cakes, but for the fact that we really need them, so we just have to take it and face the life challenges the way it comes. And we're in another dimension of challenges. Sometimes, you know, based on our product, we are to deliver. Sometimes we have a series of challenges in terms of delivery and all that. Our customers, they are somehow, some of them are very easy, while some are tough. You know, no matter how it is, we just have to, you know, satisfy our customers because all customers are always right.
My name is Juliet Aigwe. This is not your regular 9 to 5. This is my life.
Hello and welcome to Plus Events, your #1 diary show that brings the best and biggest events to your screen. I am Antonia Oshili, and on today's show we have 3 exciting events that you would very much enjoy. On our first event, the Institute of Chartered Accountants of Nigeria, ICAN, organized an event to inaugurate Alexander Wilcox as its 20th chairman. PlusTvAfrica was there to cover the event.
In the hall were family and friends, close associates, professional colleagues, and invited guests of Alexander Wilcox. They were all excited to celebrate their own. Wilcox, the man of the moment, while recounting how he was first elected to the executive committee of the body as a social publicity secretary, and now as the chairman of the institute because of his hard work and the efforts of some special people who reposed confidence in him, was self-assured on what he would do differently to sustain the work of his predecessors.
It's not going to be a dash, it's going to be a marathon. And cooperation is the only that can see us through. We have a lot of activities. And what we have planned to do is to engage as much possible stakeholders.
As he further stated how he would go about it, his ever-supportive daughter, Jacqueline Wilcox, was delighted to have a visionary father. She believes her father is capable of leading the organization.
I have appreciated my predecessors. They have all done their very best. But like I said, and I will always repeat what I said in my acceptance speech, more of stakeholders' engagement, especially in media. I started my administration by visiting media houses. And that I have visited 3, and I'm visiting more. Now the media will have to propagate what we are doing. We'll have partnership with the media so that our host committee will know what we are doing.
He did not just jump into this. He has been built up and trained for this. And so I am very confident that he has what it takes to make this work. And as you can see, many other people have that same confidence in him. They have, gotten up to testify to all these attributes in him. For him, I just say, keep the flag flying, keep being you. All the attributes that you possess that have brought you up to this point will take you even further than here.
His friend and professional colleague, Yinka Daudu, and an activist, Nelson Ekujumi, congratulated him and both said they have no doubt he will deliver in his capacity.
Alesta is someone I have known for many years. As a matter of fact, we worked in the same office sometimes in the 90s. And I can assure you that he's a very, very reliable person. It is a well-deserved honor given to Alesta. He has put in a lot into that district, and it can only be better that he is given this position.
I will describe Alesta, going by the econyms poured on him today, as a thorough professional, a diligent auditor, and an accomplished accountant. So that tells you clearly that Alesta is a complete Nigerian. I'm sure these are some of the qualities that the members of his Lagos and district society have seen in him.
Friends, family, and invited guests congratulated him as they danced and wished him a successful tenure in office.
Our next event is on multi-award-winning writer, film and TV producer, and TV host Fumi Iyonda, who invited family, friends, and loved ones to a watch party for the second season of her newly introduced TV show, Public Eye.
The hall was filled with friends and family, young entrepreneurs, journalists, and the brother and sister of the victim of the Lagos State Bus Rapid Transit, the late Bamishe Anyanwola, on whose story one of the episodes of Public Eye centers on. The quintessential storyteller Fumi Iyonda wasted no time in welcoming everyone as she took the audience through the journey into the birth of Public Eye.
I wanted to come here to have sort of like an intimate evening with friends and family and people I've also met in the course of Public Eye. And so it's a pleasure to see you all here. At the time that I started my career, I was also just very young. I was in my 20s. Sometimes we talk about our country and we talk about the things that are wrong with it, as we should. I can also see the things that are improving in spite and because of the actions and all of us, which is what Public Eye is about.
She also stated that it was high time Nigerians came together in their diversity to build the society.
So beyond talking about how horrible things have been, it's now what exactly can we actually do about it? Who should be doing what? What can we do to ensure that they do it?
One of the special guests, Ogumbanwo, encouraged the audience and Nigerians at large to do the right thing at all times and be responsible for their actions in order to build a society we can all call our own.
What kind of stories do we want to tell? What is the purpose of telling the story? We first have to acknowledge the good things before we keep pointing out the other things that we need to change. It's not just government. The average person in this room may forget, and it is human to forget, to renew your vehicle particulars. Be ready to pay the fine.
Adinrele Edun, alongside other invited guests, admired the skill of Inyada's storytelling as the shower encomium on her.
I always have this to say about the media mogul and messiah that I call Fumi Oda. Auntie Fumi Adat, because she's not my mate. I was inspired and motivated by how she was constantly changing the narrative and she was rewriting the story of media and also giving us stories from a different perspective. Where do I even start from? Mama, you are ageless, you are timeless, you are flawless, you are stainless, you are spotless. Bogwe, take all your flowers. In short, you don't even need flowers, you own the garden.
She is keeping abreast of the story to tell us that he shouldn't die because the safety of Lagosians and every one of us is at stake here. She wants the public to take 1 or 2 lessons from this.
She's real, she's true, she's inspiring, she's humble, she is beautiful, and above all, she's blessed.
In the world we live in today, journalism and new media, it's very, very tempting to go after like flashy entertainment, fun stories, but it's still important to make sure that ordinary people's stories of justice and injustice and the way Nigerians live are told. And Fumi has always made that the core of her career. She's always wanted to highlight how regular, everyday Nigerians are living and growing and managing themselves in the society we live in. So it's really, really amazing and inspirational to see that she has continued to do that with Public Eye.
Guests at the event were treated to a light entertainment, even as Public Eye Season 2 goes on air.
And finally, on this episode of Plus Events, Christ Against Drug Abuse Ministry, KADAM, organized a walk in commemoration of World Drug Day and to create awareness about the dangers of indulging in drugs.
About 100 members of KADAM converged just at the gate of the redemption camp of the Redeemed Christian Church of God in Ogun State to sensitize the people about the effects of drug abuse. The sensitization began from the gate with members excitedly singing, dancing and sharing flyers as they embarked on a 7-kilometer walk to the house of the Grand Patron, Foluke Adeboye. Adeboye advised the members to keep up the work.
I want to seize this opportunity to thank God for all our board members and all our stakeholders and those who love us, who are supporting us over the years at KADAM. Even as we have submitted your wish and your will to eradicate drug by supporting all my beloved men of valor. On behalf of the General Overseer and the RCCG as a whole, we want to say thank you to all our stakeholders.
The Director General of KADAM, Dr. Dukun Adedeji, promised that the organization would continue the sensitization across the nation.
Substance abuse is so bad that we need to know about it. If you know the statistics that United Nations released, Nigeria has about 14.4% prevalence use. We translate about 15 million. And that was about 4 years ago. You can then imagine what it is now. If we don't do anything about it, very soon the whole country will be ravaged by drugs. So we need to work with NDLEA, UNODC to do this.
The Assistant General Overseer, Admin and Personnel of the Redeemed Christian Church of God, Funsho Odeshola, as well as the Director of Programs and Orientation, KADAM, Funke Salako, both urged parents to take up the responsibility of monitoring their wards.
Parent and every member of the family should give priority to the family even more than work, because God gave us family before He handed over work to us.
If it's still experimental use, then they need counseling. They will need counseling before it gets out of hand. Getting out of hand, I mean, before it gets to addiction. We've helped so many people over the years. We've helped over 3,000 people, and a lot of them are still standing, and they are doing good in society. So,
World Drug Day is marked on the 26th of June every year to strengthen action and cooperation in achieving a world free of drug abuse.
Well, that's a wrap for today. I hope you enjoyed the events on today's show. Remember, if you want to showcase your events to the world, Plus Events is the place for you. Please follow us on our Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram account, and do subscribe to our YouTube channel at PlusTvAfrica and PlusTvAfrica Lifestyle. I am Antonia Oshili. Thanks for watching.
Cooking is considered a basic life skill, but some have honed that skill and turned it into a profitable business. This is the story of Abiola Akanji, popularly called Chef Stone. Abiola Akanji discovered his love for cooking at a very early age.
The name came from business school. When I was in business school in London, they used to call me Mr. Stone, the man that cannot be moved. Because when I set my mind to something, there's nothing you can say to stop me from doing it, basically. Unlike many boys, I was in the kitchen more than on the field. I wasn't a football person. I wasn't really a sporty kid. I spent a lot of time in the kitchen with my mom. I was really fascinated with food and baking and anything to do with food. I used to be that kid that anytime a food show comes up, I'll be right in front of the TV watching. My mom enjoyed that because it got us closer together. But my dad really didn't think much of it. Like most African dads, you know, it just thought, you know, it just doesn't like playing football. It likes being in the kitchen. After I went to London for university, while I was in London, I worked as a chef throughout. So that was for me like the ultimate thing, work around food. And that's where I kind of found the passion for cooking and being a chef. But I still, at that point, didn't think I was going to do a business of it because I was studying business. My dad worked in the bank for 35 years. I was never going to come back and say, I don't want to do that. I want to come and be a chef. So for me, it was never a business until I moved back to Nigeria and saw that the industry was totally non-existent. There was nobody was teaching anybody how to be a chef. You have to go abroad to learn or work under someone for many, many years to learn. So that's where I kind of got a gap in the market that I really wanted to fill. I think that point was a tipping point, really, because I remember, you know, when I broke it to my dad that, look, I don't want to be a banker. I don't want to. He had interviews lined up for me, like, you work in a bank here. I know this man. I know that man. Like every African father, I want to help his kid. And then I'll go for the interview and I'll almost sabotage it because I didn't want to work there. From there, I'll walk out and go to a restaurant and tell them I'm a chef. I just came back from London. I want to show you what I can do. I was trying to get a job, but the pay was so low. And I just saw that, look, it wasn't going to happen. So I just thought, you know what, I need to set up a school where we can train chefs here. And I had to go to my dad because I wanted to go to culinary school. Because all these years, I'd never gone to culinary school. I just kind of learned from working. But if I was going to teach other people, I need to learn how it's done properly. So I went back to my dad and I said, you know, Dad, I don't want to do this. I don't want to wear a tie. I feel choked with that tie. I want to cook. This is what I love. And he said, you must be mad. And I called my mom and said, you know, your son has obviously run mad. You know, after all the money we paid, you know, sending him to university, now he says he wants to be a cook. You know, that talk to your son, you know, talk some sense into him. And my mom was very supportive. She said, you know what, this is what you want to do. You know, she tried to talk to my dad. It was a little bit of a fight at home, but eventually my dad came through and said he thought it was a phase. He thought, you know what, let me send him to culinary school. Maybe after a while he'll come back and see that that's not really what I want to do. But it stuck because, you know, I'm the stone. If I set my mind to something, I just have to do it. So, you know, I went to culinary school and he supported it. Today he's proud of me. He always calls me, my son is a principal. He owns a school here, he owns a school in Abuja. So he's very proud now. I'm glad. The culinary school was 6 months. I did a program at the French Culinary Institute in New York. And for me, I didn't go to culinary school to learn how to cook because I'd worked in 5 restaurants, some of them really top restaurants in London. So I knew how to cook, but I wanted to understand the teaching side. I wanted to understand how to run a culinary school, the business side of it. You know, so when I went to London, I studied business. It really came in handy as well. So all my time in culinary school, all I was gathering was data and knowledge. I pretty much used to talk to everybody from cleaners to receptionists. because I wanted to understand everything. And with cooking of food also, I wanted to understand the whys and the whats and why are we adding this, why are we doing it for so long. So I'm one of those annoying students that will keep on asking questions, and that's because everything I learn to be able to reteach. So for me, it was very important that I understand everything around it. You know, part of the deal with my dad was, look, if you're going to go to culinary school, it was going to pay half of it, and if I can raise half of it. So I did raise almost half, but it paid the rest. But in raising that half, I sold everything I had, basically. I had a car, I sold it. I started a dry cleaning business. I sold that to my friend. I borrowed money. So I came back to Nigeria, and there was no money left to start up. Even though I had these big dreams when I was in culinary school that when I get back, it's going to look like this, it's going to look like that. But unfortunately, I came back and I was broke. So I had no choice but to start small, which when I teach students about business of food now, I always advise them, look, try to start small. You know, big dreams are good, but it's better to grow into it. So I rented a small apartment. The kitchen in it was smaller than this office. And that's where Red Dish actually started from. It was in Egbeda, which is a remote area that I thought nobody was going to come from. But when I started letting people know that, look, I'm training people for a culinary school, you know, people got excited, and I got my first 3 students that registered. Those 3 students still ended up working with Red Dish up on 2 of them still work in Red Dish today. One of them traveled abroad. So they were so sold on the dream back then that they wanted to be a part of it after they finished their program. But yes, it was really small, nothing like what you see here today. It was really tiny. This is our studio kitchen. We use this for recording sometimes, and sometimes we teach here as well. The professional 1-year students use this as their classroom as well. This is Chef Nikki. And this is Dami, in charge of our PR. I think when I started, I had a lot of doubts. At the point I was thinking maybe I made a mistake. Maybe I should go and beg my dad and say I want that bank job, because it was tough. Because first of all, Nigerians thought, even one of my friends was telling me that, why are you trying to teach people? Nobody wants to learn. They learn from their mothers, or, you know, why are you trying to teach people how to cook? This is stuff that people learn at home, and they're like, you're a guy, you should be working here. So I had a lot of negativity around it, that, you know, this is never going to work. You know, people thought that after like a year, everything will fall apart. This is not a business that's sustainable. So that was tough. And then also, you know, sourcing ingredients. I came back from French culinary school where they taught different things. Here in Nigeria, we did not have a lot of the ingredients. So I had to almost dumb down the syllable a lot to start. And then we built on that again. So it was tough. A lot of Nigerians didn't know a lot of the stuff that we were trying to teach then. So we had to come down and go back and review. And a lot of things I learned along the way about running business in Nigeria. Because while I was in the UK, I used to run a business there. It was very different to when I got here and I saw the way things were done. You know, you don't have any support from the government, you don't have support from anybody. You're pretty much on your own. So it's been tough. All right, this is the pantry. Very, very busy. You can pass through. We call this the demonstration kitchen or the demo kitchen. And this, the different classes go on here, but the continental class is currently going on here. Chef Isi and Chef Lola. What are we making today? Okay. I think for this business, it's been mostly organic growth. We've shied away from trying to get loan and trying to get finance, because we find that, look, you don't want to put yourself in the corner, especially in this economy where things are not as it seems and things are very quick. So the dollar is increasing every time. If you get finance from an American company, for example, and they give you dollars, they're going to expect dollars back. By the time you're paying the dollars rate has changed, you're losing money. So for me, I've tried as much as possible to grow as organically as possible, so that we are not, you know, shackled and tied up. But, you know, you can still get finance, you can still get capital, but we have tried as much as possible to just grow organically. So when I say organically, I mean, basically, like I said, I started small. And when I started with almost nothing. I did all the decor myself, I did woodwork myself, everything. I came from a DIY culture. living in the UK. So I did a lot of that myself. So as people paid money, as the money was coming in the business, where I was reinvesting in the business. And then when it was time to move from my home to another place, I met a friend that is now the director here. He runs the Lagos school now. So he was the only person that believed in the dream and put forward some money towards the business. But since then, what we've basically done is reinvested money back in the business. So we are not frivolous people. You know, we're not trying to be big boys. So we try as much as possible to just reinvest the money in the business, use it to grow the business on its own.
The food service industry is growing fast, which makes becoming a chef a lucrative and appealing career path for many people. Additionally, the growth of the Food Network and proliferation of YouTube celebrity chefs have glamorized the industry. However, success in the food service industry isn't easy. 60% of restaurants don't make it past their first year, and 80% go out of business within 5 years. According to an IBIS World Report on single location full service restaurants in the US, 67% of a restaurant's costs go directly to wages and purchase expenses. Additionally, the average profit margin for a restaurant after removing all other costs is only 6.2%. With a profit margin this slim, insolvency is unfortunately never far away. However, in Nigeria, the fast food industry is a major contributor to the economy, and it is one of the most lucrative businesses in Nigeria today. The annual value of the fast food business in Nigeria was 250 billion naira in 2015, which is approximately $700 million. The Association of Fast Food and Confectioners of Nigeria indicated that the size of the fast food industry in Nigeria grows at the rate of 4% annually, with a rapid rate of return on investment. According to a research paper, the number of fast food restaurants in Nigeria is increasing at a geometric rate and may double in 5 years.
I think one of the biggest inspirations for starting up the culinary school was the fact that restaurants were going abroad to bring in chefs. So they would go and hire their head chef and pay him in dollars, you know, amounting to millions. They'll give them accommodation, travel, all of that as a package. And then they'll find people that were not trained chefs, hire them, and then pay them peanuts, and then all of that. So, you know, for me, I wanted to change that culture. I didn't believe that until you see a white man or you see a foreigner in the kitchen before you can believe that, you know, good food is going to come out of that kitchen. So that was one of my biggest inspirations. And for me, you know, we've worked with a lot of restaurants. We still work with a lot of restaurants. And for me, it was about showing them that we can grow our own talents here. We have a lot of talented chefs that came out of Red Dish, some earning over $1 million now as chefs in restaurants. And that for me is what keeps me going, because there's a lot of time I think, you know what, this is getting a lot. But when I see my students doing great things, growing up in the ranks, and then remembering back to when I was trying to look for a job and they were offering me 30,000 naira as a chef, even though I just came back from the UK, that was what really, this is the things that I look at and I say, I have to keep going for the thousands of people that still have this dream of becoming a chef and working as a chef. But I think restaurants are getting more open to the idea of we don't have to go abroad. You know, we have a lot of homegrown talents. We have a culinary school in Nigeria now that we can go to and they can give us chefs. So part of our program here also is when you finish your professional chef's training, there's an internship for 3 months in a restaurant or hotel. So by the time you go there and gain some experience there, most of these restaurants will want to retain you. So again, we're trying to help to create jobs and create opportunities for some of our students. So for me, I have a restaurant project that is 5 years in the making. And the reason it's 5 years in the making is I want to get it right. I'm not in a hurry to get it. It's going to be called the Burgundy. It's Africa. It's not just Nigeria. So the idea is I have a tour of Africa this year. I'm going to travel to 10 countries in Africa. I'm going to Namibia shortly, and then Ethiopia. And the idea is to go and experience food, experience cultures, and bring back a little bit of what I experienced to the table at the Burgundy. So I'm going to do 10 countries and end back in Nigeria here for the launch of the restaurant, which hopefully would be one of the first restaurants in Africa to be internationally recognized and hopefully win a Michelin star. I think our palettes are opening up a bit more. I think 10 years ago, if I brought lobster for you or I brought you oysters, you'd be repulsed, you'd be like, what is this? You won't want to eat it, you'd be scared. But I think more people are more traveled now. The networks and TV networks have shown more food programs, international food programs. A lot more people know ingredients that they didn't know 10 years ago. So I think the culture is changing. People's palettes are opening more. They are more willing to try new things. They are seeing how to cook more things. So I think definitely we're going in the right direction. I would say it's a tough business. Just knowing how to cook is not enough. A lot of people think because they can cook or because their families have said, oh, your food is amazing, you should start a business. A lot of them think, let's go for it. But you need to also learn the business side of food. People say, oh, you can't go wrong with food. That's a lie. You can easily go wrong with food. And a lot of food businesses close every year. You just see them, they start up and they can't survive. So you have to understand the business side of it. If you don't understand it, then you need to find somewhere to learn and educate yourself. And with being a chef, you can never stop learning. Learning I learn every day. I open up a book, I look online, I go on TV. I'm learning. The best chefs in the world are the ones that continuously learn and they are not too proud. So don't be hasty to become a celebrity chef or be an Instagram chef. Learn your trade, learn your craft, better yourself and continue learning. That's what I would advise.
The success that restaurant businesses has met with can be attributed to the fact that eating is a necessity. As a matter of fact, it is the number one need of man. Another factor that has contributed to the success of restaurant businesses is the busy lifestyle that an average Nigerian leads. Most people are so busy that they consider home cooking a waste of time. The business, when planned and executed well, rarely experiences poor sales. Even when other commodities experience poor sales, restaurant business thrives. This is largely attributed to the limitless target market for the business. Despite the success of the industry, please be warned, it is not rosy all the way. Running a restaurant is quite a tedious task. In fact, it is one of the most stressful businesses to run in Nigeria. The biggest risk for the restaurant industry is rising wages and food costs. If you're not constantly working to improve profitability and grow your revenue, the costs will take over. Despite the challenges associated with owning a restaurant, many individuals have found successes in this sector of the economy. According to Chef Heroes, in an economy like Nigeria's, where it is difficult to get funding, food business is one of the fastest businesses you can start with little or no capital. As a matter of fact, he stated, I started my business with 25,000 naira and today we are a multi-million naira company. A lot of people have seen the journey of a few chefs and have been inspired by it, so much so that I can advise that if you are out of a job or you are not getting enough on the job, start a snack business and deliver to your friends. Before you know it, orders will be coming in. There is enough space for everyone. We are a country with a population of about 200 million people. People need food. The demand is really huge. Thus, venturing into the food service industry in Nigeria with proper planning and execution is definitely not a bad idea.
Part of the things we're still struggling with now is the fact that a lot of people have spoiled the name Nigeria, and one of the things we're trying to get, one of the accreditations we're trying to get is City and Guilds, which we got so far with them, and then all of a sudden they said they're not doing Nigeria anymore. Like anything Nigeria they're not doing, because so many people have been so fraudulent with it. Someone will get the accreditation and then be selling it to other schools, and then they would be using that person. So, it was hard for them. So they had to stop it. So we're now going through Ghana, which, doesn't make a lot of sense, So I think a lot of things has gotten to that stage where we're having to double fight. We're having to give them extra assurances. So we've partnered with a lot of bodies. We've partnered with some other schools abroad as well, so that our certificate is also recognized in those countries. So we're having to go through channels that normally should be a simple process for us. But because it's Nigeria, they always feel like, look, you guys are going to get this, and then you're going to start, selling it again to other people to make money, and that's because a lot of people have done that. So we pride ourselves on our reputation, and our reputation speaks for us. So our students that do go abroad as well. So for example, people can use that as a direct entry. So if you get a certificate from Reddish, you can use that for direct. I think it's called direct entry program or something for Canada, which a lot of our students are doing. But we're also drilling it down into the students that you're not just going there and then you get there and you become lazy. You always have to remember that you're from Reddish. And what you do will set a precedent for the rest of our students that are open to come there. So you need to make us proud. It was a name that stuck. So when I started the whole thing and I started cooking, my mom gave me, when I came back, my mom gave me this set of plates that were red in color. And I started cooking and plating and posting on Instagram and Twitter. And I would post daily on this red plate. And one guy on Instagram just said, "This guy, you have come again. You want to kill us with your red dish chronicles." And the name everybody started saying Red Dish Chronicles. It became an hashtag. And then it just stuck, and I just figured, you know what, since everybody already knows Red Dish, the culinary school we call Red Dish Chronicles. Apart from food, I'm big on photography. I love photography. I'm getting into other aspects of photography that is not even food now, and I'm doing a lot of cinematography as well. I feel like the cinematographic space for food is very, very limiting in Nigeria. We don't have a lot of food content out there, so I am very eager to push that food content out there. So yeah, photography, big on that. I like holidays. I don't get a lot of them, but my wife forces it. Every year we have to go somewhere at least, or 2 places. And when I'm on holiday, I try as much as possible not to think about work, or I will go and hide somewhere and quickly text and say, "You guys must do this," and then get back to the holiday. And so I do like traveling a lot. So I use that because when I'm in Nigeria, there's no chance. I'm working Monday to Sunday. I'm working from early. I'm first to get to the office, last to leave. Thank you.
Welcome to another interesting episode of Space and Style. It's a television show designed to provide realistic solutions for all your real estate needs by providing you with trends, tips, and also engaging experts to discuss topical issues affecting the industry. My name is Olamide Onifade, as you know, and on the show today we're also still talking to an expert from last week discussing the intricacies of home insurance. We shall also share some interior design tips with you to keep you abreast of various trends in the interior designs fair. On the property of the week, we'll also showcase a property that we hope to inspire you to join the real estate ladder if you have not. And lastly, the artisan spot, where we will be talking to an artisan on his craftsmanship. So sit back and ensure that you enjoy the show. Welcome to the Expert Insight, and Dr. Ayodeji Johnson is still in the studio with us again this week for the concluding part of the intricacies of home insurance. Recall that Dr. Ayodeji Johnson is a seasoned professional in the insurance industry with a proven track record of over 24 years. He has worked with companies such as Guinea Insurance PLC, the Nigerian General Insurance Company Limited, ICO Insurance, Mutual Benefits Insurance, ARM Life PLC, and J. Akinjorge & Co., amongst many other firms. Thank you for coming again.
Thank you for having me again. I'm excited to be here.
And I enjoyed last week's topic. I really, really enjoyed it. So, taking it from last week, I hear insurance brokers, insurance companies, and I wonder, why do we have brokers? What do they do, and why do insurance companies use them?
Okay, so the role of the brokers is actually to be able to explain the fine prints and then help you take the worries off you about insurance. So basically what they do, because they are experts in their own rights, They understand the wordings of the policy. They understand various policies that each individual needs, and they're able to advise individuals based on that knowledge. So, and the beauty about this is the person buying the policy does not pay the brokers.
Oh, it's the insurance company
Yes,
that pays?
it's the insurance company that pays. So if I get a transaction off you, I don't charge you for doing all of those service. It is where I take the business to. So for bringing the business to them, they pay me.
But a lot of quacks masquerading as brokers. When it's time for your claim payouts, you don't see them. How can I decipher who is a proper and an accredited broker?
The brokers have an umbrella body, which is the Nigerian Council of Registered Insurance Brokers. We have a secretariat at the National Secretariat at Saboyaba. And then we've got area offices across the country where we have area committee chairmen that supervises these brokers. So once anybody comes to you and they are not part of this body, it's always very, very likely that you won't be able to get a lot of things out of them when a claim occurs. I'm not saying there are no professionals out there that are not members of the Nigerian Council of Registered Brokers, but we've always admonished everybody to be part of this. Now, we also have the National Insurance Commission that regulates all insurance practices, and we also fall under that. So for you to have any registered insurance broker come to you, be rest assured that your claims will be dealt with when they come up.
So why do claims take long to be processed? It takes forever.
Claims usually do not take forever. Now, if you've been told to provide items A to E to be able to process your claim, and you only do items A, B, and E, leaving C and D out, there's no way your claims will be processed. The C and D might be police reports, might also be your estimate of repairs. Without all of this, there's no way anybody will be able to successfully process your claims. So if you've been told do this, please follow it. And I can assure you, insurance company pays claims within 1 week.
Are you kidding?
I am telling you.
Are you kidding?
I am telling you. I've got testimonials. One of the things the Nigerian Council of Registered Insurance Brokers is trying to do right now is even to have a compendium of all of these claims that's been paid from people. So we're asking people, sending your testimonials, how have your claims experience been? We want a situation whereby we get the positive feedback and we also look at the negative ones.
And use that to sensitize the public.
Those are the things that we're trying to do right now. That's part of the cardinal points for the new presidents that's just coming.
So I've seen times when active insurance policy holders get their policies cancelled by companies. What can inform that? Why would an insurance company cancel my claim, my policy?
Your policy, great. So I told you before that you needed to fill a proposal form. Now you fill the proposal form. If you were dishonest at any time within that period, even though a contract has been issued to you, by the time it's discovered that you were trying to play smart or anything, the insurance company has the right to cancel that policy and return your funds to you. So these are areas, these are times where policies are cancelled. Once the insurance company realizes that you've been trying to play smart, I'm choosing my words carefully, you've been trying to play smart, that's when they come, and then if they've had discussions with you and you're still not owning up to whatever it is you've done, in their best interest, they will cancel that policy.
So because we're going on a short break,
yeah.
But before the break, I was also going to quickly ask you this question. Is there a statutory limit for when claims are supposed to be paid?
Well, once all your documentations are complete, once you signed your discharge voucher, the discharge voucher is what the insurance company gives to you to say this is how much we're going to pay you for your claim. Once you sign off on that, I can assure you most insurance company pays within 48 hours. Some might pay within 24 hours.
But is there a statutory limit?
Well, it's not industry hits like that, but everybody tries to, because they also want to gain clients using that.
Okay.
So at least that's what they'll publicize. Oh, we're able to pay claims within 12 hours after EDV. We're able to pay within 24 hours. So by the time they go to the market with that, a lot of people tend to want to use those kind of companies, unlike the ones that delay claims payments.
There's a whole lot of dishonesty going on in that industry, but we'll be back. We'll be back to talk about that. Thank you for staying with us. We're going on a quick break, and please stay with us.
Space and style.
Thank you for staying with us. And I still have Dr. Ayodeji Johnson in the studio with me, and we are still talking about home insurance in Nigeria. So before we went for the break, we were talking about dishonesty in the, and you're trying to exonerate the industry. So it's fine. The issue of premiums.
Yeah.
Is it static, or it goes up every year? And what informs it if it goes up every year?
I remember the last time we were talking, last week when we were talking, you talked about properties appreciating. Now, so every year, because of the trends, because of this so-called appreciation, we expect every homeowner to what's that word now? To
renegotiate
building again,
okay,
and then do revaluation on those buildings based on the fact that it might have appreciated. Once that appreciates, naturally your insurance would increase. So if you've paid on 150 last year and you're coming to insure for 250 this year, naturally your premium would increase because you've increased your sum insured. So when people come and they say it's always increasing, it's because they are also increasing. So every time an insurance broker sends to you your renewal notice, there's a caveat there that says because of the change in the trends and property valuations and everything, that you should look at yours and see if you want to increase. So by the time you increase, naturally your premium will increase to take care of the extra you've added to it. So that's what informs what those increments are.
Okay, another question I'd ask is rate. How to get the best rate available? Because I know for once that not all is not standard. What I get from a particular company, I might not get. So how am I able to get the best rate at the best from the best company?
We had talked about the rules of the insurance brokerage firms.
Okay.
Now, because, for example, Nikon Town Estates, an insurance company is insuring maybe about 50 houses out of the houses there, they can come together and put the association together and say, if you can get all of you on board, you get a group discount. So all of this discount come when you have associations, you have people coming together and doing the same thing. But at the same time, the insurance brokers, because they have relationships with all of these underwriting firms, they know who and who will give you discounts for bringing this, for bringing that. So that also helps with getting reduced rates. So for example, I know for a fact which insurance companies 60% of my transactions go to. So if I go to them and I'm saying, please help me accommodate this, they would naturally want to accommodate. So they might give discounts here and there based on the business relationship I have with them. That's why we've always said that using a registered insurance broker would always help you with all of this. Not at the time of placing businesses alone, but when a claim occurs.
Okay, when it comes to the issue of fire, and for instance, a policyholder's house got burnt, but it's extended to his neighbor's house. Who takes liability for that?
Well, the insurance company will take liability for that because the proximate cause of that fire emanated from their clients.
Okay.
So if this building is insured and then there's a fire that's happened and it drags to the next house.
Even if it drags up to 10 houses?
The insurance company is supposed to, but there's always a limit to all of this. So it also depends on what kind of policy that you've bought.
What if it's comprehensive?
Yeah, the insurance
so
company
what if
will take care of all of this.
I park a car
Yeah.
in the property and it also gets burnt?
Everything that is insured in that building will be dealt with. Because, like I said, the main proximate cause of that fire is the main proximate cause of that event is the fire to that building. So if the person has a comprehensive fire insurance, you'll be extended to cover all of those. But like I said, it's to a limit. It might not be total 100%. Now, I'll give you another scenario. So Mr. A has his house insured, Mr. B has his house insured too. Mr. A's house the fire starts from Mr. A's house, pulls to Mr. B's house. Mr. B can actually bring his insurance to take care of his own fire needs. And then the insurance company will go to Mr. A's insurance company to get a refund for having fixed Mr. B's house. So basically that can be done. It speeds up whatever repairs that needs to be done on Mr. B's house because maybe his own insurance is more proactive or something and they're not dragging their feet. So basically that's how this really works when a fire occurs.
Okay, so when it comes to markets, in the last 6-7 years, a lot of markets have been gutted by fire. So if Mr. A insures his goods and his shop and the whole and fire starts from his shop and it raises the whole market, what happens? Still the same thing.
Insurance will come to play.
Oh,
that's why insurance comes in.
So where does insurance get their money from?
One of the things, I'll explain that. One of the things we try to do is, if I'm going into a market to insure, what I try to do is not just ensure that one market and go away. I try to get the whole association to come together so that we ensure the whole thing at the same time. That helps in mitigating the losses. Because now it is everybody pulling their resources together to help when the need occurs, not just one person out of 50. So that's where this happens. Now you're talking about where insurance company gets their money. Insurance people do not have that money. Insurance is a pool of funds of everybody pooled into the insurance company. They're just managers of these funds. So the way they get their money is how they invest these funds. So there are portions that they leave out for when a claim occurs. This is what we use to settle claims. There are others that they use for investments, long-term investments, short-term investments. So it is the proceeds from these investments that they use to sort out operational costs at their end. So they are basically managers of these resources. So in an insurance company, that's why you have investment managers, accountants, actuaries, and people like that. So everybody comes together to see how best to manage these funds so that when the clients need those funds, they'll be able to have access to it.
Wow. I am so... I really enjoyed myself and I have a deeper understanding of home insurance. And I hope people take the cue to do more home insurance.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ayodeji Johnson, and I hope you show up again when we need you.
As soon as you call me, I
will. Thank you for that commitment. Thank you very much. We have come to the end of the segment, and I hope you had a nice time with our guest in the studio. So next is the design tip of the week. Hello and welcome to this segment. This is the interior decor segment. This is the segment where we talk to you about how to transform your spaces on a budget. And today I have with me Edna Ewudagi, and she was here the last time. We enjoyed it thoroughly and she has given us her time again this week. Thank you very much, Edna, for coming again.
Thank you so much for having me once again.
So today we'll be talking about how to choose the right colors for your spaces. So,
okay, choosing the right color for your space can be very challenging for most. Even we as interior designers sometimes struggle with it. So, but it is very essential that you pick the right color for your space. So I've been to a lot of homes or offices whereby people have like really bold color on their wall surrounding them, and it's not so much of a good thing to have that. It's always advisable to have like a bright color on your wall. Yeah.
You said bold color and bright. Is there a difference?
Yes, there is a difference. When you talk
Okay.
about bold colors, those are like statement colors, like red, colors that are very, very sharp, like red, like pink, like gold, orange. Yes, so those are very bold colors. It's not very advisable to have them like on the four corners of your wall. But some people, some interior designers have used them, but they can only be done professionally. Like it is very challenging to have that kind of space and still be able to design them properly, except you're a professional. So for the purpose of this our conversation, I would say that having like a bold color, which are those how do I put it, like the red, those sharp colors, should only be like in one side of your space.
Because I was going to say that
Okay.
in my living space, I have orange.
Yeah,
but
it's
just one side. of it.
Yes,
I was
it's-
kind of like, but there's nothing wrong with having orange in your home.
No, it's not. There's nothing
Okay.
wrong. It should just be like one side of the wall. So it should be like an accent color to your space, and it's going to make it pop. So those are the things you need to consider while picking the right colors. Then a lot of people, a lot of designers or people, you love to use whites. I personally love to use white. If I'm not using white, then I have to pick a bright color. It doesn't mean that I can't use a dark color, but I have to be able to use it properly so that it can come out very nice. These days, a lot of people use black. Yeah.
In a living space.
And it's really nice.
But
when done properly, that is the key word. When done properly. So when you use a white paint on your wall, it's very nice because white allows you to throw in a lot of colors. When you have a white, so that's the trick. When you have a white wall, you can throw in pink, you can throw in gold into your space. It makes the living area very playful. Like if I had like an orange wall, it is going to restrict the colors that I'm going to use on my space. Do you get the trick?
Where I have it as an accent, as I said, and I have white in every other area.
Okay, so then what about your throw pillows?
I don't have throw pillows.
So that is what we're talking about. So that is
Have you considered people that have children?
Okay. What has that got
I
to
mean
do
the
with
white
it?
color that you were talking
Okay, the
about.
white
yeah.
color. Okay, that's
How
what I'm
do they
saying.
juggle that?
Okay, all right. Yeah, white is really nice, but you do not have to use white. There are other bright colors that are not whites, and you can still use. There is beige. There is blush. There are numerous bright colors that you can use when considering your kids in a space. So it doesn't have to be like a dark color. Oh, because you have kids, you have to use black. Oh, come on.
There's a difference between bold and bright colors.
Yeah.
So what are the examples of bright colors? Because I don't see any difference.
Okay, so there are lots of bright colors that you can use. You have beige, you have peach, you have white, you have off-white, lilac. You know, those bright colors that are not so bold, not so dark. You know, that we just make your space come alive. Just really calm colors.
Then are there colors that appear to make your area, your living area or whatever, your space look bigger?
Certainly, those are the bright colors. Bright colors tend to make your space look bigger. Dark colors tend to make your space look smaller. So if you have a very large space and you want it to come together, then you use a dark color on
Okay.
your space.
Another thought that I had was ceilings.
Okay.
Quite a number of ceilings are just painted white. But what's your opinion? Do you think you can get a bit creative with the colors of the ceilings?
Yes. The reason why most people use white is because when you use white on your ceiling, it tends to like make it bigger, like it's like an extension. Do you get? It doesn't look like the ceiling is so close to your head. But if you have like a colored ceiling, it brings it too close to you. So it's always advisable to use white. But when done properly, you can have other colors you can have different colors of ceiling, especially when it's a very high ceiling. When your ceiling is high, then you can use whatever color you want to use as long as you are doing it right. But if your ceiling is the normal ceiling or it's really low, by all means, please use white.
Stick to the universal color of
yes,
white.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much, Edna, for your time. I really enjoyed myself, and I hope we've been able to learn one or two things about choosing the right color for your space. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Space and style.
So we've come to the last segment of the show, and it's the artisan spot, and we'll be speaking to an artisan who will be discussing his craftsmanship with us.
Ti wà ní ẹnu iṣẹ́ yìí sí ọgbọ̀n ọdún. Ó wà fẹ́ ti wà torí situation iṣẹ́ wa yẹn sì bí dọ́là yẹn ṣe ń rise ni owó orin yẹn náà wọ́n máa ń gbé owó ẹ̀ sókè. So whatever ń sìn assuming irin tá a rà ní bí 1,000 tí dọ́là bá rise wọ́n lè ta fún wa 3,000. So àwọn tó dẹ̀ ń gbéjẹ́ fún wa náà ọ̀n ní fẹ́ fowó kù ṣùgbọ́n míì kan ti mọ̀ wá pẹ̀lú iṣẹ́ yẹn kò sí nǹkan tá a lè ṣe ju pé káwa náà tẹ́ wọn lọ́rùn. Challenges pọ̀ gan-an níbi iṣẹ́ yìí. Ìgbà míì wà tó yẹ pé iná máa disturb wa àní rí iná ṣiṣẹ́. Generator tá a dẹ̀ ń lò kò powerful bí iná ó ti yé yín. So àwọn challenges tá a máa ń face tá a máa ń dojú kọ lórí iṣẹ́ nìyẹn. So táwọn oníṣẹ́ bá dẹ̀ lọ́wọ́ fẹ́ gbéṣẹ́ kò dẹ̀ sí nǹkan tá a lè ṣe ju pé ká wá means láti fi parí iṣẹ́ yẹn. Iná generator náà la lè lò. Àsúnmì tó bí èmi ṣe wà yìí máa ń ní program fún iṣẹ́ mi. So mo lè níṣẹ́ 3 4. So àwọn ọmọ tó ń bá mi iṣẹ́ wà tó yẹ pé tí bá ti níṣẹ́ tó pọ̀ bẹ́ẹ̀ màá pọ̀ pé wọ́n wá àjọ handle iṣẹ́ yẹn. So lórí iṣẹ́ yìí náà àwọn ọmọ wà tó yẹ pé àti kọ́ iṣẹ́ tó yẹ pé èmi wà nù wọn tó yẹ pé ó ń lọ school ó ń ti school tó bá close in school á wá síbi á wá kọ́ṣẹ́ yẹn. So ó fi ń ṣe part time. So along the line ó dẹ̀ náà ti wà láyà rẹ̀. Client wà tó yẹ pé èmi wà ó lè lóun fẹ́ gba iṣẹ́ òun ní bí ọ̀sẹ̀ kan tíṣẹ́ mi dẹ̀ ti wà lọ́wọ́ mi. So mo lè fún grace fún ọ̀sẹ̀ 2 tó bá lè afford ẹ̀. So I go ahead. So èmi ìtàn dẹ̀ ti mọ iṣẹ́ wa so kò ní doubt and okay kò sí problem wọn á ṣe. So láti bẹ̀ lọ iṣẹ́ ẹ̀gbọ́n lè má tó time tèmi wá dá fún yẹn á gbé àwọn irin tá à ń lò àwọn irin quality. So àwọn nǹkan tá a dẹ̀ fi ń ṣe ó máa ń last débi pé ẹlòmíì gan tó máa padà fún yàn ni. Ìyàtọ̀ tó wà nù foreign àti local nìyẹn. Foreign bóyá wà yẹn kò ń strong ṣùgbọ́n wọ́n máa ń wo finishing tiwa dẹ̀rẹ̀ finishing tiwa ó lè farapẹ́ díẹ̀ ni ṣùgbọ́n tiwa ó máa ń strong ju ti wọn lọ. Ìyàtọ̀ tó wà nù finishing foreign ni pé material wà tó ń mòdì kíní yẹn fún wọn lọ́hùn tiwa ń bí ọwọ́ làwa fi ń ṣe. Irú ìsìn ìgbà táwa fi kọ́ṣẹ́ tiwa ń gbà yẹn àwa lo 6 years a tún fi 6 years sin ọ̀gá ṣùgbọ́n ń sìn láyé òde ni àwọn ọmọ tó ń kọ́ṣẹ́ ń sìn grace wọn ò ju 1.5 years 2 years. So àwọn náà ti wà àwọn àti gbàyàn dá àwọn náà ti máa dáṣẹ́ ara wọn ṣe. Nígbà tí mo bẹ̀rẹ̀ iṣẹ́ yìí gbà yẹn mo wà ní bí 19 years mo fi bẹ̀rẹ̀ iṣẹ́ yìí nígbà yẹn. So ẹ̀kọ́ méjì mo kọ̀ rí lórí iṣẹ́ yìí ni pé ìgbà yẹn náà mo fẹ́ kọ́ ṣùgbọ́n àwọn òbí tó bí mi wọ́n ti ríran jù èmi lọ. So àwọn ní iṣẹ́ yìí ló máa kọ́ along the line bọ́ọ̀lù ohun mi kì í gbá ṣùgbọ́n mi ò fẹ́ tàpá sí òfin àwọn òbí mi ni mo ṣe ìyànṣẹ́ láàyò. Ìgbà tèmi náà dẹ̀ wá wọnú ẹ̀ mo á rí pé iṣẹ́ tó rọrùn ni. Ṣe rí iṣẹ́ wẹ́dà ọ̀pá àti obìnrin ṣe ráwa ọkùnrin wa gan ládé ní ayé ìsìn ọ̀hún fẹ́ kọ́ṣẹ́ wẹ́dà torí iṣẹ́ tó le ni iṣẹ́ ojú ni ó ti yé yín nǹkan tó máa fi ń sá fúnṣẹ́ yẹn nìyẹn.
Space and style.
We have come to the end of the show this week, and I hope you enjoyed yourself and learned a lot about home insurance. Join us next week for another interesting edition of Space and Style at the same time on the same station. Bye for now.
Across the world, 1 in 3 women has been bitten, coerced into sex, or abused by people they know, love, and trust. Here in Nigeria, 1 in 5 women has been a victim of abuse. Gender-based violence is the leading cause of death and disability of women between the ages of 19 to 44. Queen James, not her real name, a 47-year-old writer based in Lagos, was married off at 17. She barely knew the man who was to become her husband.
I just finished from secondary school, and my parents were like, you have to marry, that they have somebody for me. I tried to argue that I want to go back to school. My parents said they don't have money for me to further education, so I didn't have any option than to accept.
Queen enjoyed the first decade of her marriage. Her husband paid for her university education, and they had 3 children together. In 2002, Queen's sister-in-law claimed she was a witch. Her husband believed it and turned against her. She suffered financial deprivation and domestic violence.
While I was in school, everything was going well until the senior sister came into the house. The sister kept telling him different stories, that he see a revelation, I'm going to kill him, I want to give him stroke. Now, at a point, he now told him that in fact I'm a witch, that I'm going to kill him if he doesn't send me out of the house. This man started beating me every day. If he has small problem in the office, I'll come back, the sister will tell him, it's your wife. He wants them to sack you from work.
The United Nations defines violence as any act that results in physical, sexual, or mental harm or suffering to women, including threats of such acts, coercion, or arbitrary deprivation of liberty. Domestic violence is violence that occurs in a domestic setting, such as a marriage or cohabitation, committed by people in an intimate relationship against the other person.
Every night, he will squeeze my neck, tell me to confess all the wicked thing I'm doing to him, all the wicked thing I'm doing to the children, that there's a revelation I want to, kill my children. Another day he comes and they say that I've already made a plan to kill him and take over his property, that I should tell him why I want to kill him. Everything was just like a dream to me. He did not allow me to go to shop. I only go and buy things, and the girl that was in the shop was the one selling at a point. He now locked up the shop, came back to the house. When I returned back to the house, I started looking for work. Anywhere I want to go and work, he will go and tell them not to employ me.
Like many women, Queen did not file for a divorce or leave her abusive relationship. She feared for her safety and the welfare of her children and decided to endure the misery. One day in 2005, Queen's husband did more than beat her. He armed himself with a pestle and broke her bone.
It was even my husband that used a piston, this mortar handle, and hit on my leg. My leg was broken, so I managed to my sister's place. My sister took me to the hospital. When I got there, they did x-ray. They said I have bone fracture. I called my parents. They said they should send me to the village. I went. They took me to hospital where they did my bone. I was there for 3 months.
That abuse contravened the Protection Against Domestic Violence Law of Lagos State 2007. The law prohibits violence against any person. It also empowers a police officer to arrest persons suspected of committing violent offenses. In addition, it directs the police to render assistance to victims of domestic violence. More than 4 billion naira was allocated to the police for travels and transport in Nigeria's 2005 national budget.
But when Queen visited the police to get a report, officers demanded 6,000 naira as transport fare. She also claims the police officers accepted a bribe from her husband to dismiss the case.
I quite remember one of them saying that they have to treat that case very well because the man has paid a lot for the case, meaning they've collected money.
A 2019 survey by the Socio-Economic Rights and Accountability Project, SERAP, reports that the Nigerian police force is the most corrupt institution in Nigeria. The report stated that a bribe is paid in 54% of interactions with the police, and that there is a 63% probability that an average Nigerian will be asked to pay a bribe each time he or she interacted with the police. With the police allegedly eating from the palm of her former husband, they accused her of attempted murder, arrested her sister, and he served her divorce papers.
Made a statement that armed robbers invaded his house. They went away with a property worth 2.5 million, with a cash of 180,000, attempted murder and all that. They shoot gun, they shoot the sister on the head. I said, this is not true. Okay, I gave my own statement. When I gave my own statement, they were now dragging me to cell. So I shouted, I was pleading for help. Before I know it, they came, they handcuffed me this time around. And they showed me arrest warrants, and that in my arrest warrant, no bail. That is how they took me to cell.
Her experience went downhill from there. The police turned around to arrest a victim who approached them for protection and locked her up at Kirikiri Maximum Prison for almost 3 weeks.
Do you know that when the police, my senior sister was seeing period, police women could not even help, even when we were begging them, please, this lady is on her period. Can you help us bring tissue? It did not bring. And there are other women like that. The place was smelling. There was nothing. I think she had to use her head tie to try and wrap and use. The police are very rude. They don't take care of their inmates at all. They don't want to know whether what they have accused you of is true or is false.
These details expose a breach of fundamental rights to dignity of the human person, stipulated in Section 34 of the Nigerian Constitution. We put these allegations of corruption and human rights abuse in police custody to the Nigerian police force.
It's a professional misconduct. Once I get the facts, like every other professional misconduct of our men, we do allow it to go unattended to. So let's do that. As this one now, the victim, let them get across to me. They can meet the DC, the Commissioner Police. So they can put up attention to me, to the officers, so we take action. We don't condone anything that is unprofessional unless it's not brought to our knowledge. So in this case now, don't let me get the facts and to monitor it. I will not disappoint you. All those officers that have done that, one way or the other, found culpable, they will face additional procedure. And prescribed punishment should be meted out to them.
With the intervention of a non-governmental organization, Project Alert, Queen was set free. But she has not seen her children ever since.
It was during this period that I met with Project Alert on violence against women. They took over the case, they stood by me, went through the case, went for 7 years. We finished the case after 7 years and I was set free. Meanwhile, my children was taken from me from the time they pushed me out of that house. I did not have access to my children until now.
Josephine Chukwuma is the executive director of Project Alert. She condemns Nigeria's police force for breaking the domestic violence law of Lagos State 2007 and calls for these reforms in the force.
It's about the system not working. And why is the system not working? First and foremost is the issue of funding. What are they given? What funding do they get to operate? And then the capacity, the training of their officials. How professional are they? You need officers that are trained and well-resourced to respond to cases of sexual and gender-based violence.
Like many women, Queen now wears the scars of a broken leg, a broken marriage, and suffers the consequence of a broken justice system.
APC lacks capacity to win elections, says Senator Magnus Abe. And free and transparent polls a panacea for peace, stability in West Africa, says President Buhari to ECOWAS leaders. Well, this is Plus Politics. I am Mary Anacom. Senator Magnus Ngay Abe on Monday said the Rivers State chapter of the All Progressive Congress APC lacked the capacity to win the 2023 general elections in the state. Abe, however, said Governor Wike would not solely determine who would succeed him in 2023's general elections, but majority of the people in the state. Abe, who was believed to have joined the Social Democratic Party SDP to actualize his gubernatorial ambition, also expressed the hope that to be Wike's successor in 2023. Joining us to discuss this is Golden Chama. He was the factional chairman of the All Progressive Congress in Rivers State until recently, when he resigned. Well, thank you so much, Mr. Chama, for joining us. Mr. Chama, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you clear.
Perfect. Okay, great. Let's start by looking at the problems of the All Progressive Congress. I think we have had several conversations over the years, concerning the APC in Rivers State, and here we are again today talking about the APC yet again. I'll start by asking why you left the APC.
I left the APC for a lot of reasons. But the most important reason is that the reward system in the party is very abysmal. People work and they are not rewarded. Those who have the capacity to lick boots are given the best options and the best offices in the party.
What do you mean by those who lick boots and are giving the best offices in the party? What does that mean?
Yes, it's surprising to you that a party like APC that has very able and competent persons, when it comes to appointment, those who get it, for me, I consider them as being inconsequential as to what is given. So most times, the best materials are not being used to enhance the party's fortunes.
Interestingly, you and I have been here talking about factions within the APC, and those factions have held sway for almost 2 years plus, if I'm not mistaken, maybe 4. It spanned into 4 years. And you're here saying that what some of the problems in the party was, lack of fairness, in distribution of offices. But is that really the sole reason why you left the party? Because you were not given an office? Or is it that you were sad that certain things were not done right? Because to the ordinary eye, it seemed more like you were seeking for an office and that wasn't given to you, and that's why you left the party. Is that it?
No, I said party members are not being rewarded for their hard work. It's not a personal thing. I aspired to be the chairman of the All Progressive Congress. But it's baffling that the party, or actually the faction that was on the other side, ridicule the office. And if we leave that and go to the others, most of the offices in the party are not being given to the best materials. Rather, only those who have the capacity to tell stories, league booths are given. If you remember, some time ago, the governor of the state had cause to lampoon the nomination of the minister from the state, that it was appalling to the state that that was the best the APC could give for the ministerial position. Though it is his own opinion, but a lot of other appointments that have gone on before now are laughable. So for me, politics has to do with interest.
Let's talk
and
about.
I felt that my interest was no longer protected.
Okay. Let's move on to other matters before we talk about, what the senator said about the APC. Now, I remember some time ago when I brought the other side of the APC to the show, they did, of course, many times accuse your faction of, being in bed with the opposition, that is the PDP, for the longest time. And I remember even the senator himself was, points fingered as someone who was in bed with the governor. And this is reference to a Thanksgiving service that he had in the state, that the governor of the state had attended, which raised eyebrows. At any point in the life of your APC membership, was there a wooing from the opposition for you and members of your faction?
To the best of my ability, to the best of my knowledge, I'm aware that we're all politicians. Those we were in the SDP, we were in the PDP before we came over to the APC. So all those in the PDP, we know them. They also know us. If anybody wants to woo anybody, it goes on a daily basis. But what I want to explain to your viewers is that we belong to APC as at the time we were there, and we made sure we protected the interests of the APC. We had no business with those in PDP. As I speak to you now, I left for the SDP. I'm also aware that Senator Magnus left for the APC, for the SDP. We didn't go to the PDP. It is a clear vindication that we were not in bed with those of the PDP. But let me refresh your memory a little bit. Those with Amechi and faction are those going to the PDP. If you remember, some time ago, a lot of those who resigned after me headed to the PDP. And they're all from Amechi's faction. I left the APC, I went to the SDP, but they are all going to the PDP. What does it tell you? I'm not a member of the PDP. I do not have any relationship with them.
Okay.
But those, my accusers, are those going there.
Okay, let's move on to the future of the APC. Now, I know that you speak now for the SDP, but you obviously were members of the APC. Now, the senator had been quoted to say that the APC will not and does not have the capacity to win elections in the state. Why do you think that? And I also want to ask, do you think that the Magnus Abe faction of the All Progressive Congress at the time has had enough power to cripple the party? Because what the senator is saying is that without him and other members of the faction, obviously the party does not have a long lifespan. But how true is that?
Yeah, I would prefer you ask me directly and not to ask me what he said.
Well, I'm asking you. What do you think the chances are for the APC in the state right now? And how powerful do you think your faction is or was?
Yeah. The truth of the matter is that the All Progressives Congress is a great party. But unfortunately, in Rivers State, it has been managed poorly. And the success story of the party is below half. So there is no way they can win any election in Rivers State, especially that of the governor. It's not possible.
I'm curious. I remember also while there was this drag and back and forth, which cost the party all of its ticket in 2019, they blamed your faction and the senator for their inability to win elections or even run for those offices. So again, now that it seems that you all are out of the way, what are the chances? I mean, what makes you think that they might not be able to win the elections in 2023? I mean.
Yes, to be fair to you, in 2019, if the party was on the ballot, the party would have won the elections. But unfortunately, the poor management of the party scuttled the party's chances. We had a problem where we all agreed that the party do not have elected officers in the various levels of government, in the ward, in the local government, and in the state, that it will be best we do direct primaries. But unfortunately, those at the corridor of power then said that it would be better to deny the party of these chances, and they went for indirect. And those who had bought forms contesting the election to the various offices went to court. And the judge in his wisdom and the court in his wisdom nullified all of it. So it lost the opportunity.
Okay.
Now in 2022, people bought forms again. For the delegate elections, they were denied. The same pattern. So I don't know what is left of the party, but I haven't heard in very recent times that even a BLT member of the party from my state has also left the party for the PDP. It's unfortunate.
Let's come to
to show you.
Okay, let's come to the SDP now.
You're right.
Let's come to the SDP now, knowing that you and the senator and most members of your faction are now in the SDP. I wish that the senator was here. I don't know if you can speak for him, but the SDP is not necessarily a party that one would say is a major political party in Rivers State, being that the tussle has been between the All Progressive Congress and the People's Democratic Party. And now the SDP being introduced into the mix here by the senator. What is the spread and the structure of the SDP in the state, even though members from your party has moved to it?
I'm aware that the SDP as a party is registered with INEC. They also have structures in all wards, in all local governments, and in the states. So it is a viable option. But with the entrance of Senator Magnus Abe into the party and his followers, their chances are brighter.
I want to look at the issue of the power sharing formula. Let's look at the trajectory. We had a Governor Odili. We also had a governor Rotimi Amechi. We now have a Governor Wike. And there has been this conversation about, the guys in the Ogoni section of the state, and of course the guys who are in the waterlogged areas who are supposed to be given an opportunity at this ticket. Now we see that the APC is fronting Atoye Cole, who seems to be from one of the places who've been canvassing for an opportunity at the ticket. But then, of course, we have now the senator who is from the Ogoni extraction of Rivers State. Does this mean that, let's say, the APC and, of course, the SDP stands a chance of wooing Rivers people to their side, especially for the SDP, being that Senator Magnus Abe has been canvassing over and over for the Ogonis to be given a shot at that ticket? Again, What's the guarantee that with a Senator Magnus Abe on that ticket, that the Rivers people would flock in his direction?
Let me explain to you. Before Rivers State was divided between Rivers and Bayelsa State, in the old Rivers State, we had the river ride and the upland. 80% of the river ride was taken away from Rivers State to form Bayelsa. So the equivalent issue saying that upland and river ride share it in pari passu doesn't hold. But even if the argument is supposed to hold, the state is structured into senatorial zones. Rivers East, Rivers West, and Rivers Southeast. Rivers West and Rivers East have held the position of governor. But Rivers Southeast have not had it. Coincidentally, all the senatorial zones have riverine elements. Now, the only senatorial zone that do not have, that have never tasted the governorship, is the Rivers Southeast. In the Rivers Southeast, we have the Okopos. They were deputy governor for 8 years. In the Rivers Southeast, we have the Andalus. They were deputy governors for another 8 years. But the entire Ogoni area have never had deputy governor or governor. And this is the senatorial zone in 2014 that the party APC, in its wisdom, zoned the governorship to.
But this has been a subject of argument. I'm sorry to cut in there. This has been a subject of argument between the senator and the minister. There have been allegations that the former governor had promised that power was going to be zoned, to that part of the state, which he didn't keep to his promise. And then there are also, disagreements on that issue, saying that there was no such thing, there was no such agreement, in the first instance. And one would think that maybe this was at the core of the imbroglio between the minister and the senator.
In 2014, it was glaring, it was clear to everybody that the governorship was zoned to the Rivers Southeast. And the two candidates three of the candidates were the former deputy governor, Senator Ekuru, Senator Magnus Abe, and Dakuku Petersai. The three of them in APC fought for the governorship ticket. No other person from any other senatorial zone did vie. So it was glaring.
And do you think?
I'm aware.
Okay.
That is the only time the APC zoned their governorship to the southeast, and everybody held to it. But just with the intention to frustrate, deny the most competent candidate in the APC as at the time, it was not changed to Riverine. That's all.
Okay. Because we're almost running out of time.
The same senatorial zone has a riverine component.
Okay. I think you made that point clear earlier on. Quickly, before we wrap up, this is my last question. Senator Magnus Abe has been quoted to say that he will support the APC national presidential candidate for the 2023 elections. But then you all are in the Social Democratic Party. What does that mean? Because, of course, the SDP does have its own presidential candidate. Does that not is that not tantamount to party practices?
No, I disagree with you. Every individual has the right to vote for any candidate he wishes, irrespective of party affiliation. If Senator Magnus has said that he still supports the candidature of Alhaji Bola Tinubu Ahmed, whom he worked for while in the APC, that is his personal opinion. He's at liberty to hold that.
Okay. Well, because we're out of time, I want to say thank you. Golden Choma is the was the factional chairman of the All Progressive Congress in River State until he recently resigned and moved to the SDP in River State. We want to thank you, Mr. Choma, for being part of the conversation, and we wish you the best of luck in your new party. Thank you very much. Thank you so much. Well, thank you all for staying with us. We'll take a quick break now. When we return, we will be joined by some gentlemen as we discuss the conducting of free, fair and transparent elections in Nigeria, as President Buhari has told his fellow leaders in West Africa that these are what we need for our democratic process to grow in the sub-region. Stay with us. President Muhammadu Buhari has told his fellow leaders in West Africa that free, transparent and credible elections are a panacea for peace and stability in the sub-region. According to the president, democracy and good governance must take its roots in Africa to sustain peace, stability and development, even as he urged leaders to redouble their efforts to guarantee the irreversibility of democracy. He also called on West African leaders to do all within their powers to ensure that elections are conducted in their countries in an atmosphere of trust, freedom, and transparency. And joining us to discuss this is Timmy Frank, former Deputy National Publicity Secretary of the All Progressive Congress, and Enefa Jodril, Chairman, Rivers State Civil Society Organization. Thank you so much, gentlemen, for joining us. Thank you very much. I'll start with you, Mr. Timmy Frank. I always like the fact that, we go back to talking about, governments and leadership, the trajectory that Mr. President has put forward since 2015. Now, the president has obviously been out at an event speaking with world leaders about transparency, free, fair and credible elections in Nigeria. But then charity, they say, begins at home. Let's take a look at how the elections have been carried out so far in the country and what Mr. President had to say. The elections, of course, for 2023 is just around the corner. And INEC, thank goodness, has been able to up its game. But the transparency, the atmosphere in which the elections are supposed to happen, all of that is determined by leadership. Can we boastfully say that the president is practicing what he's preaching?
Well, let me say thank you very much for giving me the opportunity.
Oh, Mr. Frank, I think that you're breaking. We're unable to hear you. Mr. Frank, let's try again. Can you hear me? I think that we're losing connection with Mr. Frank. Well, let's go to Enefa. Enefa, you're representative of civil society in Nigeria. And just as I asked Timmy Frank, are we really practicing what Mr. President is preaching back home, looking at all of the things that have been happening in the country?
To be fair to Mr. President, there seems to be some level of improvement in our polity and our electoral process.
like the politicians who want to say that people the blind that see, especially with the new the amended electoral act that has been signed into law, and of course the new innovations that the INEC had introduced. You know, so whether we agree or not, whether I like Mr. President or not, one have no choice to accept. However,
now, Mr. Timmy Frank, I started by asking a question. Mr. President has spoken about free, fair, credible elections and secure, safe atmosphere for which this can happen in. Now, Enefa, before he was cut off, said that we can give the president some credit because he has allowed for certain adjustments in the Electoral Act that has made some of these things that he's speaking about to be possible. But I'd like to share your own thoughts on what you think.
Well, I can tell you clearly, the president should understand what it takes to conduct free and fair election in any nation. The biggest beneficiary of free and fair election today in Nigeria is Buhari. In 2015, the election that brought him to power was free, fair, and credible. But again, in 2019, we expected the same process. But at the end of the day, the election in 2019 was rigged. There were so many outcries at that time for him to sign the Electoral Act. But because he was not a believer of free, fair, and credible election, he refused to sign the Electoral Act. In 2020, the civil society group, the international community, mounted pressure on the president to sign the Electoral Act to enable Nigeria to participate in a free and fair process of conducting election. At the end of the day, the president had to bow to pressure. You could see us at that time, the president signed the Electoral Act out of pressure, not because he wanted to sign the Electoral Act. Because the only way we can achieve free, fair, and credible election is when the Electoral Act is signed. But by the grace of God, for the first time, General Buhari bowed to the pressure that has enabled us today to have a certain level of, free, fair, and credible elections. But again, we are about to test the water with the 2023. The last two elections seemed to be good. Anambra was good, Osun was good, but we cannot say because Osun was good and Anambra was good, that today the process is now totally in progress. The big election is going to be in 2023. Okay. We are waiting to see what the INEC and the APC agitation that he is trying to lead of free, fair, and credible election.
Okay.
Then after the elections in 2019, 2023, they will be able to commend you.
Okay. Let me go back to Enefa briefly. Enefa, your civil society, there have been, we've been seeing people advocating for free, fair, credible elections, a safe civic space for conversations to be had. I mean, Timmy is not in Nigeria, but Enefa, you're in Nigeria. You understand the killings, the threats, everything that's been happening in the space of 2 weeks. We've seen the kidnappings. We've seen, all sorts of things happening amidst the campaigns, amidst the back and forth between the presidential candidates, across boards. And the president spoke again on the fact that, the true democracy and good governance has to take its roots in Africa, being that the rest of the continent is looking to Nigeria. And I'm wondering, as civil society and talking about the issue of, making sure that the civic space is safe enough for these conversations to be had, what are the things that need to be done for this to happen? Are we having enough of these conversations? And when can we say that we have come to a point where people know their rights, people understand what's happening, and people know that they need to be part of, the process, the electoral process in itself?
Yeah,
I think this is the big challenge. And I think I was coming to this before the network got bad. Because I did say that hate the president or liking in access to the electoral bill. For a lot of us, we were shocked, judging from the disposition of the president. But beyond just finding it and persuading it has a lot to do with the will of the political class, especially those in government, to make sure that beyond the law that it is being implemented. For example, the issue of security. Because if there is insecurity, the people will not come out. And some people, some of us, who are crisis managers and who have been complaining about the drinking of the civic, we are able to begin to suspect that this high rate of crime, especially in the northern part of the country, is orchestrated by politicians in order to scare would-be voters out of the political system. So it is in this end that we think that then signing the electoral bill, which is a good thing, this and we so comment, the government should make sure that they provide security and not to be closing down schools, closing down public centers, as if government is bowing to pressures of ragtag, petty criminals. On the part of the citizenry, and by this I mean civil society, Nigerians, professional bodies, all of us should come out to begin to raise the bar and raise the campaign, build public confidence. Of course, we have done enough. Of course, the media too have a lot of role to play, and I must commend the media, civil society, and other professional bodies for raising the bar to an extent. Whether you agree or not, the level of awareness and consciousness of our people to even get that CDC is very, very high. Even though our Igbo brothers, who we do respect, I do know insult, who are very docile in terms of getting their CDC for the first time, are getting their CDC job. Even market people, ordinary people, who ordinarily don't like getting their CDC. It's going to be kind of work the media space, civil society, and others have engaged the civic process. Again, Nigerians should understand that whoever remains in the different government houses determines their life for every 4 years. And because you must get the best person to fix your car, you will not check the tribe of the man. You will not check the clan of the man. You will not check the religion of the man. You will not even check the creed of the man. What you will check is whether or not that mechanic can fix your car. Once you are comfortable and can fix the only car your children will use to go to school and do other things, you will get a mechanic irrespective of wherever it comes from.
Okay.
Nigerians should have this at the back of their mind. Therefore, on that day, on the polling day, on the day of election, they should bear in mind they want to get the best mechanic to fix their car.
Okay.
Out with this mindset, they will put every other irrelevant emotional sentiments aside and begin to get the best of person with the soundness of mind, with age in consideration, and every other thing that needs for a president in the future, with a president with a knowledge with IT, with a president with knowledge with security using modern technology, with a president that is modern to aspire, to feel the solution, the hopelessness by this country is gradually caving into and collapsing into. These are the things that we feel that Nigerians should do.
All right, and if I can feel the passion. I can feel the passion in your voice, and I can feel, what you're saying. But I'm going to come back to grill you a bit on, what more the civil society space is doing. But let me come back to you, PlusTvAfrica, because you also told me over and over again that you're an activist. You're pushing for a better Nigeria from outside of the country. A few days ago, the presidency released a statement saying that the president has done his best and that the media should intervene to rescue the Kaduna train passengers. Now, the presidency put out this statement on behalf of Mr. President, saying that the president has done his best. Now, the National Assembly, in fact, senators has given the president 6 weeks to end insecurity. They've also threatened to, impeach Mr. President. And on the floor of the House of Representatives, a few people walked out on the speaker, on this issue of insecurity. Now, you obviously know what's happening within the country. And if we must have elections in 2023 that will reflect the true will of the people, this issue does have to be dealt with. But going back to what Mr. President has said and the message that was released by the presidency, does it seem that we are getting anywhere close to dealing with this issue of insecurity, or does it seem that from the body language of the presidency that we have been left on our own?
Well, for me, I just want to make it very clear. If the president or the presidency has said the president has done his best and this is the best he can offer, I think General Buhari has failed. And I can tell you clearly, this is not what Nigerians expected from a general. And when a general happens to be in charge and the country is sinking, that means he's a failed general. So I think at this point in time, what General Buhari should have done is to take a back and said, I'm going back to my village in Daura. I can no longer lead, protect, or defend the people of Nigeria because this is what I promised the people of Nigeria. So it is very clear as of today that the president has failed. The president does not have the capacity or the will or the idea to tackle the issue of the insecurity in the country today. You can see clearly how many months down the drain, we're not able to make any progress on the Kaduna train attack victims. Today, the insecurity in the country is the height of impunity from the laziness of the military and the laziness of the government to fight and tackle these issues that we are suffering today. For example, even in Abuja, that is meant to be federal capital territory, Abuja is no more longer safe. So I think these senators that are shouting for the impeachment or removal of the president, for me, it's coming too late. They would have done this long time ago. This should have happened like 2 years ago. But they are worried and they are bothered right now because they all live in Abuja. They know right now anything can happen to any of them. So now that the battle has been taken to Abuja, they are not shouting. Nigerians have been yearning, calling for help, calling for the National Assembly, including northern leaders have called on the National Assembly before now to say commence impeachment process of the president. The National Assembly ignored because we have a rubber stamp and the lawyer boys in the Senate. But today, the battle has been taken to them in Abuja. The senators are now crying. How many months down the drain before this administration will be over? I can tell you clearly, this issue of impeachment right now, they cannot have the number. You need to impeach the president from the both houses from the both chambers. But as I speak, with this government that I know, very clearly they are going to fight back. This government does not care other Nigerian people are dying. Every day they come out to tell us we are winning the war. Every day they will come out to tell us that General Buhari has done better than previous government or the PDP government in the past. Remember, under President Jonathan, the insecurity was curtailed within the Northeast. But today, the 36 states in Nigeria is not safe anymore. Under the watch of a general who have all the ideas and the military background, I think General Buhari should be stripped of the name called general because he's a failed general.
Quickly,
Nigeria today is the worst. Nigeria today is the worst country. Okay. The worst.
I do not necessarily agree with that because when you say Nigeria is the worst, I mean there are other states who are literally at war, and we're not at war. We're facing serious insecurity challenges, but I don't think you can say that we're the worst.
Listen, Let me tell you, we are the worst. I can tell you clearly. In a country where you kidnap 100, 250 people every day, kidnap in all parts of the country. In a country where people die every day in numbers.
Well, quickly, I wanted to ask for solutions, but I think we lost you there. So quickly, Enefa, I want to ask you quickly because we're almost out of time. In 60 seconds, because we've seen all the problems, we've laid them out on the table. What are the possible solutions? If the presidency is saying, we've done our best, Mr. President has done his best. The National Assembly is saying, no, your best is not good enough. We're going to start an impeachment proceeding. If at the end of 6 weeks, you're unable to deal with this issue. But I'm even wondering to myself, is 6 weeks good enough time to deal with this issue if we were to deal with it? Quickly.
Yeah, I think I want to align myself with the view of my colleague in the studio. That Mr. President has failed. And outside Nigeria, there is no other country in the world where the people would have tolerated the president to stay another 1 hour. So the choice is in the hand of Nigerians to either go the Sri Lanka way or wait for the 2023 elections to boot out the party that are put into business. But on the immediate, if I have to advise the president, the proper thing to do in this circumstance is to sack all the service chiefs. Why would the manager of NA still keep his job? Why should the data director still keep his job? Why should those in customs, Kuje?
But Enefa, we pushed for these. We pushed for service chiefs to be changed. What change took place right after changing these service chiefs? So again, if we keep sacking service chiefs and nothing happens at the end of the day, what's the essence?
No. There are young men and women in the army, in the police that are ready to serve this country. If it means for you to fight in the chain of command, for younger officers and elevate them officers for general, and let them fight. The problem with the war we are having is that there is lack of political will on the part of government. You can even see the attitude of government to what happened in Kuje.
We have to go.
You can even see the attitude of government to what is happening. Military guards of the country.
It's quite sad, but
you can't do that anywhere. You can't do that anywhere in the world. Where the president wants to have the political will to fire people he hires. I think that one thing that the Buhari must keep is the legacy and the sanctity of the electoral process in 2023. I will be advising that he should do everything humanly possible to make sure that it starts from INEC, the duty to make sure that the elections.
All right, we have to go, Enefa. Enefa, we're out of time. I beg your pardon. We're out of time. We have to go. Thank you so much. Enefa Georgewell is of the civil society organization in Rivers State, and of course, Timmy Frank is a former national publicity secretary of the All Progressive Congress, and he's now obviously in some form of activism to fight for a better Nigeria. I want to say thank you, Mr. Timmy Frank, for being part of the conversation. All right. Thank you so much. And that's it on the show tonight, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you had a good time, because tomorrow we will be back talking about the biggest stories in our political scene. And of course, we're talking always for development. I am Mary Anacone. Have a good night.
Hello and welcome. On today's episode of One on One, we'll be focusing on writing and migration. Now, writing is a talent for some, and for some it's a skill. Now, there are different categories of people who enjoy writing on different levels, and writing has become a required skill in the 21st century to succeed, whether you're in business, whether you're in academic, career, or any sphere of life. Now, Owamma Odeifa is a best-selling author of romance novels that spotlight lifestyle and social situations in Nigeria and Africa. She's a media personality as well as a human resource professional with a focus on organizational development and change management. She currently lives in Europe and is a partner migration consultant for Euronationale. Thank you, Wana. Yes, you live in Europe, but you're right here with us in Nigeria and Lagos today. Thank you for
first of
joining
all,
us.
like it's really hot and humid right now.
Oh, well, enjoy the heat before you go back into the freezing cold.
Briefly.
So thank you. So now let's talk about writing.
Yes.
Now, how does a budding writer begin to hone his skill? His talent to become a skill. So you have this gift, you know you can write, but how do you hone it to become so effortlessly at
Practice, practice, practice. I think that's just the best you can do. Start. Some people think, I have to wait until I'm perfect or at a certain level to put it out there. But I think just start with whatever you've got, put it out, then the feedback would help you hone those skills. And then also look at your peers. It's not something I do, but I recommend it because I always feel like if I look at what others are writing, then it can influence my tone.
Okay.
Yeah, but for most people, they find that it helps them to focus. If I'm having a specific challenge, maybe describing certain scenarios, then I can research that particular scenario based on how other writers describe it. But other than that, I'll just say practice. There are a lot of platforms for budding writers to put their work out for free. And then people read it and give you feedback, and then based on that you can, that's actually how I started writing as an author.
Oh, okay.
Writing my novels. I put it out on a free reading app, and it was just something I started out of not just boredom, but I was in a rough space at the time, and it was an outlet for me. And I put the first few chapters, and I kept getting, so when's the next chapter? So when's the next chapter? And I thought, and by the time I was getting midway through, people were like, look, don't give this thing away for free. It's too good. It's as good as any published work out there, so make money off of it. So I yanked it off from the free app.
Okay, and then?
Finished the book and put it on the major book reading platforms in Nigeria, Africa, and I guess globally, the major ones everyone knows. I don't know if I'm allowed to say their names, but they are out there. And I started making money.
Oh, interesting.
Yep.
Okay, so you've even delved to like two of my questions already.
Right.
I want to ask you, how did you develop your own passion for writing? So tell us, say you're in a difficult space, so what happened?
Well, prior to that, I've always been someone who loved to write,
okay.
Even as a child. Short stories, I was always the best in English, best in literature, prize winner at school. And even in the course of my career, when it comes to writing, even adverts, job descriptions, writing just generally comes easy for me. Business plans, all of that. I mean, it was already a gift that I had. I just had to channel it, I guess, and I get easily not distracted, but my attention span I get bored easily.
Okay.
So I could start the story and, okay, I'm bored with this right now. One of my books really stretched me because it became a living thing. The story just kept writing, like, look, I'm 30 chapters in, I'm done. But for some reason, it just kept going. So the passion has always been there, I guess. I just needed to find the right push to actually create something out of it.
Okay, so let's talk about money, because you said you started making money from it. Like every other business, does writing really pay?
Now, define really pay, because for some greedy person, really pay might be $1 million every month or $3 million every month. So, I mean, it's just one source of income for me. And right now, these days, you've got to have several sources of income. Otherwise, the economy is going to cripple you.
Yeah.
So you've got your day job, you've got your writing, you've got all sorts of platforms. And then because I've got them in several places, and some of those platforms pay you in foreign currency, so that helps a little.
Okay, so I know that you're a HR professional, so how do you find time to balance between doing a regular day job and finding time to write and also to read? Because I hear that for you to be a writer, you must be a reader as well. So how do you find time to balance this?
Okay, let me take the second aspect of being a reader to be a writer. I don't know, I feel like that's a myth.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah. Well, I was an avid reader as a much younger person, as a child to early adulthood, but I don't read that much anymore. I mean, beyond business-related books and all, but as for prose, I mean, some of the famous books out there, like, oh, this person writes, you sort of write like this person or this author. Have you read any of her books? Do you know her? Never heard of her. Or I've never read her books, you know. So I don't think that to be a good writer, you have to be a good reader. I think you just have to have imagination. And then, of course, work on your craft in terms of skills, actually understanding grammar, tenses, you know, the sentence construction and all of those things. But otherwise, yeah.
Okay.
And then the first part was, how do I find time?
To balance, yes.
I used to have a boss who did several things at the same time. I used to wonder, you know, and I used to pray, God, please just give me energy to be this kind of person. Unfortunately, I think I'm blessed with that kind of energy. I don't get that many hours of sleep, and I'm more functional at night. So I think I just find a way. I don't know. I think that if it interests you, you'll find the time and the energy for it. If it's something you've got a passion for, you do it. Of course, there are times when you feel overwhelmed because you've got lots of work to do, lots of deliverables on one hand, and I've got, like, let's say 3 or 4 caps at the moment. So, but sometimes you might drop the ball on 1 or 2 things, but you have to be adept enough to pick it up.
All right. Okay, well, we have to take a quick break. When we come back, we'll talk more about this. Stay with us. Thank you for staying with us. And on this episode today, we're talking about writing. Wama is telling us of how she draws a balance and how she makes money from it. I wanted to find out from you. You write romance, and in Nigeria, this romance niche, does it really sell? Is there like a huge following for it in Nigeria?
First of all, I don't just write romance, I write erotica.
Aha.
Yeah. You know, so
don't
look at me different.
No, it's fine. I'm just saying for the Nigerian market, how has that helped in the, you know?
When I first put my very first book, Stormy Passion, on one of the, I think it's probably Africa's biggest reading platform, and before I put it there, when I started writing this book and a few of my friends read it, there's a group I belong to, some of them are quite righteous, you know, and they're like, oh no, this book won't sell in Nigeria, you know, Nigerians are religious, you know, Nigerians are XYZ. And I said, well, I've written it, there's not much I can do, let's see the reaction. So I put it on this platform, and in 2 weeks I became their highest bestseller.
Oh, wow.
So I beat out the business books, I beat out famous authors whose books they had on their platform. So I was telling the owner of the app that, look, I was getting this feedback, sir, you know how we are, we are religious in the outside. You know, so people read them. And then I did an anthology with about 20 other African romance writers, and they gave the same feedback. One of them is an LGBTQ writer, and her books are doing very well. So yeah, there's a huge market. It might be a closet market, but there is a market.
Interesting. So why don't you give like an advice, or what would you say to someone who is writing? And you know how with everything we always have this imposter syndrome of how you feel this is not good enough, this is not good enough, you're training to the brain. How does that person move on from there? What will you say to the person?
I think maybe say to yourself, okay, yes, I'm an imposter, so what? Just put it out there anyway. And understand that everybody has these feelings. I was having this very conversation with a friend of mine who's the MD of a major oil company in Africa. They're like the biggest, you know, oil provider in Africa. He was just made MD last year, and he tells me when he's sitting with, you know, these oil billionaires and they're having it, he keeps pinching me like, should I be here? So if someone like him is having that, and I told him this is called imposter syndrome. Oh, that he's never even heard of it. I said that's what it's called. So just tell yourself, remind yourself that you've come this far. You've already gotten in the room, then you deserve to be in the room. So if you've written a book and one person has told you it's fantastic, then it's fantastic. You're fantastic. Just have that at the back of your mind. Of course, that imposter syndrome will always whisper to you. Have a support system too, that helps.
Okay.
I mean, I know some of these women who are my friends who are religious, but they say, look, Wama, I won't read your book, oh, but I know you are gifted. I've seen other writing you've done, so just run with it. So find yourself a support system.
Okay, fantastic. So now let's talk about the other side of you, because you're a woman with many moving parts. HR professional. Let's talk about migration, because I feel like it's migration season in Nigeria. You meet someone now, they're relocating. If it's not Canada, it's somewhere in Europe. They're moving to the UK. Everybody just going out of the country. But also on the flip side, what I also worry about is that there are many people that are two things. So maybe this is a two-pronged question. There's some people, as funny as easy as it is now, some people are still going illegally, because last year, for example, I interviewed some people who were, I would say scammed, but they were trafficked. They were told that they were going to migrate them to, I think, somewhere in Europe, and then they found themselves going through Kano, and from like that, they ended up in Libya, had to stay in Libya for like 2 years. Yes, like that, and, you know, working, both male and female, you know. So, what do people need to know? So it's exciting, you want to live in another country, but what do you need to know, and what skills are you required to have?
Okay, first of all, migration season in Nigeria didn't just start.
Yeah.
It's been here for at least a decade. It's just that it seems that with each passing year, it becomes more frenetic.
True.
You know, everyone's like, okay, it's now. And then your circle begins to be impacted by the season. So it feels like everybody you know is talking about it. So it has been around for a while. And I think that people get into trouble because they don't realize that there are so many choices out there. Most people are focused on Canada, the US, the UK. That's about it. But there's a whole world out there that you can, you know, migrate to and make a difference in. And these countries, small but countries with strong economies, are looking for what we call international talent. We don't like to call them migrants or immigrants. International talent. They are looking for these people. So all you need to do is redirect your focus. And then again, you need to vet who, I mean, anybody can tell you they're, but they've got to show you proof that they've either moved other people there or they themselves have moved there. And then also, I think a lot of people think that once you're maybe at a certain life stage or you're at a certain level, it's harder for you, so you have to do it through underhanded means. I know a lot of us Nigerians, we like the,
the back door.
Yes, because we feel, okay, we're already disqualified, so let's just find a back door. There's no disqualification. It doesn't matter your age, your status in life, whether you went to school or not, or how long ago you left school. There are countries, especially in Europe, which is my area of focus, that there are ways to get in legally. And in literally months, you would have a temporary residence permit.
Oh,
literally months. And the only reason why some of these countries is taking months now is because of COVID. So there's skeletal services, most people are working from home. So for the few people who are working in their offices, they are few and can impact output. But otherwise, can be done legit.
Yeah, really. Okay, let's talk, I'll take another question before we go on a break. Let's talk about moving, you know, abroad, moving away from your home country, settling, like in so many ways, your work ethics, adjusted into the lifestyle there. What was it like for you moving out of Nigeria and living in Europe?
Well, because I'm pretty well traveled, not so hard, because I tend to make several trips in a year and usually to Europe. So it wasn't so hard. But when it comes to actually living there, working there with other people, it's different. And I would like to say that if there's one thing you would say about Nigerians living abroad is that they are hard workers, hard and smart workers. So a lot of these companies, they are super impressed by how hard we work, you know, that it just blows their mind because they pamper people abroad. Here, everything is by fire, by force, you know. So now we go there with that attitude, like, okay, I know what I went through to get here, you know, so I have to do the work, earn my stay, you know. And I think we're just natural. Things that most people struggle, I don't know how to put it, but we tend to give it all. We pour ourselves into it. Everything is, we have to get it done. So there, it's more chill and laid back, and then you come. Yes, it might actually make people resent you a bit because even in some of my colleagues look at me like, So I get that air of overachiever.
Overachiever.
Yes, but hey, My journey is different from yours.
Okay, we'll take another quick break. And after this break, Wama will still be here with me. Thank you for staying with us. I am speaking with Wama, and we are talking about different things. We've talked about writing earlier on. Now we're talking about migration. We're just talking about, different things. So Wama, let's talk about. So it's fantastic that you talked about Nigerians and their work ethics and how they work smartly. But let's also, is there a flip side to this? Is there also Nigerians who don't realize that, look, this is not home anymore. I can't behave anyhow or do anyhow?
Yes, that's on the other side as well, because there's good and bad, So while I've also encountered the Nigerians who would work hard, put in their best, there are also, a lot of the times, yes, you're working hard, you're working smart, there's also integrity questions. So you find people looking for shortcuts, you find people also looking for ways to, they're not focused on the work because they're thinking, okay, is this the best place for me, or can I still go to Canada? So they're distracted, and then they're just people who just feel like, look, just understand that, anyhow we go rough am. I hear that you don't know how common that phrase is, anyhow, we go run am, and I always give run what? You can't bring that same attitude that you think you were leaving behind with others, and then bring it here, and it won't affect you. I know someone who lost his job, and this is a great job that people, try to get. He got it in a short space of time. It's a major financial company, global financial company. Got a great job, paying well, and then through really silly ethics decision, him and his friend decided to dub one thing or the other, and HR found out. While one of them, and they were both Nigerians, while one of them was feeling a tad, bad about it, the other was like, anyhow, no mind them, we go talk to them, go. That's not the case here. They will bring out policies and procedures for you. And I said to my friend who was telling me about it, if I was HR, we wouldn't even have a meeting about it. I will type your letter and you are out.
Wow. Let's talk about racism, because I think one of the worries for many people, in fact, this morning I saw a video, how does one deal with racism when, they move out of the country?
Now, that's a tricky question, because you will find racism. I'm glad to say it's not something I've experienced, or maybe I've experienced it and I didn't know what it was. Because I think we've been so saturated with that word racism that we see it everywhere. So someone says to me, my colleague gave me an African mask for Secret Santa. She's an African American, and she's like, these racist people. And I'm thinking, wow, African mask, that's nice. And she's, attacking me for being naive or being stupid or being pretentious. For me, I didn't see it as racism. So I think people, it's a function of perception. And again, just try not to see racism everywhere. Because I don't think it's as common as, they make us think it is. And then when you do encounter it, I think the best way to handle it is deal with it on an as-is basis. So it's this one you're dealing with. Stop trying to deal with global racial issues. Just deal with that one in front of you in its situation and in its presence, and move on.
Let's go back to writing. Now, you talked about the fact that you wrote a collection with some other writers. How did you break into the international market?
The beauty of it is that there is an international market for Black authors, especially Black female authors, and there are a lot of Africans in diaspora and Blacks in other nationalities who are always looking for stories that represent them. So we grew up reading Mills and Bones. It's always white people in there. When we even see someone mixed with something else, it's exciting. But now you can find lots of stories about people who sound and talk like you and who come from your background. So there's a ready and waiting market. And to break into the international market, it's easier if you use those international platforms. So go where they are.
All right, so let's talk about the Nigerian market, because oftentimes some writers have complained and said that they sell more on international platforms than in the local market. Have you found this to be true for you?
Yes and no. Yes, because Nigerians like imported stuff, or they like Nigerians who have made it abroad. Now they now want to sort of farms, as we say. So then that it becomes, this Nigerian who's doing well internationally, then they want to, okay. There was one news anchor, news platform on Instagram, news page. They write about successful Nigerians. So I wrote a DM to them, that I'm doing this and it's not common you find Nigerian erotic writers, would you like to, let's talk about that. Said, no, we don't know you. That's actually their words. We don't know you. We know, and then they started listing Nigerian international authors who had made it big. I said, okay, don't worry, you'll come to me. Time will come, you'll come to me.
So it's a thing of, okay, well, like you said, we don't appreciate our own. We don't, find it very, we don't appreciate it, bottom line. But how do you think there's like a glass ceiling for female writers in Nigeria?
I don't believe there is. And maybe that would get a different response from someone else. But I've always been one who does not believe in ceilings. If it's there, we'll break it. So I don't believe there's one. I just believe that if you put in the work, position yourself in the right situation, surround yourself with the right people, that really you would go beyond your imagination.
Okay, and my last question to you, Wama, is how are you able to do it? You're an HR professional, you're a media personality, you're also a writer. How did you find time and say that, okay, I want to be an HR professional, and then I move into media, and then I started writing?
I can be quite organized. As a matter of fact, when I was coming in and the lady at the airport here who was going through my bag said, wow, this is really organized, everything in its place. I said, yes, so that when I dip my hand with my eyes shut, I know where I'm going and what I'm reaching for. So it's essentially the same. I'm big on to-do lists. I call them my hot lists, So everything has to be done at a certain time. Of course, not all the time that it happens. And then a lot of times my weekends are also, for things that interest me. So I'm not really out partying. I've never been much of a party person. Once in a while, I hang out with friends. That's it. I think my only other vice is movies.
I love watching movies too. Yep. All right, Mama, we have to have you here again. I hope you'll find time, even if it's via Zoom, because I know you're just in town for a short period. Yes. All right, that's our episode on One today. I hope you've learned so many things, because Wana is a woman of many moving parts. So see you again sometime soon. My name is Femino Ajefe. Thank you for joining us.
Hello, this is the Greater Lagos Vision, and I'm your host, Love Ikuku Oyedokun. Since assumption of office in May 2019, Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu has maintained his commitment to ensuring safe mobility of residents and ease of doing business in the state. This was demonstrated through the official launch of a security-fitted apparatus, safe, comfortable, and modernized taxi scheme, codenamed LagRide, with a rollout of the first batch of 1,000 brand new GSC automobiles at the State House in Alausa, Ikeja. The ride-hailing taxi initiative, which has been operated on a lease-to-own basis, is a component of the state government's multimodal transportation blueprint being executed under the traffic management and transportation pillar of the themes agenda of the Sanwo-Olu administration. This is the Greater Lagos Vision. Welcome once again. I'm Love Ikuku Oyedokun. This episode features infrastructure, Sanwo-Olu State's commitment to ensuring seamless mobility to deploy technology for enhanced movements. Transportation, Lagos State set to host Maiden National Transport Technology Conference. Lagos Blue Line Rail, Sanwo-Olu says project will be electrified once vendors to stay away. Any city without a fully functional infrastructural system will suffer a setback. As such, engineers must be well trained in order to bring to bear their professional attributes to the growth of the nation. From an infrastructural perspective, the Managing Director of Lagos Metropolitan Transport Authority, LAMATA, Engineer Abimbola Akinaju, stated this during her presentation at the 2022 Alumni Luncheon of the University of Lagos Faculty of Engineering Alumni Association in Lagos. It was a reunion, a veritable networking opportunity for the alumni of the Faculty of Engineering, University of Lagos. It was also an avenue to give back to their alma mater through the launching of a 500 million naira fundraising project for the faculty. Away from that, Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu and his team cashed in on the opportunity provided by the reunion to tell the impact of the alumni on the state's infrastructural development in less than 3 years.
And so the blue line you can see is a massive feat of engineering, and I'm sure all of you need to be proud of it. For 4 lanes, we changed the design to 10 lanes. So we took a massive right of way to do 10 lanes, and we were very smart to keep a rail corridor in the middle of it. So the alignment actually is about 16 lanes, because when you've done 10 lanes and you still have enough alignment to keep a rail, corridor, was the main feat, and that's why we're able to, preserve, and which was the most difficult option to take. But because we were committed at that time to say, you know what, let's have the audacity to want to do it, and that's why, we started it.
The 4 stations, Mile 2, Alaba, Igomo, and National Theatre, they're completed. You will notice that Mile 2 and Alaba, they have 2 concourses. Obviously, that's based on studies that had been done to determine sort of ridership that we would get, and we realized that, it's obvious. Mile 2 is a market area, so there's a lot of people there. So that's why we have 2 concourses that allows us to take on more passengers. It's the same thing in Igomo. Same thing in Alaba. Igomo and National Theatre are also completed. We have pedestrian bridges at each of those stations that allows us to bring passengers from one side of the expressway to
the Managing Director of Lagos Metropolitan Area Transport Authority, LAMATA, spoke with journalists on the sideline of the event.
Infrastructure is owned by all. So it means that as an individual, you have a responsibility. Something has been built, not to destroy it, not to vandalize it. And so therefore, people also need to be aware and also take ownership. And that's what I always say. If something belongs to you, you are not likely to go and destroy it.
She also told the forum that over 5,000 people affected by the construction of the rail have been compensated by the Lagos State government. The Lagos Blue Line Rail on completion will be running on electric tracks with electric motor vehicle EMV, and as such, citizens have been warned to keep off the train lines. Handing down this warning shortly after inspecting the Blue Line Rail, the Lagos State Governor, Babajide Sanwo-Olu, assured Lagosians that the completion date of the 2 rail projects remains. The train took off from the National Theatre Igomu to Orile, through Alaba, Mile 2, and back to the marina exits of the state, having Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu, some members of his cabinet, officials of the Lagos Metropolitan Area Transport Authority, LAMATA, and contractors handling the project on board. The governor inspected the ongoing works on the Blue Line Rail project and stations and a new 4-coach train, which according to him is a typical train that will be used on the Blue Line. He expressed satisfaction at the pace of work, maintaining that the project will be delivered on schedule. Sanwo-Olu was unhappy at the level of vandalism along the rail corridors and warned perpetrators to desist from such acts.
There are electric trucks. They are going to be running on electricity, and you will know that citizens or passengers or anybody whatsoever cannot walk on those things. Right? So, gentlemen of the press, you have that responsibility. From now, we begin to mention that. For the next 6 months, 8 months, we begin to mention that this track is not like the red line. The red line is DMU, but the blue line is EMU. So these are some of the communications that we need to begin to pass out, and they are electric train lines.
The governor also assured that adequate security would be put in place at every station and platform with the use of CCTV. He disclosed that the state was set to bring in from China additional 2 sets of 4 train coaches by September and October.
The additional trains that were procured for the Blue Line, we're going to be going to China when they open up, maybe in May or June, when it's completely completed, just to have a look and send it on shipment to probably get to the country before September, October. So based on the promises we gave you at the beginning of the year, we are still on track at both the red line and the blue line.
Recently, the Lagos State Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu unveiled the first batch of 1,000 brand new GSE branded vehicles, otherwise known as lag ride. This for sure is another step forward in the state government's drive to develop an efficient transportation model in tune with modernity and comfort. According to Sanwo-Olu, there's no plan to run existing hailing ride operators out of business, but to offer safer alternatives and clear the roads of rickety cars used for taxi business. Joining me in this episode is the National President, E-Hailing Drivers and Private Owners Association of Nigeria, Comrade Idris Shonuga, for more insight into the scheme. Thank you so much, Comrade Idris Shonuga, for joining us today on the Greater Lagos Vision.
Thank you.
Right, you are the president of the National President, Professional E-Hailing Drivers and Private Owners Association of Nigeria. Tell us, in Lagos State, the Lagos State government just introduced recently the Lagos Ride. Tell us exactly, how has it been? How have your members been faring since the introduction?
Thank you. Our members are very happy. They are very happy in the sense that the business of a Lagos Ride is going to add value to their collective existence, in the sense that they are going to be using the brand new vehicles to run their transport service on that Lagos Ride. Unlike before, that they use old vehicles, popularly known Tokumbo, even Nigerian old used car, to run taxi business, which in different cases develop faults at the middle of roads. It's almost impossible to maintain those vehicles, But the added advantage with Lagos Ride introduction is maintaining of those vehicles for the drivers who are beneficiaries. You see, running a transport business has been very difficult in terms of maintenance of the vehicles because you are always on the road on daily basis. And we don't have a good mechanic system in Nigeria. So majority of drivers patronized the road mechanics, dealing with all manners of spare part dealers, getting wrong spare parts to fix their car. At times, they spend double amount to repair the cars, and it's eating hard on them. But with the introduction of Lagos Ride, that comes with mechanical insurance, where the vehicle will be maintained for them for the period of 4 years, where the contract is between them and the Ibile Holdings, who is going to manage the operation of that business. It's a welcome development. So when we heard about this scheme that is being launched, and it concerns our industry, because the vehicle will be operated with algorithm, is online approach, unlike conventional way of transportation before, where you have to flag down. This is online, and we are e-hailers. So we approach the Ministry of Transportation that the Lagos State government cannot launch such a laudable scheme without giving the practitioner the sense of belonging, because we are e-hailers. We have thousands of trip history on Uber and Bolt, and we are professionals, so we need to get involved. So we apply, and the ministry directs us to the appropriate body that